The protagonist, Bai Yan, finds himself at the solemn memorial service of his dear friend, where an untimely chuckle escapes his lips, provoking discontent among the mourners. That very evening, driven by curiosity, he inadvertently activates an enigmatic application dubbed Hell App on his phone, thrusting him into a nightmarish realm replete with the SPE. Tour of death and terrifying cycles of horror. This world is rife with supernatural occurrences, malevolent spirits, and intricate decryption tasks participants must navigate peril. Us challenges to survive. The protagonist is compelled to fulfill tasks issued by the system across various harrowing scenarios, with failure resulting in dire consequences. The narrative unfolds through several distinct chapters, each featuring unique death protocols and clues to unravel, such as the eerie campus and the desolate ancient mansion. Chapter 1. A solemn and dignified memorial service unfolds. A young man in his 20s lies serenely amidst a wreath, his expression tranquil, as if he were peacefully slumbering. Surrounding him, one can faintly discern the sound of continuous weeping. An elderly couple, both over 50, support one another as they gaze upon their son's lifeless visage, tear streaming down their faces. The young man's name is Wang Zhe. He perished heroically while rescuing a woman from a robbery, only to be brutally stabbed multiple times by a desperate assailant. Today marks the farewell ceremony for this unfortunate young soul. His family and friends have gathered to pay their respects to the dearly departed. In a shadowy corner of the funeral home, a young man clad in black attire bows his head, his shoulders trembling, emitting peculiar sounds akin to weeping. He is Wang Zhe's closest friend, who, on this significant day, forewent his graduation ceremony to bid a final farewell to his beloved companion. With his head hung low and one hand covering his face, he appears to be engulfed in profound sorrow. Indeed, this sorrow is evidently not easily shed. In truth, he has faced considerable hardship. He exerted great effort to suppress any laughter that might escape him. Beneath Bai Yan's lowered visage lay an extraordinarily radiant smile, had excitement been fully manifested. Rough his grin, the corners of his mouth would surely stretch to his ears. He was simply overwhelmed with joy. Fearing that an audible laugh might provoke the wrath of Wang Zhe's friends and family, Bai Yan discreetly positioned himself in an inconspicuous corner, maintaining a low profile. After a prolonged period, the farewell ceremony finally concluded, prompting Bai Yan to lift his head like a tea that moment. He stifled his elation, presenting an expression of grief indistinguishable from those around him, even managing to squeeze out a tear from the corner of his eye. Yet upon closer inspection, there was not a trace of sorrow in his gaze. Rather, it shimmered with an underlying joy. Following the cremation of Wang Zhe's remains, acquaintances, unfamiliar with him, began to disperse in small groups. Bai Yan, too, departed the funeral home alongside the gathered crowd, the elderly mourners bidding farewell to the young, a grief that even time cannot alleviate at this instant. Any words of comfort seem utterly futile. All that remains for the onlookers is to exit, allowing space for the inconsolable elderly couple. Wang Zhe passed away in the sweltering heat of summer. Exiting the stifling funeral home, Bai Yan unfurled his dark umbrella, yet the dazzling sunlight continued to provoke tears to stream down his face. Unable to endure the oppressive sun, Bai Yan summoned a vehicle through a ride-hailing app, finally freeing himself from the torment of the relentless rays. Upon returning home, his first act was to draw the curtains tightly, followed by an eager activation of the air conditioning. After experiencing a prolonged crescendo of emotion, Bai Yan felt fatigued, thus he shed his outer garments and contentedly reclined on the sofa, succumbing to slumber. He was stirred from his dreams by a dismal ringtone, only to find the room enveloped in complete darkness. As he surveyed the dimly lit space, his thoughts were somewhat muddled. Yet the image of a young man reduced to ashes in the incinerator evoked an involuntary smile upon his lips. Even after a brief respite, the tumult of emotions within him showed no signs of abating. Waves of lingering sensations surged from the depths of his soul, flushing his cheeks sandy, infusing his pallid complexion with a vivid hue. Wang Zhe, such a good person, met with such an untimely demise, leaving behind aged parents. How tragic. Having departed from the somber atmosphere of the funeral home, Bai Yan no longer felt the need to mask his twisted grin. After a moment of genuine delight, he abruptly rose, striding purposefully to the table. He rummaged through the drawer and unearthed a photograph from their university days, meticulously severing his half from the image, leaving only Wang's as solitary figure, standing forlornly in the fragmented photograph. He then affixed this remnant in a prominent place, taking a moment to admire it with an innocent smile. He yearned for this joy to linger a little longer. Once, he struggled to comprehend the true essence of friendship, however, at long last, he has come to appreciate its intrinsic value. During Wang Ze's lifetime, he found such hypocritical relationships utterly distasteful. Yet, upon learning of Wang Ze's demise, this very bond unexpectedly filled him with unparalleled joy. Wang Ze, as he once expressed, "My brother, I do not regret our companionship. You promised to bring me happiness, and indeed, you have fulfilled that promise." After standing before the photograph for an extended period, Bai Yan began to feel a pang of hunger. Reluctantly, he diverted his gaze from the image and reached for his phone to order takeout. However, upon unlocking his device, he was taken aback. All the icons had mysteriously vanished. Even the default apps had disappeared without a trace. The only application remaining stood out prominently in the center of the screen, its dark background contrasted by the blood-red inscription that ominously read Hell's Frontline. Had his phone been infected by a virus? Bai Yan pressed and held the app, intending to delete it, but the trashcan icon had also vanished along with the other apps. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yan opted to power down the device. As the screen faded to black, he discerned the peculiar nature of the situation. The eerie app continued to loom in the center of the display, pulsating with a sinister crimson glow. Even with the phone shut down, the app persisted in its operation, a decidedly abnormal occurrence. Bai Yan licked his lips, sensing that he had stumbled upon an event that could only be described as supernatural. Upon realizing this, he instinctively opened the app. A flash of crimson engulfed him, and Bai Yan lost consciousness. It was not until he was jolted awake by excruciating pain that he came to. "Ah! It hurts so much. My hand! My hand!" As soon as he regained awareness, Bai Yan cried out in despair, his bloodshot eyes straining to turn towards the source of the pain. Seemingly as punishment for his reckless actions, his right hand, which had pressed the phone, was mutilated, its fingertips severed. With the heart connected to the fingers, physiological tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, blurring his vision. Yet, he strained to gaze upward, following the mutilation of his hand. To his horror, he beheld a grotesque and fearsome apparition standing beside him. The malevolent spirit wielded a glimmering axe, mercilessly hacking at his palm. After severing his fingertips, the axe continued its grim work, methodically cleaving through his thigh. Ingers, one joint at a time. After several agonizing screams, Bai Yan finally fell silent, for the ghoul had completely severed his hand and, with a final stroke, sliced through his windpipe, cleaving his head in two, which then rolled away with a chilling thud. Bai Yan, wide-eyed, watched as the malevolent entity ravaged his lifeless body. His own eyes were split into 4 segments, yet horrifyingly, even in this fragmented state, his 6 eyeballs remained capable of perceiving the gruesome scene before him. There was no escape from the terror that unfolded. The malevolent spirit dismembered him with ruthless precision, akin to chopping ribs along the joints, reducing him to countless fragments. At this juncture, Bai Yan was engulfed in excruciating pain, his consciousness teetering on the brink of oblivion. Although his mind had been reduced to a mere pulp, scattered in disarray, he could still feel the torment emanating from every part of his being, every toe and every inch of his skull. He was aflame with agony. Moreover, this absurdity, a death that offered no respite and could shatter one's will, was far more maddening than the pain itself. Gazing upon the ghastly visage of the demon, Bai Yan sensed his sanity plummeting. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, a surge of information flooded his mind, alleviating his suffering momentarily and granting him a breath of relief. It revealed itself as a death game titled Hell's Frontline, wherein anyone who activated the application would unwittingly become a participant. Players must navigate through 12 harrowing levels to escape this terrifying ordeal. Within the game, death was far from a deliverance. Any player who chose to end their life before completing the challenges would be eternally haunted, trapped in a ceaseless cyclio. Torment. Upon absorbing this information, a premonition stirred within Bai Yan. If he consented to join this game, he might liberate himself from this unbearable agony. Not wishing to be reduced to a grotesque mass, trampled upon by the demon, Bai Yan wholeheartedly accepted the game. Upon his acceptance, the demon abruptly vanished, replaced by a pristine, luminous chamber. The brightness of the room was somewhat blinding, causing Bai Yan to involuntarily shed tears. Bai Yan skillfully retrieved a handkerchief and bowed his head to wipe away his tears. Two loud cries echoed beside him. Out of curiosity, he made an effort to dry his tears and raised his gaze towards the source of the weeping. Currently, he was seated on a wooden chair, facing a large square table. To his right, a woman was weeping uncontrollably, her once flawless makeup now a disheveled mess, rendering her beautiful face quite unbearable to behold. In addition to the woman's choked sobs, directly across from Bai Yan, a middle school student was crying with an earth-shattering intensity. The boy, caught in the throes of voice change, emitted a sound that was far less tolerable than that of the woman, provoking an impulse to silence him. The pitiful cries of both individuals could undoubtedly evoke a sense of amusement, but this was hardly the moment for such indulgence. Bai Yan tuned out the increasingly frantic wails and began to focus on surveying the room. This chamber featured a door, yet no windows. The door was firmly shut, with illumination solely provided by a ceiling lamp. The square table was positioned in the center of the room, perfectly aligned with the walls. Moreover, the space was filled with furnishings such as a wardrobe, a food table, and a storage cabinet, creating an atmosphere that, despite the scattered bloodstains on the walls, felt warmly homey. As Bai Yan continued to survey his surroundings, a newcomer finally occupied the last chair. At the moment the newcomer appeared, all the phones in the room began to vibrate in unison. Sensing the vibration of her phone, the young woman abruptly halted her tears, much like a chicken caught by the throat, and wiped her eyes before lowering her gaze to inspect the device. Meanwhile, the middle school student who had been weeping alongside her fell silent as well, rummaging through the pockets of his school uniform in search of his phone. Casting a fleeting glance at the newcomer, Bai Yan retrieved her phone, and without the need to unlock it, she beheld several lines of ominous text on the screen. Match successful. Number of players, 4. Game difficulty, easy. Level description. This round of the game is titled Eerie Puzzle. Within the room lie 4 disordered puzzles. Locating and completing any one of them will allow the player to add. Advance. The duration of this round is 30 minutes. Failure to complete a puzzle within this time frame will result in game defeat. Game rules. 1. Players must not seize puzzles completed by others. 2. Puzzles must be manipulated at the square table. Players may not leave the table during the puzzle completion process. 3. Upon completing a puzzle, there will be a 5-minute grace period. After 5 minutes, the return button on the phone must be pressed to exit the game. Chapter 2. After Bai Yan finished reading the instructions, 30 seconds had already elapsed. In the upper right corner of his phone, an hourglass icon appeared, accompanied by a countdown timer. Although 30 minutes may seem ample, the exact number of pieces required to complete the puzzle remained a mystery. With time pressing upon him, Bai Yan refrained from engaging in conversation with the randomly matched players. Instead, he rose and approached the desk behind him, pulling open a drawer to inspect its contents. Noticing his departure, the others lost their inclination to converse and similarly vacated their seats, each seeking a place to rummage through. Bai Yan's desk contained 2 drawers, and he initially presumed that finding the puzzle would be a daunting task. However, to his surprise, upon opening the second drawer, he discovered a disordered puzzle quietly resting within. The game indicated a difficulty level of easy, yet could it truly be that simple? Bai Yan examined the base of the puzzle and realized that it was a 7x9 format, comprising a total of 63 pieces. Typically, an average individual would require approximately 15 minutes to assemble a 63-piece puzzle, as long as one possessed a modicum of intelligence. Even the less adept could complete it within 20 minutes. The game allotted a generous 30 minutes, rendering the time frame exceedingly ample. Furthermore, he noted that the image on the puzzle corresponded precisely to a panoramic view of the room, providing a tangible reference that even a kindergarten child could successfully piece together. This game has deliberately gathered a group of individuals, even resorting to intimidation. If the sole purpose was merely to engage them in a jigsaw puzzle, it is indeed irrational. Bai Yan recalled that the game's title was Supernatural Puzzle, and he surmised that the challenge likely lay not in the puzzle itself, but in the paranormal phenomena associated with it. With this in mind, he decided not to rush into assembling the puzzle. With a tangible reference, he could potentially enhance his speed and complete the puzzle within 10 minutes. However, to err on the side of caution. Bai Yan resolved to allocate 15 minutes for the puzzle and the remaining 15 for gathering clues. He placed the puzzle on the table and began to scrutinize the desk attentively, aiming to uncover anything of value. Aside from the puzzle he had just laid out, the desktop was cluttered with various stationery items. The surface was strewn with discarded sheets of drawing paper, broken oil pastels, and remnants of food. Bai Yan picked up a notable piece of drawing paper and examined it closely. Large sections had been covered in black pencil, while in the center, for small figures, adorned with eerie smiles, were rendered in crayon. Two of the figures were distinctly taller than the others, likely representing parents and their 2 children, a family of 4. The stick figures depicted were rather rudimentary, resembling a child's doodles. Based on the lines, Bai Yan inferred that the artist was probably an elementary school student. Upon flipping the paper over, he discovered 2 lines of text on the reverse. Grade 1, Class 2, Xian Meng. Indeed, a mere child recently enrolled in elementary school. Xian Meng, whose name suggests she is a girl, he mused to himself. To ensure no detail was overlooked, Bai Yan perused additional sheets of paper, only to find that each one contained remarkably similar content. He organized the papers and then began rummaging through a backpack resting on the chair before his desk. The backpack, a vivid pink adorned with charming cartoon motifs, contained several textbooks for Chinese and mathematics, along with some exercise books. Bai Yan glanced through the materials. Apart from Xian Meng's name inscribed upon them, the textbooks were pristine, showing no signs of prior use. Ultimately, he discovered a diary nestled within the backpack's compartment, its cover also bearing the somewhat crooked inscription of Xian Meng's name. Judging by the splotches of blood on the backpack, it seemed this little girl, Xian Meng, was in dire straits. With the individual in question already deceased, the matter of privacy became irrelevant. Thus, Bai Yan opened the diary, revealing a series of fragmented entries. April 16th. Sunny. Today, Xiaohua and Huan did not come to class. School is so boring, I do not wish to attend. May 2nd. Overcast. My younger brother is lost. My parents are very sad, and I am sad too. May 19th. Overcast. My brother has still not been found. My parents fear I might also disappear. So they want me to stay home and not go to school, but I long to return to school to play with Xiaohua and Huan. On May 28th. Under a gloomy sky, my parents stayed home from work, their faces etched with worry. When I inquired about the cause, it seemed their sorrow deepened. My mother held me tightly, weeping incessantly, likely pondering my younger brother. I too found myself missing him. By July 1st, the atmosphere remained somber. Father had vanished, and mother spent her days in tears, mirroring my own despair as we searched for him. On July 6th, the sun broke through. Yet mother went out to purchase supplies and did not return. A wave of fear engulfed me, and I dared not venture outside. Instead, I shut the door, resolved to await her return. Days passed. July 7th brought no sign of mother, and July 8th echoed the same despair. By July 9th, with mother still absent, I resorted to consuming chocolate, counting the remaining 12 pieces, steadfast in my decision to wait for her. On July 10th, mother finally returned, bringing father and my brother with her. Elation surged within me, yet fear lingered. Mother's complexion was pallid, and I anxiously grasped her hand. Her body felt unnaturally cold, and she murmured of feeling chilled. On July 11th, father appeared famished, persistently taking my belongings for sustenance, which incited my anger. My brother proved to be disobedient. Yet both parents were absorbed in their own affairs, neglecting him. Mother secured the door, declaring that our family would no longer venture outside, believing this would ensure our safety. On July 12th, an overwhelming pain engulfed me, rendering me immobile. My mother cradled me in her arms, helping me pin my thoughts into this diary. Yet the agony was unbearable. Mother, could you please take me to see a doctor? I am truly suffering. On July 13th, my discomfort persisted. I observed my father indulging in food and my younger brother playing, while I remained motionless, consumed by my distress. However, my mother reassured me that our family would always be together, and that we were indeed fortunate. The diary entries conclude on July 13th. As I leafed through the subsequent pages, I found them devoid of any further writing, indicating that this was the end of Xian Meng's narrative. Upon swiftly finishing the diary, I closed the notebook and gathered my thoughts. From the entries, it was evident that this young girl, Xian Meng, was still attending school. One fateful day, her younger brother went missing, followed closely by the disappearance of her father and ultimately, her mother. After her mother's disappearance, the little girl remained at home, paralyzed by fear and too terrified to venture outside. 3 days later, her mother returned, accompanied by her missing brother and father. At this juncture, the story appeared relatively normal. Yet Xian Ming's descriptions suggested that her parents exhibited troubling behavior upon their return. One was chillingly cold, while the other seemed to suffer from a voracious appetite, devouring food incessantly and even snatching away their daughter's portion. It was clear that something horrific had transpired with both of them. Reflecting upon the theme of the supernatural puzzle, Bai Yan felt he had an inkling of what might transpire next. Considering the content of the diary, could it be that during the puzzle assembly, the spirits of the 4 family members would emerge to wreak havoc? Naturally, the diary only delineated the eerie aspects of the parents and the little girl, offering scant details about the younger brother. In Xian Ming's diary, it merely noted, "The brother is disobedient," yet Bai Yan harbored doubts about the child's continued vitality. The entire family had succumbed to abnormality, and the door was nailed shut, trapping all 4 within the confines of a room, devoid of any substantial food supply. Could a child, barely 6 years old, truly exist in a human form? It was quite possible that Xian Ming's brother had, like her parents, perished long before their return. Xian Ming had unwittingly invited malevolent spirits into what was once a haven of safety. Amidst his reflections, Bai Yan was startled by a commotion emanating from his right. As he pondered, he listened to the pushing and arguing occurring nearby. By the wardrobe, a newcomer was embroiled in a dispute with a middle school student. Through their exchange, they discovered that both of their puzzles bore the terrifying image of a ghost, albeit the ghost on the middle schooler's puzzle was considerably smaller than that on the man's. Consequently, the man threatened the student, demanding he surrender his puzzle in exchange for the larger segment adorned with the ghost. Yet, the middle school student is not foolish. Regardless of the man's threats, he clings tenaciously to the puzzle. The naive student may believe that this steadfastness will protect his puzzle. Yet from Bai Yan's years of experience in inciting conflict, it is clear that if he does not relent, the burly man will inevitably resort to violence. However, they say that there are ghosts within the puzzle, so why is there none in his? Bai Yan instinctively glanced at the woman standing before the food cabinet. Her profile turned towards the puzzle. She too had found a puzzle, but frustratingly, Bai Yan's poor eyesight rendered her features indistinct, obscuring any clues to her expression and thus leaving him unable to ascertain whether her puzzle harbored a ghost. Very well, let us assume, for the sake of argument, that her puzzle too contains a ghost. Bai Yan wished to interject in the conflict between the middle school student and the man, but fearing to raise their suspicions, he refrained from questioning the woman outright. Ultimately, there are only 2 possibilities. Either the woman's puzzle contains a ghost, or it does not. Should it be the former, then it is evident that there is an issue with his own puzzle, indicating that a crucial clue must be concealed within it. Conversely, if it is the latter, this suggests that the game operates under 2 distinct modes, where the 2 individuals without ghosts in their puzzles engage in a different form of play. Whether more challenging or simpler remains uncertain. Regardless of which hypothesis holds true, a thorough re-examination of the puzzle is imperative. Thus, Bai Yan resolved to scrutinize the puzzle once more. Due to his poor vision, he bent down, drawing closer to the puzzle laid out on the desk. He meticulously separated the overlapping pieces to ensure that each fragment was within his sight. After gazing at the puzzle for a full minute, he finally discerned its peculiarities. On one piece of the puzzle, corresponding to the fragments of a chair, there was an unsettlingly distorted face. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the face was affixed to the backrest of the chair, its limbs twisted into a helix, entwined around the 4 legs of the chair. Bai Yan focused intently, and it became evident that this was a person on all 4s, her neck grotesquely elongated in agony, forcing her deformed visage against the chair. In that fleeting moment of recognition, Bai Yan understood the profound pain that the little girl in the diary must have felt in the end. Chapter 3 Xian Ming. This unfortunate little girl had her limbs transformed into chair legs, and her neck stretched to form the backrest. It was indeed remarkable that she could still manage to write a diary under such circumstances. Moreover, even with her daughter reduced to such a state, the mother could still cradle her on her lap, dutifully writing down her daughter's words, fulfilling her small wishes. Truly, as the diary described, they were a loving and blissfully happy family. Bai Yan, whose own family life was far from harmonious, found himself deeply moved by this warm familial atmosphere. Unconsciously, a smile tugged at his lips as he resolved to carry this diary with him, hoping to bring it back home. In a world where few things brought him joy, It was rare to encounter an object that touched his heart so profoundly. He was determined to possess this diary, filled with innocent words and heartfelt sentiments. Meanwhile, as he examined the puzzle, the conflict in the distance had already escalated. The man was deeply engulfed in fear at the sight of the ghostly figure occupying half of the jigsaw puzzle. This unknown entity instilled in him a profound dread, rendering him timid and hesitant. Consequently, all his pent-up rage was unleashed upon the oblivious middle school student. The repeated rejections from the youth could no longer be contained, and after a flurry of insults and threats, the man finally succumbed to his anger and struck the boy, attempting to forcefully seize the puzzle piece. It was intolerable for Bai Yan to stand idly by as an adult bullied a student. He felt deeply influenced by his righteous companion, Comrade Wang Zhe, and it was not in his nature to remain silent in such matters. In this moment of despair for his fallen classmate, he resolved to step forward on behalf of his voiceless brother and champion justice in this bleak world. "Is it really appropriate for an adult to lay hands on a minor?" he interjected. Seizing the moment, Bai Yan discreetly slipped the diary, which contained a piece of the jigsaw, into his pocket. He approached the man, placing a hand on his shoulder. "We are all grown men here. Do you truly have the audacity to rob a child? Do you know him?" The man asked coldly. "I do not," Bai Yan replied, momentarily taken aback. However, recalling how Wang Zhe would handle such a situation, he composed himself, donning a pained expression. "Regardless, it is unequivocally wrong to strike a child. If there are issues to address, we can resolve them amicably. He is still so young, a budding flower of our nation's future. Can you truly bear to harm a child? Ah, the Virgin Mary? Are you out of your mind?" The man scoffed coldly, warning, "I advise you to keep your distance. Spare me your insincere pretenses of righteousness. If you provoke me, I won't hesitate to deal with you as well." He continued, "Are you seeking a beating by standing up for someone you barely know?" Clenching his fists, which cracked ominously, he displayed his muscular arm, suggesting he was someone who enjoyed physical training in reality. The timid Bai Yan assessed his own physique, seemingly intimidated, and took 2 steps back. The man let out a derisive laugh, mocking Bai Yan's lack of self-awareness. He shoved the middle school student aside, snatched the puzzle from his hands, and scattered his pieces over the boy's head, spitting disdainfully. Turning his ridicule back to Bai Yan, he taunted, "Oh, why have you stopped playing the Good Samaritan? Come on. Keep it up." With the middle school student's puzzle now in his possession, the oppressive shadow that loomed over the man began to dissipate. And seeing the boy sprawled on the ground, coupled with the sight of the cowardly Bai Yan, his fear subsided somewhat. Regardless of how bizarre the situation might be, it was clear that individuals of his caliber were unlikely to meet their demise. He had discarded that puzzle piece. If anyone was to perish, it would be the ungrateful middle school student first. And then there was this meddling pretty boy. Witnessing Bai Yan cowering in fear, retreating to the desk to fidget with the puzzle, the man conceived a brilliant idea. With determined strides, he approached Bai Yan, a malicious glint in his eyes as he remarked, "You wish for me to return the puzzle to him, do you? Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity. Let me behold your puzzle, and if it meets my satisfaction, I shall restore this trivial piece of refuse to the child." The man advanced menacingly, forcing Bai Yan to retreat against the desk, confronted by the imminent threat. Observing the brutish visage of the man and the middle school student weeping on the floor as he gathered the scattered pieces, Bai Yan clenched his teeth, wavering momentarily before making a resolution. "All right, you may look, but should you take my puzzle, you must return that child's puzzle to him." "Fine. At least you know how to negotiate." Time was of the essence. The man did not further torment Bai Yan. He eagerly sifted through the puzzle pieces, astonished to find that Bai Yan's puzzle was remarkably pristine, devoid of any spectral presence. Such a puzzle exists? The man, undeterred by disbelief, examined it again, only to find no trace of the supernatural. An overwhelming exhilaration surged through him, causing him to abandon his previous intent to humiliate Bai Yan. He swiftly tossed the puzzle he had snatched from the middle school student onto the desk and seized Bai Yan's puzzle, making his exit. After the man departed, Bai Yan tidily collected the puzzle the man had discarded and glanced at it briefly. The middle school student's puzzle was largely intact, save for a shadowy outline of a chandelier that ominously suggested a spectral presence, presumably what they referred to as a ghost. The figure on the ceiling was diminutive, presumably the young boy among a family of 4. Regrettably, the diary provided a detailed account of the other 3 individuals, while the section concerning the boy was merely glossed over, leaving Bai Yan utterly perplexed, with only the knowledge that the lad was quite mischievous. At this moment, a full 10 minutes had elapsed, Yet Bai Yan remained unperturbed. Indeed, he had counted the puzzle pieces, confirming there were precisely 63. He approached the middle school student, who had just finished gathering the scattered pieces from the floor, tears streaming down his face as he struggled painfully to rise. Observing this, Bai Yan swiftly rushed to assist the student in standing. Once the boy regained his footing, Bai Yan produced a tissue and offered it to him, signaling for him to wipe his tears. The student accepted the tissue, blew his nose vigorously, and choked out, "Thank you, brother." "No need for thanks," Bai Yan replied. However, the student lingered awkwardly in place, hesitant to move. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Yan beamed a warm and reassuring smile, understanding the boy's plight. "By the way, here is your puzzle piece. I am returning it to you. Now, could you please give me the piece that the man entrusted to you?" The middle school student hesitated, feeling a profound sense of reluctance, yet after considerable indecision, he ultimately handed over the man's puzzle piece to Bai Yan, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. Witnessing Bai Yan accept the puzzle piece with apparent indifference, the student was engulfed by guilt, yet his overwhelming fear of being harmed by the ghost left him no choice. The intense desire for survival overpowered his conscience. To soothe his own sense of justification, he even concocted an excuse for himself. This puzzle was originally found by him, and thus, it was only right for the individual to return it. In the end, the middle school student remained silent, his head bowed as he silently approached the square table, clutching the child's puzzle. Upon receiving a new puzzle from the middle school student, Bai Yan did not hasten to inspect its specific details. For those with a dark psyche often presume that others share their same darkness. He quietly counted the pieces of the puzzle first, ensuring that all 63 pieces were intact before turning his attention to which ghost the puzzle depicted. As the man had stated, the ghost illustrated on this puzzle was strikingly terrifying, its bright red dress and ghastly face. Though he felt certain this was the mother among the four, Bai Yan still took care to discern and confirm that it was indeed a woman. In this era, there are many men who delight in wearing women's clothing. Thus, a male ghost might very well awaken to such a proclivity. He did not wish to err on such trivial details. According to the journal's entries, the mother exhibited a strange demeanor upon her return, undoubtedly indicating her death. The mother felt cold to the touch, likely a victim of drowning or freezing. While it is true that a corpse becomes cold and rigid after death, the father's abnormal behavior manifested in gluttony, and the younger brothers in mischief. Even if a child writing in a diary might not ponder deeply, Bai Yan nonetheless considered the coldness to be the peculiarity of his mother. The clues within the diary are limited. Bai Yan recalls that the man had found this jigsaw puzzle near the wardrobe, prompting him to approach and directly open the wardrobe. With a creaking sound, he pulled the door ajar, revealing an array of various styles of men's and women's clothing hanging inside, while 2 stacks of children's garments were piled beneath, presumably belonging to the family's 2 children. At first glance, the wardrobe appeared utterly ordinary. Yet it unmistakably indicated that a family of 4 once resided in this room. Unable to discern any further clues, Bai Yan decided to explore with his hands, and to his astonishment, he discovered something amiss. All the women's clothing felt damp to the touch. In contrast, the men's and children's attire remained intact, feeling remarkably dry and smooth. Consequently, Bai Yan took hold of a piece of women's clothing and inhaled its scent, immediately overwhelmed by a strong aroma of perfume wafting towards him. Alongside the fragrance, there lingered an indescribable, nauseating odor, decay, a fetid stench. The instant he caught a whiff of that scent, Bai Yan realized that these garments had undoubtedly been worn by that mother. Otherwise, such a profoundly evocative fragrance would not exist. He promptly returned the clothing to the wardrobe. However, after a moment of contemplation, he found himself compelled to endure the pain and pulled all the women's clothing out once more, cradling them in his arms. In passing, he also seized 2 substantial pieces of men's attire. As Bai Yan returned to his seat, cradling a bundle of clothing and puzzles, he found that the other 3 players were already prepared and had eagerly begun assembling their puzzles. In Chapter 4, upon witnessing Bai Yan approach with a pile of women's garments, Chu Fu was taken aback. She had refrained from speaking out when a man bullied a middle school student, fearing the repercussions and worried that her own puzzle might be snatched away. Yet, if she were to be honest, she held a certain admiration for those who dared to stand up for others. The young man, with his strikingly light golden hair, initially struck her as a delinquent, but she soon realized that appearances could be deceiving. He possessed a kind heart, albeit somewhat timid later on. Nonetheless, His willingness to step forward indicated that he was indeed a good person. Because of Bai Yan's gallant actions, Chu Fu came to regard him as a passionate youth. Undeterred by the possibility of him taking her puzzle, she leaned slightly and inquired softly, "Hello, these women's clothes must be from your wardrobe. May I ask why you carry them with you? I suspect they might serve a purpose." Bai Yan glanced towards Chu Fu's seat, where a plethora of snacks lay beside her puzzle, evidently taken from the food table. At that moment, he had only been aware that food was available, but the distance had prevented him from discerning the specific items. Now, standing beside Chu Fu, he could see everything clearly, the array of chocolates, interspersed with a few candies and small bags of puffed snacks. The man was already aware of the puzzle concerning the middle school student. Once he removed his own puzzle piece, only father remained among the quartet. The diary documented that father suffered from bulimia, incessantly consuming food throughout the day. Although the diary, containing vital clues, was in his possession, it occurred to Bai Yan that Chu Fu must have gleaned additional hints near the food table. This was his conjecture, yet in the next moment, he was taken aback. He witnessed Chu Fu tearing open a chocolate wrapper and, astonishingly, indulging in it herself. What was happening? Wasn't she supposed to be feeding it to the spirits? Why was she partaking instead? The ferocious manner in which Chu Fu devoured the chocolate caused Bai Yan to question whether he had misinterpreted the clues. Her behavior did not suggest that she had discovered new leads. Rather, it increasingly resembled that of a possessed being. Coincidentally, this family's father was akin to a starving ghost, and Chu Fu had fortuitously acquired her father's puzzle piece, leaving Bai Yan skeptical that this was merely a coincidence. To discern whether Chu Fu was genuinely possessed, Bai Yan cautiously inquired, "Madam, are you particularly hungry? This place is rather peculiar. Do you dare consume items from the game world? Is there something amiss? Perhaps they are toxic?" Chu Fu's response revealed her uncertainty. "I see that these snacks are well packaged and not expired. I pondered that eating them wouldn't pose much of a problem. At worst, I might have an upset stomach, but surely, there can't be any real danger?" Seeing the anguish etched on Bai Yan's face, Chu Fu's countenance paled. "It's over," she lamented. "I have always sensed the peculiarity of this place, yet whenever I am flustered, I find myself compelled to eat. I simply cannot resist. Moreover, I have a nagging feeling that this game is riddled with traps and will not permit an easy passage. I am aware of my own limitations, and thus, I fear I may meet my demise here today." Resolving to embrace a gluttonous end, I began to eat. But who would have thought the food could be truly poisoned? As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face, and she appeared genuine in her distress. In the fleeting moment that Chu Fu raised her hand to wipe her tears, Bai Yan noticed a scar on the back of her right hand and the slight deformity of her face, affirming her claims of a voracious appetite. Chu Fu wept pitifully, revealing the hardships she endured in reality, which inadvertently stirred a sense of excitement within Bai Yan. His mind, now uncontrollably eager, sought to orchestrate a series of events that would plunge the already unfortunate young woman into deeper despair. Of course, in such dire circumstances, excitement was tantamount to courting death. Bai Yan pinched his thigh several times, forcing himself to regain composure. Once he calmed down, the feverish turmoil in his mind subsided, and he recognized the necessity of ensuring that others did not perish. This game was indeed enigmatic, and even he was reluctant to meet an untimely fate without purpose. There must be a control group of expendable souls. Thus, he softly reassured her, "It may not be poisoned, but it would be wise for you to refrain from consuming any more of this food." Faced with Chu Fu's puzzled gaze, Bai Yan explained, "I found a clue at the desk. The ghost in your puzzle might be one that starved to death. So the food on the table could have been prepared for it. So she consumed offerings intended for a starving ghost?" Chu Fu's expression darkened further. She hastily set aside the half-eaten chocolate, disregarding any further conversation with Bai Yan, and wiped her tears, focusing intently on the puzzle. After providing this insight to Chu Fu, Bai Yan turned his attention to his own puzzle. He checked the time on his phone. There were 13 minutes remaining until the game concluded. Fortunately, his puzzle had a reference point, allowing him to glance at the wardrobe whenever he felt uncertain and continue piecing it together. As he worked on the puzzle, Bai Yan deliberately avoided the sections involving the ghost, assembling the edges towards the center. Since he had started later, by the time he nearly completed the edge pieces, Chu Fu had already made significant progress on the center. While he meticulously crafted his own puzzle, he remained observant of the progress of others. The youngest among them, a middle school student, was piecing together the puzzle with remarkable speed. At that moment, while Bai Yan was watching him, The boy had already completed most of the background in the chandelier overhead. Bai Yan recalled that the chandelier section of the puzzle was partially obscured by a white shadow, prompting him to instinctively glance up at the actual chandelier. However, as he raised his head, he froze in place. There, perched atop the chandelier, was a pale-faced child, squatting and intently staring downwards. Upon sensing Bai Yan's gaze, the child's eye abruptly pivoted, seemingly in search of the human who had spotted him. Observing this, Bai Yan instinctively lowered his head, feigning ignorance of the situation. As he bowed his head, the child's eye returned to its original position, while the other eye bulged ominously from its socket, hanging below and casting a resentful glare at the middle school student diligently assembling the puzzle. Unbeknownst to the student, who was drenched in sweat and eager to complete the task, the child's neck elongated progressively with each piece he placed. As the middle schooler connected the white puzzle pieces, the child's neck had already descended from the chandelier, stealthily creeping closer to the nape of his neck. At that moment, the student was nearing the conclusion of his puzzle. With a sudden click, the final piece fell into place. The lights extinguished abruptly, plunging the room into an oppressive silence. With no windows and the door barricaded by wooden planks, the entire chamber was enveloped in a darkness that seemed to swallow all light. In this pitch-black environment, everyone abandoned their attempts to continue the puzzle, as the stillness was punctuated only by the sound of collective breaths. What on earth is happening? Why did the lights suddenly go out? A man's voice erupted in curses from the darkness, yet no one replied. After enduring the torment preceding the game, several individuals were acutely aware that this game harbored sinister secrets. Suddenly enveloped by darkness, the man began to mutter anxiously, as if his curses could alleviate his fear. Meanwhile, a rustling sound emanated from Chu Fu's direction. It appeared she had picked something up and taken a gentle bite, but moments later, she ultimately set it down. To be frank, the middle school student harbored a deep hatred for the man who had snatched his puzzle and knocked him to the ground. Lying on the floor, spat upon, he had never experienced such degradation. Yet at this moment, the man's invectives provided him with a semblance of comfort. Even the repugnant tirades seemed to offer a flicker of hope, as if their presence could dispel the oppressive silence. However, despite the noise, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He constantly sensed a presence behind him, as if something were watching. Stop being paranoid, he chided himself. It is so dark that even if you turn around, you wouldn't see anything. Yet, he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, as if a gentle breeze were caressing his nape. This is indoors. How could there be a breeze? Moreover, it is summer, and there are neither air conditioning nor fans present. Wait, from where is this wind originating? As if awakening to a realization, beads of sweat began to form on the middle school student's forehead. Trembling, he reached out to feel for his phone on the table. But when his fingers brushed against it, a chill coursed through his veins. Whose hand is resting on my phone? No one answered, realizing something was amiss. Even the man who had been incessantly spewing profanities fell silent. Who could it be? Anyone, please speak up. This is no jest. Do not hesitate. Speak. Are you all still alive? The middle school student's teeth began to chatter incessantly, his fingers twitching uncertainly, unsure whether to continue engaging with his phone. In the stillness of the standoff, he sensed it. Resting atop his phone were hands, tiny, delicate hands. Amidst the boundless silence, the middle schooler heard a soft, giggling sound emanating from behind him. It dawned upon him that this was no mere figment of his imagination. A specter had come for him. In the pitch-black room, the only source of solace was his phone. His heart raced uncontrollably, his mind a void, and his fingers seemed to possess a will of their own. Yet, summoning courage to quell his fear, he pressed the power button on his phone. Bathed in the faint glow, he slowly turned to glimpse what lay behind him. A head, inverted and connected by a long neck, locking eyes with the middle schooler in sheer terror. The light from the phone extinguished. Immediately, a chorus of anguished screams filled the air. Yet this time, everyone remained in the darkness, like lifeless zombies, quietly listening, paralyzed with fear. After what felt like an eternity, the lights flickered back on. The indoor illumination was restored, yet the middle school student and his phone had vanished, leaving only a pool of blood on the chair. Chapter 5: The sudden disappearance of the middle school student was met with disbelief. No one could fathom that he might still be alive. The bloodstain on the chair shattered the last remnants of hope for a few, revealing that this game was not merely a matter of completing tasks to achieve victory. The student meticulously followed the app's directives to complete the puzzle. However, upon finishing, his fate was to be flayed alive by the malevolent spirit depicted within the puzzle. Chu Fu lowered her hand, which had been covering her lips, her eyes brimming with tears. Trembling, she glanced at the completed puzzle, only to discover that the ghostly figure had vanished. If the ghost within the puzzle was gone, then where had it gone? Summoning her courage, Chu Fu looked up at the chandelier, where she noticed several faint streaks of blood, yet no ghost was present. She couldn't help but sigh in relief, though she nearly choked on her tears. However, before she could contemplate her next steps, the previously silent man abruptly erupted. "Hey, you two. I heard you babbling earlier. Are you concealing something from me?" He glared at the chocolate on Chu Fu's table and the pile of women's clothing in Bai Yan's arms, his frustration boiling over. This game is impossible to survive if you just follow the rules. There are indeed ghosts. I'm making it clear right now. If you don't spill what you know, I want to make it out alive, and neither will you. Why don't you stand up and give it a try? Bai Yan longed to exclaim. According to the second rule of the game, the puzzle must be completed at the square table, and one must not leave the table during the process. He was indeed quite curious to see what consequences would ensue if the man were to abandon the table. However, if the punishment was delayed and the man, harboring thoughts of overturning the table, tore apart their puzzle, it would certainly lead to complications. Moreover, he had intentionally concealed a piece of the puzzle from the man. If the man were to perish before the moment of revelation, missing out on the dramatic twists and turns of life, it would be a lamentable loss. Contemplating this, Bai Yan resolved to exercise patience for the time being and navigate the situation as best as he could. Thus, he lifted his head slightly and, maintaining an unwavering expression, stated, "I have already given you the puzzle. What more do you desire?" As soon as the words left his lips, he felt a tinge of regret for provoking the man and softened his tone to mend the situation. "It's not that I can't tell you. Although you treat middle schoolers in such a manner, since we have been chosen to play together, we ought to assist one another. I still have a large portion of the puzzle left to complete, so let me be succinct. Previously, I discovered that all the women's clothes in the wardrobe were damp, indicating that someone must have worn them. I thought this might prove useful. At the very least, if a ghost were to appear, they could serve as a shield." Having finished his explanation, Chu Fu, fearing the man might seize upon her words, hastily added, "I was feeling anxious and particularly hungry, so I couldn't resist taking some food from the table. Do you think I would believe you?" The man questioned, skepticism etched across his face. "Speak the truth. Do not presume that I would refrain from striking a woman. If you doubt my words, inquire with him. Just a moment ago, he spoke to me, urging me not to consume the food here." Chu Fu recalled Bai Yan's warnings regarding the hungry ghost and felt a twinge of anxiety. However, her unfavorable impression of the man prevented her from betraying Bai Yan. Instead, she resolutely stated, "Moreover, observe this chocolate. I had already torn it open and consumed half. Had he not dissuaded me, I would have devoured the entire thing." The man's skepticism lingered as he struggled to fathom how this woman could be so reckless, daring to consume something of unknown origin, oblivious to the potential peril of poisoning. Yet, after years of navigating society, he understood that some individuals lacked common sense, and perhaps this woman was one of them. Thus, he begrudgingly accepted Chu Fu's explanation and retorted impatiently, "I understand now. You too. Procure 2 pieces of clothing and chocolate for me, swiftly. I have no time to waste with you. Have you not already taken that young man's puzzle? Why are you still demanding items from us?" Chu Fu muttered, her face betraying her reluctance. Nonetheless, under the man's oppressive demeanor, she reluctantly surrendered the food. Following closely behind Chu Fu, Bai Yan also handed over 2 garments, reeking with a foul odor. To avoid the man thinking he was targeting him, he added, "All the clothes carry this scent. After all, they have been worn by a female ghost. You will have to endure it for now." Upon receiving the chocolate and clothing, the man's anxiety diminished slightly. He was no longer the hapless child tormented by phantoms. His puzzle did not feature any specters. Moreover, the other 2 individuals had already apportioned their belongings to him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was assured of his survival. With the acquisition of these items, the man fell into a tranquil silence, ceasing his incessant complaints and disturbances. The room regained its calm, and Bai Yan began to diligently tackle his puzzle. Due to the extinguished lights and the man's entanglement, a substantial portion of his puzzle remained incomplete, and time was of the essence. As Bai Yan busied himself with the puzzle, Chu Fu also worked feverishly on hers. However, the traumatic experiences of her middle school years had left her with a psychological shadow. Every time she fitted 2 pieces together, she couldn't help but glance back, fearful that a ghost might be silently lurking behind her, poised to whisk her away upon completion. The specter depicted in her puzzle was a gaunt, middle-aged man, occupying a modest space in the composition as he stood before a table laden with food. Due to an innate fear of the supernatural, Chu Fu initially avoided the parts of the puzzle depicting human limbs, opting instead to focus on the background. Yet, backgrounds inevitably reached their conclusion. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and placed a few pieces together, forming an arm of the ghost. Unable to resist the urge to look back once more, she was met with a chilling sight. A waxen yellow arm had materialized before the food table, hovering in the air and gesturing as if reaching for something. It became apparent that assembling the puzzle could indeed conjure forth a specter. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Fu comprehended everything. That unfortunate middle school student, likely overwhelmed by focus, failed to notice the specter lurking above, which ultimately led to his capture. The thought of that ghost quietly observing the student as he pieced together the puzzle, gradually creeping up behind him, sent a chill down Chu Fu's spine. The student was gone. What about her? Would she, too, meet the same fate, becoming prey to the ghost within the puzzle once she completed it? If finishing the puzzle unleashed the malevolent spirit, should she continue her endeavor? A torrent of questions flooded her mind, and she lamented her inability to conjure a viable solution. Yet, she recognized that simply lowering her head and continuing to assemble the puzzle would surely lead to doom, as the middle school student had demonstrated with his very life. So, what was she to do? Could she abandon the puzzle entirely? The recollection of the student's terrifying screams left her trembling with fear, making her contemplate discarding the puzzle and forsaking the game altogether. However, would relinquishing the game guarantee her survival? Remembering the excruciating torment inflicted by a vengeful spirit before entering the game, she understood that this app would not spare her. Failing to complete the game would result in punishment, subjecting her to eternal suffering at the hands of a malevolent ghost, with no hope of liberation even in death. Thus, what course of action should she pursue? How could she ensure her survival? Chu Fu began to fervently contemplate everything related to the game. The young man seated to her left informed her that the figure on her puzzle was a hungry ghost. Upon noticing the gaunt, sallow arms of the middle-aged specter, she found his statement credible. If this indeed was a hungry ghost, could it be that by offering the food on her table to it, she might secure her own survival? Chu Fu forced herself not to look back, suppressing her fear as she pieced together the puzzle, contemplating a potential escape. Following the example set by middle school students, when she reached the final piece, Chu Fu remained vigilant, holding the puzzle piece in her hand. Refraining from hastily placing it down, she tilted her head to glance at Bai Yan, discovering that he too had an empty space on his puzzle, seemingly lost in thought. Reflecting on the young man's helpful nature, as he had been the one to uncover the clue about the hungry ghost, Chu Fu sincerely believed him to be reliable. Thus, she resolved to voice her concerns, seeking his assistance in analyzing the situation and deliberating on their next course of action. Handsome, it seems we both have just one piece left. Should we proceed to fit this final piece? She whispered. Yes, we should. The game requires us to complete the puzzle within 30 minutes. We can place the last piece in the final seconds. There's a countdown on the phone, so be mindful not to miss the time, Bai Yan replied. I share the same sentiment, Chu Fu agreed. As long as we complete the puzzle within the allotted time, the game will be deemed finished. Even if it's just a few more minutes, every moment of life is precious. As she spoke, a hint of concern crept into her voice. You previously mentioned that the figure in my puzzle resembles a starving ghost. If I offer it something to eat, will it refrain from devouring me? I cannot say, came the response. These are merely my conjectures. Bai Yan managed a wry smile and added, if my assumptions prove incorrect, then upon completing the puzzle, you must flee. Survive for 5 minutes, and pressing the return key on your phone will take you back. Bai Yan's reaction only deepened Chu Fu's anxiety, leaving her in a state of apprehension. Even the reliable gentleman seemed uncertain. It appeared that everything hinged on fate. Just as Chu Fu's heart raced, her gaze fixed on the countdown on her phone, the man began to raise his voice, exclaiming loudly, "What are you two chattering about now?" His face was etched with impatience. I happen to have a question for you. Is your puzzle missing a piece, just like mine? No, mine and his puzzles are complete, she replied. As soon as the words left her lips, an unsettling realization washed over Chu Fu. Wait a moment. If ours are whole, how could yours be missing a piece? Upon hearing her words, the man's eyes widened in realization. He turned his glare towards Bai Yan. Seething with anger, it was you. You tampered with my puzzle, didn't you? Ah, caught red-handed, Bai Yan thought, though the discovery came a bit late. The agitation on the man's face intrigued Bai Yan. His countenance was undeniably marked by fury, yet the trembling of his fists betrayed his underlying fear. As he observed that only 5 minutes remained in the game, Bai Yan contemplated that it was not yet the opportune moment. He endeavored to restrain the surging excitement within, preventing a malevolent smile from betraying his intentions. Chapter 6. Betrayed by Chu Fu's loose tongue. Bai Yan remained remarkably composed despite the betrayal. He lifted his gaze and retorted with equal fury. How can you be this way? I have refrained from commenting on your theft of my puzzle and clothing. Yet now you unjustly accuse an innocent. I assure you, this puzzle was in such a state when I acquired it. Perhaps your puzzle was inherently missing a piece. Bai Yan's indignant demeanor momentarily intimidated the man, who scrutinized him with suspicion. Upon observing Bai Yan's unwavering expression, he began to believe him, albeit reluctantly, which only intensified his anxiety. In this critical juncture of life and death, the man refrained from unleashing his anger. Despite having previously threatened to overturn the table, he recognized that such an action would yield no benefit for himself. Having navigated the complexities of society for many years, he understood that one cannot always adopt a hard stance. There are moments when one must exhibit softness, especially when seeking assistance. With his life at stake, the man suppressed his impatience and softened his tone, saying, I apologize for my earlier transgressions. Please consider whether you may have misplaced the puzzle piece. If we manage to escape, I shall owe you my life. In response to the man's capitulation, Bai Yan did not wish to pressure him excessively. He feigned hesitation for a moment, furrowing his brow and pretentiously surveying his surroundings, as if genuinely attempting to recall where he might have misplaced that elusive puzzle piece. Upon witnessing Bai Yan's earnestness, Chu Fu tightened her grip on the puzzle pieces, nodding her head and glancing around. Although she harbored a profound dislike for this middle-aged man, perceiving him as a bully towards children and unworthy of the title man, he was, after all, a fellow human being. She could not simply stand by and watch him perish. In this terrifying game of death, any assistance she could offer was worthwhile. As time ticked away, the three of them scoured the table, examining the wardrobe, desk, and various other locations. Yet the whereabouts of the puzzle remained elusive. With the deadline rapidly approaching, the man's fists, taut with tension, displayed prominent veins, his composure on the brink of eruption. He glanced at his phone, sensing that time was running short. Bai Yan slowly retrieved a piece of the puzzle from his diary, exclaiming with sudden clarity, I'm sorry, brother, it's my fault. I forgot to tuck the puzzle piece into the diary. My sincerest apologies. What kind of normal person could misplace a puzzle piece in a diary? Your mind truly is remarkable. At this remark, the man's face flushed crimson. By this point, he was fully convinced that Bai Yan harbored a grudge and was intentionally toying with him. However, with only 2 minutes remaining until the game's conclusion, he could not afford to engage with the young man before him. The man fixed a deep gaze upon Bai Yan, committing his appearance to memory, vowing that their next encounter would not go unaddressed. As the clock dwindled to just over a minute, the game drew ever closer to its end. As time lingers, change looms ominously, and fearing unforeseen complications, the man, with perspiration-soaked hands, grasped the jigsaw puzzle piece that Bai Yan had pushed towards him. Without even a glance, he affixed it, causing the final piece to tumble to the ground. Only when he released his grip did Bai Yan, with a beaming smile, remark, by the way, brother, I almost forgot to mention something. The piece I just gave you also bears the image of a ghost. What? The man immediately directed his gaze to the place of the final puzzle piece, which depicted a chair. While a mere chair seemed innocuous, upon closer inspection, its hue appeared rather unsettling. Without the missing piece, its true nature remained concealed, yet once placed, it became evident that a figure had been grotesquely flattened. Its body and limbs transformed into the very material of the chair. What struck the man with utmost dread was the visage affixed to the chair's backrest, an unmistakable indication that this was not a mere figment of his imagination. You dare to harm me. He trembled with rage, yearning to confront Bai Yan. However, as he attempted to rise, he found himself utterly immobilized, despite exerting every ounce of strength, unable to budge even an inch from the chair. What is happening to me? Why can't I stand? Undeterred, he summoned all his might to struggle, yet the more he fought, the deeper he sank. Akin to a mass of clay pressed into the chair with relentless force. Soon, a terrifying thought surged through his mind. Trembling, he lowered his gaze, only to despairingly discover that his thigh had been twisted into a spiral, ensnared by a pair of tiny hands entwined around the chair. Recalling the distorted face on the puzzle, The man let out a heart-wrenching scream at the thought of the deceased middle school student. He comprehended it fully. He understood completely. The apparition on the puzzle was the chair, and as long as he refrained from sitting upon it, he would escape death. If only he had obtained this piece of the puzzle sooner, if only he had known earlier. The man was acutely aware that he would not have another chance. He cast a venomous glare at Bai Yan and cursed bitterly, "Wretched creature! Who are you, and why do you wish to bring me harm?" "Brother, my name is Wang Zhe. The reason? Upon entering the game, I found you utterly disagreeable. Does my deep-seated desire to eliminate you count?" Bai Yan, under the man's spiteful stare, found himself in remarkably high spirits. Initially, he had no intention of revealing his name. After all, even Lei Feng never left his name when performing good deeds. He humbly believed himself inferior to heroes. Yet, even in wrongdoing, one should maintain a modicum of humility. Thus, he decided to leave the name of a good friend behind, to spare the man a more agonizing demise. Since both were now deceased, they could at least keep each other company in death. Hence, he kindly reminded, "Brother, when you descend into hell, do not forget who it was that caused your demise. If you mispronounce my name, I shall not acknowledge it." "All right, Wang Zhe," the man spat through gritted teeth, "I will remember you. You better remember me. I shall haunt you even in death." As he uttered these words, half of his body was already being engulfed by the chair, creating a scene both absurd and terrifying. As the countdown dwindled to mere seconds, the man's entire form was drawn into the chair, and Chu Fu watched in horror as his head melded into the backrest, intertwining with that of the little girl, thus forming an even larger, sturdier chair of flesh. You, Chu Fu stammered, her gaze fixed on Bai Yan, unable to articulate her thoughts. "What do you mean, you? Beautiful lady, what do you wish to convey?" "And no, it's nothing. I'm perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with me." She hastily shook her head. As she beheld Wang Zhe leaning in closer, a cold sweat broke out upon her brow, compelling her to instinctively drag the chair to the right in an effort to distance herself from Wang Zhe. After navigating through a bewildering game, Chu Fu finally grasped the truth. This seemingly timid young man was, in fact, an unmitigated lunatic. What kind of person, upon entering a game, would express disdain and declare intentions to end a life? Can a sane individual utter such words? Moreover, this young man's pallid complexion rivaled that of a specter. She had not noticed it before, but now he appeared far more terrifying than any ghost. Curling into a ball, Chu Fu found herself with the unsettling impression that even a ghost would be preferable to being alone with this man. Now, a more pressing fear gnawed at her. Wang Zhe had already claimed the life of the middle-aged man. What then, of her own fate? How could she trust that the information Wang Zhe provided was truthful? For all she knew, consuming the food might be the true key to survival, and she could very well be the next victim to perish. Time dwindled to a mere 10 seconds, leaving no opportunity for contemplation. Chu Fu, on the brink of tears, trembled as she pressed the puzzle piece into place, fervently hoping to evade the misfortune of being devoured by the ravenous ghost depicted within the puzzle, or being inadvertently dispatched by the deranged young man beside her. In truth, Chu Fu's worries were unfounded, for at the very moment she positioned her piece, Bai Yan too affixed the final puzzle piece, engrossed in a tender connection with the ghostly maiden in the artwork, utterly oblivious to her plight. As the final 5 seconds elapsed, upon placing his piece, Bai Yan unexpectedly beheld a woman clad only in a thin garment. Much like the two unfortunate souls before her, the specter from his puzzle emerged into the realm of the living. The apparition was the mother from a family of 4, likely having perished by drowning. The ghost materialized behind Bai Yan, her frigid hand resting upon his shoulder. Turning to face her, he observed her lips moving in a silent plea. Mirroring her lip movements, he articulated her unspoken words, each syllable pronounced with care. The specter incessantly repeated 2 words, "so cold." Within half a minute of her appearance, the ghost's hand had migrated from his shoulder to his neck. Though her nails, softened by water, remained sharp, Bai Yan felt her fingers graze his throat, as if she intended to skin him alive to don his flesh for warmth. Perceiving the threat, Bai Yan grasped his phone with one hand, while hastily extending a piece of women's clothing with the other, urging the apparition to don it. Upon touching the familiar garments, the ghostly figure's hand, which had clutched at Bai Yan's neck, hesitated momentarily before it was finally withdrawn. She accepted the clothing Bai Yan offered, donning it slowly. Layer upon layer was added, yet the movement of her lips did not cease. Additionally, Bai Yan discerned a troubling development. As the number of garments on her increased, Her pace of dressing quickened. Casting a glance at the time, he realized that at this rate, within 5 minutes, the specter would have adorned herself with all of the clothes, including those in the wardrobe. What would he do when the clothing was exhausted, yet time had not elapsed? This mother, albeit filled with maternal love, was not someone he wished to cohabit with for eternity alongside her family of 4. Would he then be compelled to remove his own garments? Bai Yan pondered silently. To preempt any sudden aggression from the ghost due to a delay in providing clothing, Bai Yan now clutched the remaining items and led the specter to the wardrobe. Once the puzzle was completed, he could depart from the table, so leaving it momentarily posed no significant issue. The act of handing over the clothing was mechanical, requiring little thought. Thus, while passing the garments to the ghost, Bai Yan kept a watchful eye on Chu Fu. Like him, her situation was equally dire. The neatly packaged snacks she had acquired had long been consumed by the starving spirit. Fortunately, although the specter's appetite was vast, it was not discerning about the quality of food, allowing Chu Fu to feed it the rotting, spoiled items from the food table. However, much like the situation on his side, the hungry ghost devoured food with increasing rapidity, and soon, the provisions on the table would be entirely consumed. Once all the sustenance was gone, what would the father of the hungry ghost, who was reincarnating, partake in? This question required no contemplation, for Bai Yan already knew the answer. Chapter 7. At this moment, there remained a mere minute and a half until the conclusion of the game. The drowned female ghost was donning garments at an ever-accelerating pace, to the point where she could nearly adorn herself with a piece of clothing within 5 seconds. Bai Yan handed over the children's attire, and the ghost continued to apply them to her form without so much as a flicker of her expression. One could only wonder how, given her corpulent figure, she managed to wear them at all. Despite having donned numerous garments, her physique did not appear cumbersome. Rather, each outfit, once set upon her, was absorbed into her being. As she dressed, her gaze remained fixated on Bai Yan, making it abundantly clear that this lady harbored intentions of skinning him to fashion herself a new attire. Bai Yan counted the remaining articles of clothing, and an ominous sense of impending doom enveloped him. He surveyed the desolate wardrobe and sighed inwardly. He genuinely appreciated the game. The narrative of the 4-member family was steeped in cultural sentiment. The plot was intricately designed, and the gameplay was highly engaging. However, should he perish here, he would be unable to continue with the subsequent levels, a thought that filled him with dread. As he contemplated the possibility of meeting his end today, Bai Yan's hands began to tremble involuntarily. After all, he too harbored a fear of death. Over the years, he had encountered but one person who embraced death with such indifference. Once again, Bai Yan extended a piece of clothing to the female ghost, casting a sidelong glance at the situation with Chu Fu, which lightened his mood somewhat. When misfortune befalls an individual, witnessing another in a more dire predicament can indeed elevate one's spirits. This was particularly true for someone like Bai Yan. His decision to assist Chu Fu stemmed from a desire for a control group, a potential scapegoat should circumstances turn grim. However, it soon became evident that the notion of making her a mere pawn was implausible. In this game, each person was matched with a ghost, leaving no room for escape. Nonetheless, the presence of the young woman served as a balm for his spirits, rendering his act of salvation not in vain. On Chu Fu's side, the starving ghost had devoured every morsel of food available, leaving nothing behind, not even the repugnant, moldy remnants. Once the last scraps were consumed, the ghoul recalled the presence of a living soul nearby. The scent of a human was undeniably more appealing than that of expired, putrid food. Thus, the wretched specter seized Chu Fu as one might grasp a chick, unhesitatingly grasping her hand and sinking its teeth into her flesh. Help me. Wang Zhe, I beg you, please save me. In an instant, the room resonated with Chu Fu's anguished cries. Observing the young woman, tears streaming down her face as she desperately sought assistance, Bai Yan continued to offer clothing to the female ghost with one hand, while the other conveyed a gesture of helplessness, signaling that he was unable to intervene, truly at a loss. Upon perceiving Wang Zhe, who displayed not the slightest inclination to assist, and whose face bore an expression of malicious glee, Chu Fu was engulfed in utter despair, tinged with resentment. Why do you not rescue me? Surely, you possess some undisclosed capability. Bound by an insatiable malevolence, as the vengeful spirit clutched her tightly, she relinquished her struggle, glaring at Wang Zhe with a fury that seemed potent enough to annihilate the embodiment of evil that he represented. Yet, after merely 20 seconds of this fierce gaze, Wang Zhe vanished without a trace. She observed him, one hand clutching his mobile device, the other presenting the final article of clothing to the female specter. Once she donned that last item, he, along with the specter, disappeared into oblivion. Where could Wang Zhe have gone? Had he successfully navigated this ordeal? Chu Fu compelled herself to think furiously, however, before she could conjure any insight. A sharp crack echoed as the gluttonous spirit severed her hand completely. This time, the pain rendered her utterly voiceless. Prior to handing over the final garment, Bai Yan had begun to unfasten the buttons of his shirt with one hand, but before he could fully disrobe, the female spirit eagerly seized his throat. As he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an entirely different locale. Moreover, a faint crimson liquid drifted past him intermittently, causing his eyes to ache dreadfully. He immediately realized that he had been submerged, more precisely, immersed in a bathtub filled with blood. What is even more dire is that the female specter, with an iron grip around his neck, was pressing down on him, ensuring his head was completely submerged in the water, rendering him unable to breathe. The moment Bai Yan opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a decaying, foul-smelling corpse, reminiscent of a grotesque giantess, staring unblinkingly at him with its putrid eyes, sending a shiver down his spine. This was excessive, truly excessive. If one intended to skin him, why must they first suffocate him? Was the aim to soften his skin before embarking on the gruesome task? Unable to endure the blood-soaked and odorous bathtub, Bai Yan exerted all his strength to push the specter away, desperate to escape the water. However, the ghostly form was as weighty as stone, steadfastly pressing down upon him like a coffin lid, effectively imprisoning him within the tub. It appeared that escape was futile. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he persisted in his efforts, pushing with all his might, yet the ghost remained unyielding. Perhaps finding Bai Yan's resistance intolerable, the specter tightened her grip around his neck, her fingertips piercing his skin, compelling him into absolute submission, rendering him too fearful to act recklessly. Given the current circumstances, it seemed the ghost had no intention of killing him outright. Rather, she appeared intent on drowning him, allowing him to experience the torment she had endured in life. Reflecting on this, Bai Yan found it oddly relatable, for he might have acted similarly had he been in her position. Recognizing the futility of his struggles, Bai Yan ceased to exert himself. After the initial shock of his new surroundings, he gradually regained his composure, feeling less frantic. As he recalled the moment he handed over the last piece of clothing, only a minute and a half remained on the clock. Should no unforeseen circumstances arise, he believed he would successfully navigate through the game. Based on the information provided by the mobile device at the onset of the game, this was deemed a level of simple difficulty. If the game were not deliberately designed to ensure that every participant would fail, it would not have established scenarios that guaranteed death. The demise of both the middle school student and the middle-aged man stemmed from their inability to find an escape route, resulting in their immediate demise at the hands of the malevolent spirits. As for Chu Fubai, he speculated that the young woman might currently be in a state of panic, perhaps even weeping. However, from his observations, she had a significant chance of surviving to complete the game. Although Chu Fu's cries were heart-wrenching, he discerned that while the starving ghost was gnawing at her, the pace of its consumption was considerably slower than that of devouring ordinary sustenance. At the moment of his disappearance, the ghost had yet to finish feasting on one of her hands. At this rate, if fortune favored Chu Fu, by the time 5 minutes elapsed, she would likely lose at most one arm. In a situation akin to Chu Fu's, although a female specter had submerged most of his body in the bloodied water of the bathtub, the hand he used to grasp his phone remained steadfastly outside the tub, firmly clutching the device. If he could endure the remaining minute, he would be able to navigate his way back through the phone. Bai Yan's thoughts were filled with optimism, yet the spirits had a different fate in store. In an effort to accurately gauge the passage of time, Bai Yan incessantly counted down in his mind, promptly pressing the return key on his mobile device. However, just as he reached the 30-second mark, calamity struck. From the depths of the bathtub, something began to surge forth from the drain, ensnaring Bai Yan's feet and gripping his head, inexorably dragging him downward. At this moment, even without the oppressive presence of the female ghost, escape from the tub seemed impossible. Having held his breath for what felt like an eternity, Bai Yan sensed a searing fire igniting within his lungs, as though it were on the verge of combustion. His face flushed a deep crimson, yet his mind remained remarkably clear. He even found himself with the mental capacity to ponder aimlessly while counting down. Perhaps this female specter met her demise at the hands of the very enigmatic substance that now ensnared him. The origins of this substance, which had proven fatal to women, remained shrouded in mystery. Strangely, after her death, the ghost returned home unperturbed, fortuitously encountering two others who had suffered the same fate. It seemed likely that these three phantoms had conspired together outside before returning home. Upon their arrival, encountering their former kin, it was only natural for them to seek to drag her into their spectral existence, transforming her into one of their own. In reflecting upon this, it became evident that this family of four was indeed tragic, plagued by a series of unfortunate events that seemed to relentlessly beset them. The female ghost, aside from submerging him in water and gripping his throat, did not engage in any other actions. Her face was horrifyingly decayed, and the blood mingling in the water intensified the sting in his eyes. Yet, Bai Yan dared not truly close his eyes, apart from the occasional blink. He remained fixated on the ghostly figure. With merely a few seconds remaining, Bai Yan felt a sudden lightness envelop him. The ghost and the ominous presence vanished without a trace, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. Had the game concluded? Did the ghost, realizing it could not end his life, choose to withdraw? Bai Yan propped himself up in the bathtub, gasping for breath to calm his pounding lungs. Under the harsh glare of the overhead light, his body was drenched in blood, his once white shirt now stained crimson by the water in the tub, reeking of iron. Should he return to reality now, Wang Zhe would undoubtedly be the first to escort him to the police station. However, he had no time to worry about such matters, for that individual was already deceased. Bai Yan chuckled softly, brushing his fingers over his bruised neck, and turned to survey his surroundings. To his astonishment, upon raising his gaze, he beheld the female ghost standing beside the tub, her expression exceedingly strange. As his eyes shifted downward, he noticed her elongated hand almost reaching his own, which held the phone. "So, you haven't departed after all?" Startled, Bai Yan instinctively withdrew his hand, clutching the phone tightly against his chest. While simultaneously keeping his gaze fixed on the ghost, his peripheral vision monitoring the countdown on his device. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Farewell, then. Bai Yan turned sideways to emerge from the bathtub, swiftly darting towards the door, where he grasped the handle with his free hand. In a manner reminiscent of typical horror film tropes, the door in a haunted room was perpetually unyielding. However, Bai Yan harbored no expectations of opening it. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, he promptly pressed the return key with his thumb. Amidst the vengeful gaze of the female specter, he was transported out of the room by the game. Chapter 8. In an instant, Bai Yan was released from the game, returning to the realm of reality. Upon his arrival, his first action was to check the clock hanging in the room. He had spent half an hour within the game, yet in the real world, a mere minute had elapsed. Was it that half an hour in the game equated to a single minute in reality, or did time merely progress at a constant rate, regardless of the duration spent within the game? This thought flickered through Bai Yan's mind, but before he could delve deeper into contemplation, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Since noon, he had neither eaten nor drunk, his earlier excitement having made him momentarily forget such basic needs. Now, as he relaxed, the fatigue accrued from the game and the hunger that had persisted throughout the day surged forth, each demanding attention from his body. Given the circumstances, ordering takeout was not an option. He resigned himself to consuming whatever was at hand. Glancing at the bloodstained floor, he noted that his damp clothes had left a trail of crimson, which continued to spread across the surface. Moreover, he had just stumbled and leaned against the wall for support, resulting in a glaring bloodstain left behind. Should this be discovered, the pretext of performance art would likely prove inadequate. The room lay in disarray, causing Bai Yan a throbbing headache. Unable to endure the squalor, he retrieved his diary. Discarding his blood-soaked clothing into the washing machine, planning to dispose of it once it was clean. Afterward, he took a shower and donned a fresh outfit, then retrieved a mop to cleanse the bloodstains from the floor. As for the wall, lacking paint at home, he could only leave it unattended. He held no interest in his own bloody imprint, though he might have appreciated someone else's. After a brief respite, Bai Yan decided to cover the stain with a sheet of white paper, scribbling hastily upon it to obscure the bloodstain. Intending to attend to the wall properly once he procured paint the following day. Having tidied the room to a minimal extent, Bai Yan prepared a bowl of instant noodles, hurriedly settling his dinner. Once he finished the noodles, he felt less dizzy and walked to the balcony, gazing at the diary drying in the sun. For the first time experiencing a pang of sorrow, after much effort to cherish a singular possession, he found it soaked in water. Now rendered in such a state from the blood, he wondered if it could still be salvaged. The diary would take time to dry. Despite having slept extensively during the afternoon, Bai Yan still felt weary. Thus, he turned off the lights and closed his eyes, surrendering to the enveloping darkness of slumber. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Bai Yan was roused from slumber by his biological clock. After hastily preparing a bowl of cereal for breakfast, he opened his phone and tapped on the dark red app. Unlike the first time he had opened it, this time he was not transported into the game. Instead, the app displayed a series of circular levels, numbered from 1 to 12. The icon marked 1 was illuminated, signifying that he had completed that particular level, while levels 3 through 12 remained locked. However, above the second level, a countdown timer was visible, indicating 6 days until the next event, set for the following Monday. In addition to the 12-level icons, there was another icon located in the upper right corner of the app. Upon clicking it, Bai Yan discovered a forum brimming with discussions pertaining to the game Hell's Frontline, essential for beginners. The most comprehensive game guide on the forum. A veteran of 5 levels shares survival tips. Click to learn more. Newbie assistance. I just overcame the novice level, and if the first level was this challenging, how daunting will the second level be on normal difficulty? Seeking guidance from experts. The original poster is a master of 7 levels. Searching for reliable teammates. Only non-disruptive players, please join. Seeking team members. Seeking team members. Seeking team members. The forum posts were myriad and varied, yet predominantly revolved around discussions related to the game. Intrigued, Bai Yan devoted the morning to delving into the forum, gaining considerable insight into the nature of the game and compiling a wealth of valuable information. Firstly, based on the earliest posting time on the forum, the game Hellfront made its debut approximately 1 year ago. Secondly, the game comprises 12 levels, with the first level designated as Easy Mode. Levels 2 through 6 categorized as Normal Mode, levels 7 through 9 classified as Hard Mode, and levels 10 through 12 identified as Hell Mode. Thirdly, the objective of Hellfront remains ambiguous. The forum is rife with various conspiracy theories, yet none provide credible evidence. However, one consensus among veteran players is that Hellfront does not necessarily compel players to meet their demise. Each level presents both paths of survival and death, and steering clear of the latter significantly aids in completing the game. Fourthly, players must safeguard their mobile devices, as all games can only be concluded via the return button on the app. Nonetheless, players need not overly concern themselves with the safety of their phones. Whether one possesses a counterfeit device or a premium model, once this app is installed, the phone will be rendered waterproof, fireproof, and resistant to trampling. Fifthly, players are required to engage in a game every 7 days, with the 12 levels corresponding to a total real-time duration of 78 days, or approximately 3 months. Since the first post appeared on the forum, the game has been played at least 4 times. Lastly, the game features specific matching rules. 1. According to the principle of priority, players of the same difficulty level will be matched together, such as normal with normal and hard with hard. 2. Players who click on the game within the same time frame will also be matched with one another. Due to this rule, many players in the forum enjoy seeking teammates. They search for dependable allies in the game, exchanging contact information in real life to agree on a time to enter the game simultaneously. After reviewing the gathered information in his mind, Bai Yan returned to the main page of the app, staring blankly at the gift pack icon behind level 12. Completing the game allows one to make a wish, even resurrection? Bai Yan gazed at the icon, his expression gradually becoming peculiar. After Wang Zhe's demise, he experienced an exhilarating joy for the first time. It was regrettable, however, that he was not the one to deliver the fatal blow, leaving him with an immense sense of loss. The mere thought of this incident left him feeling hollow. Yet now, he had the opportunity to resurrect him and then personally deliver the fatal strike once more. In Bai Yan's life, the occurrence of a singular joyous event would bring him immense satisfaction. Thus, if 2 moments of happiness were to overlap, it would undoubtedly yield a double dose of joy. The image of the expression on Wang Zhe's face at that time filled him with anticipation. With a new objective in mind, Bai Yan's attitude towards the game became more serious. The game's mortality rate was exceedingly high. If he maintained a carefree approach, he would inevitably face setbacks in future levels. Moreover, according to insights shared by seasoned players in the forum, the likelihood of encountering acquaintances increased in the later levels. If he let loose in the earlier stages, it would be all too easy to become a target when faced with familiar faces later on. Once, Bai Yan was indifferent to the prospect of retribution from acquaintances, embracing the thrill of a carefree existence, believing that an early demise could lead to a swift rebirth. However, his perspective has dramatically shifted. He now yearns to conquer the game and claim the coveted reward package. Thus, he resolves to adopt a benevolent demeanor in his future gaming endeavors, vowing to reform and become a person eager to assist others. With this newfound determination, Bai Yan decides to temper his approach, opting for a more discreet strategy akin to the stealth of a chicken dinner, aiming to survive until the 12th level. Glancing at the time on his phone, he notes that only a few minutes remain until noon. He opens the forum on the app, intending to peruse a few technical posts before venturing out to purchase white paint and indulge in a leisurely lunch. However, as he clicks on the forum, he encounters an alarming post, unveiling a lunatic encountered in the game. Beware of meeting him. Post 1. The author is a novice who has just cleared the beginner level. The game stage I experienced is called Eerie Puzzle. As it was my first foray into the game, I was quite flustered, ultimately muddling through to completion without fully grasping the situation. Allow me to outline the circumstances and seek your insights on where things may have gone awry. P.S. The game mode is a 4-player setup. The situation is as follows. The game requires us to complete a puzzle at a square table within 30 minutes. The pieces were easily accessible, allowing each participant to swiftly gather them. However, amidst the puzzle there lurked a malevolent spirit, prompting a burly man to seize a junior high student's puzzle piece. The original poster, a vulnerable woman, refrained from intervening out of fear of attracting trouble. At that moment, a young man stepped forward, advocating for the junior high student. Despite his own frailty, he ultimately lost his puzzle piece to the man. Yet the original poster admired his bravery and altruism. Subsequently, the young man returned the junior high student's puzzle piece to him, claiming the man's piece, which was largely filled with ominous imagery. He then gathered an assortment of clothing and seated himself to the left of the original poster. Intrigued by his collection of garments, she struck up a conversation, inquiring about his motives for taking so many. Rather than being annoyed by her abrupt approach, he generously shared the rationale behind his actions, even advising her that the snacks she had taken from the food table were meant to stave off the hunger of the deceased. The original poster, feeling overwhelmed and somewhat confused, had initially intended to consume those snacks herself, having already taken a bite out of a chocolate bar. Upon hearing his insightful analysis, she found it remarkably credible and began to hold him in high regard, contemplating how to align herself with him. Up to this point, the situation seemed rather ordinary. But soon the original poster discovered that this young man was not the good Samaritan he appeared to be. Indeed, this familiar narrative mirrored the encounters she had experienced with a certain young woman in the game. Just as Bai Yan resolved to turn over a new leaf, he was unexpectedly exposed, experiencing the harsh reality of retribution. However, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he remained composed, intent on observing the subsequent updates from the young woman. Chapter 9. As Chu Fu edited her text, the post had already garnered numerous replies. Having survived a harrowing ordeal, her emotions stirred. She typed with remarkable speed, ensuring that the audience would not have to wait long for her new post. Post 13. Someone inquired about the characteristics of this deranged individual, and I shall elaborate. This person has a shock of golden hair and pale skin, yet possesses an appearance typical of an Eastern individual. In retrospect, it seems this individual is not only mentally disturbed, but likely suffering physically as well. Judging by appearance, he appears to be in his 20s. To those who encounter him, please remain vigilant and do not fall victim as I did. Bai Yan found himself at a loss for words as Chu Fu continued to update her post. Post 14. I shall continue my tale. In summary, after the young man imparted his words to me, the crowd fell silent, focusing intently on assembling their puzzles. A few minutes later, a middle school student was the first to complete his puzzle. However, as the final piece was placed, a specter emerged from the puzzle, claiming the life of the student, who then vanished without a trace. After a middle school student was taken away by a ghost, panic ensued among the onlookers. A man, in a frenzy, threatened the host and a young man, seizing some of our snacks and clothing. Nonetheless, we resumed our puzzle assembly. As we approached completion, both the young man and I had finished our puzzles, but we hesitated over the final piece. At that moment, the man claimed his puzzle was missing a piece and accused the young man of concealing it, suggesting foul play. However, the young man vehemently defended himself. Given his prior conduct, the host believed him to be a good person and thus staunchly sided with him, attempting to pacify the middle-aged man. Subsequently, we collectively sought the missing piece for the man. In the final minute of the countdown, the young man astonishingly produced the elusive piece from his notebook. Indeed, It was the very piece he had concealed. I had a feeling this was the kind of trickery we were dealing with. The host and that man appeared quite foolish. Even I could tell with my eyes closed that something was amiss. The puzzle had passed solely through his hands. Who else could have hidden it if not him? In response to the previous comment, the host acknowledged their naivety but was self-aware. Moreover, we were all terrified in that environment. And it was our first experience with such a game, making it impossible to remain composed. Additionally, those not present could not fathom the young man's convincing performance. He had been assisting others, leading us to believe he was a principled youth. Little did we realize he was, in fact, a conniving scoundrel. In the concluding moments, the young man returned the puzzle to the middle-aged gentleman, prompting a wave of relief in the narrator, who believed the youth was merely seeking to rectify the man's arrogant demeanor. However, the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Upon receiving the puzzle, the man carelessly placed it without thorough examination, only to be consumed by the chair, for the final piece of the puzzle depicted a ghoul resembling that very chair. The young man was aware of this. The narrator had directly heard him confess that upon entering the game, he had taken an immediate disliking to the man and had resolved to eliminate him. At that time, the man had not yet provoked this so-called heroic young man. Ultimately, the narrator and this young man completed the puzzle together, and soon, the ghouls within the puzzle materialized. By feeding the starving ghost snacks, the narrator barely survived. Yet due to the insufficient quantity of snacks, he lost both arms to the ravenous specter. In that moment, he truly believed death was imminent and cursed the young man, attributing the misfortune to him. Fortunately, upon returning to reality, the injuries from the game had vanished, allowing him to cling to life. Additionally, the young man's supply of clothing was also inadequate. After using them, they suddenly disappeared. Did he perish? The narrator did not witness the female ghost devour him. To clarify for any potential confusion, the narrator wishes to provide further context. Upon returning from the game, I spent the entire morning perusing various posts, contemplating this matter as I absorbed different strategies. It was only recently that clarity dawned upon me. Initially, the game rules mandated that one must not leave the square table during the complete puzzle phase. Had the gentleman informed us of this earlier, when the man vying for the puzzle kicked his chair far away, we could have stood together to piece the puzzle, discarding our chairs, which perhaps would have spared his life. The circumstances seem to align with what the original poster has described. Is there a sage among us who could offer an analysis? The original poster feels a sense of unease, suspecting that the gentleman may have concealed something significant. In response, another user expressed their frustration, remarking on the unpredictable nature of randomly matched teammates, highlighting the uncertainty of whether they might betray you. This has solidified their resolve to seek out reliable partners instead. Another commentator, drawing from their extensive gaming experience, affirmed the original poster's instincts. They noted that the individual in question had collected an array of clothing prior to tackling the puzzle and mentioned that food was intended to satiate the starving ghost, indicating that he must have acquired information unknown to the rest of us. They also pointed out the peculiarity of him retrieving the puzzle from a diary, as it is uncommon for even writers to carry such items on their person. Given the game's tendencies, diaries are often pivotal items for documenting clues, leading me to believe there is an 80% likelihood that this diary was procured within the game world. Moreover, you are all novices, and this is a beginner's arena. Compared to the challenging levels you will face later, the difficulty of this introductory stage is relatively mild, serving as a means for players to acclimate to the game. Thus, this diary must contain essential clues, such as the origins of events and the manner of the ghost's demise, but it has been concealed from you, allowing the author to remain unscathed. To some extent, one could argue that he bears responsibility for the demise of a character within this game. Regarding the inquiries about the girl, I believe it is highly probable that she has not perished, provided the correct clues are uncovered. People are not foolish, and the beginner stage will not drive anyone to death, merely inducing a modicum of psychological pressure. In conclusion, I would advise the girl to tread cautiously. Should this individual still be alive, exposing him on the forum could be perilous, although I doubt I will encounter him. Does the original poster possess any additional information about this person? It might be prudent to disclose everything, ensuring that players remember him and assist in his early elimination. Otherwise, if you cross paths with him in the game later, the scenario could be exceedingly daunting. In a subsequent post, a user expressed gratitude for the insightful analysis, stating that due to fear and anger, they had been unable to sleep the previous night, leaving them with dark circles under their eyes. Furthermore, this individual is named Wang Zhe, and it appears he shares a name with a recent hero who acted valiantly. One must ponder how vastly different individuals can be despite sharing a name. In summary, I implore everyone to exercise extreme caution when encountering this person in the future. May God protect me from ever meeting him again, for he is as terrifying as a specter. At the end of the thread, there are numerous additional replies. Bai Yan flipped through the information for a while, discovering that there were no further clues to decipher. He set the material aside, intending to ponder his next course of action. Once this individual had been exposed in the forum, he was certain that the majority of players in Hell's frontline would become acutely aware of his presence. As he brazenly traversed through future game levels, he would undoubtedly face ostracism. Tasks such as scouting or serving as cannon fodder would likely be assigned to him first, placing his life in jeopardy and significantly increasing the difficulty of completing the game. Much like the individuals in the thread who resonated with his plight and expressed their righteous indignation, he too wished to avoid the burden of contending with human adversaries while simultaneously outmaneuvering supernatural foes, redirecting most of his energy toward evading targeted attacks from others. However, his conspicuous golden hair and fair complexion rendered him overly noticeable. Although the forum lacked a photo-sharing feature and the protagonist did not possess any images of himself, a 20-year-old man of Asian descent with golden hair and a fair complexion would surely elicit recognition from discerning eyes. I know you. You are that twisted Wang Zhe. At this juncture, Bai Yan could only feel a modicum of relief that he had chosen to remain humble and had not revealed his name. Otherwise, should the game implement a real name system, even a change in appearance would not spare him from dire consequences. After regaining a semblance of composure, Bai Yan donned a long-sleeved garment, took up his sunshade, and stepped out, with his phone tucked safely in his pocket. Originally, he intended to dine out before procuring the paint. However, he circumvented both, opting instead to descend to the nearest barber and dye his golden hair black. In China, blonde, unconventional youths are a rarity, whereas commonplace black hair is ubiquitous. Having altered his most conspicuous feature, Bai Yan surmised that with a touch of foundation to refine his complexion, he could deceive the majority of onlookers who had merely perused the forum posts. With his hair dyed, Bai Yan's appetite waned. He acquired the paint and brushes, grabbed a quick bite, and returned home to cleanse the bloodied handprints from the walls. Aside from the walls, the blood-soaked garments tossed into the washing machine the previous night remained uncleaned, with stubborn stains clinging to the shirt. Having languished in the putrid bathtub, Bai Yan would never wear the shirt again. Nonetheless, to avert undue complications, he once more cast the bloodied shirt into the washing machine, commingling it with a garment prone to discoloration. Once the shirt was thoroughly modeled, he consigned both items to a refuse sack, intending to dispose of them together during his next trip to the bins. After a busy afternoon, Bai Yan finally managed to tidy up the room, affording him the leisure to examine the diary that had been basking in the sun all morning. Unlike the walls, which could be restored, the diary was beyond redemption. The pages of the diary had become wrinkled and stuck together after being soaked, and upon drying, they adhered to one another. Bai Yan attempted to separate a page with a small knife, only to regretfully find that the ink had bled into a smudged blur, rendering every character indecipherable. With no other recourse, he discarded the diary along with 2 garments into the trash bin downstairs. Chapter 10, Mourning the Unfortunate Demise of the Diary. Bai Yan wallowed in sorrow for 2 days before managing to emerge from his despondent state. For several consecutive days, he immersed himself in studying forum strategies and engaging in physical exercise, and soon the week was drawing to a close. On the morning of the 7th day, Bai Yan began to subtly enhance his appearance with foundation and eyebrow pencil, aiming to ensure that he would not be recognized as Wang Zhe, the one ridiculed on the forum. To further disguise himself, he styled his hair and deliberately chose a casual outfit that differed from the one he wore that fateful day. Once he completed his makeup, Bai Yan placed the foundation in his shoulder bag, slinging it over his shoulder. Besides the foundation, the bag also contained hemostatic powder, bandages, a small knife, a pen, and a length of bent wire. Based on the discussions in the forum, unforeseen incidents could occur during the game, so Bai Yan had packed some lightweight tools to prepare for any potential emergencies. Moreover, he made sure not to forget his glasses this time. Bai Yan's vision was not particularly sharp. During the previous game, he nearly overlooked the puzzle piece emblazoned with the words human chair. In the realm of gaming, even the slightest omission of a letter could determine the outcome of an entire match. Thus, in addition to the pair of glasses perched upon his nose, Bai Yan had also stowed a backup pair in his satchel. Once he had adequately prepared himself for the game, He launched the Hell's Frontline app and tapped on the icon for the second level. After a few minutes of waiting, a sudden wave of dizziness engulfed him, and the surroundings transformed accordingly. As he gradually regained his composure, Bai Yan refrained from hastily surveying the alterations around him. Instead, he swiftly unlocked his phone to examine the latest game prompt. Match successful. Number of players, 8. Game difficulty, moderate. Level description. This round is titled The Haunted Villa. Complete the tasks assigned by the villa's owner, and surviving for 7 days will be deemed a victory. Background introduction. You are a recent graduate, having completed a year since leaving university. During this time, you have changed jobs thrice, each ending with your dismissal post-probation. Not long ago, you resigned from your last position and now find yourself in the dire situation of being flat broke after paying your rent. After a week of subsisting on bread, you stumbled upon a job advertisement in the newspaper, decided to make a phone call, and miraculously secured an interview. At present, you find yourself standing before a villa. After 7 days of labor, you shall receive a handsome reward, sufficient to cover next month's rent and sustain you while you seek your next employment opportunity. Game rules. 1. In this round, the player's role is that of a butler. The player must fulfill the tasks assigned by the master. Failure to do so will result in personal consequences. 2. The player is not permitted to leave the villa without the master's consent. If dismissed within the 7 days, it will be deemed a failure of the game. 3. At 5 o'clock in the morning on the 7th day, from Monday to Sunday, clicking the return button on your phone will allow you to exit the game. Unlike the novice level, the ordinary difficulty introduces background immersion. According to seasoned players, in some scenarios, this background immersion serves little purpose, merely enhancing the player's sense of involvement and creating an authentic atmosphere. However, in certain levels, it may provide critical information. The protagonist, unable to discern the nature of this particular background immersion, resolves to memorize all game hints thoroughly before switching off the phone and assessing the surroundings. As indicated by the background immersion, he indeed stands before a villa styled in European architecture. The edifice bears the marks of time. The outer iron gate is damaged, and the exterior walls, long neglected, have lost their once vibrant hues. Moreover, the villa's exterior was completely enveloped by a dense growth of ivy. This verdant foliage wrapped around the structure, climbing up to the second-floor windows and obscuring them for the most part. Bai Yan believed that, given a little more time, these plants would transform the entire villa into a lush sea of green. After surveying the villa, Bai Yan began to observe the individuals around him. Naturally, as he scrutinized others, the players who had already perused the game information were also assessing him. Perhaps influenced by the earlier post, Bai Yan felt a slight discomfort under the probing gazes of his peers. However, upon confirming that none of his acquaintances were among the players, he straightened his back, embodying the demeanor of a virtuous player without a shadowy past. This round of the game comprised 8 participants, all gathered in front of the villa, awaiting the host to open the door. Aside from Bai Yan, the group consisted of 3 women and 5 men, most of whom donned professional attire, allowing Bai Yan to easily discern their roles. There were a maid, a bodyguard, a chef, and a gardener. Among them was a woman named Ching, who leaned on 2 canes beneath her shoulders. Her dress was not particularly distinguishable, thus Bai Yan could not ascertain her role in this round of the game. Nevertheless, each individual wore a name tag prominently displayed on their chest. On Bai Yan's badge was inscribed his true name, in reality, Bai Yan. This revelation filled him with a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had refrained from divulging his name directly, or else he would have encountered the true meaning of hellish difficulty in the second round. Standing at the entrance for approximately 5 minutes, a tall man clad in a black suit and sporting sunglasses could no longer contain himself. "We've been standing here for a while, haven't we? When shall we enter? My character's role in this game is that of a bodyguard, and my name is Lu Qianni. Let me confirm, are you all players at the 3rd level? No. I am at the 2nd level. I am also at the 2nd level. My apologies, I am at the 2nd level as well. So, it appears we are all players who have just cleared the novice stage. Except for you," Bai Yan concluded. The responses were unexpected, leaving the tall man somewhat perplexed as he scratched his head. "Well, I assumed you were all at the same level as me. I didn't anticipate that you would be so bold as to match for a game in the morning. Typically, novices tend to hesitate, seldom opening the game before midnight. I believe those who can join in the morning possess a certain courage. At the very least, they won't be whimpering and dragging others down," remarked a man donned in gardening attire and wearing horticultural gloves. "Brother Lu, since you have experience with a game of ordinary difficulty, Could you enlighten us on the distinctions between ordinary difficulty and simple difficulty? Is it not all available on the forum? I presumed there was no need for elucidation. Upon being posed with this query, Lu Tianyi furrowed his brow, his countenance betraying a hint of displeasure. However, after a moment of contemplation, he conceded, "Very well. I shall provide a concise explanation. The normal difficulty introduces a background import feature, which is absent in the easy mode. This background import may assume a pivotal role within the game, as you are likely aware. As for the disparity in gameplay content, based on my personal experience, the normal difficulty is considerably more harrowing than the easy one." At this juncture, Lu Tianyi's voice adopted a more somber tone. In the previous round, there were 5 participants in total. Regrettably, all except myself perished within the game. As the seasoned players on the forum have articulated, even if one unearths clues pertaining to a path to survival in the normal difficulty level, ill fortune may still lead to succumbing to the clutches of malevolent spirits. Lu Tianyi's pronouncement cast a pall of silence over the assembly. Despite having perused numerous harrowing accounts on the forum, hearing a first-hand narration of such an experience evoked a starkly different sensation. After a protracted pause, the woman supported by crutches shattered the silence. "Esteemed colleagues, I propose that we engage in an exchange of information prior to venturing into the villa. This round necessitates enduring 7 days within the game, with a primary focus on survival and the execution of tasks stipulated by the villa's proprietor. By formulating a plan in advance, we can extend mutual assistance to one another during the game." "Indeed, you speak the truth, young lady," a good-natured man with a chef's hat affirmed. "I am Zhu Fugui, a cook by trade. You may call me Old Zhu. I shall be preparing your meals for the days to come. My name is Qing, and I am a governess in this game," the woman with the cane stated. "My identity is somewhat ambiguous, but I assure you, the attire I now wear is not my own. Upon entering the game, my original clothes transformed into this dress, befitting a governess, I presume. That explains it. I wondered how you could manage such an elaborate garment with your limited mobility," Lu Tianyi remarked, nodding. "Similarly, my sunglasses and suit manifested in this manner." Bai Yan pondered the conversation, realizing that his attire was also not the casual where he had meticulously chosen to complement his role as a butler. The game had provided him with a crisp white shirt and a black swallowtail coat. A neat bow tie adorned his collar, and his shoes were polished to a gleaming shine. Even his spectacles had been embellished with silver rims, completing his butler-esque appearance. While Bai Yan contemplated the game's purpose in assigning them roles through these costume changes, the introductions continued. "I am Su Xiaoqian, a maid. Yang Qi. The game has designated me as a cleaning lady. My name is Lu Kuei, and I am the driver here. Li Hao, gardener." Having completed their introductions, Bai Yan succinctly stated, "Bai Yan, my role is the butler." With all introductions concluded, Lu Tianyi was about to speak, but before he could utter a word, the tightly shut doors of the villa creaked open. Chapter 11. "You must be the new domestic staff," the lady of the house said in a monotone. "I have been expecting you. Please, come in." With that, she turned and headed back inside. The group exchanged glances and entered the villa in 2s and 3s. Once everyone was inside, Li Hao, the gardener, who was last to enter, closed the door behind him. Seeing this, Lu Kuei, the driver, cursed under his breath but dared not reopen it. Inside the villa, the group stood in a neat line before the mistress of the house. She counted them with her finger, and satisfied that none were missing, she nodded approvingly. "Excellent, precisely 8. For the next week, you are expected to perform your duties diligently. There is one matter you must bear in mind. Refrain from wandering about the villa beyond your designated work areas, especially the cellar. Prior to your arrival, I employed numerous servants, but they failed to execute even the most rudimentary tasks. Furthermore, they engaged in petty theft and rummaged through our belongings, disrupting the household. Consequently, I terminated their employment prematurely. As per the contract, those who are dismissed will not receive any remuneration." Her expression turned severe as she spoke. The words of the mistress were profound, yet the gathering consisted solely of gamers, well aware that this villa harbored secrets. It would be a miracle if there were no issues at all. Thus, they remained unfazed by her proclamations, each one attentively listening as she continued her admonitions. The corridor on the first floor housed the servants' quarters. You are to allocate the rooms among yourselves and may proceed to stow your belongings now. Remember, do not all crowd into one room. Each must have their own bed, lest outsiders mistakenly believe we are harsh towards our staff. Oh, and butler, you stay behind." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Bai Yan, who gestured for them to go ahead while he remained in the hall, attentively absorbing the mistress's instructions. "Butler, I shall outline the tasks that need addressing over the next few days, and shortly, you will relay these to them, instructing them to follow my directives. Understood, madam. Bai Yan replied. Our daily schedule is as follows. Meals are served at 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 6 p.m., requiring the chef to prepare 3 portions in advance and set the table. My eldest son is unwell and cannot join us for meals. Hence the maid must deliver his 3 meals daily. Please summon the maid, as I wish to speak with her personally. Of course. Furthermore, the housekeeper is responsible for maintaining the villa's cleanliness. Washing windows, tidying rooms, and laundry duties fall under her purview. Should she find herself overwhelmed, she may enlist the maid's assistance, as I do not require the maid to shadow me at all times. Do you comprehend? I understand. Is there anything else, my lady? Bai Yan meticulously noted the mistress's words while discreetly observing her expression. Nevertheless, the mistress appeared perfectly composed, save for a hint of sharpness. There was nothing amiss. Yes, there is the driver. Have him on standby, prepared with the vehicle, for the gentleman may leave at any moment. Tomorrow morning, the gentleman is to depart, and you and the bodyguard must accompany him to ensure his safety. While at home, the bodyguard can afford to be less vigilant and need not follow the gentleman at all times. After a moment's reflection, the mistress added, furthermore, instruct the gardener to tend to the roses in the garden. My youngest son has a fondness for the flowers there, and they must be well cared for. Madam, you have yet to arrange for a tutor. What duties should she undertake? Bai Yan tactfully broached the subject of Enqing. I almost neglected her. The tutor should come to my son's room for lessons each afternoon at 1 o'clock, following his midday rest after lunch, continuing until 5 o'clock, a total of 4 hours. My youngest son's health is not robust, and I do not expect him to be overly ambitious. I simply wish for him to find joy in his learning. As for the subjects, allow the tutor to follow my son's interests. He may study whatever he desires, even if it is merely listening to the tutor read. After outlining a series of tasks, the mistress concluded, in summary, if you perform your duties well, I shall ensure that you receive every penny you are owed. Since you have arrived too late today, there will be no need to prepare breakfast. Additionally, all the tools required for your work can be found in the storage room beside the servants' quarters. That is all. You may go and relay this message. Having conveyed her instructions, she added, you may then proceed to the study on the 3rd floor to meet the master. Bai Yan mentally reviewed the mistress's requirements, placed his right hand on his chest, bowed, and departed. Following her previous directions, he located the servants' quarters. As he had previously noted, the others had not awaited his arrival. Discussions regarding their accommodations had already taken place. Among them, 3 young women shared a room, while Lu Tianyi, an experienced player, and Zhu Fugue resided together. Bai Yan, along with Lu Kue and Li Hao, shared another room, which was adequately furnished with bedding, allowing them to settle in immediately. Upon Bai Yan's arrival, the group continued their discussions. Noticing him, Lu Tianyi called out, Brother, what did the mistress convey to you? What tasks has she assigned us? In response to their inquiries, Bai Yan recounted the tasks designated by the mistress. The others diligently noted their respective responsibilities, simultaneously contemplating the potential dangers that might accompany these assignments. The mistress requested that I meet with her privately. I sense something is amiss, remarked the maid, Su Xiaoqian. Her 2 sons are in poor health, and one of them requires me to deliver meals to him alone. Could it be that he is the specter from this game's trials? Conceivably, Bai Yan responded. But don't you find the lady of the house and her husband equally suspect? Though I haven't met her husband, her instructions suggest a hale and ordinary relationship. It's plausible that her 2 sons are human, and the couple are the true specters. Indeed, as the saying goes, the most unremarkable things are often the most peculiar. Having arrived in this ghastly place, how could we expect to encounter anyone ordinary? Gardener Li Hao concurred, precisely. Not necessarily, Lu Tianyi countered. There's also the possibility that all 4 inhabitants of the villa are human, and the terror stems from an external source. In games, NPCs sometimes perish before us, providing clues to circumvent deadly paths. It's conceivable that the villa itself is cursed. Not to be outdone, cleaning Lady Yangqi offered. Is it possible that the 4 individuals in the villa have long been deceased, and we are now in the presence of their specters? Each person held a distinct perspective. After a round of discussion, the group realized that any of their conjectures could hold true. Lacking concrete leads, their suppositions were deemed mere conjecture. Recognizing the futility of further debate, they ceased their arguments over who is the ghost and instead turned their attention to more pragmatic matters. In essence, we require intelligence. Without it, any conjecture is mere illusion. Finally finding a place to rest, Anqing set her crutches aside and sat on the bed, saying, I apologize, my legs are impaired, and I may hinder everyone. Anqing furrowed her delicate brows, expressing her regret. I cannot gather intelligence outside. I can only search the nearby rooms. In the coming days, I will endeavor to find any letters left by former servants or hidden compartments where things might be concealed in the servants' quarters. It's no problem at all, young lady. Leave the outside to us. Zhu Fugui felt considerable sympathy for Anqing, whose legs were injured, and reassured her with a pat on his chest. You just rest well in the room. My profession is a driver, and there is nothing for me to do in the villa. I have time until tomorrow morning. I will take a stroll in the garden with Li Hao later to see if there is anything suspicious, Lu Kuei stated. Yangqi, could you be observant while cleaning the rooms and discreetly search the drawers when no one is around? It would be best to find diaries or letters. That doesn't seem right, Yangqi said, reluctant. The game stated, players must complete the tasks assigned by the master, otherwise, they will bear the consequences. The mistress just instructed us not to wander around the villa or rummage through her belongings except for work. If we are discovered, we will surely be kicked out. Anyway, whoever wants to do it can do it. I won't risk doing that. But if we remain idle, how shall we procure any leads? Expostulated Su Xiaoqian. We are not compelling you to ransack drawers in the master's very presence. Should you abstain, expect no intelligence from us. Fend for yourself. Su Xiaoqian's words were acerbic, yet none present interceded on Yang Qi's behalf. Lu Tianyi seemed on the verge of relenting, desiring to extricate Yang Qi from her predicament. However, he reflected that should all emulate her timidity, expecting others to bear the onus while they reap the rewards, the game would be rendered futile. Observing that no one championed her cause, Yang Qi pouted, reluctantly conceding, Very well, I comprehend. I shall endeavor to search the drawers discreetly. Yet should the mistress maintain a vigilant watch, I shall assuredly not undertake any perilous actions. Yang Qi's response was hesitant and evasive. Su Xiaoqian, unable to countenance her pusillanimous demeanor, scoffed, Continue your discourse. I shall seek out the mistress forthwith. She appears disinclined to permit others to interact with her eldest son. I shall inquire, to ascertain whether I can elicit any information. Having uttered this, Su Xiaoqian, with a flourish of her skirt, departed with impetuous haste. Accompanying Su Xiaoqian was Lu Tianyi. Notwithstanding the mistress's declaration that he need not shadow the master incessantly, Lu Tianyi deemed it unconscionable for a bodyguard to remain out of sight for an entire day. He resolved to report to the master. With their departure, Lu Kuei and Li Hao, discerning no further avenue for discussion, jointly excused themselves to admire the roses in the garden. Zhu Fugui, a quintessential countryman, had always been engaged in culinary endeavors in the countryside. He found himself perplexed by the preferences of affluent city dwellers, which weighed heavily on his mind. With a furrowed brow, he wandered into the kitchen, contemplating what dishes he could prepare at midday that would please the palate of this family of four. In the 12th chapter, the villa was quite spacious, and fearing the possibility of dismissal by the lady of the house if he failed to complete the cleanings, Yang Qi also ventured to the storage room to fetch a bucket, intending to commence her chores. At present, only Bai Yan and Qing remained in their room. Bai Yan, while you were away, we discussed a matter, and Qing remarked, we discovered that this room lacks Wi-Fi, and we are unable to connect to the internet using mobile data. Can our phones even access the network here? Bai Yan expressed surprise. Have you managed to bring phones here? Not quite. We merely wish to test whether our phones would function, and Qing replied. Although we cannot access the internet, we can still communicate with each other. In the event of danger, we can call one another. As she spoke, and Qing exchanged phone numbers with Bai Yan and stored the numbers of the others in her device. Having collected 7 phone numbers, Bai Yan prepared to report to the master of the house. However, just as he departed the ladies' quarters, he noticed Zhu Fugui rushing out of the kitchen in a flurry, approaching him as if he were a beacon of hope. Brother, could you assist me? What should I do with all those items in the kitchen? Upon entering the kitchen with Zhu Fugui, Bai Yan observed an assortment of skinned meats on the cutting board, distinct from typical beef or mutton. A closer inspection revealed the meats to be of a less conventional nature: dog, cat, snake, and an unidentifiable meat, so thoroughly minced as to defy recognition. Furthermore, in his haste, Zhu Fugui had neglected to close the refrigerator. Inside, Bai Yan saw a greater quantity of cat and dog meat, juxtaposed with a meager selection of vegetables. Peculiarly, the meats were largely putrid, emitting a pungent odor detectable from afar. Just look at this assortment. What can I possibly conjure from such ingredients? Zhu Fuguei lamented. His brow furrowed with concern. He gazed upon the cat meat with a face etched in distress. I know how to prepare dog meat. We rural folk occasionally consume it. But wildcat? I've heard its flesh is excessively acidic and unpalatable. What am I to do? I've heard of a dish called dragon and tiger fight. Perhaps you could prepare that? Bai Yan suggested, despite his limited culinary expertise. Given the exclusive presence of these meats, and the absence of common beef or pork, it suggests a predilection for such fare by the homeowners. Stew them together, add a touch of vegetable, and with skillful preparation, they might find it agreeable. Very well, I shall endeavor. Zhu Fuguei acquiesced, though his countenance remained troubled. What you say possesses merit, brother, but the meats have already begun to spoil. Even with the most skillful preparation, I fear palatability will be elusive. Could you perhaps consider adding more spices to mask the unpleasant odor? During a previous social survey conducted alongside Wang Zhe, Bai Yan discovered that some astute restaurateurs, in an effort to cut costs, frequently incorporated preservatives and moisture-retaining agents into spoiled meat, passing it off as quality fare for repeated sale. Furthermore, some even more cunning proprietors would forego purchasing legitimate meat altogether, opting instead to concoct skewers from the flesh of deceased cats, decayed dogs, and rodents, merely enhancing the concoction with flavoring agents to masquerade as various types of meat. After all, once ample spices are added, consumers are rendered incapable of discerning any flavor beyond that of the seasoning. Whatever the proprietor claims the meat to be is accepted as truth. However, indulging in such dubious meat may lead to gastrointestinal distress. Nonetheless, to these restaurateurs, this is hardly a concern, as they believe that as long as it does not result in fatalities, it is not significant. During the investigation, Bai Yan was profoundly impressed by the shrewdness of these business owners. Noticing Zhu Fuguei's incredulous expression, Bai Yan reiterated, stressing, "Trust me, adding more spices is foolproof. If the kitchen has flavoring agents, use them liberally. I dare say the owners of this villa are not of sound mind. Adding more seasoning won't harm anyone." Zhu Fuguei, having worked as a chef for many years, was hearing of such practices for the first time. In the countryside, he is a man of integrity. The patrons of his restaurant are neighbors and friends, and he has never diluted his alcohol, let alone added such peculiar substances to his food. It seems the tricks of city dwellers are quite numerous. Right then, is there anything else? I shall take my leave. Seeing Zhu Fuguei immersed in contemplation, Bai Yan felt it was time to report back to his master. Hold on, don't go just yet. Zhu Fuguei quickly stopped Bai Yan, adding, I have more questions to ask. What should I do with this rat meat? I've never cooked rat before, so it's rat meat. Bai Yan felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing the nature of the meat he hadn't recognized, having momentarily entertained the thought that it was human flesh. If it were, it would have served as definitive proof that the couple were indeed ghosts. If it's not rat meat, what did you think it was? Zhu Fuguei retrieved a still living, unskinned rat from the refrigerator, adding, You city folk are knowledgeable. Tell me, how does one prepare rat meat? Why not attempt a snake devouring a rat? The snake would be dead before it could even get close to this living rat. How am I supposed to stuff the rat inside? Zhu Fuguei responded, bewildered. Perhaps you could devise a method. Otherwise, there must be a way to prepare it that suits them. Seeing Zhu Fuguei's worried expression, Bai Yan had a flash of inspiration and proposed another idea. By the way, old Zhu, have you ever heard of 3 squeaks? 3 squeaks? What is that? Zhu Fuguei asked, looking utterly perplexed. The dish known as 3 squeaks involves placing a nest of newly born mice directly onto a plate, with another plate containing sauce. As the mice are still alive, a gentle prod with chopsticks elicits a frightened squeak. Dipping the small mouse in the sauce prompts another squeak. Finally, placing the tiny creature in one's mouth results in a crunch, accompanied by one last squeak from the unfortunate mouse, hence the name 3 squeaks. Bai Yan, brimming with excitement, seemed ready to roll up his sleeves and assist Zhu Fuguei in the preparation. What kind of person would dare to eat such a dish? Zhu Fuguei sighed, contemplating how increasingly bizarre the city dwellers had become, yet he acquiesced, saying, All right. I will check the refrigerator later to see if there are any baby mice. Determined not to lose his job, Zhu Fuguei was willing to take the plunge. After bidding farewell to the audacious Zhu, Bai Yan proceeded to the 3rd floor to meet the master of the villa. Upon reaching the study, he found Lu Tianyi standing behind the master, wearing sunglasses and clasping his hands behind his back, exuding an air of diligent attentiveness. Steward, you have arrived. The master greeted Bai Yan. Do not be formal. I hear several of the newly hired are university students, all highly educated individuals. In my youth, my family was poor. I left school after junior high to work, missing the chance to continue my studies. Now that I am older, I finally have the opportunity to learn. But I lack the vigor I once had. You university students are fortunate. Think of how many books you must have read throughout your lives. You have overly praised me. The current university students, in terms of their diplomas, are not as valuable as even a middle school education in your time. Despite our extensive studies, we still struggle to secure employment, even as temporary workers for you. What a humble bunch you university students are. The male host laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the banter. I have little to attend to here. Our family is quite simple, with just 2 children to worry about. Generally, pay attention to the work of others. Tomorrow, when you accompany Xiao Lu on an outing with me, there will be no other tasks at hand. Certainly, sir. The new chef has a question he wishes to pose to you. He has some signature dishes he would like to prepare, but the ingredients in the refrigerator are quite limited. May he be permitted to venture out to procure supplies? He assures that he can prepare a delightful dinner. Although Zhu Fuguei had never uttered such words, Bai Yan boldly used his name to pose the inquiry. The male host appeared somewhat intrigued by the notion of specialty dishes, but after a moment's contemplation, he declined the proposal. Every evening at 8 o'clock, a delivery truck arrives with fresh supplies. We are accustomed to that particular vendor's offerings and have no desire to experiment with others. Let the chef utilize the ingredients available in the kitchen. Our family is not particularly finicky about food varieties, though we do have a preference for meat. Understood, sir. Bai Yan took note of the delivery schedule, planning to investigate the details of this company later that evening. After bowing to the male host, Bai Yan descended the stairs to seek out old Zhu in the kitchen. Remove the passage regarding borrowing names. He reiterated the male protagonist's opinions, resulting in deeper confusion for Zhu Fuguei. The family residing in the villa relishes meat. Yet do they prefer it in its pure, unadulterated form or with robust flavors? Upon observing the putrid, spoiled ingredients, Zhu Fuguei found himself disinclined towards either option. Noticing Zhu Fuguei's indecision, Bai Yan suggested, you might consider preparing several varieties. When the time comes, serve them all together. With the experience from your first attempt, you'll be more mindful in the future. Bai Yan was not inherently inclined to assist others, despite having recently vowed to transform himself into a virtuous individual over the next 3 months. However, given his commitment to reform, he could at most refrain from stepping upon the hands of those desperately reaching from the precipice, choosing instead to feign ignorance and depart. Nevertheless, the role assigned to him in the game was that of a butler, and should he neglect to aid fellow players, he would ultimately share the burden of any ensuing troubles. Throughout his life, Bai Yan had always been the one to pass the blame onto others, never one to bear it himself. Presently, he had no desire to endure such a wretched experience. After advising old Zhu, Bai Yan lent a hand in the kitchen for a while. As lunchtime approached, they had entered the villa at 10:30, while Zhu Fuguei had truly begun his culinary endeavors at 11. As Zhu Fuguei neared the completion of his tasks, Bai Yan set the table in advance, arranging the utensils and placing the napkins. Although the dialogue with the male protagonist suggests that he is a self-made, affluent individual with little regard for trivialities, one must wonder why he employs a butler and maid, ensuring they don the attire befitting their roles. Bai Yan, not wishing to be careless in minor matters, meticulously revisited the procedures he was acquainted with to avoid any potential grievances from the villa's proprietors that could lead to his dismissal. Chapter 13. Before long, the clock struck 12. The maid, Su Xiaoqian, descended the stairs alongside her mistress and, upon spotting Zhu Fuguei serving dishes, informed her employer before hastening to the kitchen to assist him. Through their combined efforts, the dishes were soon arrayed upon the dining table. However, as they reached the last dish, Su Xiaoqian's countenance turned ashen. The plate she carried contained the infamous 3 squeaks dish. Upon witnessing the feeble, huddled mice, she trembled as she placed the dish on the table, nearly succumbing to the urge to hurl it away. With all the culinary offerings now presented, the mistress picked up a plate and filled it generously with an assortment of dishes, creating a veritable feast. Subsequently, she selected another juvenile rodent, lavishly coating it in sauce, and meticulously placed the umber-hued creature atop the accumulating mound on the plate. Following this, the hostess presented the platter to Su Xiaoqian, murmuring instructions, "Deliver these to my eldest son. He resides within the cellar. I previously acquainted you with its location. My son has been experiencing a bout of melancholy of late and has lost his appetite. Ensure that he consumes these offerings and coax him if necessary." Observing the diminutive rodents writhing and struggling atop the repast, Su Xiaoqian felt an almost irrepressible urge to emit a piercing scream. However, cognizant of the ramifications of imprudence within the game, she nodded with a rigid countenance and responded with considerable difficulty, "Yes, madam, I understand." As she bore the platter, the juvenile rodents continued their feeble squeaks. Unable to endure such torment, Su Xiaoqian hastened her departure from the hall, intent on expeditiously delivering the contents of the plate. Subsequent to Su Xiaoqian's departure, the host and his second son descended to partake in the meal, assuming their respective seats. "Who prepared the luncheon?" The host inquired abruptly after taking his seat. It was I," Zhu Fuguei responded with trepidation, facing the host's query. Despite his assiduous efforts, the putrescent feline and canine flesh proved insusceptible to transformation into a palatable dish. He heeded Bai Yan's counsel. However, the kitchen lacked the alchemical additives necessary to transmute decay into delight, save for condiments. Thus, despite the copious application of spices, he was unable to fully mask the nauseating, fetid odor. Fortunately, the master of the house merely posed the question casually. Having inquired, he remained silent, instead picking up his knife and fork and eating with relish. Whether it was the dragon and tiger fight or other dishes, including the macabre cat and dog heads, he and the mistress consumed them with gusto, swiftly devouring all the meat dishes. Their younger son, however, did not share their hearty appetite. He only drank 2 spoonfuls of soup and ate a small amount of vegetables, after which he left his utensils untouched. This resulted in all the leftovers, except for the meat dishes devoured by the couple, being piled on the boy's plate. The younger son's unusual behavior attracted the attention of everyone present. The fact that the game allowed them to live in this villa, taking care of the family of 4, indicated that this family was far from ordinary. With this psychological preparation, everyone readily accepted the mistress and master's macabre menu, but the boy's excessive normality seemed abnormal. Including Bai Yan, everyone had their own speculations. However, now was not the time to discuss the matter, and they all stood silently, waiting for the 3 to finish their lunch. Indeed, today's dishes were excellent. Having enjoyed a satisfying meal, the master of the house appeared quite sated. Especially that dish of mice with sauce. The flavor was particularly good. It seems the chef put his heart into it. Thank you. Zhu Fuguei dared not take the credit, stuttering as he implicated Bai Yan. This dish was not actually my idea. It was taught to me by the butler. Without the butler's guidance, I would never have thought to cook in this way. It appears that our steward possesses quite a discerning mind. Splendid. Do continue in this manner. The master of the house expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Steward, I just received a phone call. In 2 days, I intend to host a banquet at home, inviting a few old friends. You may begin preparations for the event, but do not forget, there must be a dish featuring mouse on the dining table." "I shall remember." "Sir," Bai Yan noted as he inscribed the task in his memorandum, before resuming his observation of the family's younger son. Just as before, the boy did not take another bite throughout the dinner, allowing Zhu Fuguei to clear all the dishes from the table. After the meal, the couple ascended to their chambers early. When the boy sluggishly rose to leave, Bai Yan hastened over, bowed respectfully, and softly inquired, "Young master, was today's fare not to your liking? I noticed you scarcely ate." In response to Bai Yan's inquiry, the boy merely glanced up at him without uttering a word. Recognizing the boy's unwillingness to engage, Bai Yan understood that he would not glean any further information. The role assigned to him in this game was that of the household steward, which, at its core, is merely that of a servant. Regardless of the boy's tender age, he remains one of the masters of this household. For whatever reason, it is inappropriate for a servant to question a master. Thus, Bai Yan had to relinquish this opportunity and watch as the boy departed. Once all 3 masters of the villa had vacated, Lu Qianni, who had served as a bodyguard throughout the morning, along with the cook Zhu Fuguei and Bai Yan, finally had the chance to convene and exchange the intelligence each had gathered. As it currently stands, although the owner of the villa possesses peculiar tastes, he has not truly mastered the art of capitalist exploitation. They generously allotted an hour for their midday respite, during which they convened with Anqing, who was unable to move easily and seldom left her quarters, alongside others who had gathered to exchange intelligence. Lu Kuei and I found nothing of interest in the garden. The roses were merely ordinary blooms, devoid of any peculiarity. The gardener, Li Hao, inquired, "What about you? Have you discovered anything?" "Nothing," I replied. The male host spent the entire morning engrossed in his books, and I stood quietly behind him without noticing anything amiss. Lu Qianni lamented, while the male host was reading. I attempted to request permission to leave the villa, or at least to explore the premises to better ensure his protection, but he refused, asserting that the place was secure and did not require my undue attention. If there is no danger, why engage a bodyguard? The wealthy are truly idle. Lu Kuei remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It seems he employs a bodyguard merely to flaunt his status, as the presence of someone standing behind him accentuates his noble identity. Brother Lu, why concern yourself with him? At this moment, we are still uncertain whether he is man or specter. Throughout the morning, Li Hao and Lu Kuei developed a rapport, and he jested. Moreover, if he were an NPC, he likely wouldn't survive beyond 7 days. He might very well perish before our departure, heroically sacrificing himself to pave the way for us. Alas, do you find these discussions meaningful? Yang Qi interjected, her voice tinged with melancholy. I yearn for something more substantial. This morning, I acted upon your counsel, yet my efforts bore no fruit. The mistress of the house and the young child remained ensconced in their chambers, their watchful eyes deterring any clandestine search. The remaining guest rooms yielded nothing of consequence, save for discarded paper. I toiled throughout the morning, cleaning and sifting through these trifles, to the point of exhaustion, and yet, no one offered a hand. Yang Qi's lamentations were met with a collective silence. Each member of the group had been assigned specific tasks by the villa's proprietor, leaving them with no spare time to assist her. Furthermore, upon their arrival, the mistress had decreed that only the cleaning lady and maids were authorized to tidy the rooms. The maid had been occupied with assisting the lady of the house and was later dispatched to deliver lunch, leaving her unable to lend a hand. As Yang Qi voiced her grievances, Bai Yan's mind began to stir. He had initially hoped that his teammates would prove more capable than those who dared to queue for matches only at the stroke of midnight. While their overall quality had indeed improved, with the absence of individuals prone to hysterics upon entering the game, this elevation in character did not necessarily equate to intellect. Several of his teammates, he observed, seemed to lack mental acuity. However, this lack of intelligence was not without its advantages. Those of simple minds were easier to manipulate, to cajole into reckless actions, and, if necessary, to sacrifice as cannon fodder. As this line of thought began to take root, Bai Yan swiftly dismissed it. He recited softly within, to wish for secrecy, one must refrain from wrongdoing. As one acts, the heavens observe. Constantly traversing the riverside, how can one avoid wet shoes? His mind still simmered with fervor, yearning for mischief, prompting him to repeat the lines several times until he finally cooled down, relinquishing the delight in plotting against his companions. In the last game, he had let himself go, leaving behind a post that revealed his identity, which lingered on the homepage for 6 days, likely still visible. Unless he could eliminate all his teammates from that match, his true identity was bound to be exposed eventually, caught by some surviving player and posted on the forum. He could not presume everyone to be a fool. Moreover, in the latter stages of the game, finding reliable teammates was the optimal strategy for success. The endgame was fraught with peril, and random matchmaking posed immense risks. Should he encounter a team of annihilators, they would all meet their demise from the very start, oblivious to how they perished. At the very least, until he secured the grand prize of victory, he must exercise restraint. For the sake of ultimate joy, he had to forego trivial pleasures. Perhaps, once he resurrected Wang Zhe and dispatched him, he could seek another app and indulge in another round. By then, he would be free to play as he pleased. Following the quartet's exposition of their respective discoveries, Bai Yan, noticing Zhu Fugue's silence, interjected on his behalf. During my assistance to old Zhu in the kitchen, I observed that the larder was almost entirely stocked with putrid feline, canine, serpentine, and rodent flesh, with a mere scattering of vegetables, barely sufficient for another meal. The hosts partook heartily of meat at luncheon, expressing particular delight in old Zhu's 3 squeaks. Furthermore, the younger son abstained from the meat, consuming only a modicum of vegetables and broth, evincing a seeming aversion to the tainted flesh. Upon hearing Bai Yan's intelligence, Enqing thoughtfully gnawed at her finger. However, her contemplation was abruptly interrupted by Yang Qi's piercing shriek. The kitchen is replete with rancid meat? What shall we consume? I refuse to ingest deceased felines and rodents. Chapter 14. Why must you vociferate with such intensity? Beware of being overheard. Startled by Yang Qi's outburst, Li Hao's countenance underwent a sudden transformation. Should we be overheard, we risk expulsion. There is no cause for alarm, asserted. The villa possesses excellent soundproofing. In truth, Yang Qi raises a pertinent point. Our sojourn here is slated to last a week. We cannot subsist without sustenance for such a duration. Even the most robust constitution would succumb. Observing the collective despondency, Ching offered an apologetic smile. Pardon my oversight. I neglected to mention the discovery of this item beneath the bed. Ching produced a compressed biscuit and displayed it for all to see. I initially thought that with Chef Zhu around, we wouldn't need to resort to this. However, since the provisions in the kitchen are inedible, we shall have to rely on this sustenance for the next few days. Compressed biscuits? Such a thing exists. Upon hearing Ching's words, the crowd's interest was piqued. In truth, if one were to be resolute, those snakes and rats could indeed serve as food. But for two reasons. Firstly, these creatures had likely spoiled, and secondly, they harbored a plethora of parasites. Consuming such fare would leave no one assured of avoiding an upset stomach. In the realm of this game, gastrointestinal distress could prove fatal. Miss Ching, where are the compressed biscuits? Are they all under your bed? Lu Tianyi inquired. No, the boxes are beneath Brother Lu's bed. I couldn't move them, so I only took one with me, Ching replied. I observed that there are 2 large boxes of compressed biscuits. One box has been partially opened, but the remaining supply should suffice for our needs over the next week. I just wonder if they are past their expiration date. Compressed biscuits typically have a lengthy shelf life, and even if they are expired, they are certainly preferable to consuming those foul rodents, Lu Kuei remarked. Damn it. The owner of this place is quite wealthy. We should inquire whether he would permit us to go out for a meal. In this day and age, employing servants surely comes with some provisions for sustenance, does it not? Nay, we mustn't, cautioned Ching. We are yet to ascertain whether the villa's proprietor is corporeal or spectral. Should you inquire, and the owner questions our abstinence from the refrigerator's contents, our ruse shall be exposed. Furthermore, as temporary occupants, it behooves us to eschew complications and needless perils. Young lady, thou speakest true. Much gratitude, Zhu Fuguei concurred, nodding profusely. After a brief deliberation, all assented to the proposal of consuming the compressed biscuits. Their sojourn was merely a week's duration, not a lifetime residence. Upon their return to reality, they could indulge in any culinary desire. Thus, it was imprudent to court adversity for a mere morsel. Following Ching's intelligence, Zhu Fuguei and Lu Tianyi conveyed the crates to Ching's chamber, placing both cartons upon the table. One carton contained peanut-flavored biscuits, while the other held pork floss. As some time had elapsed since morning, Bai Yan found himself peckish. He procured a peanut biscuit, scrutinized its aroma, and, deeming it innocuous, took a bite, swallowing the fragments. Remarkably, these compressed biscuits possessed a delightful chewiness, albeit with a pronounced salinity. A single bite incited an intense thirst. He sought cool water in the kitchen, and upon his return to the chamber, he discovered Su Xiaoqian, the meal deliverer, had also returned. Within the room, Su Xiaoqian's countenance was visibly distressed. Her hands were damp, and her skirt bore traces of moisture, indicative of a thorough ablution. Upon the arrival of Bai Yan, she composed herself and, with a quivering tone, exclaimed, I have encountered the eldest son of this household. The matron had merely informed me of her son's frail health and recent emotional turmoil. Yet she failed to disclose that her eldest also grapples with mental afflictions. Su Xiaoqian's words invigorated the assembly. After a morning of labor, their only discovery was the peculiar dietary habits of the family, with no other significant leads. Now, upon Su Xiaoqian's revelation, they perceived it as a substantial breakthrough, and they collectively settled into a hushed anticipation, eager to discern what she had unearthed. As the attention of the group converged upon her, Su Xiaoqian inhaled deeply, striving to quell her anxiety, and continued, her voice trembling, I carried a plate of rat meat to the cellar, where I encountered an iron door, behind which a person was confined. Upon hearing my presence, the individual began to shout at me with desperation, You are all insane. It is not I who is mad. Release me. Please, let me out. He insisted. You must be deranged. You are all utterly insane. At this juncture, a flicker of fear crossed Su Xiaoqian's eyes. The timbre of that voice was shrill, uncharacteristic of a sane individual, resembling that of a lunatic. And I felt an overwhelming dread upon hearing it. As I approached, I discovered that the door was securely locked, impossible to open. With only a small aperture at the bottom, just sufficient for the plate to pass through, rendering escape for the person inside utterly unfeasible. After a brief pause, Su Xiaoqian continued. Then, I approached and crouched down, catching a whiff of an unpleasant odor emanating from within the door, quite overpowering. I gently tapped on the door, informing the individual inside that I had brought lunch, only to be met with a vehement shout instructing me to leave and take the food away, as he had no desire to eat it. If this was not merely a tantrum, It suggested that both the eldest and second sons of this household shared a similar aversion to food. Noticing Su Xiaoqian's confusion, Bai Yan recounted the events of lunchtime. All the meat dishes prepared by old Zhu had been consumed by both the male and female heads of the household. Yet their second son had partaken only of a small portion of vegetables and soup, leaving the meat untouched. An aversion to food, perhaps. Su Xiaoqian nodded, appearing somewhat calmer. From his words, it is evident that he harbors a strong distaste for this food, even finding it repulsive. However, the mistress insisted that I ensure he eats, and fearing I would fail in fulfilling her request, I pretended to offer assistance, promising to help him out and coaxing him into consuming some. I heard the sound of swallowing from within, though I couldn't ascertain whether he finished everything. Nevertheless, when the plate was retrieved, it was entirely empty, suggesting he must have eaten it all. The information Su Xiaoqian brought was substantial, prompting everyone to ponder each word carefully. After a moment, Qing inquired, "Did you inquire about any news regarding the villa? Also, are you certain he is indeed the eldest son of this family?" "I believe it is indeed him, for there exists but one door in the cellar, and I distinctly heard only his voice. In this regard, Su Xiaoqian is quite certain. In truth, I suspect that he and the second son might be the most rational individuals within this household. Although he exhibits a touch of madness, his speech often lacks coherence. Yet both he and the second son refrain from consuming dead rats or cats, which sufficiently attests to their humanity." "Not necessarily." Bai Yan pondered for a moment after hearing Su Xiaoqian's words, then suddenly raised her head and remarked, "If they were both sane, why is he confined in the cellar while the second son remains unharmed? Surely, anyone forced to consume dead rats day in and day out would lose their sanity." Su Xiaoqian replied, "If it were me, I would have gone mad long ago. During times of famine, people have resorted to cannibalism, yet not everyone succumbs to madness." As soon as Bai Yan finished speaking, she felt there was something amiss in her reasoning and quickly amended, "However, you may be right. There could be other unknown reasons that led to the eldest son's confinement. By the way, have you inquired about the villa? Did he mention anything about his parents?" Bai Yan asked. "No. If he had, I would have informed you at once." Su Xiaoqian shook her head. "His mind is truly disturbed. Aside from his frantic cries for freedom and his insistence that he is not mad, he evades the food I bring him and refuses to answer any questions. He must be quite deranged." After expressing this, Su Xiaoqian indicated that she truly knew nothing more. The anomaly exhibited by the eldest son alerted everyone to the likelihood that something significant had transpired, potentially related to their current predicament in the game. After a brief discussion, the group resolved to continue their engagement with him, hoping to restore his sanity and unveil the secrets that remained shrouded in mystery. Naturally, due to her position, this arduous task was entrusted to Su Xiaoqian. As the maid of the villa, she was tasked with delivering 3 meals a day to the eldest son, affording her numerous opportunities for interaction. However, the mere thought of delivering food caused Su Xiaoqian's expression to shift once more. The image of that repulsive meal made her stomach churn, yet as midday approached, hunger gnawed at her, prompting her to inquire, "What shall we have for lunch?" With the break nearing its conclusion, she was unwilling to work on an empty stomach. "Here, compressed biscuits." Bai Yan tossed her a meat-flavored one. Su Xiaoqian tore open the packaging and hastily shoved it into her mouth, lacking the inclination to savor its flavor. While she consumed her snack, others who had yet to eat felt compelled to partake as well, considering the long afternoon of work that lay ahead. Failing to nourish themselves now might render them incapable of coping with unforeseen challenges later. As the group munched on their food, Qing, while biting into her compressed biscuit, addressed everyone, "By the way, there is something else. While we were conversing earlier, I didn't have the chance to mention it. During the search of several rooms today, I spotted a small stain of blood at the head of one of the beds. The stain had dried for quite some time, and coupled with the dark color of the bed frame, I nearly overlooked it. I personally believe that these several rooms are indeed servant quarters, inhabited solely by the staff. Thus, the bloodstain is likely to belong to one of the previous workers." Qing sighed and remarked, "The lady mentioned that those individuals were neither efficient nor clean in their tasks, which led to their dismissal. It now appears that their departure was not ordinary. Rather, it is highly probable that they met with foul play. Given the circumstances of this villa, their normal exit would indeed be fraught with difficulty. If there were no issues, why would the game have brought us here?" Bai Yan's eyes flickered with a grim realization as he articulated an even more disturbing truth. If the deceased are indeed those former employees, we need not ponder the repercussions of being dismissed for wrongdoing. We won't need the game to take action. The specters within this villa will surely usher us into the depths of hell. Chapter 15. Although we had anticipated such disheartening news, the revelation still cast a pall over the group's spirits. After a brief discussion, as an hour approached its end, those who had yet to satiate their hunger hastily devoured their compressed biscuits and gulped down a few swigs of water before swiftly departing to resume their duties. The afternoon in the villa passed uneventfully. After attending to the needs of the male and female hosts and the young master, the day's work was considered complete. In the evening, Su Shaoqian prepared the beds for the villa's occupants ahead of time, only to be informed that she could retire for the night, as her presence was not required for the vigil. Upon hearing this instruction, Su Shaoqian let out a sigh of relief. Although no one had perished that day and the owners of the villa appeared quite amiable, she still harbored an aversion to spending the night alone with the master of the house. In her view, solitary individuals were most susceptible to mishaps, and she found solace only in the company of fellow players who had entered the game alongside her. After finishing her tasks, she hastily made her way to the servants' quarters without even pausing for a drink of water. By the time she arrived, the others had already gathered, leaving only her absence. Upon her entrance, Enqing greeted her with a smile, and seeing that no one was missing from the room, Su Shaoqian felt a wave of relief wash over her. She grabbed a compressed biscuit and began to eat while listening to the group discuss the events of the afternoon. Shaoqian, while you were away, we exchanged a few words. But Brother Liu and the others did not uncover anything particularly noteworthy, Enqing remarked. However, while I was tutoring the young master this afternoon, I stumbled upon a rather peculiar piece of information. What information? Su Shaoqian inquired. I toiled the entire afternoon without discovering anything of significance. The eldest son, confined in the cellar, remains as erratic as he was at noon, uttering nothing of value aside from his madness. At 1 o'clock this afternoon, Brother Zhu carried me up to the second floor to the young master's room for my lesson. Upon entering, the young master did not engage in conversation, but merely handed me a book, indicating that I should read. Thus, I complied with his wishes and spent the entire afternoon reading aloud. He remained silent throughout the entire afternoon, merely listening to you recite. Upon hearing this, Bai Yan raised his hand and inquired. I noticed he barely touched his lunch. When I asked if he was dissatisfied with the meal, he merely cast a glance at me without uttering a word. The younger son of this household could not possibly be mute, could he? As Bai Yan posed his question, Enqing paused her narration, reflecting earnestly. Indeed, throughout that entire afternoon, the young master had not spoken a single word to her. Even when her throat grew hoarse and she sought permission to pause for water, he remained unresponsive, simply gazing at her in silence. No, he did not speak. Perhaps your suspicion holds true, Enqing continued. He has not exchanged a word with me, nor has he made any requests. However, I cannot afford to be complacent. Once my throat felt somewhat better, I resumed reading. The young master himself exhibited no peculiarities. Rather, it was strange that he desired me to recount tales. Upon completing the book, I realized it was a suspenseful ghost story. A ghost story? Upon hearing this, Yang Qi gasped, nearly letting out a scream. Indeed, a ghost story. Moreover, it is not just this one. During my brief respite for water, I caught glimpses of several titles in his room, each one more terrifying than the last. If I am not mistaken, all these books are horror novels, each one a ghost story. After an afternoon of narrating, Enqing's voice had grown somewhat hoarse. She took a sip of water and continued. This tale is rather lengthy, so I shall not delve into intricate details, but rather provide a brief overview of the plot. The story unfolds in a village where, one day, a series of mysterious disappearances occur, each victim vanishing under the cover of night. After enduring a harrowing experience, 2 children from the village uncover the source of these disappearances, a malevolent entity known as the Knocking Ghost. At the stroke of midnight, this ghost selects an individual, knocks on their door, and silently stands at the foot of their bed, employing various means to awaken them. If the Knocking Ghost realizes you are awake, it will mercilessly take your life, thus explaining the disappearances. Why does the Knocking Ghost compel you to recount this story? Bai Yan squinted, pondering the deeper significance of the tale. Does it possess an ending? What ultimately befalls the 2 children in the book? Regrettably, it is a tragedy. Both children meet their demise. Enqing sighed and reflected. Since returning, I have pondered whether this serves as a grim warning from the game. The bloodstains on the bedside suggest that previous servants met their fate within the room. Could this story of the Knocking Ghost hint at the method of the ghost's killings? So, what can be done? Even the most timid of us, Yang Qi, is on the verge of tears. How can one avoid being slain by the knocking ghost? As long as one can convince the knocking ghost that you remain in slumber, escape is possible. This is the suggestion made in the book. And Ching remarked, those two children were awakened by the knocking ghost, which ultimately led to their demise in the grand finale. Intriguingly, if this holds true, then this young master is quite extraordinary. Bai Yan stroked his chin, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Based on the experiences shared by predecessors on the forum, the most perilous moments in such games, spanning several days, occur during the night. If the book indeed hints at a path to survival, we must safeguard this pivotal character. Perhaps he, like the eldest son, possesses knowledge of something crucial. Yet, if this child is also part of the conspiracy, adhering to the book's guidance may hasten our demise. After the tragic loss of all his teammates in the previous round, Lu Tianyi now harbors skepticism towards any clues. In my view, such hints are merely for consideration. When confronted with a similar situation, one must rely on actual circumstances for judgment rather than blindly trusting. Noticing that the group absorbed his words, Lu Tianyi continued, in summary, based on my experiences from the last game, something will undoubtedly transpire tonight. It is possible that someone may encounter a ghost at their door. Regardless of what occurs, I hope everyone can maintain their composure. If necessary, raise a loud cry for help, for only through calmness can one find a path to survival in dire situations. Upon finishing, several individuals wore expressions of distress. After hearing this tale, they felt a chilling unease, wishing fervently that they could all huddle together in one room. For the greater the company, the bolder their spirits would be. However, the mistress forbade them from crowding into a single room, and they dared not face the consequences of defying her orders. Thus, as the clock approached 8, the guests gradually dispersed, leaving the quarters of the three young ladies. Lu Kuei and Li Hao intended to venture into the garden, seeking to uncover any clues that the night might reveal, while Bai Yan and Lu Tianyi accompanied Zhu Fuguei to the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the transport vehicle at 8 o'clock, eager to investigate the source of their ingredients. At 8, a transport vehicle halted before the villa. Observing the driver alight to unload the cargo, the trio approached to receive the new supplies. As expected, similar to those languishing in the refrigerator, the offerings consisted entirely of deceased cats and dogs, all in a state of decay, emitting a foul odor that was detectable from a distance. Master, why is it that everything you brought is spoiled? Lu Tianyi volunteered to assist in moving the goods. As he and Zhu Fuguei carried the ingredients inside, Bai Yan drew near to the driver, summoning the courage to engage him in conversation. The driver, a robust man with dark skin, appeared as a shadowy figure against the night backdrop. Clad in similarly dark attire, he seemed almost invisible in the dim light, making it difficult to discern his presence until he was almost upon you. Our company's ingredients all look like this. If you don't like it, don't buy, the driver remarked, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, allowing Bai Yan to finally ascertain where the man's face was positioned. In truth, I harbor no particular grievances regarding the ingredients. Their rich flavor is rather exquisite. It appears that the driver may be an individual loyal to the company. Bai Yan promptly ingratiated himself, inquiring, I am the newly appointed steward. May I ask when my masters placed their order with your esteemed company? Half a year ago, came the reply. Besides selling ingredients, does your company engage in any other ventures? Young man, the driver cautioned, I advise you not to pry too deeply. Sometimes, the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. With that cryptic remark, the driver, impervious to Bai Yan's attempts at further conversation, retreated to the vehicle. As he pressed the accelerator, the truck roared to life, departing and leaving Bai Yan enveloped in a cloud of exhaust. What does this signify? The driver's brusque demeanor left Bai Yan somewhat disheartened. However, through their brief exchange, he gleaned that the anomalies had first arisen at least 6 months prior. Furthermore, what did the driver's warning truly imply? Was it a subtle admonition to refrain from investigating the origins of the ingredients? Burdened with questions, Bai Yan returned to the kitchen, where Zhu Fuguei and Lu Tianyi had already stored all the ingredients in the refrigerator. Although the couple could consume even the most putrid food with relish, they could not afford to be overly careless. Once the two had finished their tasks, Bai Yan relayed the driver's message to them before turning back to his room to prepare for rest. Upon entering his chamber, he noticed that Lu Kuei and Li Hao had yet to return. While they were away, Bai Yan hastily completed his grooming, applying foundation to his face before removing his glasses and lying flat on the bed, allowing himself to drift into slumber. The clock in the room ticked rhythmically. Unbeknownst to him, he soon succumbed to sleep. In the dead of night, Bai Yan was jolted awake by the resounding sound of snoring. In a state of drowsiness, he instinctively attempted to open his eyes, but quickly remembered he was in a game. He feigned discomfort, adjusting his sleeping position, casually placing one hand over his eyes, and slightly cracking open his eyelids through the gap between his fingers. Knock, 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 knock. Just as he opened his eyes, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the door. No response came from within, and the person outside continued to rap insistently. Inside the room, Bai Yan could distinctly hear Lu Kuei's loud snoring and Li Hao's incoherent murmuring. It was evident that, apart from him, no one was in a position to answer the door. Who could be knocking at this hour? In the dead of night, in this unfamiliar setting, Bai Yan could not help but recall the eerie story recounted by Qing during the day, the one about the ghost that knocks on doors. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted. At this moment, Bai Yan was certain that the knocker was definitely not a fellow player who had entered the game with him. If it were a player, they would surely speak while knocking. Thus, this person could only be a ghost. Sensing that the visitor bore ill intent, Bai Yan regulated his breathing, striving to render it tranquil, akin to that of a slumbering individual. He remained silent, continuing to lie motionless like a corpse, counting the seconds in his mind. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the incessant knocking at the door finally ceased. In the darkness, Bai Yan patiently awaited for 10 minutes. Yet no further sounds of knocking reached his ears. Had the person who knocked departed? He lay still, hesitant to rise and investigate. After a brief interval, he cautiously reopened his tightly shut eye, using his fingers as a shield to surreptitiously observe his surroundings. Bai Yan's vision was not particularly acute, and coupled with his reluctance to fully open his eye, the view he obtained was merely the width of his fingers. However, even this narrow glimpse was sufficiently chilling. Bathed in the moonlight that streamed into the room, he discerned the presence of a person who had quietly taken position at the head of his bed, unbeknownst to him. Due to the limited field of vision, Bai Yan could not ascertain whether this person was bowing their head, scrutinizing the eye that peeked through his fingers. How long had they stood before his bed? Had they entered the moment the knocking ceased? A myriad of terrifying hypotheses flooded his mind, causing Bai Yan's heart to skip a beat, nearly forgetting to maintain a steady breath. He struggled to stabilize the rhythm of his breath. However, the knocking specter was no longer content merely to observe. Its form paused for a fleeting moment before commencing a violent tremor. Bai Yan stared unblinkingly ahead. Yet the revelations before him were limited. He frantically speculated on the bizarre occurrences unfolding before him, but before he could ponder further, he perceived a spherical object materializing within his field of vision, growing larger by the instant. In that moment, Bai Yan grasped the gravity of the situation and promptly closed his eyes. Almost simultaneously, he felt a rigid object brush against his fingertips, accompanied by something akin to a soft, bead-like entity rolling across them. He understood. This was the eye of the knocking specter. The specter had removed its head, pressing its eye firmly against his fingers. Although his vision was obscured by his digits and veiled by elongated lashes, if he were to open his eyes even slightly, he would undoubtedly fall under the specter's gaze. In an instant, a chill enveloped Bai Yan's heart. At that very moment, he needed not to open his eyes. He could vividly conjure a complete picture in his mind. The knocking specter held its head in hand, unwaveringly fixated on his eye through the narrow crevice of his fingers, listening intently to his breath with its close-set head. Its hand roamed across his chest, seemingly probing for the rhythm of his heartbeat. Should it detect any anomaly, it would act without hesitation. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced rapidly. After the knock of the ghost, an unearthly stillness enveloped the room. Apart from the faint rustle of fabric, the sounds of snoring and sleep-talking had long ceased, leaving only the rhythmic sound of several breaths rising and falling. Throughout this unsettling encounter, the ghost remained silent. Time stretched in the tense standoff between man and specter. Eventually, it seemed the ghost had relinquished its attempt to rouse him from slumber. Bai Yan merely sensed a weight beside his head, as if something had materialized next to him, followed by a distant scuffle of retreating footsteps, indicating the ghost's departure. Yet, Bai Yan found no solace in this. Sharing a pillow with the ghostly head, he could hardly fathom how he endured until dawn. As the first light approached, the ghost returned once more to reclaim its head. However, Bai Yan remained utterly still, fearful of a trick, lest it return midway. The arduous night finally passed, and upon hearing Li Hao's robust rising sounds, accompanied by the alarm clock he had set the previous night, Bai Yan cautiously cracked open his eyelids. Confirming that the ghost was not lying in wait, and that the head beside his pillow had indeed vanished, he finally dared to sit up, exhaling a sigh of relief. Witnessing the sunlight streaming through the window, Bai Yan felt an unprecedented gratitude for the dawn. He sincerely hoped that the ghost would not choose him as its unfortunate target again tonight. Having a head beside him had severely disrupted his quality of sleep. After washing up in the bathroom, Bai Yan donned his tailcoat and nibbled on a compressed biscuit for breakfast. As dawn broke, Bai Yan, embodying the epitome of a competent valet, meticulously pressed the day's newspaper for his master. Subsequently, he reverently carried both the newspaper and breakfast into the room. Observing the master devour the unappetizing concoction of decayed serpents, felines, and rodents with ravenous gusto. While ironing the newspaper, Bai Yan surreptitiously perused its contents, lamenting the absence of any information of consequence. The celebrated luminaries featured in the entertainment section were entirely unknown to him. The global superpowers orchestrating geopolitical events were equally unfamiliar. Even the date imprinted on the newspaper, March 22, 2010, starkly diverged from the timeline of the real world. Nothing served as a more poignant reminder that they had been transported to an alternate reality. At 8 in the morning, after attending to the master's repulsive breakfast and assisting him with his attire, Bai Yan, along with Lu Tianyi and Lu Kuei, trailed behind the master as they prepared to depart. The master's vehicle was a luxurious automobile of indeterminate make. Lu Kuei's unfamiliarity with the local topography was assuaged by the vehicle's sophisticated navigation system, which enabled the seasoned driver to smoothly navigate to their destination without incident. Upon reaching their destination, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The party disembarked in a remote and desolate rural locale, the master's purpose being to participate in a club established by local magnates. Prior to their arrival here, the male host had not divulged the nature of this club to Bai Yan, nor had he requested any preparations for the outing, bringing only a book along. As the four disembarked and approached the entrance, a man appeared and warmly embraced the host. The two joyfully exchanged pleasantries before entering together. Observing this, the other three followed suit, stepping into the club in succession. Once inside, they refrained from casting curious glances around, instead discreetly surveying the club's layout with their peripheral vision. After a brief walk alongside the host, the trio spotted a conspicuous sign displaying the words head-cutting demon. Upon seeing this name, Bai Yan was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Chapter 17, The Head-Cutting Demon Club. The striking name evoked memories of last night spent in close quarters with Gue Tu, causing his complexion to shift slightly. The other two also conjured thoughts of peril, their vigilance heightened. Just a name alone made it clear to the three that this club was not benign. As they navigated through a lengthy corridor, the host and the man entered a room together, and the trio followed suit. The club was bustling with patrons, and upon noticing the three unfamiliar faces, a refined gentleman stood and inquired, "Boss Gu, Boss Wang, who are these three behind you?" "They are my driver, bodyguard, and steward," the host replied with a smile. "These three are quite interested in this matter, and I trust them implicitly. Given that proprietor Gu has vouched for them, I shall refrain from further comment." The refined gentleman cast a glance at Bai Yan and his companion's name tags, silently committing their names to memory. As the host took his seat, the other members of the club began to share the novel resources they had acquired. When it was the host's turn, he unfurled the book he had brought with him, proclaiming with considerable pride, "Esteemed colleagues, this tome represents a month and a half of my diligent labor, chronicling the annals of decapitation throughout history, both near and far. In the epilogue, I have meticulously compiled a plethora of contemporary news articles pertaining to decapitation, a task that demanded no small measure of effort. Proprietor Gu has been most thoughtful. Proprietor Gu's concept is indeed ingenious. I shall certainly peruse your magnum opus with great interest." The members of the club evinced a profound appreciation for the book Proprietor Gu had brought, obligingly leafing through its pages. As the host had indicated, the book was replete with detailed accounts of decapitation, accompanied by a profusion of sanguinary images depicting blood-stained axes, headless cadavers, and severed heads rolling upon the ground. The members of the club were captivated by the content, with one woman in particular exhibiting an almost obsessive fascination. Upon reaching the final section, which contained a series of decapitation news items, she exclaimed with fervor, striking her thigh in admiration, "Why did I not conceive of compiling such a compendium myself, and publishing a book? It seems Proprietor Gu has preempted me. It would appear that Proprietor Gu shall be the victor in this gathering. Ms. Lu, your assertion that Mr. Gu possesses the finest wares is one I cannot concede," a burly man scoffed. On this occasion, I have procured a singular novelty that surpasses even Mr. Gu's tomes. Upon witnessing it, you shall consign Mr. Gu's writings to oblivion. What manner of object could possibly eclipse the allure of Mr. Gu's book? Pray, let it not be another decapitation spectacle procured from the dark web. Such commodities are readily available for purchase, lacking the intrinsic charm of Mr. Gu's creation. A work of his own hand. Fear not, for upon viewing it, you shall experience a delight surpassing even that of Mr. Gu's book. Should any dissent, I shall offer my own head as forfeit. The man's jowls trembled, his discontent palpable at the collective admiration for the host. Enough dilly-dallying. Newcomer, initiate the playback of this recording. With a gesture toward Bai Yan, the man awaited the host's assent. Upon receiving a subtle nod, Bai Yan retrieved the disc and inserted it into the playback device. Presently, the screen emitted an ethereal glow. All eyes were riveted, anticipating the surprise promised by Mr. Zhao. Spare me. I beg you. Uncle, I implore you, release me. The film commenced with a maiden prostrate, pleading for mercy. Verily, the film's quality was execrable, the camera work amateurish. However, in anticipation of the promised surprise, none deigned to mock the pedestrian technique. Upon the screen, a young woman, her feet bound, was prostrating herself before a camera. Seasoned members of the club began to yawn, having witnessed countless such decapitation videos. Nevertheless, they feigned interest, wary of inciting the ire of their host, Mr. Zhao. However, as the film progressed to its midpoint, their ennui dissipated, replaced by incredulity and excitement. Uncle, I implore you, spare me. I am willing to serve you in perpetuity. The girl pleaded. Within the film, an axe cleaved the girl in two, her head rolling onto the ground, eyes still wide with terror. Yet, this was not the focal point of the members' attention. They had all discerned that the executioner wielding the axe bore a prominent scar upon his hand. Observing this, they surreptitiously scrutinized Mr. Zhao, casting glances at his right hand, which bore a scar identical to that of the executioner. Witnessing this spectacle, many members of the club harbored suspicions. Miss Liu, adorned in a crimson dress and known for her candor, exclaimed with undisguised admiration, "Well, I'll be. Old Zhao, you took matters into your own hands, and even filmed it. This is a first for our club, truly surpassing even Mr. Gu. Indeed, compared to Mr. Gu's books, Mr. Zhao's film is far more compelling." Discovering Mr. Zhao's personal involvement, the club members swiftly shifted their allegiance, lavishing praise upon his film, much to Mr. Zhao's self-satisfaction. As a competent steward, Bai Yan had been attentively observing the expression of the master. He noticed that after the crowd dismissed the master's book with disdain, the master's countenance fell, clearly indicating his displeasure. When the master was unhappy, he began to find fault with the three servants. While everyone surrounded Mr. Zhao, incessantly extolling his virtues, the master darkly inquired, "What do you think of Mr. Zhao's video?" I think it is acceptable," Lu Kuei stammered. Both angry and fearful, in his eyes, the members of this club were nothing but deranged murderers, deserving of imprisonment. Yet, now he found himself within the lair of these killers, compelled to speak against his better judgment. He feared that should he express himself inadequately, these executioners would silence him permanently. "My opinion aligns with his, though I believe it pales in comparison to your book, sir," Lu Tianyi remarked. Having endured the video from start to finish, suppressing an urge to draw his weapon and eliminate each perverse individual present, he managed a grim smile, forcing out the words, "And you, steward? What do you think of the video?" "I believe the video was crafted with great intent, yet it utterly pales beside your esteemed book, sir. Such videos can be made by anyone, but not everyone possesses the skill to write a fine book," Bai Yan sincerely praised. Upon hearing Bai Yan and Lu Tianyi's responses, the master's expression gradually softened. However, upon witnessing Mr. Zhao's arrogant demeanor, a surge of anger welled up within him once more. For some inexplicable reason, the master of the house felt a fever rising in his head, an impulse he could scarcely contain. Driven by this urge, he brusquely ordered Lu Kuei, "Driver, I have some props stored in a room. Go and fetch them for me." Me? Lu Kuei felt a twinge of reluctance at being ordered to retrieve something. Wandering about the domain of the head-chopping demon was fraught with potential hazards. "I'm not familiar with this place, sir. Perhaps you could ask someone else to go?" "No, you. Just do as you're told. Enough with the needless chatter." The master of the house's countenance darkened. "The room is easy to find. Head out the door, turn left, and then proceed straight ahead. The room with the saw painted on the door is the one. Inside, I've stored an axe. You'll find it as soon as you enter. Find that axe and bring it to me. Go now." "Very well, "Sir," Lu Kuei replied, grudgingly heading out, ultimately unwilling to challenge the authority of the master of the house. The master of the house had said the room was nearby, but Lu Kuei had been gone for quite some time and had not yet returned. After about 10 minutes, the master of the house grew restless. He excused himself to those nearby and left alone for the room where the axe was stored. What does old Gu need an axe for? Who knows? There aren't any heads here for him to chop. Maybe he's going to put on a show, swinging it around like a maniac. Haha. Seeing the master of the house depart, the others in the club began to chat about Boss Gu, completely disregarding the presence of Bai Yan and Lu Tianyi. You remarked that Lao Gu appeared quite refined, yet unexpectedly developed such a volatile temperament. Little did you know, he used to possess a remarkably gentle disposition. Were you two acquainted in the past? Indeed, I knew him before he became the esteemed Boss Gu at the club. He was once quite aloof, utterly disinterested in mingling with us. And who would dare to extend an invitation to him, fearing that our activities at the club might not sit well with him? The transformation in Boss Gu's character, is it related to that incident? Precisely it is. Following the unfortunate event involving his son, he ceased to feign the role of a benevolent figure. His demeanor underwent a complete metamorphosis. However, at that time, he was not as he is now. Our club, mind you, only saw his membership a mere 6 months ago, and it was after his joining that his temperament began to change dramatically. The members of the club brazenly discussed the master's private affairs while Bai Yan listened intently, his heart stirring at the mention of 6 months ago. Recalling the words of the transport driver from the previous night, the mistress's family commenced their peculiar dietary choices, dead cats, dead dogs, and rat meat, also around 6 months prior. Every anomaly traces back to that time. As the master lingered away, the members continued to gossip about him. From their descriptions, Bai Yan pieced together an image of a businessman devoted to philanthropy. Without a doubt, 6 months ago, the master was a man who abhorred violence and held a deep disdain for criminals and vermin. Yet, half a year later, his character has drastically shifted. What then? Transpired 6 months ago? Could the mere tragedy of a son's demise truly metamorphose a person's character so drastically? Bai Yan pondered, utterly perplexed. As he grappled with this enigma, the man familiar with the homeowner continued to divulge gossip about him. Indeed, old Gu is quite pitiable. His youngest son perished in an accident some years ago, and his eldest son was suddenly driven to madness half a year ago, leaving him with but one remaining son. Alas, it would have been better to have another child than to deal with this lunacy. Hold on, Bai Yan mused, his pupils constricting. The family's youngest son passed away several years ago. If the youngest son had already died, then what had they witnessed at the villa? In the quartet residing at the villa, only the youngest son appeared to be the most lucid. Although he had a penchant for horror novels and was rather taciturn, he was a comparatively somber child when juxtaposed with the Gu couple, who relished putrid rat meat, and the eldest son, who had succumbed to insanity. Furthermore, just yesterday afternoon, the youngest son had even prompted Ching to read aloud a horror novel about a knocking ghost, indirectly providing them with a clue. Initially, Bai Yan had surmised that this was a clue-giving NPC, but it seemed that this was not the case, as the harrowing lessons of forum veterans attested. Regardless of how endearing or innocuous a specter may appear, it would show no compunction in taking lives. Therefore, the youngest son's request for Ching to read aloud was likely not intended as a clue, but rather as a feline game of cat and mouse. As Bai Yan and Lu Tianyi keenly gathered intelligence, Lu Kuei found himself in a state of trepidation, confined within the prop room. Besides the male host's axe, this chamber housed an array of head-severing implements favored by the club's members. Saws, iron chains, and cleavers met Lu Kuei's gaze, sending shivers down his spine as he mentally denounced the depraved nature of the collection. Amidst this assortment of ghastly instruments, Lu Kuei readily identified a gleaming axe. This keen-edged tool was precisely what the male host had tasked him to find. Lu Kuei hoisted the axe, intending to depart, but upon reaching the exit, he discovered the door was sealed. Greatly alarmed, Lu Kuei frantically tugged at the handle, yet the door remained unyielding to his efforts. Alone and trapped within the prop room, Lu Kuei was seized by such terror that he felt an overwhelming urge to cleave the door with the axe and flee. However, mindful that he was on club grounds, he feared that such an action would incur the wrath of the male host, potentially leading to his dismissal. After careful deliberation, he refrained from splitting the door, opting instead to sit cross-legged on the floor, resolving to await Bai Yan and Lu Tianyi's arrival. Surely, his prolonged absence would prompt them to seek him out. Alas, Lu Kuei tarried in the prop room for what seemed an eternity, yet no one came. Glancing at his phone, he noted that only 5 minutes had elapsed. But the sight of the room's glaring props, some still bearing traces of blood, only served to agitate him further. He attempted to contact his companions via his phone, but the desolate location offered no signal. After another 5 minutes, Lu Kuei grew increasingly anxious, gripping the axe tightly with the intention of breaking down the door. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. "Sir, I instructed you to return promptly. Why have you taken so long? Hand me the axe." "All right," Lu Kuei replied, a hint of wariness creeping into his heart, yet he still relinquished the axe to the male host. Observing the host's unwavering demeanor, he defended himself. "Sir, I have located the axe as per your request, but this door is malfunctioning. Once closed, it cannot be opened from within, which is why I have been trapped inside." "Oh," the host mused, weighing the axe in his hand before shutting the door with a decisive motion. Now, both individuals found themselves ensnared within the confines of the door. "Sir, what are your intentions?" With the door now closed, Lu Kuei finally sensed something amiss. He took a step back, positioning himself near a sickle, ready to seize it for self-defense. In the protagonist felt a sense of bewilderment, a nagging feeling that something had slipped his mind. Regardless, his animosity towards the driver was undeniable, an unshakable desire to personally sever his head. Thus, the protagonist brandished his axe and lunged directly at Lu Kuei. Anticipating the attack, Lu Kuei swiftly intercepted the axe with a sickle, simultaneously delivering a kick that sent the protagonist staggering against the wall. Noticing the protagonist's inferior strength, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Lu Kuei's eyes. Since the protagonist sought his demise and the pretense of civility had vanished, any further action would inevitably lead to his dismissal. Rather than suffer a humiliating death at the protagonist's hand, he preferred obliteration by the game itself. Lu Kuei raised his sickle, intending to capitalize on his advantage and eliminate the protagonist, ensuring he could never again threaten his life. However, as his sickle struck, a look of abject terror washed over his face. The sickle had lodged in the protagonist's body, yet not a single drop of blood was shed. Under Lu Kuei's horrified gaze, the protagonist's eyes rolled back, and he slowly extracted the sickle from his body. With a deliberate motion, he raised his axe and cleaved it down upon Lu Kuei. After a quarter of an hour had elapsed, the protagonist and Lu Kuei had yet to return. Lu Tianyi and Bai Yan exchanged hushed words, suspecting that misfortune had befallen them. Consequently, they departed the projection room, soon locating the spot described by the protagonist, and stood before the door of the room marked with a saw. Nestled within the confines of a venerable edifice, the club suffered from less than ideal sound insulation. Through the iron gate, the distinct sound of meat being chopped permeated the air. This auditory sensation immediately conjured macabre images in Lu Tianyi's mind. Bai Yan rapped on the door, but no response was forthcoming. He attempted to pull the door open, but it remained firmly shut, as if secured from within. Exchanging glances, Bai Yan and Lu Tianyi made the snap decision to ram the door. Clang, clang. The iron door reverberated with resounding blows. Despite their concerted efforts, the door remained unyielding. As they prepared for another assault, the door abruptly swung open from the inside after only one more hit. What greeted them was a scene of abject horror. The male proprietor, wielding a cleaver, was hacking away at Lu Kuei's body, attempting to sever his head from his neck. Undeterred by the arrival of Bai Yan and Lu Tianyi, the proprietor nonchalantly kicked Lu Kuei's corpse aside, seized the severed head by the hair, and declared, "Are they impatient? Let's go. Go. Where to?" Lu Tianyi had never encountered such an audacious murderer. However, the world within the game operated outside the bounds of reason. Regardless of his fury, he was powerless to save Lu Kuei or his teammate from the previous round. His physique was taut, his countenance devoid of emotion. Though his gaze was imbued with fury, he maintained his position alongside, trailing behind the master of the house. The host bore severed head, a trail of blood marking their passage. Upon the host's return to the screening room with a palpable stillness descended upon the assembly. Their idle chatter ceased, their cinematic indulgence abandoned, as all eyes converged upon the macabre trophy in the host's grasp, or rather, the head itself. Speculation had arisen when the host declared his intention to procure an axe. Yet none had anticipated the grim reality of his return. The visage, hauntingly familiar, belonged to none other than the erstwhile chauffeur of proprietor. While these devotees of decapitation were no strangers to the act, among them, having personally executed such a deed, The clandestine nature of their subterranean proclivities stood in stark contrast to the public display of the host's actions. The former was a matter of personal predilection, while the latter smacked of unhinged madness. Considering the disposition of his eldest son, the assembly entertained the notion of a hereditary malady afflicting the family. With this realization, many regarded with newfound trepidation, even a veteran of such barbarity, conceded defeat and held in heightened esteem. Truly, this proprietor was in a league of his own. Despite the club members' initial delight at the fresh, steaming head that proprietor Gu brought back, his mere presence evoked a visceral unease, sending shivers down their spines. These individuals, who could jest and revel in the face of beheading videos, exhibiting a callous indifference to the lives of others, suddenly transformed into timid creatures when confronted with the prospect of their own demise. Displaying a newfound sense of self-preservation, they hastily concocted excuses to depart from the club, eager to escape to the safety of their homes. Eventually, only 3 individuals remained: the refined gentleman, Miss Liu, and the inherently audacious proprietor Zhao. The refined gentleman, the club's founder, engaged in a fervent conversation with the host. Meanwhile, the host had already entrusted Bai Yan with the task of carrying Lu Kuei's head. Despite silently cursing the host 1,000 times over, Bai Yan reluctantly accepted the severed head, standing as rigidly as a tree stump. He held his hand outstretched, striving to prevent any of the blood from staining his person. The game world was currently experiencing autumn, and the nights were exceedingly cold. To exacerbate matters, the servants' quarters lacked hot water in the bathroom, obliged to cleanse himself daily to avoid any lingering odors. The prospect of being splattered with blood filled Bai Yan with a desire to join Wang Zhe in the afterlife. Observing Bai Yan's expression of distaste as he carried the head, Miss Liu sauntered over with a playful smile. Disregarding the fact that her voluptuous bosom brushed against Bai Yan's arm, she clasped his hand and inquired, "Bai, the butler, proprietor Gu has decapitated the driver. How will we explain this upon our return?" "Do not trouble yourself," Bai Yan responded with a businesslike smile, saying, "If he is dead, then he is dead. The gentleman has his own methods of handling it. Indeed, Boss Gu possesses remarkable abilities." Miss Liu playfully poked Lu Kuei's head with her finger, noticing Bai Yan shudder slightly, as if afraid of being splattered with blood, which only made her smile more joyfully. "To be honest, I am quite envious of Boss Gu. He acts decisively, beheading at will, and has 2 exceedingly loyal servants. Little Bai, why not consider following me instead of Boss Gu?" "That depends on the gentleman," Bai Yan replied, subtly pushing Miss Liu aside. She responded with a dismissive sound and proceeded to pester Lu Tianyi about changing jobs. Not to mention this being a game, Lu Tianyi harbored a poor impression of everyone in the club, wishing he could eliminate them all. Thus he would not entertain the olive branch Miss Liu extended. After spending the afternoon at the club, the male host finally expressed a desire to return. With the driver deceased, Bai Yan took the wheel on the way back while Lu Tianyi sat in the back, ostensibly protecting the male host, though both understood that protection was unnecessary. On the return journey, it was already 6:30. The female host and the second son had long finished their dinner. However, when the female host instructed Su Shaoqian to deliver a meal to the eldest son, she did not forget her husband. She deliberately saved half of the dishes for him, particularly the mousseline with sauce, untouched by her while he was away, awaiting his return to savor it. Despite it being autumn, the meal remained warm upon the master's return. After finishing dinner, he retired to the study to read, just as he did yesterday. Once the master ascended the stairs, Li Hao and the others gathered in the room, their confusion evident as they inquired, "Where is Lu Kuei? How is it that only you have returned? Where has he gone?" "Lu Kuei, he is dead." The thought of Lu Kuei's mangled remains caused Lu Tianyi's voice to tremble, his throat constricting as he struggled to convey to the others, "It was my oversight that led to his demise at the hands of the master." Lu Tianyi's emotions ran high, prompting Bai Yan to recount the events. After hearing the details, a heavy silence enveloped the group. With no casualties the previous day, they had hoped that with caution, they could safely endure the 7 days. However, Lu Kuei's death was a harsh reminder that safety was an illusion within the game. By the way, there's something else. Lu Tianyi and I learned quite a bit about this family at the club. They mentioned that the youngest son passed away several years ago. Anqing, when you visited the young master today for your studies, did you notice anything amiss? Bai Yan asked. No, he simply handed me a book to read. The same content as yesterday, Anqing replied, shaking her head. Does this mean we can confirm that both the master and the young master are indeed ghosts? Indeed, aside from the eldest son confined in the cellar, the other three must be specters. Bai Yan remarked, "Last night, I encountered the spirit from the book that knocks at the door. Its fingertips were exceedingly sharp, and only the mistress of the villa possesses such delicate fingers. Furthermore, its hands were remarkably refined, suggesting they belonged to a woman. It seems that this entire family consists of phantoms. There is no need for further speculation. The eldest son must also be a ghost." Su Shaoqian retorted bitterly. "Today, the eldest son has been shouting incessantly. I believe he is merely feigning ignorance. His parents and younger brother have already transformed into specters. There is no reason for him to remain unscathed." "Not necessarily," Bai Yan replied, gathering his thoughts. "All peculiar occurrences began 6 months ago, whether it was the villa's inhabitants developing a penchant for decay or the patriarch's drastic personality shift, all transpired at that time. I have a hypothesis. The club members mentioned that the patriarch was once devoted to philanthropy and had a fondness for cats and dogs, while his wife was kind-hearted, frequently donating to orphanages. Additionally, their eldest son was quite talented, diligently pursuing the arts at school. Could it be that 6 months ago, their long-deceased youngest son returned home, triggering a profound transformation in the villa and leading the family to their current state?" Bai Yan's conjecture sparked contemplation among the group, considering the clues they had gathered. His theory held a semblance of truth. However, knowing this was of little consequence. Even if they discerned who among them was a specter, they were still compelled to remain in the villa, subject to the whims of these apparitions. After further deliberation, the group left the room, their expressions grave. During this time, Zhu Fuguei remained preoccupied, frequently glancing towards Bai Yan. Indeed, after the discussion concluded, he seized Bai Yan's arm, appearing as though he bore a weighty concern, which left Bai Yan somewhat vexed. "What has instilled in you the impression that I am a benevolent individual, inclined to meddle in others' affairs?" Although Bai Yan mused internally, he recognized that he must indeed intervene in this matter. The fate of the villa's staff was intrinsically linked to his role as the steward. Should Lu Kuei perish, he would be compelled to temporarily assume the duties of a driver. With Zhu Fuguei's unstable disposition, should a hasty misfortune occur, it would be he who would confront the grim task of dealing with the heap of deceased vermin come morning. Thus, despite knowing he was ill-suited to be an emotional repository, Bai Yan placed a reassuring hand on Zhu Fuguei's shoulder and inquired gently, "What troubles you, big brother?" "I scarcely know how to articulate this." Zhu Fuguei's voice trembled, prompting Bai Yan to adopt a more serious demeanor. "Take your time, no need to rush. I prepared lunch for the mistress today, and after she finished, she called me over and instructed me to contact the delivery company. You see, she owes them a sum, so it is imperative to reach out to the supplier to repay the debt. Subsequently, the mistress provided me with a series of numbers to dial. Upon returning to the kitchen, I attempted to call using my mobile phone. At this point, Zhu Fuguei's spine stiffened, and through his clothing, Bai Yan could sense the sweat dripping from him. "Old Zhu, what are you afraid of? Was there an issue with that phone call?" As Zhu Fuguei paused at this point, reluctant to continue, Bai Yan patted his back to soothe his emotions and encouraged him to go on. Upon mentioning the phone, a distinct pallor of grayish-white washed over Zhu Fuguei's face, seemingly a blend of fear and despair. Returning to the kitchen, I made that call, informing him that we needed to repay the money. The result, that person is truly terrifying. Just listening to the call left me utterly shaken. His voice was simply dreadful. His voice was frightening. What did he say? Bai Yan pressed for more. He said, "I will come to find you tonight." Although Zhu Fuguei struggled with Mandarin, he oddly recalled every word from the phone call with striking clarity, recounting the ominous message with terror etched across his face. Trembling, he reiterated, "He said he would come to find me tonight." Subsequently, I was so frightened that I inquired with the hostess, who instructed me to wait at the villa's entrance at midnight, claiming that the delivery company would send someone to collect the payment. Can you believe it? The hostess didn't give me a single penny. And in the dead of night, would they truly come to collect the money? Zhu Fuguei recounted the events in a fragmented manner, and Bai Yan realized the gravity of the situation. Thus, to mitigate the risk, he swiftly summoned Lu Tianyi to join him on the boat. He also discovered the matter concerning the club. This fellow possesses a strong sense of justice, much like his dear friend who was tragically slain at a young age. And he has a penchant for meddling in others' affairs. Such busybodies are his favorite, for they pose no threat of betrayal and are sure to lend a hand in times of need. Although Bai Yan remains deeply troubled by Wang Zhe's death, he cannot deny the utility of the well-meaning. As for the phone incident, Zhu Fuguwei recounted it with such trepidation that Bai Yan feared he might expire from the stress if he were to repeat it. Thus, he relayed Zhu Fuguwei's words verbatim to Lu Tianyi. Upon hearing the account, Lu Tianyi furrowed his brow and queried, "Why did you remain silent during our earlier discussion?" Zhu Fuguwei responded, "Given that someone has already lost their life today, I feared that my words would only deepen your distress." He continued, "Moreover, there are young ladies in the room. How will they sleep tonight after being so frightened? You cannot keep such matters to yourself. It benefits no one," Lu Tianyi replied. Observing Zhu Fuguwei's obvious fear, he softened his tone and sighed, "If you withhold information, it could lead to further tragedies tomorrow. In the future, if something arises, do not hesitate to share. We can all contribute our thoughts and help share the burden." I understand," Zhu Fuguwei nodded, his brow furrowed in concern. "Brother, please offer me some advice. What should I do tonight? Should I go or not? If I don't go, the mistress will dismiss me. Yet if I go at midnight to confront the alleged debt, I have not received a single penny from her. It is evident that something is amiss." Within the established parameters of the game, servants are compelled to fulfill the tasks assigned by the villa's proprietor, even if such assignments knowingly lead to their demise. Confronted with Zhu Fuguwei's entreaty, Lu Tianyi found himself bereft of solutions. Fortunately, the driver responsible for delivering the macabre cargo of deceased felines, canines, and rodents was scheduled to return at 8 o'clock that very evening. Lu Tianyi resolved to broach the matter with the driver, in the hope of gleaning some pertinent information. To ensure they did not miss the appointed time, the trio ensconced themselves upon the steps before the villa, engaging in desultory conversation, offering solace to old Zhu, and awaiting the arrival of the transport driver. Promptly at 8, the transport vehicle came to a halt before the villa. During the unloading process, Bai Yan, who had previously interacted with the driver, approached the robust African man and inquired, "My good man, a friend of mine contacted your company via his personal mobile device, expressing his intent to settle outstanding debts. A representative from your company indicated that they would seek out my friend this evening, and my master has instructed him to await them here at midnight. I trust there are no untoward implications?" Via his personal mobile device, the African man bared his teeth in a macabre grin, retorting, "Your friend is beyond redemption. He is doomed to perish this very night." Observing Bai Yan's inclination to persist with his queries, he interjected with impatience, "Your friend is fated to die. Were I in your position, I would commence preparations to seek a new acquaintance. Judging by your countenance, I surmise that you are not one blessed with numerous companions. Unless you act swiftly, you may find yourself bereft of companionship in the future. Need you state the obvious? My friend has already perished." The black driver's teasing had evidently struck a nerve with Bai Yan. However, no matter how aggrieved he felt, he could not retaliate immediately. Instead, he was compelled to maintain a cordial tone and continue to engage the black man in conversation. Yet, reminiscent of the previous night, the driver obstinately refused to answer any further inquiries, ignoring all attempts to get his attention. As they gazed upon the dissipating exhaust from the departing vehicle, it was not just Bai Yan who felt disheartened. All three of them found themselves engulfed in gloom. Particularly affected was Zhu Fuguwei, whose countenance reflected deep despondency, nearly bordering on despair. It was over. He felt utterly defeated. The sting of emotion welled in his nose, and tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Zhu Fuguwei, a robust man, had always maintained a cheerful demeanor since entering the game, rarely revealing any unease for fear that it might unsettle the women around him. After hearing the driver's definitive statement, Lu Tianyi was rendered speechless. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Zhu Fuguwei, and took one for himself, lighting it with a flick of his lighter. "Bai Yan, would you care for a cigarette as well?" Zhu Fuguwei, in a somber mood, sat on the steps with his companions as they shared a smoke. Although Bai Yan had never smoked before, he accepted a cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and was immediately overcome with a fit of coughing. He realized he did not appreciate the taste of tobacco. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining to smoking. The coughing served to stifle any laughter, as Zhu Fuguwei's expression was so woeful that Bai Yan feared if he stared too long, he might involuntarily burst into laughter. Supposedly, smoking can alleviate stress, a sentiment not shared by Bai Yan. However, Zhu Fuguwei and Lu Tianyi chain-smoked, creating an intensely acrid atmosphere. Zhu Fuguwei, through tear-filled eyes, uttered between puffs, "If, perchance, I perish within this game, would you be so kind as to grant me a favor? My daughter is but 5 years of age, and her mother has long departed. Now, it seems, I am to join her. I am concerned about her welfare, left alone at home. Where do you reside? Lu Tianyi extinguished his cigarette, only to immediately light another. Liakan, Huangfeng City. The only eatery at the village entrance, Zhu Fugui sniffled, wiping his nose. My dear brother, should you venture there, please inform my daughter that I have gone to seek her mother and shall not return. Her uncle resides in our village. Advise her to seek refuge with him and her aunt, to heed their counsel, and to cease longing for her parents. With her father gone, there will be no more indulgence. Should she prove disobedient and be sent away by her uncle and aunt, I shall be powerless to intervene. Very well. Should you meet your demise, I shall seek out your daughter. Lu Tianyi pledged. Old Zhu, do not succumb to despair. There remain 3 hours until midnight. Should we unearth a path to survival within this span, you shall not meet your end. Not die? Is it truly possible for me to survive? Zhu Fugui stubbed out his cigarette, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Then let us proceed. Where shall we seek these clues? I shall venture into the cellar to consult the young master, to ascertain if he possesses any knowledge. Bai Yan rose, gesturing towards the two men. You might inquire of the hosts whether repayment by midnight is an absolute imperative. Lu Tianyi and Zhu Fugui parted ways, while Bai Yan sought out Su Shaoqian to inquire about the location of the cellar, subsequently making his way there. To be candid, he held little optimism regarding this operation. The black man had explicitly warned them that contacting the company using their own phones would lead to certain doom. Had Zhu Fugui borrowed a phone from the hostess to dial a number, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, a missed opportunity is irrevocable. Once one treads down a path of no return, fate is nearly sealed. Bai Yan felt that the likelihood of Zhu Fugui finding a way out was exceedingly slim. His visit to the cellar was also motivated by a desire to question the young master confined within. As he descended the steps, counting each one. Upon reaching the lowest level, Bai Yan heard a faint rustling sound emanating from the room where the young master was held captive. Upon hearing the approach of footsteps, the madman inside began to scream and shout, insisting that he was not insane, but rather it was those who had imprisoned him that were deranged. In an effort to quell the cacophony of his anguished cries, Bai Yan forcefully kicked the door twice, the iron door responding with a resounding clang that finally silenced the young master's outcry. Young master, can you hear me? If so, please respond. The occupant inside remained silent, a reaction Bai Yan had anticipated. He continued speaking to himself. I won't reiterate what I've already stated. I know that when I inquire about your parents, you'll insist that you are not mad, but that it is your parents who are insane. Therefore, let me pose a different question. Do you happen to have a younger brother? Is he still living comfortably in the villa? No, I have no brother. The man inside bellowed. My brother died long ago. What do you mean you've brought my brother back? You're all insane. Indeed, using the younger brother to provoke the elder son had an extraordinary effect. Through the renewed outburst, Bai Yan affirmed his earlier conjecture. Integrating the intelligence gleaned from the club, all anomalies transpired half a year prior. On a certain day 6 months ago, the couple, for reasons unknown, encountered their younger son, who had tragically passed away years before. Overjoyed, they brought him home without a second thought, driving their elder son to madness. As time elapsed, the husband and wife also developed unsavory predilections, such as beheading and scavenging. It is estimated that they had already died in a muddled state, with only the elder son, confined to the cellar, spared. He remained fixated on proving his sanity, unaware that his parents had long been murdered by a specter that had infiltrated their home. Bai Yan was cognizant that ghosts possessed a myriad of abilities, rendering humans defenseless against them. The fact that the male and female hosts, in their derangement, could bring home a long-deceased son indicated that the ghost had tampered with their memories. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether the ghost was indeed their younger son. With the ability to alter memories, transforming the image of the younger son in the couple's minds and distorting their perception of normalcy was a trivial matter. Having ascertained what he sought, Bai Yan had no desire to linger in the acrid-smelling cellar. According to his conjecture, the entire villa now only retains the eldest son. Yet this individual has succumbed to a semblance of madness, rendering effective communication nearly impossible. Just before departing, Bai Yan, devoid of hope, casually inquired, "Young master, as I am now considered an employee here, may I ask you a work-related question?" Today, the chef in the villa made a phone call using his personal device, intending to settle the outstanding debts with the supplier of ingredients. Is there any way for him to evade calamity tonight? The mention of ingredients and meals stirred within him a cascade of memories associated with dining, plunging him once more into a state of delirium. Meals. I shall not eat. I refuse. They are all dead. Mother, do not feed me. I will not consume this. Begone, all of you. Recognizing that further inquiries would yield no fruitful answers from the young master, Bai Yan shrugged and retreated to his quarters. However, he was acutely aware that Zhu Fugui was utterly finished. Following Lu Kuei's demise, only two individuals remained in Bai Yan and their shared quarters. As Lu Tianyi was preoccupied with seeking a path to survival for Zhu Fugui, no one accompanied Li Hao, who dared not wander alone in the garden. Lu Kuei's death served as a cautionary tale. Unwilling to tread the same path, Li Hao retired early to wash up and sleep. As the clock approached 10, Lu Tianyi returned alongside the pallid-faced Zhu Fugui, both despondent and empty-handed. This time, they chose to remain in their room, smoking one after another in silence. Upon noticing Bai Yan's approach, they cast hopeful glances in his direction, but when he shook his head, Zhu Fugui was plunged into a profound despair. He wiped away his tears, carelessly smearing them on the bed, and with a husky voice said, "My dear brothers, I thank you. I have made up my mind. I shall go alone shortly, and you need not accompany me. One must face their own burdens alone. I cannot involve you in my troubles. If you have the opportunity, please check on my daughter for me, and simply convey to her not to wait for my return, for I shall not be coming back." Lu Tianyi nodded solemnly and took a drag from his cigarette. "Old Zhu, why not stay here tonight? I'll keep you company, if you don't go out. I refuse to believe that ghastly being can enter and drag you away." Zhu Fugui, filled with gratitude, found himself at a loss for words. Nothing seemed significant to say at that moment. The two of them continued to smoke, while Bai Yan, eager to uncover the mystery of this dead end, sat nearby by the window, maintaining a considerable distance from them. After a night of smoking, the odor clung to them, becoming increasingly unbearable. They seemed to believe that the smoke would ward off the specter, smoking furiously as time slipped away, marked only by the flickering of the lighter. Midnight arrived. Zhu Fugui sat on the bed, his face pale as he watched the clock. Suddenly, the sound of brakes echoed from outside, and upon hearing it, Zhu Fugui instinctively rose. Stepping toward the door, he opened it and walked purposefully toward the entrance of the villa. "Old Zhu, what are you doing?" Seeing this, Lu Tianyi rushed out to stop him, while Bai Yan also grasped Zhu Fugui's waist to restrain him. However, Zhu Fugui's strength inexplicably multiplied several times. With a single arm, he forcefully hurled both individuals to the ground, rendering them momentarily incapacitated. The two could only watch in disbelief as Zhu Fugui, in a daze, exited the villa and approached a striking crimson automobile, which glimmered under the moonlight. From a distance, they could not discern whether anyone occupied the shadowy interior of the vehicle. However, as Zhu Fugui drew nearer, the trunk of the car suddenly swung open with a resounding thud. From within, several slender, black hands emerged, resembling ghostly apparitions. Zhu Fugui's corpulent form was entirely ensnared and drawn into the trunk, which promptly slammed shut, causing the car to begin shaking violently. After an extended moment, the automobile finally settled into tranquility. Only when the red vehicle had distanced itself did they dare approach the spot from which Zhu Fugui had been taken. Old Zhu, a man who rarely shed tears, was overwhelmed by the realization of what repaying debts truly entailed, prompting a torrent of tears to cascade down Lu Tianyi's face. Yet, the terror they faced was far from over. The following day, they were to host a group of guests, equally as formidable as the male and female hosts. Chapter 21. After Zhu Fugui's demise, the villa remained devoid of significant events until Thursday, save for the disheartening news of old Zhu's passing, which further dampened the spirits of the gathering. In recent nights, the knocking ghost sought out Qing and Lu Tianyi, but both, recalling the tale, thwarted its attempts to sever their heads, thus weathering the evenings unscathed. Soon, another day elapsed, and Thursday arrived. On the dawn of the fourth day, Bai Yan, as usual, arose an hour prior to the others, to prepare breakfast for the master and mistress of the house. With the cook dismissed, the task of culinary creation fell to him, as mandated by the mistress. Thus, he found himself confined to the kitchen thrice daily, contending with the grim realities of deceased felines, decaying canines, and vermin-infested meat. Unlike Zhu Fugui's adeptness in the culinary arts, Bai Yan approached the slicing of meat with excessive deliberation, his knife descending with agonizing slowness. He was haunted by the fear of inadvertently severing a finger, or worse, contaminating himself with putrid flesh teeming with virulent bacteria, thus succumbing to a disease such as rabies. He dreaded the prospect of meeting his end through illness, rather than by the machinations of the game. Such anxiety inevitably slowed his movements, yet the master's dining schedule remained immutable. Consequently, Bai Yan was compelled to compensate for his lack of speed with additional time, ultimately succeeding in supplanting Zhu Fugui and ensuring that the meals were served punctually. Having navigated the challenges of breakfast and lunch, the evening loomed, bringing with it the arrival of the master's invited guests. Before their arrival, Li Hao, filled with trepidation, entered the mistress's chamber, only to emerge moments later with an expression of utter despair. Following in the footsteps of Zhu Fugui, who had been assigned a task by the mistress, he too had become a new victim of misfortune. I am finished. I am at my wit's end. The mistress has informed me that her youngest son dislikes those flowers and has ordered me to uproot the 4th rose bush in the garden at midnight. Why must it be at the stroke of 12? Is it not enough to uproot flowers at any other hour? Is this not a deliberate torment? A matter of life and death. With the cautionary tale of Zhu Fugui in mind, Li Hao was in a state of panic, unable to maintain his composure. Despite the others urging him to reflect on the details of the past few days' work, he found it impossible to settle his mind. Nevertheless, Li Hao did not wish to resign himself to despair. He locked himself in his room, desperately recalling every detail he had observed in the garden over the past 2 days, occasionally stepping outside to wander among the plants. While Li Hao tirelessly sought clues, those without pressing matters also endeavored to assist him. However, these individuals did not include Bai Yan. As evening approached and guests began to arrive, he had to shoulder the responsibility of assisting the host in welcoming them. Nightfall. As the clock struck 6, the moment the guests arrived, Lu Tiany's expression noticeably darkened. It turned out that the guests invited by the master of the house were all familiar faces from the club. They were the very ones who remained unperturbed even after witnessing the master execute Lu Kuei. Among them were Teacher Wang, Boss Zhao, and Miss Lu, who had all come together. Welcome, welcome. The master of the house greeted them warmly as they entered the villa and took their seats at the dining table. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the guests, he gestured for Bai Yan to commence serving the dishes. Bai Yan, which dishes shall we serve? Can we still use those dishes in the kitchen? Su Shaoqian tugged at the maid's skirt, yet the latter half of her sentence remained unuttered. There was no alternative. The male host had given explicit instructions to keep everything intact, including the 3 delicacies. All the guests might very well be spirits. Perhaps their ghostly kin had an affinity for such fare. Bai Yan retrieved a dish made from rat meat from the refrigerator, astonishingly, after a night's repose. It remained warm, the rodent still feebly writhing on the plate. Strangely enough, the dish today lacked the usual sour and rancid odor, that unmistakable stench of spoiled meat that no amount of seasoning could mask. Instead, it began to emanate an enticing aroma, luring anyone who beheld it to indulge. Had it not been for his knowledge of the dish's true ingredients, Bai Yan himself would have found it hard to resist the allure of that fragrance. Upon hearing that the new arrivals were likely to be specters, Su Shaoqian's complexion paled considerably. Given her fair visage, Bai Yan feared she might falter while serving, potentially shattering the dish, so he decided to personally carry all the dishes to the table, standing dutifully behind the male host, awaiting the guests to partake in their luncheon. Unfortunately, Su Shaoqian could not evade the task of serving. As she emerged, her face ashen, the lady of the house, adhering to her nightly custom, withdrew a plate for herself and handed it to Su Shaoqian, indicating she should deliver it to her eldest son. Very well, I shall attend to it, Su Shaoqian replied, swiftly taking the dish. Previously, she had shunned the task of serving, but the prospect of avoiding the guests filled her with relief, and she found herself harboring a modicum of gratitude towards the erratic young master. At the banquet, the guests engaged in lively toasts, their mouths glistening with the rich flavors of the feast. Due to the presence of guests, the hosts dined with considerably more refinement, gracefully utilizing their cutlery to dissect the meat upon their plates, though their inherent table manners remained largely unaltered. Most astonishingly, however, the young master, who typically subsisted solely on vegetables, had begun to partake of the meat as well, consuming more than anyone else present. Observing the young master's hearty appetite, the hostess, albeit reluctantly, magnanimously relinquished the greater portion of her own serving to her younger son, that he might thoroughly savor it. Beholding her child's voracious consumption, the hostess was filled with immense gratification, yet, as she gazed upon the dish before her, a flicker of perplexity crossed her eyes. It seemed to her that the penguin meat bore a flavor remarkably similar to that of their usual fare. Was this merely a figment of her imagination? Furthermore, She experienced a recurring sensation of having forgotten something after each meal. What could it be that eluded her memory? The hostess pondered, her mind growing weary. But the exquisite taste of the dish swiftly dispelled her inquiries. As soon as the notion arose, she seemed to forget it entirely, devoting herself to the rare and delectable repast. Mr. Gu, the cuisine in your household is truly exceptional. I have never tasted meat quite like this before. What manner of meat is it? Mr. Zhao inquired with relish, noting that Miss Lu, seated beside him, had also abandoned her ladle-like reserve, indulging in the wine and meat with gusto. Cultivated penguin meat, Mr. Gu responded with a smile. Delightful, is it not? My wife and son are particularly fond of dishes prepared with penguin meat. I never imagined that such a creature could yield such delectable fare. Mr. Zhao nodded approvingly. Indeed, I shall instruct my own chef to prepare penguin dishes in the future. Boss Zhao took another bite, finding the dish increasingly delectable. However, an unsettling feeling nagged at him. He cast a glance at Teacher Wang, who was usually so refined, yet was now devouring his food with the voracity of a starving soul, utterly devoid of his usual scholarly demeanor, resembling the uncouth young man beside him. The dish was indeed delicious. Even Miss Lu, the ever-impulsive girl, was indulging heartily. What could possibly be so enchanting about this cuisine that even Teacher Wang disregarded his image? The power of gastronomy was truly astonishing. With a mind full of questions, Boss Zhao relished the grand feast, squinting for a moment of respite before joining the now composed Teacher Wang and Miss Lu in the study of the host. Their visit was not solely for dinner. They were also eager to admire the host's meticulously crafted plaster sculptures. The sculptures stood in orderly fashion within the study, each one vividly lifelike, leaving the trio in awe. The three engaged in lively conversation with the host throughout the evening, chatting animatedly until past 11 o'clock. Noticing the late hour, the host instructed Bai Yan to escort them to their guest rooms for rest. Once Bai Yan had settled the three guests and returned with a report, the host remarked, "Steward, please summon the maids and cleaners. Have them attend to Boss Zhao and Teacher Wang during the night. As for Miss Lu, I see she has quite taken a liking to you. You shall attend to her in her room tonight, ensuring they all feel utterly at home." Chapter 22. Is this service part of our duties? Bai Yan was somewhat taken aback. Otherwise? Do you think that working merely 7 days can yield such a generous salary? My money does not come easily. The male host remarked coldly. You should have understood this when signing the contract. Moreover, Miss Lu is an attractive woman. Accompanying her is not a loss. Well, fresh intelligence was acquired. Indeed, this inquiry proved fruitful. Aware that the male host had made up his mind, Bai Yan offered a polite gesture and proceeded to inform Su Shaoqian and Yang Qi of this unfortunate news. Upon learning that they would not be able to rest that evening and would instead have to attend to night duties, the expressions of the two young women grew noticeably somber. Particularly, Yang Qi could not contain her frustration, exclaiming, "Isn't this game too twisted? Not only must we perform these bizarre tasks, but we also have to entertain guests at night? Compared to losing our dignity, I feel we should be more concerned about whether the guests might be ghosts," Su Shaoqian scoffed. After a brief moment of hesitation, both ladies realized that further delay was futile. Reluctantly, they followed Bai Yan to the guest quarters, glancing back wistfully as they went. Naturally, with two male guests present, and given that the male host had not specified, a dispute arose once again regarding which lady would accompany which guest. However, they were cognizant of the repercussions of keeping patrons waiting. After some cajoling, Su Shaoqian relented. She reasoned that if the guest were a specter, she would be defenseless regardless of its appearance. Conversely, if he were human, the worst she could expect was sexual harassment, against which she was confident in her ability to defend herself. Ultimately, Su Shaoqian chose Zhao, a burly man who seemed disreputable. Yang Qi, on the other hand, entered the room of the refined gentleman, referred to as Teacher Wang by the host. Observing that the two ladies entered without attempting to flee, Bai exhaled in relief and opened Miss Lu's door. Upon his entrance, Miss Lu, having completed her ablutions, was seated on the bedside, engrossed in the book authored by the host. Seeing Bai, she patted the space beside her, beckoning him to sit. "Steward Bai, what a coincidence. Have you considered the matter we discussed the other day?" "What matter? What did you say that day?" Bai feigned ignorance. "You have a remarkable memory. I was referring to the offer to work for me," Miss Lu said with a sardonic smile, seemingly mocking Bai's memory. "Have you made a decision?" "No, I cannot. The master has shown me kindness. I cannot betray him. Despite being a temporary worker for only a few days, Bai righteously declined. In recent days, he has swiftly discerned that the male protagonist is an exceedingly vain and petty individual. Lu Kuei's displeasure stemmed from a mere remark, rendering him the unfortunate chosen one. To avoid a similar fate, it is imperative to remain resolute in one's stance. Nonetheless, Miss Lu merely jested in passing, harboring no expectations of success. If that is the case, why not accompany me tonight? With that, a sly smile graced Miss Lu's crimson lips, her intentions unmistakable. Bai Yan hesitated, his inaction prompting Miss Lu to shoot him a teasing glance. With a hint of impatience, she seized his collar and forcefully pushed him onto the bed, her hands embarking on an audacious exploration of his attire, her movements betraying an alarming familiarity with such endeavors. It appeared that she had engaged in such affairs on numerous occasions prior. Miss Lu's boldness rendered Bai Yan momentarily stiff, and upon observing his youthful naivety, she could not suppress a soft chuckle, her hands growing even bolder in their ministrations. Meanwhile, as Lu's hands roamed, Bai Yan's mind raced to devise a plan to avert conflict. Should he capitulate? Regardless of Miss Lu's undeniable beauty, sacrificing his principles in this perilous game for mere gratification seemed trivial. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Bai Yan resolved that his integrity was not for sale. What if Miss Lu were to have her way tonight, indulging her whims, only for an unexpected visitor to intrude mid-escapade? In such a scenario, would closing his eyes serve any purpose? Trapped beneath her, on the brink of being coerced into compromising his values, Bai Yan spent a fleeting 10 seconds formulating a plausible escape plan. He first seized Miss Lu's mischievous hand, applying a moderate pressure before taking the initiative. Sitting up and pulling her into his embrace, gently breathing into her ear. Witnessing his audacious behavior, it was no surprise that Miss Lu, an experienced woman, remained unfazed. She leaned into Bai Yan's chest, flirtatiously inquiring, "Have you come to your senses, Bai Butler?" He replied, "Indeed, a beauty like you, Miss Lu, is a treasure not to be missed." Miss Lu chuckled, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Then, shall we commence right away, Bai Butler?" "Not so fast." As Miss Lu attempted to make a move, Bai Yan instinctively brushed her hand away. "What do you mean? Are you having second thoughts?" Miss Lu's expression conveyed her displeasure, suggesting that if Bai Yan dared to provoke her further, she would take matters into her own hands without hesitation. "Before we begin, might I share an intriguing tale to enliven the mood?" Bai Yan spoke mysteriously, prompting Miss Lu to raise an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued. She feigned discontent, declaring, "Very well. I shall listen to what you have to say. However, if it fails to captivate me, you shall certainly face dire consequences tonight. I assure you, it will be quite fascinating." Bai Yan caressed Miss Lu's silky hair, his face radiating sincerity. "I know you have a profound admiration for the works of the master, and you relish the thrill of the unknown. Within this villa lies a hidden secret, a severed head. Would you care to discover its whereabouts?" Upon hearing this, Miss Lu, a fervent aficionado of craniums, was indeed elated and exclaimed, "Where? Where is it hidden?" "So, that cranium at the club wasn't the first one old Gu decapitated. I knew he was so audacious and skilled in his executions." Seeing Bai Yan's eyes narrowed with amusement, Miss Lu nudged him and urgently pressed, "Don't be so mysterious. Tell me quickly, where is it hidden? You mustn't deceive me." "How could I?" Bai Yan responded, "The master has always instructed me to take excellent care of our guests, and I would never dream of misleading you." Bai Yan clasped Miss Lu's hand, his tone filled with heartfelt sincerity. "That head is buried in the garden beneath the villa. The master specifically planted roses above it. Haven't you noticed how exquisitely beautiful the roses here grow?" "Really?" Miss Lu was dubious. "Who knows if you're just trying to fool me? The head is buried beneath the roses. I can't see it. I only have your word for it. I assure you, I'm not fabricating anything," Bai Yan affirmed with conviction. "Today, the madam had the gardener dig up the 4th rosebush in the middle of the night, and beneath that rosebush lies the human head. I have a rapport with the gardener, and I can arrange for him to be absent tonight. Would you like to try it yourself? Is that feasible?" Miss Lu hesitated, mindful of being in someone else's home. However, her glistening eyes betrayed her eagerness. "Then I shall give it a try. Given my relationship with old Gu, he shouldn't mind if he knows it was me. We're all part of the same club. Everyone knows everyone else, and I would never betray him." Having said this, Miss Lu could no longer contain her impatience. Miss Lu was quite eager about the matter of recruitment, yet Bai Yan could not allow her to proceed immediately. With still some time left before midnight, Bai Yan tightly embraced Miss Lu's waist, uttering sweet nothings to delay her. He even sacrificed some charm, and as the clock approached the stroke of midnight, He feigned reluctance and finally released her, concocting an excuse to refrain from accompanying her. "Very well, you go take a shower first. Wait for me in bed once you're done," he suggested. The thought of encountering a fresh opportunity and returning to find a beautiful woman awaiting him filled Miss Lu with delight as she cheerfully descended to gather moonflowers. Once she had ventured far enough, Bai Yan, in high spirits, retrieved his phone from the discarded clothing and sent a message to Li Hao. "A guest has volunteered to assist you in gathering moonflowers. Simply hand her the shovel, and you may return." Having dispatched the message, Bai Yan proceeded to the bathroom as promised. With no other players in the room, he finished his wash without the need for makeup, then laid down on the bed, gazing at the ceiling in anticipation of the outcome. Only a ghost can contend with another ghost. If Miss Lu were to return alive, what use would it be for him to resist such a formidable female specter? It would be wiser to lie still and cooperate, ensuring a swift demise, should it come to that. However, if she failed to return, he would enjoy a pleasant night. Miss Lu was indeed beautiful, yet regardless of the bed's size, sleeping alone was far more comfortable than sharing. After being tormented by Li Hao's sleep-talking for several nights, Bai Yan sincerely hoped that Miss Lu would not come back. As Miss Lu eagerly took up the trowel to excavate the rows, turmoil was simultaneously unfolding at Su Xiaoqian's abode. Much like the unprincipled Miss Lu, Boss Zhao, after a brief discourse with Su Xiaoqian, exhibited a similar lack of decorum by making unwelcome advances. Su Xiaoqian, known for her fiery temperament, was not one to tolerate disrespect, even from supernatural entities. She vehemently resisted, leaving Boss Zhao with a visage marred by scratches, much to his ire. "Val harlot, don't feign innocence," he exclaimed. "Do you think I'm oblivious to your profession? Isn't this precisely what you seek?" Boss Zhao extracted a wad of currency from his wallet and cast it upon Su Xiaoqian's face. "Old Gu summoned you here to attend to me. Satisfy me, and you'll be handsomely rewarded tomorrow. I am not one to be parsimonious." "Perish, you scoundrel," Su Xiaoqian retorted, shaking off the bills that had landed on her face, and continued to struggle. Seeing the maid's recalcitrance, Boss Zhao's anger flared. He abandoned all pretense of gallantry and prepared to use force. However, just as he was about to act, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Knock, 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 knock. Who could it be at this late hour? Boss Zhao grumbled, releasing Su Xiaoqian and turning towards the entrance, but no response was forthcoming. Upon hearing the incessant knocking, a realization dawned on Su Xiaoqian, and her heart palpitated with trepidation. Oblivious to whether Mr. Zhao might attempt to take liberties with her, she immediately regulated her breathing and feigned death, lying motionless on the bed. Even as Mr. Zhao, presuming her acquiescence, began to grope her, she desperately endured it, as if she were already deceased. Chapter 23. Su Xiaoqian's apparent surrender, however, the incessant knocking at the door incited Mr. Zhao's displeasure. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to see Madame Gu, exclaiming, "Madame Gu, what brings you here so late?" Madame Gu remained silent, with her hair disheveled. She slammed the door shut and advanced towards the bed. Mr. Zhao surmised that she had quarreled with her husband and had come to him for solace while her husband slept. Madame Gu was a middle-aged beauty, and gazing at her still alluring face, Mr. Zhao indulged in lascivious fantasies, revealing a hint of smugness. Yet, as time passed and Madame Gu remained silent, Mr. Zhao began to sense something amiss. As he watched the woman slowly approach, he suddenly made a chilling discovery. She was clad in a revealing nightgown. Her beautiful hair was disheveled, but upon her neck was a ghastly incision that could not be concealed. An average person might mistake it for a post-operative scar, but to an expert with extensive experience in decapitation, someone with such an incision could not possibly be alive. Was the Madame Gu standing before him truly a living being? Unbeknownst to him, Boss Zhao retracted his hand from Ms. Su, reflexively edging away. "Stay back," the woman warned, advancing nonetheless. She reached the bedside and placed her frigid hand on Boss Zhao's head. His heart pounded violently. He squeezed his eyes shut, fearing for his life. Drip, drip. A wave of dizziness washed over Boss Zhao. Thankfully, after a few seconds, nothing transpired. He opened his eyes, only to find that Madame Gu had vanished. What on earth was happening? A wave of terror washed over Boss Zhao. He was desperate to escape the villa, but his legs felt unresponsive, paralyzed by fear. He tried to call for help, but no sound escaped his throat. Boss Zhao screamed internally, exhorting himself to remain calm. With great effort, he managed to move his eyes, only to discover that his perspective had shifted 180 degrees. He saw the maid lying on the bed, her chest rising and falling gently as if she was asleep. His buttocks were pressed firmly against her, and his sweaty palms soaked the sheets. A wave of relief washed over him that he was still alive. But how had he managed to turn his neck so far? Suspicion arose in Boss Zhao's mind, and his heart raced. He slowly moved his eyes upward, higher and higher, until he saw his own neck and the empty space above it. He realized, belatedly, that his head had been severed. In the garden, Miss Lu was assiduously excavating the roses. Li Hao, having relinquished the shovel, had long since scurried back to the villa, concealing himself within to observe surreptitiously, evincing no inclination to assist. Consequently, though Miss Lu experienced a twinge of regret midway through her endeavor, finding the solitary task rather absurd, the absence of any nearby figure dissuaded her from summoning assistance. After a brief respite, she resumed her excavation. Before long, Miss Lu had unearthed the base of the roses. Her shovel struck a firm object beneath the brown soil. Severing the rose roots, she dug twice more and unearthed a spherical object. Undeniably, a human head. A head, indeed a head. He had not deceived me. With mounting excitement, Miss Lu cast aside the roses and devoted herself to unearthing the head. However, she discovered that the head was firmly connected to something, rendering its extraction difficult. What lies beneath the head, making it so arduous to excavate? Undeterred, Miss Lu redoubled her efforts, digging deeper and clearing the soil around the head. She then discerned that the head remained attached to a corpse. The owner of the head had been interred entirely, standing rigidly upright in the earth even in death. The head not yet fully decomposed. To bury a body in such a manner, surely it is more convenient to bury only the head. Mr. Gu is truly inconsiderate. Growing increasingly frustrated with her lack of progress, Miss Lu voiced her discontent. She struck the skull with her shovel repeatedly, but the cranium remained stubbornly attached to the corpse, refusing to be dislodged and handled as she desired. Resigned, Miss Lu continued to excavate. The head's obstinacy ignited a fierce determination within Miss Lu, and she abandoned her focused effort on extracting the head, instead throwing herself into a contest of wills with the entire cadaver. With the rose bushes no longer obstructing her, she wielded her shovel with renewed vigor, digging deeper into the earth. Driven by a surge of energy, she excavated half a meter further down, yet remained as unsuccessful as before, unearthing only a seemingly endless expanse of neck. Why can't I dig it out? I refuse to believe I can unearth it today. Her eyes bloodshot with exertion, Miss Lu had completely forgotten her initial purpose of transplanting the roses and frantically continued to shovel away the soil. She dug deeper and deeper, casting the earth aside until she herself was submerged in the pit, yet still she persisted, single-mindedly excavating. Neck? Still only neck? How can this person's neck be so long? Miss Lu exclaimed bitterly, before suddenly pausing, a realization dawning upon her. Indeed, how can this person's neck be so long? The realization sent a chill down Miss Lu's spine. She noticed the encroaching darkness around her, realizing she had dug so deep she had trapped herself within the earth. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of birdsong or even the chirping of insects. Miss Lu attempted to call for help, but no one responded. After waiting for 2 minutes without encountering anyone, Miss Lu resolved to take matters into her own hands. She raised her shovel, intending to plunge it into the earth to create a foothold. Prior to this, she planned to turn and seek a more suitable position. However, the moment she moved her foot, she realized it felt as if something was holding her back. Something had gripped her ankle. With her back turned to another head, and her own head resting against another's, she could no longer feel any fondness towards this head. Instead, she was engulfed by profound terror. Why was the neck of this corpse so elongated? Why had she, despite her continuous digging, never noticed anything amiss? Miss Lu stiffly lowered her gaze, only to find a pair of icy hands clutching her ankle. Before she could call for help again, she was dragged into the earth by the ghostly grip, her entire being vanishing along with that elongated neck into the oppressive soil pit. Bai Yan waited for half an hour, but instead of the triumphant return of Miss Lu, he received a text from Li Hao. She is dead. Upon receiving the news of Miss Lu's demise, Bai Yan deleted 2 text messages, finally feeling a sense of relief that allowed him to sleep soundly. He felt not an ounce of guilt regarding her death. After all, in the game, NPCs were not considered human, were they? With a night devoid of dreams, Bai Yan awoke the next day, invigorated, and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, only to encounter Teacher Wang, who was bidding farewell to the male host. Did you enjoy your stay last night? Indeed, I rested quite well. The shoes of the refined gentleman were stained with blood, and a faint bite mark lingered on his hand. In response to this evidently unsettling scene, the male host exhibited no signs of concern, maintaining a warm smile as he bid farewell to the gentleman, watching him depart from the villa. Observing this, Bai Yan feigned ignorance and inquired, "Sir, have the other two guests also left? Should I prepare their breakfast this morning?" "No, they have departed as well," the host replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Did you not see? They left with Mr. Wang. You all did quite well in your hospitality. Just moments ago, Mr. Wang praised your service." Bai Yan was certain he had not misjudged the situation. Only Mr. Wang had been present earlier. Yet, the host insisted that 3 guests had been there, leaving Bai Yan with no grounds to refute his assertion. He silently committed this peculiar occurrence to memory and returned to the kitchen to deal with a chopping board filled with rat meat. Once the guests had finished their breakfast, the remaining individuals in the villa gathered once more, only to be met with astonishment at the discovery that Yang Qi was missing. "Wait, Lu Kuei is dead, and so is old Zhu. Shouldn't there still be 6 of us left? Where has Yang Qi gone? Yang Qi accompanied me to entertain the guests last night. Why hasn't she emerged yet?" Su Xiaoqian expressed her surprise. Could something have happened? The guests should all be human. The lecherous man I entertained last night attempted to take advantage of me. I didn't strike him, and he almost succeeded. Fortunately, a ghost knocked on the door at midnight. The lecherous man even referred to it as Madame Gu. I wonder how he fared last night. At this juncture, Su Xiaoqian appended, "In any case, I awoke this morning to find the lecherous fellow gone. There was merely a smattering of blood upon the sheets. I surmise he was slain by the knocking ghoul. A most gratifying outcome. So, the proprietor Zhao is also deceased?" I inquired. Yet, this morn, the master of the house asserted that he, along with Instructor Wang and Miss Lu, had departed together. I was present at the time, and I only observed Instructor Wang standing there, without sight of the other 2. I continued. The master of the house did not appear to be mistaken. Rather, he seemed perplexed as to why I had not seen them, as if I were the one in error. "Miss Lu was also present?" Li inquired. "She was digging the roses for me last night, and I watched with my own eyes that there was no movement in the pit. This morning, I collected the roses and furtively peered into the pit, but it was empty. Could it be that she is still alive?" Li Hao was bewildered. What on earth is going on here? Silence descended upon the room. After a moment of contemplation, Enqing hesitantly voiced, "I harbor a disquieting conjecture, though I am uncertain whether I ought to disclose it." "Speak," Li Hao urged. "I fear that Yang Qi may also be deceased." Enqing tapped her palm with her knuckles, carefully arranging her words. During last night's repast, Instructor Wang's manner of eating was quite voracious, strikingly similar to the young master's. Even the master and mistress of the house did not eat in such a way, as they maintained some semblance of decorum. Moreover, I mentioned earlier that the master of the house seems to have cognitive issues, so he may genuinely believe that they consumed penguin meat last night. Thus, I suspect that Instructor Wang is a specter akin to the young master, and Yang Qi is likely in grave peril. After Anqing spoke, Bai Yan suddenly recalled the appearance of Teacher Wang that morning. He had noticed a distinct bite mark on Wang's hand, which had struck him as peculiar at the time. However, preoccupied with work, he had dismissed it. In retrospect, it seemed plausible that Anqing's conjecture was correct. Perhaps Yang Qi had indeed been murdered by Teacher Wang the previous night. Chapter 24. 3 lives lost in 4 days. The recent deaths cast a somber shadow over everyone, and with 3 fewer individuals, the immediate concern became finding replacements for the deceased's duties. With Yang Qi's demise, Su Xiaoqian took over her responsibilities, assuming the task of cleaning the rooms. Fortunately, the following 2 days passed in tranquility within the villa, as the lady of the house did not assign any further tasks. On the morning of the 7th day, Bai Yan seized an opportunity to pose a question he had long contemplated. Fearing that the lady might recall something unsettling, he had refrained from asking earlier. But today he felt compelled to inquire. "Madam, where have the employees who left prematurely gone?" "I believe I mentioned earlier," she replied, glancing at Bai Yan's expression. Assuming she comprehended his implication, she chuckled. "Rest assured, you have all worked diligently for 7 days. I will not withhold your payment. Even if someone were to err today, I would not dismiss them. Those who were let go, as long as they were not engaged in theft or dishonesty, received a token sum from me. The notion of withholding remuneration was merely a tactic to encourage you to take your work seriously. Indeed, madam, your kindness is truly commendable." During a midday gathering, Bai Yan recounted the events concerning the female protagonist. Our earlier speculations proved accurate. The specter brought back by the couple had altered their memories. It appears the couple is unaware of their own demise, believing instead that those who have passed away simply departed in a normal manner, free from untimely fates. After summarizing the intelligence, Bai Yan lamented, "It is noteworthy that this couple were originally good-hearted individuals. In life, they were devoted to charity and eager to assist others. However, posthumously, their characters transformed drastically. They developed a taste for deceased rodents yet remained diligent in paying their employees. The man was likely the first victim he is known to have been killed, while the woman nightly roams our quarters, perhaps oblivious to her own actions, revealing that they, too, are victims of circumstance." Bai Yan's words resonated with Li Hao. Initially, when the female protagonist directed him to the garden to dig for roses, he harbored intense resentment towards her. Yet, having survived and grasped the underlying reasons, his animosity diminished. Ultimately, she is also a pitiable figure. She unwittingly welcomed a malevolent spirit into her home, which ultimately led to the ruin of her family. In conclusion, we must ensure that the couple remains oblivious to their own deaths. Anqing summarized, as long as we do not expose the fate of their demise, we can maintain a semblance of peace and safely navigate our final day. Her sentiments were met with unanimous agreement. In recent days, the specter had addressed each individual by name, and everyone became familiar with the methods to counter it, rendering further encounters less daunting. With 3 lives already extinguished, and the final day upon them, everyone was keen to avoid further complications. At 6:30 in the evening, the inhabitants of the villa had just concluded their supper. At the behest of the lady of the house, everyone congregated in the main hall on the ground floor, observing as she and her husband exchanged glances. Given that it was the last day, shouldn't they have retired to rest early? Why were they summoned at this hour? "Thank you for your efforts over these past 7 days. There's nothing of great import, merely a few concluding matters to address," the hostess declared with a beaming countenance. "You've performed admirably, the finest staff I've ever encountered. Tonight you." The hostess's words were abruptly curtailed by a deafening peal of thunder emanating from beyond the villa. Accompanied by successive rumbles, a torrential downpour descended from the heavens. Through the wide-open windows, the company could hear the patter of raindrops against the ground, casting a pall over their spirits. This rain on the final night was hardly an auspicious omen. Many a tragedy has unfolded on a rain-soaked night, and this night would prove no different. Before the hostess could resume her prior discourse, the sound of urgent knocking echoed from the doorway, causing a visible shift in everyone's countenance. Could it be the spectral knocker from previous nights returned? But wasn't the female host the supposed knocker? Could there be another entity at play? As the group stood on guard, as skittish as startled birds, the knocking persisted. Bai Yan's gaze remained fixed on the couple, noting their expressions of surprise, as if they, too, were perplexed by the late-night visitor. Various thoughts swirled among the group. The hostess, after some hesitation, instructed Su Xiaoqian to answer the door. Upon receiving this command, reluctance was evident on Su Xiaoqian's face. Who knew if the visitor on this rainy night was a person or a specter? If she were to open the door, she would be the first to suffer. However, the hostess's orders were not to be defied. Despite her fear, she trembled, took small steps to the door, and with gritted teeth, opened it. The door swung open, revealing a disheveled man. He was no phantom. The man's head was firmly attached to his neck, but upon seeing his face, an uncanny familiarity washed over the group. This strange sense of recognition instinctively made them uneasy. "May I inquire as to your identity?" Su Xiaoqian asked hesitantly. Before the man could respond, the hostess gasped, "Son, how did you get out?" Upon hearing this, Anqing's expression drastically altered. Disregarding the presence of the host and hostess, she immediately exclaimed, "No, he mustn't speak." As her words echoed, Lu Tianyi surged forward to subdue the man, attempting to gag him along with Su Xiaoqian. Alas, they were too late. "Father, mother, I am not insane. My younger brother died years ago. I have no brother." "Silly child, what nonsense are you spouting? Isn't your brother right?" The hostess paused, taken aback. Indeed, where is he? In the past 6 months, the mistress had come to believe that her son had descended into madness, failing to even recognize his own brother. However, today, a long-forgotten memory resurfaced, ignited by a spark from her eldest son. A fleeting moment of confusion flickered in her eyes, gradually leading her to recollect a distant event. Half a year prior, she and her husband had ventured out for a leisurely excursion, and on their return, they encountered a faceless child standing by the roadside. As they approached, the child suddenly obstructed their path, emanating an unnerving presence. Strangely, they felt no fear. Instead, they were inexplicably reminded of their tragically deceased youngest son. Unable to restrain herself, she called out son, and they brought the child home, raising him as their own. But what happened next? As this memory unfolded, a sharp pain surged through her neck, as if attempting to impede her thoughts. Yet, the recollection continued unbidden, her expression transforming into one of mounting horror. She remembered. She remembered. Subsequently, her eldest son began to shout that his brother had perished long ago. Disturbed by his outburst, she and her husband deemed him insane and confined him to the cellar. On the night following his entrapment, the faceless specter entered the study and presented them with an axe. In that room, her husband raised the axe and, in one swift motion, severed her head from her shoulders. He then swung the axe once more. The demise of the male and female protagonists profoundly shook the man. As if he were suddenly reminded of something, an overwhelming dread surging in his eyes. The skulls of his parents rolled towards him, and his gaze turned crimson. His tongue swelled, his eyelids inverted, and with a mere tilt of his head, one of his eyeballs dislodged from its socket. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, Bai Yan swiftly grasped a dinner knife from the table and dashed towards the man, plunging the blade into his throat, reuniting the family of four in death. In the moments before the man's last breath, Bai Yan discerned gratitude in his tear-filled eyes. Having been confined for an extended period, fed on putrid flesh by his beloved parents, his body had transformed into that of a ghoul. It seemed he had long wished for an end, sustaining himself only on the hope of awakening his parents to reveal the truth. Now, witnessing their tragic end, he had utterly relinquished his will to survive. Frankly, such a gaze repulsed him. The act of slaying this half-man, half-ghost was not only devoid of satisfaction, but also left him feeling nauseated. Yet, there was no time to succumb to such feelings. As Bai Yan sheathed his knife, he immediately fled outside, showing no intention of alerting his companions. Bai Yan, what are you doing? Lu Tianyi was taken aback by Bai Yan's reckless actions. Fool, why are you still dawdling? Run. And Qing discarded her weapon, gripping Lu Tianyi's arm, urging him to flee with her. Hurry. If we don't escape now, it will be too late. Before Lu Tianyi could fully comprehend the unfolding events, and Qing's insistent urging prompted him to scoop her up in his arms and hasten after Bai Yan. Su Shaoqian, initially puzzled by Qing's determined approach upon seeing her eldest son, now recognized the wisdom in Qing's actions. Witnessing their flight, Su Shaoqian, disregarding propriety, hiked up her skirt and sprinted forward, fearing the spectral pursuit. This sudden escape caught Li Hao off guard, and he watched in stunned disbelief as the others made a hasty retreat. Finally snapping out of his stupor, he too darted towards the entrance. Alas, his hesitation proved costly. During his moment of indecision, the heads of the male and female hosts had rolled to the doorway, their malevolent gazes fixed upon him, alongside the lifeless body of their eldest son. The sight of the two unseeing heads paralyzed Li Hao with terror, causing him to falter. This delay allowed the headless corpses to creep up behind him, their icy hands seizing his neck. A piercing shriek escaped Li Hao's lips as the spectral grip tightened. And with a final, gruesome act, the female host wrenched his head from his body, his headless form collapsing to the ground. Li Hao's severed head arced through the air, colliding with the car window, signaling his demise to those within. Without hesitation, Bai Yan floored the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward with its four occupants. Inside the opulent automobile of the male protagonist, whose make was indiscernible, Lu Tianyi and Qing occupied the rear seats, while Su Shaoqian took the passenger seat. Attempting to groom her rain-soaked hair, the torrential downpour persisted unabated outside the vehicle, leaving her entirely drenched. The sodden dress clung intimately to her form, causing her considerable discomfort. However, Su Shaoqian was too preoccupied to dwell on her attire. Her eyes were wide with apprehension as she stared intently at the car window, scarcely daring to blink. She harbored a fear that a ghastly visage might materialize on the glass, infiltrating the vehicle and dispatching them to the afterlife. Bai Yan, why did you murder the eldest son of this family? He was a human being. He could have been saved. Lu Tianyi voiced his reservations regarding Bai Yan's indiscriminate killing. Bai Yan, his attention fixed on the road ahead, had no inclination for a verbal sparring match with Lu Tianyi. He casually retorted, Mr. Lu, are you affiliated with the NPC Protection Association? Lu Tianyi was rendered momentarily speechless, fully cognizant of the relative importance of NPCs versus players from his own world. Yet, these NPCs bore such resemblance to living beings, as if this were a genuine world and they were authentic individuals. Indeed, during each gaming session, He often entertained the notion that the NPCs they spoke of were not merely fabrications of the app. Chapter 26. Upon returning from the game to reality, Bai Yan felt his fever intensify. He glanced down at his attire, discovering that the butler's uniform he had worn for 7 days had vanished without a trace, replaced by the clothes he had donned before entering the game. Simultaneously, his toolkit remained impeccably intact across his shoulders, containing every item without exception. Bai Yan recalled that, due to work obligations, he had inadvertently left the toolkit in the servants' quarters and had not carried it with him. That evening, as the male and female masters suddenly recalled haunting memories, they transformed into vengeful specters and confronted him with hostility, leaving him no opportunity to retrieve his toolkit. He fled with merely a dining knife in hand. Thus, one might ponder, why did his toolkit still rest upon him? Furthermore, what of the knife he had continuously carried? Bai Yan felt a haze enveloping him, his thoughts beginning to slow. After standing there for a moment, dizziness overcame him, as if he might faint at any moment, let alone ponder this series of perplexing questions. Sensing the gravity of his condition, Bai Yan composed himself and methodically prepared a warm bath, taking his temperature. Upon removing the thermometer, he glanced at the reading. It displayed 38.5 degrees Celsius. He had a fever. This was a scenario Bai Yan had anticipated. He retrieved antipyretics and washed them down with warm water, then hastily found something to eat, forcing himself to swallow. Despite having fled through the rain-soaked night for half the evening, depleting his energy reserves, he found himself devoid of any appetite, yet living alone, without relatives or friends to care for him, and knowing that a fever would accelerate his metabolism and consume even more energy. He recognized that if he refused sustenance, he might very well succumb in that room, with no one to call for help or summon an ambulance. Those who live in solitude must learn to care for themselves. Having provisioned himself with sustenance to stave off starvation, Bai Yan unearthed a quilt, cocooning himself within its folds like a silkworm, anticipating a night of restorative slumber. He drifted into a fitful sleep, and upon awakening, the chronometer on his mobile device indicated it was the subsequent afternoon. Bai Yan palpated his brow, discerning that the fever had abated. Consequently, he arose, performed his ablutions, and prepared a modest repast of congee, which he consumed at a leisurely pace. While partaking of the gruel, he accessed the application, perusing the missives promulgated in the preceding biennium. During his period of somnolence, a multitude of participants had succumbed, while others had disseminated novel stratagems for navigating the game. After perusing the compendium, Bai Yan espied a missive entitled, but immediately upon its dispatch, it was expunged without a trace. Undeterred by the instantaneous deletion, Bai Yan promulgated another communique, entitled, Exploiting Non-Player Characters for Reconnaissance, which, in contrast, was successfully published and remained securely affixed to the forum, evincing no indication of imminent removal. Having concluded this experiment, he had ascertained the values espoused by the application. In the ensuing days, Bai Yan, save for venturing downstairs to repigment his hair to a darker hue, remained ensconced within his abode, lest he suffer a relapse. As Monday's meridian arrived, Bai Yan activated the application, steeling himself for solitary ingress into the game. In the previous game, he indeed obtained contact information from several individuals. However, Liu Tianyi was merely a naive member of the NPC Protection Association, and Enqing, being physically limited, was not an ideal teammate. The only one who seemed capable and averse to reckless behavior was Su Xiaoqian, yet upon noticing her faded hair color, he could not risk exposing his alternate identity. After much contemplation, Bai Yan concluded that playing solo would be the safest option, minimizing the likelihood of being targeted by acquaintances. In a standard difficulty game, the contribution of teammates is not particularly significant, and there was no immediate urgency to seek allies. Thus, with his toolkit slung over his shoulder, Bai Yan adjusted the camera of his notebook and clicked to match. His vision faded to black as he re-entered the game. After a considerable interval, Bai Yan regained his sight. The surroundings were shrouded in a gray haze, with only the faint glow of his phone illuminating the area. Upon inspecting the device, he discovered that this game featured a new mode. Match successful. Number of players, 3. Game difficulty, standard. Level description. This round of the game is a text adventure, where players make choices through their phones. The outcomes of these choices will determine the player's actions, advance the game as narrative, and surviving until the conclusion is deemed a success. Before commencing the game, please answer a preliminary question. What is your gender? A. Male. B. Female. Faced with this peculiar choice, Bai Yan fell into deep contemplation. In the previous game, Su Xiaoqian was assigned the role of a maid, indicating that the application can discern the gender of the players. Thus, the sudden emergence of this choice clearly serves a purpose beyond merely identifying the player's identity. This gender selection may very well determine the so-called narrative of the game. If the player were to choose according to their true gender, Bai Yan would undoubtedly select option A. However, curious to see how the game would respond to option B, he chose it without hesitation. Choosing B, arranging player identity. Identity background import completed. Background imported. Your name is Bai Yan, a strikingly beautiful newlywed, living with your husband, Wu Jinggang, in an aging residential building. Currently, you are on vacation, with no pressing matters, spending your days managing household chores at home. Game rules. 1. In this round of the game, the player will receive 5 resurrection coins. Each time the player dies, 1 resurrection coin will be consumed, and time will automatically revert to the moment before the choice. Once all 5 resurrection coins are exhausted, the 6th death will result in true demise. 2. The player's actions must adhere to the character's logic. 3. After the player makes a choice, they will be compelled to complete the corresponding narrative of the selected option, necessitating careful consideration. Upon reviewing the background import, Bai Yan felt little in the way of emotion. The app is consistently earnest in its operations. It designated him as B, and thus he found himself cast as a newlywed. This arrangement was entirely reasonable, yet it left him pondering the true nature of his husband. Was he merely a human NPC within the game, or perhaps a specter bereft of memories of his own demise? Once Bai Yan made his choice, the environment around him shifted. Presently, he sat at a dining table laden with an array of delectable dishes: braised pork ribs, savory eggplant, tomato and egg soup, alongside a refreshing smashed cucumber salad, all emanating fragrant steam. Outside the peephole, what appeared was not a frightful visage, but rather a tall and robust man. Under the app's influence, Bai Yan found himself unable to resist opening the door after peering through the peephole for a few seconds. At that moment, he understood that the figure standing outside was indeed the husband assigned to him by the game. Upon entering, the man set down his belongings and promptly enveloped Bai Yan in a bear hug, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Bai Yan, standing at a height of 1.75 meters, was neither tall nor short among men, yet this man towered at an impressive 1.85 meters, rendering Bai Yan's stature remarkably petite in comparison. Dearest Yin Yan, my sincerest apologies for my belated return today. An unavoidable exigency at the firm detained me. After embracing Bai Yan for a prolonged moment, Wu Jinggang released him, ingratiatingly professing, "Beloved, behold, I procured your most cherished mung bean cake, the very confection you have been pining for these past days." Presently, Bai Yan, still uncertain of the couple's dynamic, hesitated to respond freely, offering a perfunctory nod as he ladled a bowl of rice for Wu Jinggang, signaling him to partake of the meal without delay. Having toiled assiduously throughout the day, Wu Jinggang was indeed ravenous. He seized his chopsticks and devoured 3 substantial bowls of rice in quick succession, consuming the lion's share of the dishes arrayed upon the table. Bai Yan, having recently partaken of luncheon prior to his foray into the game, merely nibbled at his repast before relinquishing his chopsticks. Observing Bai Yan's lack of appetite, Wu Jinggang appeared to be struck by a sudden realization. His gaze, now imbued with profound solicitude, mingled with tender concern and a uniquely masculine tenderness, stirred a sense of disquiet within Bai Yan, who found himself yearning to impale Wu Jingang's eyes with his chopsticks. How he loathed being subjected to such scrutiny. However, regardless of Bai Yan's vexation, he was unable to assault Wu Jinggang. Having assumed the mantle of Bai Yan, it would be unseemly to inflict violence upon her nominal spouse. Thus, Bai Yan silently intoned that this was merely a non-player character, and that even if he were slain, he would not return as a vengeful specter. After repeating this mantra twice, his disposition improved somewhat, enabling him to serenely accept Wu Jingang's intermittent, solicitous glances. Following the meal, Bai Yan intended to clear the table. However, Wu Jinggang preemptively gathered the dishes and placed them in the sink for washing. As Wu Jinggang washed the dishes, Bai Yan picked up a green bean cake and took a bite, all the while bestowing upon Wu Jinggang the affectionate label of a devoted husband. A man eager to partake in household chores must surely cherish his wife. However, deep affection does not preclude the possibility of transgressions. The thought of the blood on the teddy bear led Bai Yan to suspect that there were unresolved issues between the couple. Before long, Wu Jinggang finished washing the dishes and emerged with a sycophantic smile, promptly rushing into the bathroom for a hot shower. Observing Wu Jingang's hasty actions and that ingratiating grin, Bai Yan chuckled oddly, realizing he was caught in a moment frozen in time. Under the immense pressure of the unfolding situation, Wu Jinggang remained as still as a lifeless wax figure, his eyes wide open yet motionless. In the darkness of the early morning, Wu Jingang's expression appeared grotesquely distorted. Seizing the opportunity of his immobility, Bai Yan cradled his head in her hands, leaning in closely to scrutinize his face. Something was amiss. She felt an unsettling discord between his features. Wu Jingang's large visage was rugged, yet possessed a certain earnestness, suggesting a simple-hearted man. Yet now, his face was entirely contorted, revealing a menacing and sinister aspect. Though it was still his face, the harmony of his features had been subtly altered, as if another visage had been superimposed upon his own. In conjunction with the story narrated by Wu Jinggang before bedtime, Bai Yan felt an unsettling conviction that he had become possessed by a ghost. Although he had instructed Wu Jinggang to discard the teddy bear into the trash bin downstairs, the unfortunate soul whom Bai Yan had inadvertently caused to meet their demise had returned to this fatal location tonight, seeking retribution through Wu Jinggang. It appeared that option B was the only viable choice. After scrutinizing Wu Jingang's countenance for a moment longer, Bai Yan resolutely made his decision. Option A was undoubtedly out of the question. Passively awaiting the ghost's next move was too perilous, as one could never anticipate what the specter might unleash in the dead of night. However, selecting option C would prove futile against the ghost, as talismans and the protective charms blessed by high monks would be ineffective, not to mention the absurdity of attempting to vanquish a ghost with physical weapons. Knives and iron rods could only bring about human fatalities. Under the current circumstances, this ghost was limited to instilling fear through possession, and Bai Yan still had the opportunity to devise an escape. Should he rashly slay a person, releasing the ghost? Who could fathom the more terrifying methods the incorporeal entity might employ? As the countdown approached its conclusion, Bai Yan opted for choice B. In an instant, the ape seized control of his body. He observed himself fervently shaking Wu Jinggang, urgently rousing him from his deep slumber. Awakening in a state of bewilderment, Wu Jinggang blinked in confusion, seemingly astonished that his wife would disturb him at such an hour. "Darling, are you feeling frisky? Do not jest," Bai Yan exclaimed softly after noticing she had pushed him slightly. "Jinggang, let me share something with you. Did you realize how terrifying you were just now? I was awakened by the sound of meat being chopped next door and saw you sitting upright at the edge of the bed, your bloodshot eyes fixed upon me. It was truly frightening. Your face had transformed remarkably, resembling that Lu Xiaodian. Do you think he is unwilling to accept his fate and has returned to seek vengeance upon us?" Confronted with his wife's inquiry, Wu Jinggang was momentarily taken aback, and it took him a while to fully regain his composure. Chapter 30, Seizing the Moment of Stillness. Bai Yan crouched down to observe the elderly woman's condition. Her head was crowned with wisps of white hair, and her visage was etched with deep wrinkles, suggesting she was in her 70s. Bai Yan gently lifted her hand, which was adorned with age spots, and upon examining her face, he discerned that the agony etched upon it was genuine, not feigned. After a thorough assessment of the elderly woman, Bai Yan proceeded to inspect her vegetable basket. The unfortunate elder had fallen, yet her basket lay undisturbed nearby. It was covered with a thick cloth, from which a few wild vegetables protruded. Bai Yan lifted the heavy fabric and reached into the basket to search. Inside, he found only these unfamiliar wild greens, devoid of anything else. This individual appeared to be an ordinary old woman, yet if she were truly just an ordinary person, the game would not have crafted a specific narrative for her. Bai Yan pondered. Was this elder a ghost, or perhaps a pivotal character possessing crucial information? After deliberating for approximately 20 seconds, Bai Yan resolved that regardless of the elderly woman's true identity, he was determined to assist her. The 5 resurrection coins, in such significant quantity, evidently served as a hint from the game to the players. Throughout the course of the game, players would undoubtedly encounter deadlocks more than 5 times. Moreover, upon making a choice, the game would compel players to engage with the narrative corresponding to their selected option. This not only amplifies the dramatic essence of the game, but also provides an invisible benefit to the players. While erroneous choices would indeed deplete a player's resurrection coins, they simultaneously yield invaluable information. Last night, the plot surrounding Wu Jinggang was overly conspicuous, rendering it unworthy of expending a resurrection coin. However, this elderly lady was a complete stranger to him, and by assisting her, regardless of the outcome, he would glean some information. Consequently, Bai Yan opted for option B and witnessed his body spring back into motion. He approached the elderly woman, crouched down beside her, and gently inquired, "Grandma, are you all right? I shall help you up." The elderly woman struggled to lift her head, her breath escaping her in labored gasps. Bai Yan lifted her arm and exerted himself to help her rise. Even though the game controlled his body, he still felt a twinge of soreness in his arms. For the elderly woman's ample weight posed a considerable challenge for a man like him to support. After a moment, Bai Yan finally steadied her on her feet. He handed the elderly lady her vegetable basket and assisted her as they navigated the stairs step by step. On the road, the elderly lady finally regained her composure, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Bai Yan. "Thank you, dear girl. At my age, without your kind assistance, I would have been unable to rise today. Let me tell you, I have a grandson who is now a first-year high school student, and he excels in his studies, destined for a prestigious university. You appear to be a university student as well, am I right?" Upon encountering this choice, Bai Yan felt an inexplicable sense of relief as if the dust had settled. The third ghost had finally arrived. The presence of all three ghosts within this building raised the question of whether the other two players also resided here. Contemplating the three options, Bai Yan murmured, "With three ghosts now manifested, and three players in this game, it stands to reason that each player corresponds to one ghost. Following this line of thought, if I feign ignorance, perhaps I can evade detection. However, the prompt emphasizes that the window has a gap wide enough for the ghostly infant to squeeze through. If I do nothing, will it truly enter tonight? In this game, performing good deeds may lead to retribution from the ghosts. What then are the consequences of wrongdoing?" Bai Yan recalled the moment during the second selection when one option involved killing Wu Jinggang, a thought that had piqued his interest. Yet, weighed down by various considerations, he ultimately refrained from taking action and opted for the safest choice instead. The nature of this game is rather peculiar. Perhaps this time he could attempt to resist the specter within the game. With 4 resurrection coins still in his possession, Bai Yan felt an irresistible urge to flirt with the edge of recklessness. As the elderly woman subjected him to her relentless repairs, his body was engulfed in excruciating pain. Yet this intense suffering unexpectedly bestowed upon him a peculiar sense of pleasure, momentarily dispelling the tedium and monotony that had plagued him. At this moment, he resembled a child standing before the gates of an amusement park, each resurrection coin symbolizing a ticket, granting him the opportunity to indulge in thrilling and exhilarating experiences. Were it not for the obligation to revive his dear friend, he would have squandered all his coins in a single exhilarating spree. The knowledge that he could not truly perish with the resurrection coins in hand alleviated much of the game's pressure, leaving him with a lingering sense that the essence of the game had diminished significantly. As he observed the countdown ticking away, a profound sense of regret filled his heart. His emotions urged him to select option B, undoubtedly a fascinating choice, yet his rational mind recognized that option C was the most prudent course of action. He must endure. He must endure. But why should Bai Yan cower for the sake of a deceased individual? Unable to contain himself any longer, he decided to indulge first and worry about the consequences later. After 2 minutes of inner turmoil, Bai Yan ultimately succumbed to temptation. The grand prize had yet to be claimed, and its authenticity remained unverified. If Wang Zhe were unable to be revived, wouldn't that be a considerable loss? Resolute in his decision, he ceased his hesitation and decisively tapped option B on the screen. Subsequently, his corporeal form was commandeered by the game. With sprightly steps, Bai Yan ambled into the kitchen, seizing a rolling pin and advancing towards the window. Throughout his endeavor, the spectral infant remained affixed outside the window pane, its malevolent gaze fixated upon him. Observing this, Bai Yan unfurled the window and, wielding the rolling pin, commenced to strike with vigorous force. After several blows, the spectral infant was dislodged, plummeting from the 32nd chapter. Hesitating for a fleeting moment, Bai Yan ultimately succumbed to a sigh and selected option B. His inclination was to smite the serpentine monstrosity with a hammer, yet the instance of the spectral infant served as a reminder that apparitions are impervious to annihilation. Having opted for B, Bai Yan observed himself vigorously shaking Wu Jinggang. Upon his failure to awaken, he raised his hand and, with ambidextrous fervor, delivered a series of resounding slaps to his visage. After a protracted interval, Wu Jinggang finally roused. His neck, with perceptible rapidity, reverted to its customary state. Bai Yan discerned himself tremulously inquiring, "Jinggang, is it truly you?" "Aye, it is I. What ails thee, Yin Yan? Hast thou suffered another nightmare? Dost thou not recall the events that transpired ere now? Thy neck, Bai Yan gestured with his hand, thy neck abruptly elongated to such an extent, surpassing even the dreadfulness of the previous eve. It contorted, directing its gaze towards my countenance, inducing profound terror. Jingang, I assure thee, I fabricate no falsehoods. Thou art undoubtedly possessed by a specter. After 2 consecutive nights of disturbance, Wu Jingang began to harbor doubts. He curiously touched his neck, finding it to be quite ordinary, devoid of the elongated appearance likened to that of a gooseneck, as his wife had described. At that moment, Bai Yan had regained control over her body. Observing Wu Jingang deep in thought, she squinted, realizing that this situation could not persist. The first night had merely involved sitting up and gazing from a distance. But now it had escalated to face-to-face confrontation. At this rate, by tomorrow, a ghost might take action against him. The game necessitated that the characters' actions align with their logic. Having endured a series of frightful experiences, Bai Yan had ample reason to begin doubting her husband. After a brief contemplation, Bai Yan decided to attempt altering the narrative. Even in a text-based adventure, the characters must adhere to plausible actions, and one cannot indiscriminately lead them to demise. Thus, Bai Yan ventured to express to Wu Jingang, Jingang, I think I shall sleep in another room tonight. You have truly frightened me these past 2 nights. I doubt I can sleep beside you again. Wu Jingang felt a twinge of reluctance, convinced that he was not at fault. Concerned for Bai Yan, he pondered whether she had been psychologically affected by the events of that day. Yin, how about this? I will sleep in that room tonight, and tomorrow, I will take a break and accompany you to see a psychologist. You must be under immense stress to be experiencing such hallucinations. After offering a few words of solace to Bai Yan, Wu Jingang retreated to another room with his bedding. Bai Yan, having navigated 3 choices in a single day, felt that the worst was likely over and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Wu Jingang arose early, intending to accompany Bai Yan to the psychologist. However, before they could depart, he recalled the chilling conjecture of Li Ming, which had particularly unnerved Easy Han, causing her countenance to pale. With a grave expression, she inquired, If I may ask, how many resurrection coins do each of you have remaining? I have 3, Bai Yan replied, having been killed once by the ghost infant and once by the old woman. Bai Yan then turned to Li Ming, and you? I still possess 4, Li Ming responded, twirling his pen. I've been rather fortunate, avoiding encounters with the dog and the ghost infant. I only came across a man covered in blood, presumably the rapist. However, my grandmother expended my resurrection coin. The other night, I was assisting her with chopping filling, and during my initial attempt, she deemed me clumsy and inadvertently chopped me as well. Li Ming's words resonated with Bai Yan, who could attest to the pain inflicted by the old woman's cleaver. Yet, upon hearing their respective accounts, Easy Han's complexion only worsened. It was not the scarcity that troubled her, but the disparity. Despite each starting with 5 resurrection coins, the others retained more than half, making Easy Han's single coin seem woefully inadequate in comparison, especially Li Ming, who possessed a total of 4 tokens. Easy Han gazed intently at Li Ming, her mind swirling with countless dark thoughts. Regrettably, the resurrection coins were virtual currency issued by the app, making them impossible to seize. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have attempted it. Easy Han's sinister musings remained undisclosed, as she anxiously inquired, since the number of deaths increases as time progresses, what should we do? We should move out, Bai Yan suggested. It has been 3 days, and each of us has encountered a ghost. Finding a reason to relocate should not defy the logic of our characters. Relocating is far easier said than done, Easy Han replied, biting her lip. We are aware of the building's issues, but our characters are not. Furthermore, my husband does not believe in ghosts, and I lack the funds to persuade him to move. We must create opportunities even when none exist. Su Fail is likely to perish soon. It would be prudent for us to depart before her demise. Li Ming thought to himself, then resumed his task of taking notes. My deceased grandmother visits me each night to make dumplings. I can no longer endure this and have applied to stay on campus. I will move out tomorrow. You are quite fortunate, Easy Han remarked enviously. Casting a glance his way, after exchanging information, she left abruptly, as she had a 3-year-old child at home to care for. Concerned that something might happen to her child in her absence, she hurried away. As the world stood still, time seemed to compress, and Bai Yan scrutinized the options before him in what felt like an eternity condensed into mere seconds. Seizing the brief respite, he peered out of the kitchen window. There, the girl stood on tiptoe, peering through the peephole, the canine in her arms clutching a bloodied hand, its appearance even more ghastly than hers. Bai Yan's gaze extended to the corridor, where the staircase leading to the fourth floor was marred with gore. At the landing, he discerned a dismembered arm and a man crawling, his head partially devoured, beside the mangled hand of a woman, also struggling to descend. These were likely the girl's parents. Their fate sealed. It remained a mystery whether the spectral hound had ambushed them in their sleep or if the girl had been the initial victim, subsequently joining forces with the canine to slay her parents. The kitchen window offered only a limited view, yet it was sufficient for Bai Yan to recognize the fatal path that option A represented. The specters outside numbered 4, rendering a forced breach a suicidal endeavor. With A discarded, the remaining options were B, C, and D. However, the girl had already noticed their presence, precluding any attempt at deception. Moreover, the possessing entity had exerted a considerable influence on Wu Jinggang, making the notion of hiding beneath the bed together an unthinkable proposition. Lying supine in the cramped confines beneath the bed, scarcely able to turn his head, he was rendered utterly defenseless against whatever the possessing spirit intended to do to him. Should he opt for B or C? The spectral infant was a formidable adversary, and his previous attempt to open the window had already resulted in his demise. However, with Wu Jinggang present this time, perhaps the spectral infant might show him clemency? Recalling his previous death, Bai Yan felt a surge of trepidation. He sincerely believed that the spectral infant was a formidable adversary. No, the spectral infant's abilities were too bizarre and inscrutable. Easy Han must have been slain by the spectral infant. He might as well select B this time and try his luck. The indigenous spirits were each more formidable than the last. Easy Han had only recently perished and was a player, so the specter she transformed into should not be as terrifying. After weighing his options, and with only 20 seconds remaining, he ultimately chose B, hoping to make a breakthrough with Easy Han. Chapter 35. Returning to the realm of reality, Bai Yan was mentally exhausted. Having endured a sleepless night, he ought to have reclined and recuperated. However, he did not rest, but instead, he immediately saved the notebook's recording. He opened the video, which was only a minute and a few seconds long. In the recording, he was seen bowing his head, holding his phone, and swiping his thumb across the screen. As he pressed a certain area of the screen, his body suddenly stiffened, his eyes becoming vacant, as if his soul had been extracted. He sat motionless in the chair for a full minute. It was not until he returned from the game world that his body jolted and his eyes regained their focus. Bai Yan brushed his hand over the tool kit beside him, noting its immaculate condition, akin to the pristine attire he wore. Upon leaping from the second floor, he had rolled through the grass, and his garments ought to have been soiled with earth and blades of grass. Yet, they appeared as fresh as if he had just donned them, devoid of even the slightest crease. Was it possible that only his consciousness had entered the game while his body remained untouched? Bai Yan pondered as he ran his fingers along his arm, where a bruise should have been, now inexplicably unscathed. What had transpired during that initial experience? He recalled returning from his first game, his entire being besmirched with the blood from the bathtub, and the arduous task of cleaning the blood-stained garments and mopping the floor had consumed considerable effort. On another occasion, despite showing no signs of being drenched, he had endured a night plagued by fever, only beginning to recuperate by the following day. Could it be that injuries to one's consciousness manifested in reality? Speaking of which, my head is quite painful. Bai Yan pressed his forehead. The method of demise involving a headlong fall was etched vividly in his memory. In the realm of the game, he had been taught with tension, barely managing to hold on, and upon returning to the tangible world, a dull ache began to throb in his head, accompanied by a prickling pain in his joints, reminiscent of having been cleaved by a cleaver once more. With the realization that his entry into the game was a form of soul transference, Bai Yan closed his notebook and collapsed onto his bed to rest. At 7 o'clock in the evening, he was roused by an unsolicited text message. He summoned sustenance via his cellular device, then navigated to the application. Throughout the afternoon, the forum had burgeoned with nascent posts. However, Bai Yan discerned no chronicles of his recent gameplay. It was plausible that Li Ming had succumbed, meeting his demise within the game's confines. Conversely, he might have been preoccupied with preparations for the National College entrance examination, deeming the dissemination of posts a profligate expenditure of his time, thereby precluding him from furnishing fellow players with novel strategic insights. Regardless of Li Ming's vitality or proclivity for initiating posts, Bai Yan harbored no predilection for altruistic dissemination, save when exigent. After a cursory perusal of the latest posts, Bai Yan consumed his procured repast and exited the gaming forum, intending to scour the internet for supplementary intelligence regarding the game. The forum's compendium was exhaustive. However, after an exhaustive fortnight, he had scoured its entirety. Chapter 36, The Appointed Rendezvous with Chu Fu, was slated for Friday. In the interim leading up to Friday's advent, Bai Yan intermittently dispensed 500 yuan in gratuities, thereby procuring additional insights from Chu Fu at a negligible cost. Judging from Chu Fu's responses, she appeared to regard him as an affluent aficionado of mukbang broadcasts. Chu Fu, devoid of apprehension, divulged a plethora of personal details, encompassing her date of birth, age, current income, and city of residence. Coincidentally, both individuals hailed from City A. Bai Yan, matriculating at a university in City A, possessed an intimate familiarity with the locale. Since they were in the same city, Bai Yan found it much more convenient to accomplish certain matters. He feigned surprise, expressing that he was from the same hometown as Chu Fu, and eagerly arranged a meeting place for her to wait. The location Bai Yan specified was not some desolate wilderness, thus Chu Fu readily agreed. Before Friday arrived, Bai Yan prepared a few items. On the day itself, he applied sunscreen, opened an umbrella for shade, and donned a loose-fitting jacket. Arriving at the designated spot an hour early, the meeting place was a park, with a CAF nearby. Arriving too early, Bai Yan anticipated that Chu Fu would not yet be there. He chose not to wait at the agreed location, instead entering the CAF to order a cup of coffee. He discreetly shielded himself with a newspaper, occasionally glancing towards the benches in front of the park to ascertain whether Chu Fu had arrived. At 12:50, Chu Fu arrived at the park entrance 10 minutes early. Noticing that her affluent fan had not shown up, she breathed a sigh of relief, grateful not to be late. Since the commencement of her streaming 3 months prior, it was the first time she encountered such a generous supporter. Given the substantial amount of over 1,000 yuan in donations, she deemed this meeting worthwhile. This affluent fan was akin to her benefactor, and she felt it was prudent to nurture such a connection through this rendezvous. In truth, Chu Fu also held a legitimate job. Streaming was merely her side endeavor. Alas, all of this transpired a fortnight prior. Ever since downloading a wretched application, her life had been thrown into utter disarray. To survive, she was compelled to pore over the dense threads within the forum. Acutely aware of her cognitive limitations, knew that apart from seeking assistance from more capable individuals, she would have to invest significantly more time than the average person. Chapter 37. Having addressed one of the factors impeding his progress, enjoyed a delightful weekend. On Monday at noon, having completed his preparations, promptly launched the application. While the sun shone brightly, he clicked on the icon for the 4th level, anticipating that this game would pair him with a reliable teammate. Match successful. Number of players, 2. Game difficulty, normal. Level description. This round of the game is Escape from the Haunted House. Purchase tickets at the entrance of the haunted house on the 4th floor of the mall and successfully exit the haunted house to clear the game. The duration of this round is 1 hour and 30 minutes, with the countdown commencing upon receipt of the tickets. Background introduction. You are a thrill-seeking youth. Today, you and your friend met at the mall, ready to challenge the haunted house here. As a seasoned haunted house player, you hope this haunted house can bring you the long-awaited scare. Game rules. 1. In this round, players must enter through the entrance and exit through the exit of the haunted house, or face the consequences. Players must purchase tickets within half an hour. Furthermore, if they do not exit the haunted house within 1 hour and 30 minutes from the time they acquire their tickets, it is considered a game failure. After exiting the haunted house, players may leave the game by clicking the return button on their mobile device. Upon absorbing the game information, Bai Yan lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. He found himself before a modern shopping mall, bustling with an array of people, their laughter and joy filling the air. As Bai Yan glanced around, a chubby little boy, tethered to his mother, passed by. The boy held a balloon aloft, his cheeks flushed with delight, occasionally erupting into carefree giggles. This mall appeared entirely ordinary. Could such a place truly be haunted? Bai Yan mused to himself, swiftly scanning his environment once more. He soon noticed a young man, similarly peering about while clutching a phone. Sensing a potential ally for his current session, Bai Yan approached him and inquired, "Hello, might you be my friend Suiza?" "Yes, I am Suiza. You must be Bai Yan." "Indeed, it seems we are teammates for this round." Suiza, a bespectacled gentleman, stood at a height comparable to Bai Yan's. After engaging in a brief exchange to confirm their status as players in the 4th round, Suiza proposed. "Time is of the essence. The game requires us to purchase tickets within half an hour. Shall we proceed inside now? Chapter 38. Bai Yan nodded slightly. The price of 50 per person seemed quite reasonable to Wang Ziwen. However, she expressed her reservation regarding the potential frightfulness of the haunted house. I wonder if it will be as terrifying as the reviews online suggest. If so, we shall not partake. Fear is assured, the owner of the haunted house assured them. The online reviews are over a month old and thus unreliable. Observing the conversation, Bai Yan inquired, why are they deemed unreliable? Reviews from a month ago still pertain to your haunted house, do they not? At that time, I had yet to take over this establishment. It was managed by my predecessor. Since assuming control, I have renovated both the second escape room and the haunted house itself, significantly enhancing their quality. Noticing their growing curiosity, the owner continued in a conspiratorial tone. The first escape room was left untouched by me, as it was the creation of my predecessor. But the second escape room was meticulously designed by my own hands, inspired by a true event. A true event? Wang Ziwen's interest was piqued. Indeed, this incident is intricately linked to the previous proprietor of the haunted house. The owner, fearing that a few patrons might refrain from purchasing tickets, lowered his voice and remarked, "Do you know? The former owner of this haunted house was a woman who tragically took her own life. It is said that she possessed an eccentric disposition, severing ties with all friends and family prior to her demise. She hanged herself in her rented room, and upon her death, a bizarre smile lingered on her lips, rendering her appearance exceedingly frightening. It was only when her brother came searching for her that her death was discovered. By that time, she had been deceased for quite some time, her body having decayed, and the room teeming with flies and maggots, a truly horrifying sight." The owner sighed. "After the previous proprietor's death, I took over this escape room. To enhance the experience, I relocated all the items from her room into the escape room. When you venture into the second haunted house, you will have the opportunity to immerse yourselves in the very atmosphere she experienced before her death. Everything in there has been touched by the deceased." As he concluded his tale, Bai Yan glanced up at the female ghost, whose icy, vengeful gaze was utterly terrifying. Most unsettling of all was the eerie smile gracing her lips, seemingly mocking every individual who dared to enter the haunted house, as if to suggest that none would escape, and all would meet their demise. Bai Yan found herself contemplating whether this female ghost was indeed the former owner. Meanwhile, upon hearing the owner's words, Su Xiaojing felt averse to participating any further. To exploit the deceased in such a manner, this owner truly lacked decency and humanity. Su Xiaojing pulled Wang Ziwen aside and whispered, "Wen, let us cease our play. The escape room is filled with items once belonging to the deceased, and it feels rather unsettling. Moreover, deriving amusement from the dead is a profound disrespect to them. What if the ghost of that female proprietor lurks among those belongings, and we provoke her wrath by entering? Isn't horror often crafted in such a manner? I find myself a bit frightened. Wen, what are you afraid of?" The deafening music cascaded from above, causing a shiver to run through the crowd. However, the trio, seasoned in the art of navigating haunted houses, quickly regained their composure, recognizing the chilling melody as a hallmark of the haunted experience. Yet, Su Xiaojing, upon hearing the music, turned pale, her body trembling slightly. The comments were indeed accurate. This haunted house produced an overwhelmingly loud sound that could deafen anyone. Wang Ziwen mumbled, tugging Su Xiaojing aside to search for hidden mechanisms. She began to tap and probe around the haunted house, while Bai Yan and another companion commenced their own search within the escape room. Since purchasing their tickets, the countdown had begun, and they were compelled to exit the haunted house within an hour and a half, prompting them to act with urgency. With a minute and a half elapsed in the corridor, they realized they had already spent that time and needed to hasten their efforts. The arrangement of the chamber is immediately apparent. It is a room painted in a shade of gray, devoid of windows and doors. A table is positioned before two opposing walls, while a white iron cabinet stands firmly against another wall, blocking it entirely. Bai Yan and Su Iza approach the table, where a gruesome model of a severed head lies. The craftsmanship of the head is rather crude, reminiscent of the zombie heads from the game Plants vs. Zombies, which perhaps explains why Wang Ziwen, an aficionado of haunted houses, shows little interest in the object on the table. Generally, such models conceal hidden items. Bai Yan lifts the head, inverting it and shaking it vigorously, yet no props emerge. Tentatively, he probes his fingers into the mouth of the model, and indeed, he retrieves a note inscribed with a blood-red numeral, 4. This is likely one of the codes required to escape the chamber. He places the note upon the table and raises his gaze towards Suiza. While he was grappling with the head, Suiza had crouched in the corner to the right of the table, where a skeleton clad in a tattered white garment resided. Having played through 3 rounds of the game and encountered numerous malevolent spirits, Suiza finds this prop utterly unrealistic. However, wary of the possibility that this overly contrived skeleton might spring to life, he cautiously reaches into the 2 pockets of the skeleton's attire. Within mere seconds, he retrieves a key from one of the pockets. This key is likely intended for the drawer locked at the center beneath the table. Suiza picked up the key and unlocked the drawer, retrieving a new note that bore the number 3. As the 2 of them made considerable progress. On the other side, Wang Ziwen was also experiencing great success. In less than a minute, she discovered a mechanism hidden within the wall. I found the place to input the password, Wang Ziwen exclaimed as she knocked open a section of the wall, revealing a gray surface. The paper fragments scattered within were torn to shreds, as if someone had deliberately shredded them to conceal the words written upon them. Bai Yan spent considerable time piecing the fragments together. Fortunately, despite the numerous shards, the clarity of the writing remained intact. When he finally assembled the fragments into a complete page, he realized it was a suicide note. My greatest sin is that I am still alive. I should not be living, nor should I have returned. By the time I came to this realization, it was already too late. Even though I have resolved to end my life, it is of no avail. To the kind stranger, I do not know who you are, but by the time you read this note, I should have long since perished. Please take care of my remains, or notify the authorities. It is a burden to trouble others even in death, and I will inevitably bring deeper misfortune to others. My life has been nothing but a complete farce. Individuals like myself, upon demise, leave behind an endless array of troubles. Please execute the distribution of my estate according to this will. I possess a haunted house. Kindly settle the wages of the employees and assist them in seeking alternative employment. The remainder of my wealth must be entirely donated to charitable organizations, with no portion bequeathed to my parents or my brother. Should you desire my fortune, feel free to claim it all. However, I must caution you that associating with me is not a fortuitous endeavor. Lastly, a word of advice to whomever encounters this testament. Flee, distance yourself from this nation. The further the better. Though one cannot escape their ultimate fate, you may endure longer than most until utter despair descends. As Bai Yan meticulously read through the entire will, thoughts began to form in his mind. Beside him, Suiza had already finished rummaging through the wardrobe and was also engrossed in the will. This succinct document seemed to harbor numerous secrets. Despite its brevity, both Bai Yan and Suiza sensed its complexity. It appeared that the female proprietor had encountered some dire circumstance, one that compelled her to contemplate death, likely instigating a profound despair that rendered her unwilling to continue living, thus prompting her to seek atonement through suicide. Bai Yan quietly inquired of Suiza, "Did you uncover any clues in the wardrobe?" "No. The wardrobe is filled entirely with ordinary women's clothing, nothing unusual." Suiza shook her head, expressing her lingering doubts about the suicide note. Convinced that the haunted house would undoubtedly be connected to this letter. In her will, she mentioned her desire to disband the haunted house, allowing the staff to seek their own livelihoods. Chapter 41. Oh dear. When did this news come down? Wang Ziwen was startled by the sudden appearance of the hanging rope. She grasped it tightly and yanked it downward, but it was securely fastened to the ceiling, proving impossible to remove. "Never mind, I won't pull it anymore. Damaging the props could lead to financial penalties." Curiously, after Wang Ziwen tugged at it, the noose seemed to remain still. It maintained its height, swaying gently with the same subtle arc as when they first entered the room. Noticing that the noose no longer descended, Wang Ziwen let out a sigh of relief. The eerie sensation she had felt moments before had entirely dissipated. As she had suspected, it was merely a mechanism operated by the staff. Once she exerted force, they ceased their mischievous antics to avoid damaging the props. "Xiaojing, I told you not to be afraid. No matter how frightening it may seem, it is all fabricated." Wang Ziwen pulled a tissue from her pocket and handed it to Su Xiaojing, saying, "Wipe your tears. We still have the haunted house to enjoy. If you keep this up, you'll only end up crying." Bewildered, Suiza mused inwardly. How is it that this young lady remains unscathed? Could valor be the key to survival in this game? Does fearlessness in the face of the specter ensure immunity from demise? He nudged Bai Yan, who stood beside him, and inquired in a hushed tone, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" "Bai Yan, while disassembling a crate and rummaging through its contents, responded, "My assessment is that this scenario falls under the purview of an escape room challenge, thereby exempting it from the homicidal tendencies typically associated with haunted houses." He continued, "The preceding incident appears to be a subtle hint proffered by the game itself. The absence of anomalies in the previous chamber, coupled with the ghost's prolonged absence, suggests that our actions may have precipitated the recent peril. But what actions could we have possibly taken? All we did was rummage through objects and peruse the last will and testament," Suiza retorted, growing increasingly perplexed. He struggled to discern any discernible correlation between these actions and the haunted house. "Perhaps we erred in procuring tickets for this escape room. What if it leads to our ultimate demise?" Suiza lamented. "The proprietress initially intended to shutter the haunted house, yet it remains operational. And here we are, imprudently engaging with it, even going so far as to read her last will and testament. Could it be that the testament itself is a malevolent curse, condemning all who peruse it to meet their end? Whether it be a path to perdition or not, we are already committed. Regret serves no purpose at this juncture." Bai Yan stated impassively, "Our priority should be to locate the key. Although this may not be a conventional haunted house, the ghost may refrain from immediate lethal action. However, this reprieve may be fleeting." As he spoke, a distinct sound of scurrying emanated from the vicinity of the bed. All four individuals distinctly perceived the movement of an animate object crawling beneath the bed, accompanied by the rustling of fabric. Soon, the friction of the fabric and the sound of crawling ceased, replaced by a piercing scratching noise, as if someone were concealed beneath the bed, using their fingertips to scrape the floorboards. There was commotion beneath the bed. Su Xiaojing turned to inquire, "Wenwen, did you hear that?" "I heard it too," Wang Ziwen replied, her gaze fixed on the space under the bed, her eyes brimming with eager anticipation. "I thought once we dragged out the plastic ghost, nothing would remain beneath." "Don't give up. You can do it. We have already traversed half the distance. If we walk for another 5 minutes, we shall escape this place," the guide coaxed gently. "Wouldn't it be a pity to abandon our journey halfway? Fear not. I shall remain right before you. Nothing will happen." After repeated encouragement from the guide and Wang Ziwen, Su Xiaojing wept on the ground for half a minute before reluctantly nodding and allowing herself to be pulled up. Bai Yan glanced at the time. The countdown had dwindled by 30 minutes, and they had been in the haunted house for 5.5 minutes. Excluding the time Su Xiaojing spent crying, traversing half the haunted house would take approximately 5 minutes. Bai Yan estimated the length of the haunted house, committing it to memory, though he refrained from sharing this with Suiza, who appeared somewhat resentful towards him. Once Su Xiaojing stood, the group continued forward. Amidst Su Xiaojing's cries, various apparitions sprang forth bravely. 10 minutes flew by, and with only a final stretch remaining, they would soon escape the haunted house. How peculiar. Why was this game so deceptively simple? Not only Bai Yan, but also Suiza was perplexed. A mere 36 minutes had elapsed out of the allotted hour and a half, yet the game was nearing its conclusion. Having weathered numerous tempestuous trials throughout their gaming journey, the excessively facile level instilled a chilling unease in both of them, a sense that something was profoundly amiss. "Come on, beauty. Persevere. Just a few more steps, and we shall emerge from this haunted abode." The guide escorted Su Xiaojing forward, but as they approached within a dozen paces of the exit, a female specter materialized before them. Her hair was disheveled and unkempt, yet even with her face obscured by blood-soaked strands, the quartet instantly recognized her identity. She was the very same female ghost that had been suspended from the crossbeam. Upon beholding her, Bai Yan felt a surge of frigid air wash over him. Unlike the previous staff members, whose true identities were readily discernible, this female specter's form was diaphanous. This was no mere haunted house actor, but a genuine phantasm. In his astonishment, Bai Yan felt Suiza collide with his back. He promptly turned around. Relieved to see Suiza's face etched with terror, he had not been replaced, and he was still his plastic teammate. With a modicum of reassurance, Bai Yan's gaze remained fixed upon the guide, who was still holding Su Xiaojing's hand. Now that the apparitions had finally revealed themselves, surely the guide would unveil her true nature as well. He refused to believe that within this haunted house, which should have been teeming with specters, the guide could possibly be an ordinary human. Yet, the anticipated confrontation failed to materialize. The guide, seemingly oblivious to the specter before them, paused momentarily before continuing onward, pulling a pallid and vehemently shaking Su Xiaojing along. By this time, Bai Yan and Suiza had halted, observing the NPCs. "Wenwen, help me. A hand," There's a hand on my shoulder. Wang Ziwen instantly turned her head, and upon seeing the ghostly hand resting on Su Xiaojing's shoulder, she was aghast. The palate. Severed fingers wriggled, the nails prodding at her skin, an occurrence clearly beyond the explanation of mere mechanical props. Faced with the spectral hand, Wang Ziwen felt a tremor of fear, but she couldn't abandon her friend. Seeing Su Xiaojing on the verge of collapse, Wang Ziwen steeled herself, grabbing the severed hand's wrist and yanking it downward with all her might. Instantly, the putrid blood from the severed wrist stained her hand crimson. The severed fingers dug into Su Xiaojing's skin, and it took Wang Ziwen considerable effort to dislodge it from Su Xiaojing's shoulder. Clutching the severed hand, Wang Ziwen suppressed her revulsion and, with a sweeping motion, hurled the ghostly hand towards the skeleton. With a thud, the skeleton, which had only managed to raise itself halfway, collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ziwen resolutely declared, "Xiaojing, let's go. We have to get out of here, quickly." Wang Ziwen pulled Su Xiaojing forward, running. Bai Yan, witnessing the skeleton's attempt to rise again, caught a glint of surprise in his eyes, never expecting Wang Ziwen to be so formidable, daring to confront even a ghost. Given her aptitude, she would undoubtedly excel beyond the majority of players. Capitalizing on the skeleton's collapse, Bai Yan swiftly bypassed it. Hearing Su Yi's footsteps behind him, he intermittently glanced back to ensure Su Yi hadn't been replaced. They advanced for a distance until Su Xiaojing, breathless and unable to continue, prompted Wang Ziwen to decelerate. Encumbered by a liability, Wang Ziwen's pace wasn't swift, allowing the two men to pursue with ease. During the lull, Bai Yan consulted his phone, noting that 6 minutes had elapsed since their second entry into the haunted house. The total game countdown had only diminished by a little over 40 minutes, affording them ample time. Having traversed a considerable distance, another 2 minutes would suffice to exit the haunted house once more. The beacon of triumph seemed imminent. However, as Wang Ziwen assisted Su Xiaojing in a labored walk, a spherical object rolled from the distant corridor. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that it was a bloodied human head, a head whose eyes remained open in death. The head's unclosed eyes bulged, and its mouth was stretched into a grotesque arc by stitches dominating half of its visage. The head obstructed the only way to leave the haunted house, and then stilled. Having emerged from the exit, Bai Yan once again found himself at the haunted house entrance. Standing before the dimly lit passage, upon seeing Bai Yan emerge, Wang Ziwen anxiously inquired, "Have you by any chance seen my close friend Su Xiaojing? I arrived to find her missing." How could someone simply vanish into thin air like that? Another disappearance? Considering the previous incident, Bai Yan was struck by a sudden conjecture. The first to disappear was the guide. The second was Su Xiaojing. Would the next person to step out of the exit also vanish? What could be the significance of a person disappearing each time they venture out? At that moment, Su Yi also approached, standing at the entrance, deep in contemplation. The path to survival in this game was nebulous. They had gleaned scant useful information from the escape room and the previous 2 haunted houses. Moreover, with a person invariably vanishing with each haunted house excursion, their opportunities appeared to be dwindling. With Wang Ziwen present, they were hesitant to voice certain thoughts. Nevertheless, they were both acutely aware that, based on the order of disappearances in the previous 2 rounds, Wang Ziwen was likely to be the next. Ill-omened, he reflected, regretting not having exchanged positions with her. Bai Yan cast a sidelong glance at Su Yi, who now betrayed a hint of glee in his eyes. Evidently having arrived at the same conclusion, he had previously declined to switch places with him. But who could have foreseen that the greatest peril lay not in being the last, but in the order of entry into the haunted house? After Wang Ziwen's disappearance, the next to vanish within the haunted house would inevitably be him. He must uncover the clues within 2 rounds. Otherwise, Su Xiaojing and the guide would serve as cautionary tales. Yet, does disappearance necessarily equate to certain death? Regardless, her fate seems grim. In this game, often, being missing is tantamount to being dead. The 2 players are acutely aware of this reality. However, Wang Ziwen perceives matters differently. She continues to call out loudly, hoping to find her friend. "Xiaojing, where have you gone, Xiaojing? Xiaojing, can you hear me, Xiaojing?" Wang Ziwen nearly shouts herself hoarse, fearing that her cries might attract something sinister. Bai Yan interjects, attempting to assuage her fears. "In such a haunted place, your friend is probably, you're talking nonsense. Xiaojing will be fine. She must have just wandered off." Wang Ziwen, pale-faced, is unwilling to accept this harsh truth. Stubbornly, she insists. Xiaojing is undoubtedly still in this haunted house, perhaps just ahead. I don't care if you're scared. I am determined to find Xiaojing. With that, she recklessly charges forward. Observing the vital NPC depart, Bai Yan and Su Iza have no choice but to follow her immediately. Wang Ziwen, displaying considerable courage, can validate much information for them, and naturally, in the dim light of the haunted house, the girl's visage is grotesquely swollen and discolored, her eyes bulging. Even in the murky surroundings, Wang Ziwen discerns that this is not a living person. Yet, the face bears an uncanny resemblance to Su Xiaojing's countenance. Startled, Wang Ziwen recoiled. Her confidant transformed into a cadaverous specter. Retreating, she watched as the entity that was once Su Xiaojing arose, advancing relentlessly. Wen, dost thou not recognize me? Didst thou not proclaim us to be the closest of companions? I am suspended here, enveloped in a chilling embrace. Wilt thou ascend and keep me company? Incredulity gripped Wang Ziwen as her dearest friend manifested as a vengeful spirit, seeking to ensnare her even in death. Gazing upon the ghastly visage of Su Xiaojing, her throat parched, she questioned, why? Wherefore all the inquiries? To reason with a specter is akin to inviting lunacy. Flee, Bai Yan interjected, casting a glance at Su Xiaojing before vehemently rebuking Wang Ziwen. Thy friend hath metamorphosed into a phantom, yearning to devour thy flesh and flay thy skin. And yet, thou regardest her as a friend? Most crucially, there are two souls behind thee. How shall we escape if thou dost not? Bai Yan's admonition jolted Wang Ziwen from her reverie. The betrayal of her friend had left her mind in disarray. Yet the macabre confines of the haunted house allowed no respite for her tumultuous emotions. As Su Xiaojing threatened to obstruct their passage, she steeled her resolve, determined to evade her grasp and burst forth from her side. However, as she drew near Su Xiaojing, a blood-soaked noose descended from above, cleaving in twain at its center. Upon seeing the noose hanging before her eyes, Wang Ziwen's gaze flickered with a hint of fear. She lowered her head to avoid the rope. But Su Xiaojing suddenly seized her by the hair, forcefully pressing her against the noose. The bifurcated rope ensnared both Su Xiaojing and Wang Ziwen. One looped around Su's head while the other encircled Wang's neck. Wang Ziwen tugged at the rope in a desperate attempt to free herself, but it tightened around her throat, gradually lifting her off the ground until her toes barely brushed the floor, swinging helplessly beneath her. Suspended in the air by the noose, Wang Ziwen's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her friend, whose face bore a sinister grin. Their faces were mere inches apart, and amidst the overwhelming feelings of resentment and fury, she dared not swallow. Damn it, we're doomed. Su Iza spat. Both NPCs are dead. We might be next. As he spoke, the two had already dashed past the suspended corpses and reached the exit of the haunted house. Faced with the dark abyss of the exit, they halted, hesitating to step inside. Bai Yan, have you found a way out? No. Have you thought of anything? Bai Yan glanced at Su Iza, who truly had not discovered a solution, yet even if he had, he would not share it with Su Iza. Upon returning to reality, Bai Yan felt invigorated. The game had lasted no more than an hour and a half, requiring little physical exertion. Consequently, he emerged from this session not as exhausted as in previous instances, but rather filled with energy, ready to peruse the forum. Whether Su Iza emerged unscathed remains uncertain. Should he have survived, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards me. To preempt any potential retaliation, I must strike first. Thus mused Bai Yan, as he commenced composing a new post on his phone. Mirroring Chu Fu's style, Bai Yan recounted his experiences in the game from beginning to end. Naturally, he omitted any information detrimental to himself, while emphasizing Su Iza's indifference and refusal to offer assistance. He also mentioned that in the fourth round, he only thought of a way out when he was on the verge of life and death, clearing himself of the blame. This way, even if Su Iza were to post about him, no one would believe his one-sided account. Having submitted the post, Bai Yan remained unconcerned about Su Iza's potential for a desperate counterattack. He had obscured the post, refraining from explicitly mentioning Su Iza's name or appearance, instead focusing on condemning his shameless behavior, which provoked a barrage of criticism from other players. This way, Su Iza would likely feel infuriated upon reading the post, but would not feel threatened enough to seek physical confrontation in the real world. With the post published, Bai Yan commenced a mental review of the previous game's details. In the previous game, Su Xiaojing, who disappeared in the second round, must have entered a new haunted house alone, just like him, and could only truly leave through the exit of this haunted house. Unfortunately, Su Xiaojing must have been deceived by the ghosts inside and failed to escape the haunted house within 10 minutes, which is why they saw Su Xiaojing's ghost. In reality, swapping positions in the previous round would have made little difference. My disappearance would still have left Suiza in a solitary haunted house, where the only true exit lies within. In the end, neither of us gained an advantage. Bai Yan mused to himself. However, the rate at which specters materialize is exceedingly rapid. In the future, I must exercise caution when utilizing NPCs, lest their immediate transformation into apparitions upon demise overwhelms us. Bai Yan reflected somberly, realizing that the advice proffered on the forum may not be as reliable as he had hoped. After perusing the forum for some time, a thread entitled Experiences of Clearing the Fourth Level piqued his interest. Having vomited up his evening meal, Bai Yan returned, clutching his stomach, his face etched with pain. It was not merely the physical discomfort. The loathing and vexation within him rendered him restless and ill at ease, impossible to ignore. Reluctantly, Bai Yan spent half the night watching legal programs on his laptop. Listening to the weeping and lamentations of the victims' families, the spasms in his stomach gradually subsided, and he slowly regained composure. Since becoming a player in the app game, he had not watched such programs in a long time. The joy derived from them was negligible, but they proved effective whenever he felt overwhelmed. Bai Yan stared at the screen, its glow illuminating the darkness, and suddenly felt profoundly weary. A sense of inexplicable fatigue washed over him, causing him to slump in his chair, his shoulders stooped. Who says doing good deeds brings happiness? I was truly misled by that imbecile, Wang Zhe. Bai Yan, feeling utterly bored, shut down his computer, intending to browse the forum for a while longer before lying down to sleep, eager to forget the miseries of the day. In the blink of an eye, it was once again time for the weekly gaming session. Bai Yan rejuvenated himself and promptly initiated a match at noon. Before long, he was met with the familiar sensation of dizziness, as a new game notification appeared on his phone. Match successful. Number of players, 3. Game difficulty, normal. Level description. This round's game is titled Real Horror Tales. Obtain the membership application form from the Horror Society at Blue Sky Academy, and passing the Society's entrance exam will be considered a victory in the game. Background introduction. You are a freshman at Blue Sky Academy, deeply intrigued by supernatural events. One day, you come across a recruitment poster for the Horror Society, and the thought of joining piques your interest, compelling you to enhance your university experience by becoming a member of the Society. Game rules. 1. The duration of this round is 7 days. Failure to complete the entrance exam by midnight on the 7th day will result in game failure. 2. After correctly filling out the membership application form, you may exit the game by clicking the return button on your phone. Is the theme of this round truly horror tales? Bai Yan pondered as he gazed at his phone, planning to set out shortly to locate the Horror Society. However, before he could make a move, a sharp voice interrupted him. You in the blue shirt. What are you doing? The exam is approaching. Why haven't you put away your phone? Bai Yan was startled by a sound, glancing around to find himself alone in a blue garment. Moreover, he realized something rather ominous. He was seated in an examination hall. His current identity appeared to be that of a young man in his 20s, lying peacefully among a wreath, his expression serene as if he had simply drifted into slumber. Around him, faint sobbing could be heard incessantly. An elderly couple, both over 50, leaned on each other, gazing at their son's remains, their faces streaked with tears. The young man's name was Wang Zhe. He had heroically intervened to save a woman from being robbed, only to be fatally stabbed multiple times by a desperate assailant. Today marked his farewell ceremony. Friends and family had gathered to mourn the untimely loss of this young soul. In a corner of the funeral home, a young man clad in black, with his head bowed, trembled as he suppressed strange sounds from his throat, as if he were weeping. He was Wang Zhe's closest friend, who, on this significant day, had forewent his graduation ceremony just to bid farewell to his dear brother. With his head lowered and one hand covering his face, he appeared engulfed in profound sorrow. Indeed, such grief was not something easily shaken off. In truth, he had exerted considerable effort to refrain from bursting into laughter. Bai Yan's face was adorned with an extraordinarily radiant smile. If excitement could be entirely encapsulated within a grin, the corners of his mouth would undoubtedly stretch to his ears. He was overwhelmed with joy. Fearing that his laughter might provoke the ire of Wang Zhe's friends and family, Bai Yan remained discreetly positioned in an inconspicuous corner, maintaining a low profile. After a prolonged period, the farewell ceremony finally concluded, prompting Bai Yan to lift his head. At that moment, he suppressed his exhilaration, donning a countenance of sorrow akin to those around him. even conjuring a tear from the corner of his eye. Yet, upon closer inspection, there was no trace of grief in his gaze. Rather, it subtly hinted at delight. Once Wang Zai's remains were cremated, the acquaintances, some of whom were unfamiliar to him, gradually dispersed. Bai Yan departed the funeral home alongside the attendees. The sorrow of an elder bidding farewell to a younger soul is a pain that even time cannot assuage. In this moment, any words of consolation would seem hollow. All that could be done was to leave, granting space to the elderly couple, rendered speechless by their grief. Wang Zai passed away during the sweltering summer. Exiting the stifling funeral home, Bai Yan opened his dark sunshade, yet the blinding sunlight continued to provoke tears. Unable to endure the relentless heat, he summoned a taxi through a ride-hailing app, finally liberating himself. In the app titled Hell, titled Wings of Snow, Winds of Time, which debuted on the Xinjiang original network, Bai Yan immediately checked the clock hanging in his room upon his return. He had spent half an hour in the game. However, in the real world, only a mere minute had elapsed. Was that half an hour in the game equivalent to just 1 minute in reality? Or did the clock in the real world merely advance by 1 minute regardless of the duration spent in the game? This thought flickered through Bai Yan's mind. But before he could delve deeper into it, a wave of dizziness surged through his brain. Since noon, he had not consumed any food or water. In his fervor, he had completely forgotten about his basic needs. Now that he had relaxed, the fatigue generated by the game, coupled with a day-long hunger, clamored for his attention, each aspect protesting against his body. He couldn't order takeout in this situation, so he decided to grab something to eat haphazardly. Bai Yan glanced at the blood-soaked floor, with his damp clothes leaving a trail of crimson stains that continued to spread across the surface. Additionally, when he had momentarily lost his balance and leaned against the wall for support, he had inadvertently left a conspicuous bloody handprint on it. If discovered, he would find it challenging to pass it off as an act of performance art. The disarray of the room was giving Bai Yan a headache. Unable to tolerate the squalid environment, he took out his diary and tossed his bloodied clothes into the washing machine, intending to deal with them once they were clean. Subsequently, he took a shower, donned a set of fresh clothes, and retrieved a mop to cleanse the bloodstains that marred the floor. As for the walls, lacking paint in his abode, Bai Yan was compelled to defer the matter. He harbored no fascination with his own sanguine imprints. Had they been another's, he might have entertained a fleeting appreciation. After a brief respite, Bai Yan procured a sheet of paper and affixed it to the wall, obscuring the crimson handprints with a haphazard scrawl of words. Further restoration would have to wait until he could acquire paint the following day. Following a cursory tidying of the room, Bai Yan prepared a bowl of instant noodles, hastily consuming his evening repast. With the noodles consumed, the throbbing in Bai Yan's head began to abate. He strolled onto the veranda, his gaze drawn to the diary drying in the air. For the first time, a profound sense of sorrow washed over him. He had finally discovered an item he cherished and intended to preserve, only to have it ruined by water. Soaked in blood-tinged water, he wondered if it could ever be salvaged. The diary's desiccation would require time, and despite his extended midday slumber, Bai Yan felt the pull of fatigue. Thus, he extinguished the light and succumbed to the embrace of profound darkness. Chapter 50. With Yang Qi's demise, Su Shaoqian assumed her responsibilities, taking her place in cleaning the premises. Fortunately, the subsequent days unfolded with tranquility within the villa, and the mistress of the house did not assign any further tasks. On the morning of the 7th day, Bai Yan seized an opportunity to pose a question to the lady of the house that had long lingered in his mind. Fearing that the mistress might recall something unsettling, he had refrained from asking until today. "Madam, where have the employees who left prematurely gone? Did I not mention earlier? They were all dismissed," the mistress remarked. Observing Bai Yan's expression and believing she grasped his concern, with a chuckle, she reassured him, "Rest assured, you have all worked for 7 days. I shall not withhold your wages. Even if someone were to err today, I would not cast them aside. Those who were dismissed, as long as they were not dishonest, receive some compensation. My declaration of withholding pay was merely a means to encourage diligence in your work." "Ah, I see. Madam, your kindness is truly commendable." After successfully extracting this information from the mistress, Bai Yan shared his revelation during the midday gathering. "Our previous speculations were indeed correct. The spirit brought back by the couple has altered their memories. It seems the husband and wife remain oblivious to their own demise, believing instead that those who have departed did so under normal circumstances, unaware of the tragic fate that befell them." After summarizing the intelligence, Bai Yan sighed. reflecting that this couple were originally good people. In their lifetime, they were passionate about charity and eager to assist others. However, after their demise, their personalities underwent a drastic transformation. They developed a taste for deceased rodents, yet never defaulted on their wages. At the club, it is likely that the male host was the first individual he had killed since he could remember, while the female host, who led him around the room every night, likely had no recollection of it herself. In truth, they too were victims. Bai Yan's words resonated deeply with Li Hao. When the female host assigned him to dig for roses in the garden, he harbored genuine resentment towards her. Yet, once he survived and grasped the underlying circumstances, his animosity diminished. Ultimately, the female host was also a pitiable soul. She had unwittingly brought home a vengeful spirit, which inadvertently led to the ruin of her entire family. In summary, we must prevent the female host from recalling her own demise. And Xin concluded, stating that as long as we do not expose the Fade of their already deceased state, we can maintain a semblance of peace and safely navigate our final day. And Qing's sentiments were met with unanimous agreement. In recent days, each individual had taken turns confronting the knocking spirit, and everyone had become acquainted with the methods to deal with it. Surrounding the young man, faint sounds of continuous weeping could be heard. An elderly couple, both over 50, leaned on each other, gazing at their son's remains, their faces streaming with tears. The young man's name was Wang Zhe. He bravely rescued a woman from a robbery, only to be brutally stabbed multiple times by the desperate assailant, ultimately sacrificing his life in the act of heroism. Today marks his farewell ceremony. Friends and family have gathered to mourn the untimely departure of this young soul. In a dim corner of the funeral home, a young man clad in black, with his head bowed, trembles slightly, emitting strange sounds from his throat, as if he is weeping. He is Wang Zhe's closest friend, who has chosen to forego his graduation ceremony to pay his last respects to his dear brother. The young man remains with his head lowered, one hand covering his face, seemingly overwhelmed by grief. Indeed, such sorrow is not easily cast aside. In truth, he has struggled immensely to suppress his laughter. Beneath his downcast visage lies an extraordinarily radiant smile. If excitement were to manifest in his expression, the corners of his mouth would stretch to his ears. He is positively elated. Fearing that a burst of laughter might provoke the ire of Wang Zhe's grieving family, he remains inconspicuous in the shadows. After a lengthy period, the farewell ceremony finally concludes, and he lifts his head. At this moment, he stifles his exhilaration, donning a fade of sorrow akin to that of others, even managing to squeeze out a solitary tear from the corner of his eye. Yet, upon closer inspection, there is no trace of grief in his gaze. Rather, it is tinged with hidden delight. Following Wang Zhe's cremation, the acquaintances and distant relatives who were not close to him dispersed in small groups. Bai Yan, along with the other mourners who had attended the funeral, departed from the funeral parlor. The sorrow of a parent outliving their child is a grief that even time cannot assuage. In such moments, any words of consolation ring hollow. All that one can do is withdraw, leaving the bereaved elders to their inconsolable weeping. Wang Zhe passed away during the sweltering summer months. Upon exiting the stifling funeral home, Bai Yan unfurled his black parasol, yet the dazzling sunlight still stung his eyes, causing tears to flow. Unable to endure the scorching heat, Bai Yan summoned a taxi via a ride-hailing application, finally escaping the sun's torment. Upon returning home, his first act was to draw the curtains, followed by an eager activation of the air conditioning. Having endured a prolonged period of intense cerebral stimulation, Bai Yan felt somewhat weary. Chapter 52. The drowned female ghost was now dressing with increasing alacrity, managing to don a garment in approximately 5 seconds. Bai Yan even passed her children's clothing, which she continued to plaster onto herself without a change in expression, seemingly unconcerned with how her distended form managed to fit into them. The female specter donned numerous garments, yet her figure did not appear cumbersome. Every outfit she wore seemed to be absorbed into her very being. As she adorned herself, her gaze remained fixed upon Bai Yan, a clear indication that this ghostly lady harbored intentions to flay his skin for her own apparel. Bai Yan counted the remaining articles of clothing, the weight of impending doom pressing heavily upon him. He surveyed the barren wardrobe and sighed inwardly. He found the game intriguing. The tale of a family of 4 imbued with profound humanity, its narrative crafted with remarkable authenticity and high playability. However, should he perish here, the rest of the game would be irrevocably lost, a misfortune indeed. The thought of potentially meeting his demise today caused Bai Yan's hands to tremble slightly. After all, he too feared death. In all his years, he had encountered but one person who faced death with such indifference. As he offered another garment to the specter, Bai Yan cast a fleeting glance towards Chu Fu, feeling a modicum of relief. When misfortune befalls one, witnessing another in a more dire predicament can significantly lighten one's spirits, especially for someone like Bai Yan. His initial decision to assist Chu Fu was motivated by a desire for a comparative measure, a potential scapegoat should circumstances turn dire. Yet, it was now evident that the notion of using her as fodder was futile. This game paired each individual with a corresponding specter, leaving no room for escape. Nevertheless, the presence of this young lady served to uplift his spirits, thus his efforts were not in vain. In the vicinity of Chu Fu, the ravenous ghost had consumed all the food, leaving not even a trace of the putrid, moldy remnants behind. Once everything was devoured, the ghastly specter naturally recalled that there was still a living soul nearby. The essence of a living person was, without a doubt, far more delectable than the stench of spoiled, expired provisions. Thus, the malevolent spirit seized Chu Fu as one might grasp a chick, effortlessly grasping her hand, and without hesitation. It lunged forth to bite. Help me. Wang Zhe, I beg you. Chapter 53. Upon returning, Bai Yan immediately checked the clock hanging in the room. He had spent half an hour within the game, yet in the realm of reality, only a mere minute had elapsed. Was the half hour in the game equivalent to just a single minute in reality? Or did it imply that regardless of the duration spent in the game, time in the real world would only progress by a minute? This thought flickered through Bai Yan's mind, but before he could delve deeper, a wave of dizziness surged through his head. Since noon, he had neither eaten nor drunk, too exhilarated at the moment to remember such mundane needs. Now, as he relaxed, the fatigue from the game and the hunger that had persisted throughout the day clamored for attention, protesting against his body. In this predicament, ordering takeout was not an option. Oh well, he decided, he would simply eat something, anything. Bai Yan cast a glance at the bloodstained floor, where the dampness of his clothes had resulted in crimson patches spreading ominously. Moreover, when he had steadied himself against the wall moments ago, it now bore a glaring bloodstain. A handprint that would be difficult to explain away as mere performance art if discovered. The disarray of the room induced a headache for Bai Yan. He could hardly tolerate the untidiness. He retrieved his diary and tossed his bloody garments into the washing machine, intending to deal with them once they were clean. Afterward, he took a refreshing shower and donned a fresh set of clothes. He then fetched a mop to cleanse the blood from the floor. As for the wall, lacking paint at home, he decided to leave it as it was. He felt no attachment to his own handprint, though he might have appreciated another's. After a brief respite, Bai Yan affixed a sheet of white paper over the handprint and scrawled some hasty words upon it, temporarily concealing the evidence. The remainder would have to wait until he could procure paint the following day to restore the wall. Having tidied up the room to some extent, Bai Yan prepared a bowl of instant noodles, hastily resolving his dinner. Once he finished his meal, he noticed that his head felt less dizzy, and he approached the balcony, gazing at the diary drying in the sun. For the first time, a wave of sadness washed over him. He had finally found something he cherished, intending to preserve it well, only to see it ruined by water. In the realm of the app titled Hell, known as the Feather of Snow and the Wind of Time, first unveiled on the Xinjiang original network upon witnessing the departure of some individuals. The remaining participants lost their inclination for conversation and gradually vacated their seats, each seeking a secluded corner to rummage through. Bai Yan discovered that the desk he was investigating contained 2 drawers. Initially, he presumed the puzzle would be elusive. However, to his surprise, upon opening the second drawer, he uncovered a disassembled puzzle quietly nestled within. The game indicated a difficulty level of easy, yet could it truly be that simple? Bai Yan scrutinized the puzzle's base and realized that the one he had found was a 7x9 format, comprising a total of 63 pieces. Typically, an ordinary person would require approximately 15 minutes to complete a puzzle of this size. Barring any significant intellectual shortcomings, even the most inept could finish within 20 minutes. The game generously allotted a full 30 minutes, rendering the time allowance exceedingly ample. Furthermore, he noted that the image depicted in the puzzle was precisely that of the room's panoramic view, providing a tangible reference that even a preschool child could easily piece together. The peculiar nature of the game, which had assembled a group of individuals and instilled a sense of dread, suggested that if the sole objective was merely to engage them in a puzzle, it was decidedly illogical. Bai Yan recalled that the game was titled Supernatural Puzzle and surmised that the challenge likely lay not in the puzzle itself, but in the supernatural phenomena entwined with it. With this realization, he decided to refrain from hastily assembling the puzzle. With a tangible reference, his velocity could be augmented, potentially culminating in the jigsaw puzzle's completion within 10 minutes. Nonetheless, as a precautionary measure, Bai Yan resolved to allocate 15 minutes to the puzzle's resolution, with an additional 15 minutes dedicated to the acquisition of clues. Initially positioning the jigsaw puzzle upon the desk's surface, Bai Yan commenced a meticulous perusal of the desk, endeavoring to unearth any pertinent elements. Upon the desk's expanse, in addition to the recently positioned jigsaw puzzle, a disordered assortment of stationery was amassed. The desk's surface was replete with discarded drawing papers, fractured oil pastels, and remnants of sustenance. Bai Yan retrieved a drawing paper adorned with content, scrutinizing it with assiduousness. A substantial portion of the drawing paper was obscured by graphite, while at its epicenter, for diminutive figures, each brandishing an eerie smile, were rendered in crayon. Two of the diminutive figures were conspicuously taller than their counterparts, presumably representing parents and two children, a nuclear family perhaps. The stick figures depicted on the drawing paper were markedly crude, evocative of a child's scribbles. Based on the line work, Bai Yan surmised that the artist was likely an elementary school student. He inverted the drawing paper, whereupon he discerned two lines of text inscribed on the reverse side. First grade, class 2, Xian Meng. Indeed, a fledgling primary school student, Xian Meng. A girl by the nomenclature, he mused aloud. In the appel, titled Feathers of Snow, Winds of Time. The expansive villa on Jinjiang Original Network seemed daunting to Yang Qi, who feared being dismissed by the lady of the house for failing to complete her cleaning tasks. Thus, she ventured into the storage room to fetch a bucket, intending to commence her labor. Presently, in their chamber, only Bai Yan and Xing remained. Bai Yan, while you were absent, we discussed an intriguing matter, and Xing remarked. We discovered that this room lacks Wi-Fi, and our mobile data cannot connect to the internet. Can our phones still function here? Bai Yan expressed surprise. Did you manage to bring phones to this location? Not quite, and Xing clarified. We merely wish to ascertain whether our phones could be operational. While we cannot access the internet, we can still communicate with one another. In case of any peril, we can call each other. As she spoke, and Xing exchanged phone numbers with Bai Yan and saved the contact details of the others on her device. Having acquired 7 phone numbers, Bai Yan prepared to report to the master of the house. However, as he exited the women's quarters, he encountered Zhu Fugui, who hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, approaching Bai Yan as if he were a beacon of hope. Brother, could you assist me? What should I do with the items in the kitchen? Bai Yan followed Zhu Fugui into the kitchen, where he beheld an array of peeled meats upon the cutting board, which appeared far from the ordinary cuts of beef or lamb. Upon closer inspection, Bai Yan discerned that the meats were not of the common variety, but rather consisted of canine, feline, serpentine, and an unidentifiable flesh, so thoroughly minced as to defy recognition. Furthermore, in his haste, Zhu Fugui had neglected to secure the refrigerator door. Within its gaping maw, Bai Yan beheld a greater quantity of cat and dog meat, alongside a meager assortment of vegetables. Peculiarly, the majority of the meats were in a state of advanced putrefaction, emitting an acrid stench that permeated the air. Behold, these are the ingredients with which I am expected to create a culinary masterpiece. Zhu Fugui lamented, his brow furrowed with consternation as he gazed upon the feline flesh upon the cutting board. Canine cuisine is within my repertoire, as we rural folk occasionally partake when the opportunity arises. However, this feral feline, I have heard tales of its acrid flavor, rendering it unpalatable. What course of action should I pursue? I have heard tell of a dish known as dragon and tiger fight. Perhaps you could attempt its creation? Bai Yan proposed, his culinary expertise notwithstanding. Observe, the villa contains only these meats, bereft of the bovine and porcine delights favored by the common palate, suggesting a predilection for such fare on the part of the residents. Should you stew them together, embellishing the concoction with a smattering of vegetables and imbuing it with delectable flavors, they may find it agreeable. Very well, I shall endeavor to do so. Zhu Fugui acquiesced hesitantly, though his countenance remained clouded with concern. Brother, your words possess a certain merit. This resounding name evoked memories for Bai Yan of sharing a bed with Gui Tu last night, causing a slight change in his complexion. The other 2 individuals also associated it with some perilous implications, heightening their vigilance. With just a name, the trio comprehended that this club was not to be trifled with. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, the male host and the individual entered a room, followed closely by the 3. Within the club, numerous patrons were present. Upon noticing the arrival of the unfamiliar trio, An elegant gentleman rose to inquire, Boss Gu, Boss Wong, who are these three? They are my driver, bodyguard, and steward. The host replied with a smile. They are quite interested in this matter, and I trust them implicitly. The elegant gentleman, upon hearing the endorsement from Boss Gu, refrained from further inquiries, casting a glance at Bai Yan and the others' name badges, silently committing their names to memory. As the host took his seat, the other members of the club began to share the newly acquired resources with him. When it was the host's turn, he unfolded a book he had brought with him, proudly declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a book I have spent a month and a half composing, chronicling the historical and contemporary accounts of the event known as beheading. At the end of the book, I have compiled a considerable amount of news related to beheading, which required substantial effort on my part. Boss Gu, your thoughtfulness is commendable. This concept of yours is indeed innovative. I shall make it a point to read your remarkable work thoroughly." The club's members were captivated by the book Mr. Gu brought. They graciously opened it and passed it around. As the host mentioned, the book was densely filled with the phrase beheading, accompanied by numerous gory images of blood-soaked axes, headless corpses, and heads rolling on the ground. The club members were engrossed, with one woman particularly fascinated. Upon reaching the news articles about beheadings at the end, she exclaimed, slapping her thigh in excitement, "Why didn't I think of compiling something like this myself and publishing a book? It seems Mr. Gu has beaten me to it. It looks like Mr. Gu will win first place in this gathering." "Miss Liu, you claim that Mr. Gu's contribution is the best, but I beg to differ." A burly man with a scowling face scoffed, "I've brought a unique item that surpasses even Mr. Gu's book. Once you see it, you'll forget all about Mr. Gu's book. What could possibly outdo Mr. Gu's?" However, smoking was not without its merits. Coughing could suppress laughter, and Zhu Fugui's expression was so pained that Bai Yan feared he might actually burst out laughing if he looked at it any longer. While Bai Yan didn't believe that smoking relieved stress, Zhu Fugui and Lu Tianyi chain-smoked, filling the air with a choking haze. As tears welled in his eyes, Zhu Fugui, puffing on a cigarette, choked out, "If, by any chance, I perish in this game, would you do me a favor? My daughter is only 5. Her mother passed away long ago, and now I may join her. I worry about what will become of her, alone at home." "Where do you reside?" Lu Tianyi inquired, extinguishing his cigarette, only to immediately light another. "Liakan, Huangfeng City. The only restaurant at the village entrance," Zhu Fugui replied, wiping his nose. "Brother, when you go there, please inform my daughter that I have gone to find her mother and will not be returning. Her uncle lives in the same village. Tell her to go to her uncle's house and obey her aunt and uncle. She should not dwell on her parents, now that her father is gone. I cannot indulge her anymore. If she disobeys and is sent away by her aunt and uncle, I will be powerless to intervene." "Very well, if you die, I will seek out your daughter," Lu Tianyi vowed. "Old Zhu, do not be so pessimistic. There are still 3 hours until midnight. If we can find a way out within these 3 hours, you will not die." "I really can avoid death?" Zhu Fugui asked, grinding his cigarette butt into the ground, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Then let us proceed. Where shall we seek clues?" "I will venture into the cellar to find the young master and inquire if he knows anything," Bai Yan said, gesturing farewell before departing for the cellar. Having asked Su Shaoqian for its location, Lu Tianyi and Zhu Fugui parted ways, and Bai Yan followed suit, heading to the cellar. Frankly, he harbored reservations regarding the operation's prospects. The black man had explicitly warned them that utilizing their own cellular devices to contact the corporation would be a fatal error. Had Zhu Fugui solicited the mistress's telephone and dialed from an external line, a glimmer of hope might have persisted. However, opportunity, once squandered, is irretrievable. Once a path of assured demise is trod, fate is all but sealed. Bai Yan assessed Zhu Fugui's likelihood of discovering a path to survival as exceedingly remote. His present descent into the cellar was motivated by inquiries he wished to pose to the young master held captive within. Chapter 58. Since midday's commencement, he had abstained from sustenance and hydration. In his initial fervor, he had momentarily disregarded this necessity. Now, with the dissipation of his excitement, the fatigue engendered by the game, coupled with the accumulated hunger of the day, assailed him in concert, each registering its protest against his physical being. Resorting to delivery services was untenable under the present circumstances. Resigned, he resolved to consume whatever provisions were readily accessible. Bai Yan's gaze swept over the floor, saturated with gore. His damp attire had caused the pooling of blood, which was relentlessly encroaching upon the surrounding expanse. Furthermore, His momentary loss of equilibrium had prompted him to steady himself against a wall, resulting in the conspicuous imprint of a bloody hand. Should this be discovered, the pretext of performance art would scarcely suffice to allay suspicion. The disarray into which the residents had been plunged induced a throbbing sensation in Bai Yan's temples. He could not endure the squalid environment. Thus, he first retrieved his diary and discarded his blood-stained clothes into the washing machine, intending to dispose of them once they were cleansed. Following this, he took a refreshing shower and donned a fresh outfit. He then retrieved a mop to cleanse the bloodstains from the floor. As for the walls, Bai Yan currently lacked any paint, so he chose to leave them unattended. He held no interest in his own bloody handprints. Had they belonged to another, he might have appreciated them. After resting for a brief moment, Bai Yan decided to cover the handprints with a piece of white paper, upon which he scribbled some hasty words to obscure the stains. The remaining task of tidying the walls would have to wait until he could procure paint the following day. After a cursory tidying of his room, Bai Yan prepared a bowl of instant noodles and hastily consumed his dinner. Once he finished, he found his head less dizzy, and he stepped onto the balcony, gazing at his diary drying in the sun, feeling a wave of sorrow for the first time. It was a struggle to find something he cherished, only to have it soaked by water. Now, in this condition, he wondered if it could still be salvaged. Drying the diary would require time, and despite having napped for a considerable duration in the afternoon, Bai Yan still felt fatigued. Consequently, he turned off the light and closed his eyes, surrendering to the depths of a dark dream. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Bai Yan was awakened promptly by his biological clock. He prepared a packet of cereal for breakfast, then opened his phone and accessed the ominous red and black app. Unlike his initial experience, this time launching the application did not immediately immerse him in the game. Instead, the app presented a series of circular levels, each labeled with numerals ranging from 1 to 12. Among these, the one marked with a 1 stood out. Chapter 59. The mistress extended a finger, meticulously counting heads. Satisfied that none of the 8 individuals were missing, she nodded approvingly, stating, "Excellent, precisely 8. For the next 7 days, I expect diligent work from all of you. Remember this. Confine yourselves to your designated work areas and refrain from wandering aimlessly throughout the villa, particularly the cellar. Prior to your arrival, I employed numerous servants, but they proved incapable of even the most rudimentary tasks, resorting to petty theft and unwarranted rummaging, thereby disrupting the tranquility of our household. Consequently, I terminated their employment prematurely. As stipulated in their contracts, those dismissed will receive no remuneration whatsoever." Her countenance assumed a grave demeanor as she delivered this pronouncement, while her words carried considerable weight. The assembled individuals, being seasoned game players, were already cognizant of the villa's enigmatic nature. It would have been more astonishing had there been no underlying issues. Therefore, they remained unfazed by her admonitions, attentively absorbing her instructions. The corridor adjacent to the ground floor houses the servants' quarters. You may allocate rooms amongst yourselves. You are at liberty to deposit your belongings forthwith. Ensure that you do not all congregate in a single chamber, but rather each occupies a separate bed, lest it be misconstrued that our household imposes undue hardship upon its staff. Incidentally, butler, I require a word with you." Upon hearing this, the assembly turned their gaze towards Bai Yan, who gestured for them to proceed while he remained in the hall, attending to the mistress's directives. "Butler," she began, "I shall first elucidate the tasks required in the coming days, which you shall subsequently convey to the staff, ensuring their adherence to my instructions." "As you wish, madam," Bai Yan replied. "My husband and I adhere to the following daily routine. Mealtimes are at 7 o'clock a.m., 12 o'clock p.m., and 6 o'clock p.m., requiring the cook to prepare 3 servings and arrange them upon the table. My eldest son is indisposed and unable to join us for meals. Therefore, a maid must deliver his 3 daily meals. Kindly summon the maid, that I may personally instruct her." "Very well. Furthermore, the cleaning lady is responsible for maintaining the villa's cleanliness, including window cleaning, room tidying, and laundry. Should she find herself overwhelmed, the maid may assist her. I do not require the maid to be constantly at my beck and call. Do I make myself clear?" "Perfectly, madam. Is there anything else?" Bai Yan inquired, meticulously noting the mistress's words while subtly observing her countenance. Overwhelmed by profound trepidation toward the specter dominating half the puzzle, a man, seized by a primal fear of the unknown, channeled his dread into vehement rage directed at the uncooperative adolescent. The middle schooler's repeated refusals ignited his pent-up emotions. culminating in a torrent of invective and menace before the man succumbed to violence, striking the boy to the ground in a bid to forcibly seize the puzzle piece. Witnessing an adult preying upon a student, Bai Yan felt compelled to intervene. Deeply influenced by the ethos of his comrade, Wang Zhe, a champion of justice, Bai Yan deemed it his duty to act. In the wake of his classmate's demise, he resolved to stand as a voice for his fallen brother, to champion righteousness in a world shrouded in darkness. "Sir," Bai Yan interjected, concealing the diary containing the purloined puzzle piece within his pocket. Resorting to violence against a minor is hardly commendable. Approaching the man, he gently tapped his shoulder, adding with disapproval, "Surely, as grown men, we can refrain from bullying a child. Is it truly honorable to snatch from one so young? Do you know him?" The man queried icily. "No," Bai Yan admitted, momentarily taken aback. However, recalling Wang Zhe's typical response in such situations, he composed himself, adopting an expression of heartfelt dismay. "Regardless," he declared, "striking a child is never justifiable. Disputes can be resolved through dialogue. He is but a tender blossom, a future pillar of our nation. Can you truly bring yourself to harm one so innocent? Oh, a good Samaritan are we? Are you daft?" The man scoffed. "I'm warning you, get the hell away from me. Don't feign benevolence and act like a savior. Provoke me, and I'll thrash you as well. Meddling on behalf of strangers, are you courting a beating?" The man clenched his fist, its joints cracking audibly. His arm, conspicuously robust, suggested a predilection for physical exercise. The ill-trained Bai Yan, assessing his own physique, seemed apprehensive. Noticing Bai Yan's retreat, the man chuckled derisively, as if mocking his overestimation. After shoving the middle school student aside, the man seized the jigsaw puzzle, scattering his own pieces over the boy's head. Spitting at him, he resumed, taunting Bai Yan. "Oh, why aren't you continuing your role as a paragon of virtue? Come on, proceed." Having acquired the middle school student's jigsaw puzzle, the shadow that had been looming over the man dissipated considerably. Observing the middle school student sprawled on the ground, Bai Yan, whose own family life was far from blissful, was deeply moved by the endearing domestic atmosphere. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips as he resolved to carry the diary with him, hoping to take it back. In a world where sources of joy were scarce for him, he was determined to possess this heartwarming diary brimming with childlike innocence and sincerity, as it had captivated his heart. As he was engrossed in examining the puzzle, the conflict had escalated nearby. The man was consumed by a profound fear of the specter occupying half of the puzzle. He dreaded this unknown entity, and his trepidation manifested as anger directed at the oblivious middle school student. The repeated rejections from the student stifled his emotions, and after a barrage of insults and threats, he could no longer contain himself. In a fit of rage, he struck the student down, attempting to forcibly seize the puzzle. Witnessing an adult bully a student was something Bai Yan could not overlook. Influenced by his righteous companion, Wang Zhe, he felt compelled to take a stand. In this moment of despair for his deceased comrade, he resolved to rise in defense of justice against the darkness of the world. "Is it really appropriate for an adult to lay hands on a minor?" he interjected. Seizing a moment of distraction, Bai Yan discreetly slipped a notebook containing a puzzle piece into his pocket before approaching the man, placing a hand on his shoulder. "We are all grown men here. Do you truly find it honorable to rob a child? Do you know him?" The man asked coldly. "I do not," Bai Yan replied, momentarily taken aback. Yet, recalling how Wang Zhe would handle such a situation, he composed himself and adjusted his expression to one of heartfelt dismay. "Regardless, it is unequivocally wrong to strike a child. We can address the issues at hand gradually. He is still so young, a budding flower of our nation as future. How can you bear to lay a hand on a child? Ah, a paragon of virtue are we? Pray, is your mind addled?" The man sneered. "I forewarn you. Remove yourself from my vicinity forthwith, and cease this charade of benevolence. Provoke me, and I shall not hesitate to strike you as well. To intercede on behalf of strangers. Do you seek a beating?" The man's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fist, his arm a brawny testament to a life of physical exertion. The less physically imposing Bai Yan assessed his own frame, a hint of trepidation evident. Seeing Bai Yan retreat, the man scoffed, as if to deride him. Chapter 62. Lu Tianyi was visibly agitated, so Bai Yan recounted the events on his behalf. Upon hearing the details, a pall of concern descended upon the group. After a day without fatalities, they had dared to hope that vigilance alone would ensure their survival through the 7 days. However, Lu Kuei's demise served as a stark reminder that safety remains an illusion within this game. "Ah, Yes, there is another matter, Bai Yan added. Lu Tianyi and I gleaned some information about this family at the club. They say the youngest son passed away some years ago. And Qing, during your tutelage with the young master today, did you observe anything amiss? Bai Yan inquired. No, she demurred. He merely presented me with a book to read aloud. The very same one as yesterday. And Qing shook her head. So, can we definitively ascertain that the master of this residence and the youngest son are indeed specters? Affirmative. White surmised. With the exception of the eldest son confined to the cellar, the other three are likely apparitions. Last night, I encountered the knocker ghost from the book. Its fingertips were acutely sharp. Among the inhabitants of the villa, only the mistress possesses such pointed fingers. Furthermore, its hands were remarkably delicate, indicative of a woman's touch. Verily, she exclaimed, this entire family consists of phantoms. I dare say there's no need for further conjecture. The eldest son must also be a specter, Su Xiaoqian resentfully declared. Today, the eldest son continued his incessant shouting. I believe he feigns ignorance. His parents and younger brother have already transformed into ghosts. There's no plausible reason for him to remain unscathed. Not necessarily, White countered. All anomalies commenced half a year ago. Be it the villa residents' newfound predilection for putrid sustenance or the master's abrupt alteration in temperament. These events transpired a mere 6 months prior. White reorganized his thoughts, articulating. I harbor a conjecture. The club members mentioned that the master was once an ardent philanthropist, a lover of cats and dogs. His wife, too, was of benevolent disposition, frequently donating funds and supplies to orphanages. Moreover, their eldest son was a paragon of talent, diligently pursuing art at school. Could it be that, half a year ago, the long-deceased youngest son suddenly returned home, precipitating a cataclysmic transformation within the villa, resulting in the family's current state? White's proposition incited contemplation among the assembly. Integrating the clues they had thus far unearthed, the conjecture possessed a modicum of validity. However, they are now powerless to alter their circumstances, despite their newfound knowledge. Even if they were to discern the identity of the malevolent entity, they would remain confined within the villa, subject to its whims. Following further deliberations among the assembled group, the narrative progresses to the 63rd chapter, accessible at the designated domain. Subsequently, the maid, Su Xiaoqian, accompanied her mistress downstairs. Upon observing Zhu Fuguei serving dishes, she excused herself to her mistress and hastened to the kitchen to assist him. Through their concerted efforts, an array of dishes was soon arranged upon the table. However, as she carried the final dish, Su Xiaoqian's countenance turned ashen. The dish she bore was none other than the infamous 3 squeaks. The sight of the nearly expired rodents heaped together caused her hands to tremble as she placed the dish upon the table. She harbored an intense aversion to rodents and had nearly succumbed to the impulse to hurl the platter. With the assortment of dishes now complete, the mistress procured a plate and proceeded to portion out samples of each dish, keeping the plate high. She then seized a juvenile rodent, liberally coated it in sauce, and placed the sauced morsel atop the mound. Subsequently, the mistress entrusted the plate to Su Xiaoqian, instructing her in a hushed tone to deliver the offering to her eldest son, who resided in the cellar. She reiterated the location of the cellar, previously disclosed to Su Xiaoqian, and emphasized the necessity of ensuring her son's consumption of the repast, given his recent bout of discontent. Observing the small mouse struggling and writhing atop the meal, Su Xiaoqian felt an overwhelming urge to scream. Yet, she was acutely aware of the irrational consequences within the game. So she forced a stiff nod and replied with difficulty, "Yes, my lady, I understand." As she carried the plate, the tiny creature continued to weakly squeak. Unable to endure such torment, she hurriedly departed the hall, eager to dispose of the contents of her plate. Once Su Xiaoqian had left, the male host and his second son began to descend the stairs for their meal, taking their respective seats. Who prepared lunch? The male host inquired abruptly upon sitting down. It was I, Zhu Fuguei replied, his voice tinged with anxiety. Despite his best efforts, the rotten cat and dog meat yielded dishes that were far from satisfactory. He had taken Bai Yan's advice to heart. However, the kitchen lacked the miraculous additives that could transform decay into delight. Thus, despite his generous use of spices, the nauseating stench remained unmasked. Fortunately, the male host's inquiry seemed casual, and after posing the question, he fell silent, picking up his knife and fork to relish his meal. Recognizing that the male host had made up his mind, Bai Yan offered a respectful bow before conveying the unfortunate news to Su Xiaoqian and Yang Qi. Upon learning that they would not be able to rest that evening and would have to work the night shift, the two young women visibly darkened. Yang Qi, in particular, could not help but exclaim, "This game is utterly perverse. Not only do we have to do all this twisted work, but we also have to attend to guests at night? Rather than worry about losing our virginity," she continued, "I think we should be more concerned about whether the guests are ghosts." Su Shaoqian scoffed, "You can resist losing your virginity, but if you're sleeping with a ghost, there's no telling whether your head will still be on your neck when you wake up." After dawdling for a while, the two women knew that further delay was futile, so they reluctantly followed Bai Yan to the guest rooms, casting backward glances with every step. Naturally, there were two male guests, and since the host had not specified who should accompany whom, the two women began to quarrel over the matter. However, they were both aware that keeping the guests waiting would have undesirable consequences. After some tugging and pulling, Su Shaoqian finally yielded. She had realized that if the guest was a ghost, she would be powerless to resist, regardless of its appearance. But if it was a human, the worst she could expect was sexual harassment. She could handle mistresses and fight off hooligans, so surely she could manage a mere male NPC. In the end, Su Shaoqian chose Boss Zhao, a burly man who looked like anything but a gentleman. Yang Qi, on the other hand, entered the room of the refined man, whom the host had referred to as Teacher Wang. Seeing that the two women had entered without attempting to escape, Bai Yan breathed a sigh of relief and pushed open Miss Lu's door. When he entered, Miss Lu had already completed her grooming and was seated at the edge of the bed, engrossed in a book authored by the male protagonist. Upon noticing Bai Yan's arrival, Miss Lu patted the space beside her, inviting him to sit down. "Butler Bai, what a coincidence. Have you given any thought to our discussion the other day?" "What discussion?" Bai Yan feigned ignorance. "You truly have a poor memory." "I was referring to the matter of working with me," Miss Lu replied, a hint of amusement in her tone, seemingly mocking Bai Yan's recollection. "Have you made a decision?" "No, absolutely not. I cannot betray my benefactor. He has shown me great kindness." Chapter 65. Zhu Fugui was in a foul mood, and the three of them sat on the steps, accompanying him as he smoked. Although Bai Yan had never smoked before, he accepted a cigarette, attempting to take a few puffs, only to be met with a fit of coughing. He realized he did not enjoy the taste of tobacco. However, smoking was not without its merits. The coughing stifled his laughter, for Zhu Fugui's expression was painfully pained, and he feared that lingering too long on it would provoke genuine amusement. It was said that smoking could alleviate stress, though Bai Yan did not share that sentiment. Nonetheless, Zhu Fugui and Lu Tianyi continued to smoke one after another, filling the air with an overwhelming haze. As Zhu Fugui puffed on his cigarette, tears welled up in his eyes as he implored, If I perish in this game, would you do me a favor? My daughter is only 5 years old, and her mother passed away long ago. Now that I, too, must depart to join her, what will become of her all alone at home? Where do you reside?" Lu Tianyi extinguished his cigarette, only to light another in an instant. "Liakan, Huangfeng City. The only restaurant at the village entrance." Zhu Fugui sniffled as he blew his nose. "Young man, when you go there, tell my daughter that I've gone to find her mother and won't be returning. Her uncle lives in the same village as us. Tell her to go to her uncle's house and be obedient to her aunt and uncle from now on. Don't dwell on her parents. Her father won't be around to indulge her anymore. If she disobeys and is sent away by her aunt and uncle, I won't be able to do anything about it." "Very well. If you die, I will go back and find your daughter," Lu Tianyi vowed. "Old Zhu, don't be too pessimistic. There are still more than 3 hours until 12 o'clock. As long as we can find a way out in these 3 hours, you won't die." "Won't die? Can I really avoid death?" Zhu Fugui stubbed out his cigarette on the ground, regaining a modicum of spirit. "Then let's go. Where should we look for clues?" "I'll go to the cellar to find the young master and ask him if he knows anything." Bai Yan rose to his feet, waving goodbye to the two men. "You can ask the hosts if the money must be repaid by 12 o'clock. Lu Tianyi and Zhu Fugui parted ways, while Bai Yan inquired about the location of the cellar from Su Shaoqian and proceeded there as instructed. To be candid, he harbored little optimism regarding this endeavor. The stark warning from the black man was unmistakable. Contacting the company using one's own mobile phone was a futile endeavor. Had Zhu Fugui borrowed a mobile device from the mistress and dialed the number using someone else's phone, perhaps there might have been a glimmer of hope for survival. However, once an opportunity is lost, it becomes irrevocable. When one finds themselves at a dead end, fate is nearly sealed. Bai Yan believed that Zhu Fugui's chances of discovering a path to safety were exceedingly slim. His descent into the cellar was also prompted by certain matters he wished to address. Anqing produced a bar of compressed biscuits, displaying it for all to see. Initially, I thought with Chef Zhu around, we would not have to resort to this, but given that the provisions in the kitchen are inedible, we shall have to subsist on this for the coming days. Compressed biscuits? Such a novelty. Upon hearing Anqing's words, the others appeared intrigued. In truth, if one were to be resolute, the snakes and rats could indeed be consumed. However, these creatures were likely spoiled and rife with parasites. Consuming such fare would leave no guarantee against stomach ailments, which in the realm of this game could prove fatal. Miss Anqing, where are the compressed biscuits? Are they all beneath your bed? Lu Tianyi inquired. Nay, the crates reside beneath Brother Lu's cot. I could not manage to budge them. Thus I merely procured a bar for myself, quoth Anqing. I have ascertained that there exist 2 ample crates of hardtack. One crate has been breached and partially consumed. Yet the remainder should suffice for our sustenance for 7 days, pending their expiration date. Hardtack, by its very nature, boasts an extended shelf life, and even past its prime. It surpasses the alternative of consuming malodorous rodents, Lu Kuei declared. Confound it, the proprietor of this abode possesses considerable wealth. Shall we inquire whether they would permit us to dine out? In this day and age, the employment of servants necessitates a sustenance stipend, does it not? Nay, we must refrain from such action, and Qing interjected. We are as yet uncertain whether the villa's master is corporeal or spectral, should you inquire. And the master query as to why we do not partake of the refrigerator's contents, we would be exposed. Furthermore, we are merely a contingent of temporary laborers. It is best to eschew extraneous complications and augment unnecessary jeopardy. Verily, fair maiden, thou speakest truth. Much gratitude is owed unto thee. Zhu Fugui assented with fervent nods. After some deliberation, all concurred with the proposition of consuming hardtack. They were merely required to endure 7 days within the confines of the game, not to reside for eternity. Upon their return to reality, they could indulge in any culinary delight their hearts desired. Thus it was prudent to avoid soliciting trouble for the sake of a morsel. In accordance with the intelligence provided by Anqing, Zhu Fugui and Lu Tianyi conveyed the crates to Anqing's chamber, placing both cardboard receptacles upon the table. The 2 crates of hardtack contained 2 flavors, peanut and meat floss. Some time had elapsed since the break of dawn. Chapter 67 in the realm of the game. A mere half-hour equates to a fleeting minute in reality. Or perhaps, regardless of the passage of time within the game, reality merely advances by a minute? This thought flickered through Bai Yan's mind, yet before he could delve deeper into contemplation, a wave of dizziness surged through his consciousness. Since noon, he had abstained from food and drink, his earlier exuberance having caused him to neglect such basic needs. Now, as he finally relaxed, the fatigue born from the gaming experience and a day-long hunger assailed him, each demanding acknowledgement from his weary body. Unable to order takeout in this disarray, he resolved to scavenge for something to eat. A glance at the blood-stained floor revealed the extent of the chaos. His damp clothes had left a vivid crimson trail that continued to spread. Furthermore, when he had steadied himself against the wall moments ago, a conspicuous bloodstain now marked its surface. If discovered, he doubted he could evade scrutiny under the pretense of artistic expression. The room's disorder induced a throbbing headache, and Bai Yan, intolerant of such squalor, retrieved his diary. He tossed his bloodied garments into the washing machine, intending to dispose of them once clean. Afterward, he took a refreshing shower, donned a set of clean attire, and retrieved a mop to diligently cleanse the blood from the floor. As for the walls, Bai Yan currently has no paint at home, so he can only leave them as they are for now. He holds no interest in the bloodstains of his own making. Had they belonged to someone else, he might have found them worthy of appreciation. After a brief respite, Bai Yan decided to cover the stains with a sheet of white paper, upon which he hastily scrawled some words to obscure the blood marks. The rest would have to wait until tomorrow when he could purchase paint to clean the walls thoroughly. After tidying up the room to a minimal extent, Bai Yan prepared a bowl of instant noodles and swiftly resolved his dinner. Once he finished the noodles, he noticed that his head felt less dizzy. So he walked to the balcony, gazing at the diary drying outside, and for the first time, he felt a pang of sorrow. He had finally found something he cherished, intending to keep it safely, only to discover it had been soaked by water. Now, in this condition, he wondered if the diary could still be salvaged. The diary would require time to dry. Despite having slept for a long while during the afternoon, Bai Yan still felt fatigued. Thus, he turned off the light and closed his eyes, surrendering to the depths of a dark dream. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Bai Yan was awakened by his biological clock. He hastily prepared a packet of cereal for breakfast and opened his phone, tapping on the ominous red and black app. Unlike the first time he opened it, this time Yang Qi had died, and Su Xiaoqian took over her duties, cleaning the room in her stead. Fortunately, for the next 2 days, the villa remained calm, and the lady of the house did not assign any further tasks. On the morning of the 7th day, Bai Yan seized an opportunity to pose a question to the mistress that had long occupied his thoughts. Fearing that it might evoke unwelcome memories, he had refrained from asking until today. "Madam, where have those employees who left early gone? Did I not mention earlier?" "They were all dismissed," the mistress replied. Observing Bai Yan's expression and believing she understood his implication, she chuckled. "Rest assured, you have all worked for 7 days. I shall not withhold your wages. Even if someone were to err today, I would not expel them. As for those dismissed, as long as they did not engage in theft, I provided them with some compensation. The notion of withholding pay was merely to encourage diligence in your work." "Indeed, how kind-hearted you are, madam," Bai Yan acknowledged. Having skillfully navigated the conversation, he shared this revelation during the midday gathering. "Our earlier speculations were not unfounded. The spirit brought back by the master and mistress has altered their memories. It seems they are unaware of their demise, and in their perception, those who have departed did so under normal circumstances, not meeting an untimely end." After summarizing the intelligence, Bai Yan remarked, "It is worth noting that this couple was originally good-hearted individuals. In life, they were passionate about charity and eager to assist others. However, after their demise, their personalities underwent a drastic transformation. They developed a taste for consuming deceased rodents, yet never neglected their obligations to pay salaries. At the club, the male host was likely the first victim the husband had ever killed, and the female host, who nightly paraded in our room, probably no longer remembers her past. In truth, they too are victims." Bai Yan's words resonated with Li Hao, who recalled how he had harbored intense resentment towards the female host when she assigned him to dig roses in the garden. Yet, having safely navigated the ordeal and grasped the underlying circumstances, his animosity diminished. Ultimately, the female host is also a pitiable figure. She brought home a malevolent spirit, unaware that it would lead to the ruin of her entire family. In conclusion, we must prevent the female host and the others from recalling their deceased state. And Qing summarized, "As long as we do not expose the facade of their already slain existence, we can maintain an appearance of tranquility and safely endure the final day." And Qing's sentiments garnered unanimous agreement among the group. The ghost at the door had been named by everyone over the past few days, and all had become familiar with methods to counter it. Thus, its return would not incite fear. What else is there? Do you truly believe that working merely 7 days could yield such a lucrative salary? My earnings are not simply blown in by the wind. The male host replied coldly. You should have been aware of this when signing the contract. Moreover, Miss Liu is an attractive woman. Accompanying her is hardly a loss. Well, I have acquired new information, and this inquiry has proven worthwhile. Understanding that the male host had made up his mind, Bai Yan performed a courteous gesture and proceeded to inform Su Xiaoqian and Yang Qi of this unfortunate news. Upon learning that they would not be able to rest that evening and would have to work the night shift, the expressions of the two young ladies darkened noticeably. Especially Yang Qi, who could not contain her frustration and exclaimed, "Isn't this game utterly perverse? Not only must we perform all these bizarre tasks, but we also have to entertain guests at night?" Su Xiaoqian scoffed, "You might have a chance to resist losing your virtue. But if the one you are to sleep with turns out to be a ghost, who knows if your head will remain on your shoulders while you slumber?" After a moment of hesitance, both ladies recognized that lingering any longer would be futile. Reluctantly, they followed Bai Yan to the guest rooms, frequently glancing back as they walked. Naturally, there were 2 male guests, and since the host had not specified who would accompany which guest, the 2 ladies found themselves embroiled in yet another dispute. However, they all understood that making the guests wait impatiently could lead to undesirable consequences. After much deliberation, it was ultimately Su Xiaoqian who took a step back. She realized that if the guest was a ghost, she would be powerless regardless of appearance. Yet, if the guest were human, the worst she could face was harassment. She was capable of confronting a mistress and contending with a rogue, so why should she fear a mere male NPC? In the end, Su Xiaoqian chose the burly and unrefined boss Zhao, clearly not a man of integrity. Meanwhile, Yang Qi entered the room of the refined gentleman, referred to by the male protagonist as Teacher Wang. Observing the 2 ladies enter without any sign of fleeing, Bai Yan breathed a sigh of relief and pushed open Miss Lu's door. Upon his entrance, Miss Lu had already completed her grooming and was seated by the bed, engrossed in a book authored by the male protagonist. Noticing Bai Yan's arrival, Miss Lu patted the space beside her, inviting him to sit. "By Butler, what a coincidence. Have you given any thought to that matter we discussed the other day?" "What matter?" Bai Yan feigned ignorance. "You've quite the forgetful nature." "I was referring to the proposition of coming to work for me," Miss Lu said with a half-smile, as the ghost on the jigsaw puzzle had vanished. One might wonder where the ghost depicted above had gone. Chu Fu mustered her courage to glance at the chandelier, where she noticed several faint streaks of blood. Yet there was no ghost in sight. Chu Fu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, though she nearly choked on her tears. However, before she could contemplate her next course of action, the previously silent man suddenly erupted. "Hey, you two. I heard you both mumbling just now. Is there something you're not telling me?" The man glared at the chocolate on Chu Fu's table and the pile of women's clothing in Bai Yan's arms, his agitation palpable. "This game is utterly impossible to survive. There's something sinister about it, I swear. I'm laying it down right here, if you don't spill the beans. I want to make it out alive, and neither will you. Why don't you stand up and give it a try?" Bai Yan felt an urge to retort. According to the second rule of the game, puzzles must be completed at the square table, and one cannot leave the table during the puzzle completion. He was quite curious to see what would become of the man if he did leave the table. However, if the punishment were to be delayed and the man, fueled by his desire to flip the table, tore apart their puzzle, it would indeed create complications. Moreover, he had deliberately hidden a piece of the puzzle from the man. If the man perished before the surprise was revealed, missing out on the highs and lows of life, it would be a great pity. With this thought in mind, Bai Yan resolved to endure for the time being and to deflect the issue for now. Thus, he slightly lifted his head and, with an unwavering expression, said, "I've already given you the puzzle pieces. What more do you want?" As the words faded, a hint of regret seemed to dawn on him for having provoked the man. He softened his tone, attempting to mend the situation. "It's not that I wouldn't tell you," he began, "but even though you acted that way toward the middle schooler, we're chosen to play this game together, so we should help each other. I still have a large portion of my puzzle unfinished, so I'll keep it brief. I discovered earlier in the wardrobe that all the women's clothing was soaking wet, as if someone had been wearing them. I thought this might be useful, or at the very least, could serve as a shield against the ghost if it appears. So I took them." After Bai Yan finished speaking, Chu Fu, fearing that the man would find fault with her, quickly added, "I was nervous and had a strong craving for food, so I couldn't resist taking some of the items on the food table to eat. Do you think I would believe that?" The man questioned, his face full of doubt. "Tell me the truth." For several days, he immersed himself in studying forum guides and exercising, and the week quickly drew to a close. On the morning of the 7th day, Bai Yan began to subtly alter his appearance with foundation and eyebrow pencils, so that people wouldn't recognize him as the Wang Zhe who had been exposed on the forum. To further avoid detection, he also styled his hair and deliberately changed into casual attire that differed from his previous style. Once he finished applying the makeup, Bai Yan placed the foundation in his shoulder bag and slung it over his shoulder. In addition to foundation, Bai Yan's satchel contained hemostatic powder, bandages, a small knife, a pin, and a length of bent wire. From the discussions in the forum, it was evident that unforeseen events frequently occurred within the game, prompting Bai Yan to carry a selection of lightweight tools to prepare for any potential emergencies. Moreover, it was imperative not to forget her glasses this time. Bai Yan's vision was not particularly sharp, and during the previous game, she nearly overlooked a puzzle piece emblazoned with the words "human chair" in the realm of gaming. Even the omission of a single letter could determine the outcome of a match. Thus, in addition to the pair she wore, Bai Yan stowed a spare set of glasses in her bag, having adequately prepared for her entry into the game. Bai Yan opened the Hell Frontline app and clicked on the icon for the second level. After several minutes of anticipation, a wave of dizziness suddenly enveloped her, and the surrounding scenery transformed accordingly. As she gradually emerged from the disorientation, Bai Yan refrained from hastily surveying the alterations around her. Instead, she promptly unlocked her phone to check the latest game prompts. Match successful. Number of players, 8. Game difficulty, normal. Level description. This round of the game is titled The Haunted Villa. Complete the tasks assigned by the villa's owner. Surviving for 7 days is deemed a victory in the game. Background introduction. You are a recent graduate, having completed your degree just 1 year prior. Throughout this year, you have changed jobs 3 times, each resulting in termination by your employer following the conclusion of your probation period. Having recently departed from your previous employment, You find yourself in dire financial straits, teetering on the brink of destitution after settling your rent. Following a week of subsisting on a meager diet of bread, you chanced upon a recruitment advertisement in the newspaper. Emboldened, you made a call, which culminated in a successful interview. Now, you stand before a villa, poised to embark on a 7-day endeavor that promises a substantial remuneration, sufficient to cover your forthcoming rent and sustain you until you secure new employment. Game rules: 72 Chapter 72. Our website domain name: Hell App Snow Feather Time Wind. First published on Xinjiang Original Network. Compressed biscuits? There are such things. Hearing in Qing's words, everyone's eyes lit up. In fact, if you are cruel, snakes and rats are not impossible to eat. But firstly, these things have deteriorated, and secondly, they all contain a lot of parasites. If you eat these things, no one can guarantee that they will not have a stomach upset. In the game world, stomach upsets are fatal. In Qing Girl, where are the compressed biscuits? Are they all under your bed? Lu Tianyi asked. No, the boxes are under Brother Lu's bed. I can't move them, so I only took one with me. And Qing said, I saw that there are 2 big boxes of compressed biscuits. One box has been opened and some have been eaten, but the rest is enough for us to spend 7 days, but I don't know if they are expired. Compressed biscuits possess a notably long shelf life, and even when they have expired, they are preferable to consuming those foul rodents. Lu Kuei exclaimed, damn it. The homeowner is quite wealthy. Let us inquire whether he would permit us to dine out. In this day and age, hiring servants ought to come with some provision for meals, does it not? No, and Qing interjected, we cannot proceed in such a manner. We are still uncertain whether the owner of this villa is human or a specter. Should you inquire and the owner questions why we are not consuming the provisions from the refrigerator, it would expose our predicament. Furthermore, we are merely temporary workers. It is prudent to avoid complicating matters and incurring unnecessary risks. Indeed, you are right, sister. It is truly arduous for you. Zhu Fuguei nodded vigorously in agreement. After a brief discussion, they all consented to the proposal of consuming the compressed biscuits. They only needed to endure 7 days within this game, not a lifetime. Once they returned to reality, they could indulge in whatever they desired. There was no need to seek trouble over a morsel of food. Following in Qing's guidance, Zhu Fuguei and Lu Tianyi transported the boxes to Qing's room, placing the 2 cartons upon the table. One box contained peanut biscuits, while the other held meat paste. Some time had passed since morning, and Bai Yan, feeling hungry, took a piece of the peanut biscuit, sniffed it, found no issues, and took a bite, swallowing the crumbs whole. To his surprise, these compressed biscuits had a satisfying chewiness, albeit a bit too salty. After just one bite, he felt an overwhelming desire for water. After fetching some cool boiled water from the kitchen, Bai Yan returned to the room only to discover that the meal had been delivered. Chapter 73. The domain name of this site: Hell App. The Feather of Snow and the Wind of Time initially debuted on the Xinjiang Original Network. Not to mention that yesterday afternoon, their younger son had persuaded Qing to read a terrifying tale about the knocking ghost, indirectly providing them with a clue. Bai Yan had initially believed this to be a hint from an NPC, but it now appeared otherwise. From the painful lessons learned by the predecessors on the forum, it was clear that regardless of how adorable or harmless a ghost might seem, they would show no mercy when it came to murder. Therefore, the younger son's request for Qing to read was likely not meant to offer them a hint, but rather a playful game of cat and mouse. While Bai Yan and Lu Tianyi were attuned to gather intelligence, Lu Kuei found himself trapped alone in the props room, feeling somewhat anxious. Besides the male protagonist's axe, this props room contained the club members' favored beheading tools, saws, iron chains, and sickles, that made Lu Kuei's scalp tingle in horror. Among the array of gruesome implements, Lu Kuei quickly spotted a gleaming axe. This sharp axe was precisely what the male protagonist had instructed him to find. Grasping the axe, Lu Kuei turned to leave, only to discover that the door was shut tight. Alarmed, he yanked at the doorknob, but alas, the door was firmly locked, no matter how hard he pulled. Marooned in the prop room, Lu Kuei was seized by such trepidation that he was tempted to cleave the door asunder with his axe and flee the confines of the chamber. However, mindful that he was on club grounds, he hesitated, fearing that such an act would incur the wrath of the proprietor, who might use it as a pretext for his dismissal. After careful deliberation, he refrained from forcing the door and instead resolved to sit cross-legged and await the arrival of Bai Yan and Lu Tianyi, confident that his prolonged absence would prompt them to seek him out. Alas, Lu Kuei tarried in the prop room for what seemed an eternity. Yet his companions did not materialize. Glancing at his phone, he noted with dismay that a mere 5 minutes had elapsed, but the sight of the garish props, some still bearing traces of blood, filled him with disquiet. He attempted to contact the others via his mobile, but the accursed location was devoid of any signal. Another 5 minutes crawled by, and Lu Kuei's anxiety swelled. Gripping the axe with renewed resolve, he prepared to breach the door. Just then, the portal swung open. "Sir, you were instructed to make haste. Why have you been gone for so long? Give me the axe." "Very well," Lu Kuei responded, a note of caution in his voice as he relinquished the axe to the proprietor. The solemn and dignified memorial service featured a young man in his early 20s lying amidst wreaths of flowers, his countenance serene, as if lost in tranquil slumber. Amidst the throng of youthful mourners, a symphony of stifled sobs resonated. An elderly couple, their countenances etched with the passage of time, clung to one another for support, their visages awash with tears as they gazed upon the lifeless form of their son. The departed, known as Wang Zhe, had met his untimely demise while valiantly defending a woman from a robbery, succumbing to a barrage of stabs from the desperate assailant. Today marked his farewell, as his bereaved kin and companions gathered to pay their respects to the tragically departed youth. In a secluded corner of the funeral parlor, a figure clad in somber attire stood with head bowed, shoulders trembling, and emitting peculiar guttural sounds, as if in the throes of grief. This was Wang Zhe's closest confidant, who had forsaken his own graduation ceremony to attend this solemn occasion and bid his final adieu to his cherished comrade. The youth remained with his gaze fixed upon the ground, his face concealed by a hand, as if overwhelmed by sorrow. Indeed, such profound grief was not easily dispelled. In truth, he bore a heavy burden. It required immense effort to suppress the mirth that threatened to erupt within him. Beneath the lowered visage of Bai Yan, a radiant smile bloomed, a testament to his elation. Had it been possible to fully manifest his excitement through his expression, his lips would have stretched to the very edges of his face. He was overjoyed beyond measure. Fearing that his laughter would betray him and incur the wrath of Wang Zhe's loved ones, Bai Yan remained discreetly ensconced in the shadows, maintaining a low profile. After an eternity, the farewell ceremony drew to a close, and Bai Yan finally raised his head. By then, he had quelled his exhilaration and donned a mask of sorrow indistinguishable from that of the other attendees, even managing to conjure a solitary tear from the corner of his eye. However, upon closer inspection, there was not a trace of sorrow in his eyes. Instead, they subtly hinted at joy. After the cremation of Wang Zhe's remains, acquaintances, unfamiliar to him, gradually dispersed. Bai Yan also departed the funeral home alongside the gathered mourners. The sorrow of a white-haired person bidding farewell to one with black hair is a pain that even time cannot assuage. In this moment, any words of comfort are but hollow echoes. All that the people could do was to leave, granting space to the elderly couple, who were inconsolable in their grief. Wang Zhe passed away during the sweltering summer. Exiting the stifling funeral home, Bai Yan opened her dark umbrella, yet the dazzling sunlight still brought forth a cascade of tears. Unable to endure the searing rays, the afternoon at the villa remained uneventful after serving the male and female hosts and the young master their meals. Thus, the day was considered complete. In the evening, Su Shaoqian had prepared the beds for the villa's owners in advance, only to be informed that she could take her leave, as they did not require her presence for the night watch. Upon receiving this directive, Su Shaoqian breathed a sigh of relief. Although there had been no fatalities that day and the villa's owners were quite amiable, she was still reluctant to spend the night alone with them. In horror films, solitary individuals are often the most vulnerable. In her view, it was far more reassuring to reside with fellow players who had entered the game alongside her. Having concluded her tasks, she hastened to the servants' quarters without pausing for refreshment. The others had already assembled, awaiting her arrival. As she entered, Qing greeted her with a smile. Noticing that everyone was present, Su Shaoqian felt a sense of relief. She seized a compressed biscuit and listened to the afternoon's agenda while eating. "Shaoqian, prior to your arrival, we conferred briefly. Lu and the others have discovered nothing of particular significance," Qing stated. "However, during my time as the young master's tutor this afternoon, I did unearth a peculiar piece of information." "What information?" Su Shaoqian inquired. "I toiled all afternoon without discovering anything useful. The elder son, confined to the cellar, remains as deranged as he was at midday, uttering nothing of value beyond his ravings. Well, at 1 o'clock this afternoon, Brother Zhu carried me upstairs to the young master's room for my lesson. Upon entering, the young master simply presented me with a book, indicating that I should read it aloud. Consequently, I spent the entire afternoon reading at his behest." "He remained silent the entire afternoon?" Merely listening to you read? Bai Yan interjected, raising his hand. At midday, I noticed he ate sparingly and inquired whether he was dissatisfied with the luncheon, but he merely glanced at me, offering no response. Could it be that the younger son is mute, incapable of speech? Upon hearing Bai Yan's inquiry, Enqing paused her narrative, reflecting earnestly. Throughout the entire afternoon, the young master had indeed not uttered a single word to her. Even when her voice grew hoarse from thirst and she sought permission to take a break, he remained silent, merely observing her as she paused to drink. No, he did not speak. Perhaps your speculation holds truth. Chapter 76 today marks his farewell ceremony. Friends and family have gathered to mourn this unfortunate young man who has departed from life. In a corner of the funeral home, a young man clad in black, head bowed, trembled at the shoulders, emitting strange sounds from his throat, as if in tears. He was the closest friend of Wang Zhe, and on this significant day, he chose to forego attending his graduation ceremony simply to bid farewell to his dear brother one last time. The young man kept his head lowered, one hand covering his face, seemingly engulfed in profound sorrow. Indeed, such grief is not easily cast aside. In truth, he faced considerable struggle, exerting great effort to suppress any laughter that might escape him. Yet, beneath Bai Yan's lowered visage resided an extraordinarily radiant smile. If exhilaration could be encapsulated in a grin, the corners of his mouth would undoubtedly stretch to the very roots of his ears. He was overwhelmed with joy. Fearing that a burst of laughter might provoke the ire of Wang Zhe's friends and family, Bai Yan remained discreetly tucked away in an inconspicuous corner, maintaining a low profile. After a considerable delay, the farewell ceremony finally drew to a close, and Bai Yan lifted his head. At this juncture, he suppressed his elation, adopting a somber countenance indistinguishable from the others, even managing to squeeze out a solitary tear. However, upon closer inspection, his eyes betrayed no sorrow, but rather a subtle hint of elation. Once Wang Zhe's remains had been cremated, the acquaintances and relatives who were not particularly close to him gradually dispersed. Bai Yan, along with the other mourners who had attended the funeral, also departed from the funeral home. The sorrow of a parent outliving their child was palpable, an anguish that even time could not assuage. In such moments, words of solace were rendered futile, and all that remained was to leave, granting the inconsolable elderly couple their space. Wang Zhe's demise occurred during the sweltering summer months. Upon exiting the stifling funeral home, Bai Yan unfurled his dark parasol. Yet the intense sunlight still caused tears to stream down his face. Unable to endure the scorching heat, he summoned a car using a ride-hailing application, finally escaping the sun's torment. Upon returning home, his first act was to draw the curtains, followed by an eager activation of the air conditioning. Having experienced a prolonged period of intense excitement, Bai Yan felt fatigued. He removed his coat, contentedly reclined on the sofa, and drifted into slumber. He was roused by a melancholic ringtone, at which point the room had been entirely enveloped in darkness. Gazing at the dimly lit interior, Bai Yan's thoughts were somewhat muddled. But upon recalling the events of Chapter 77, the Notion of Hell app by Shui Jiu Shifeng, initially published on Xinjiang Original Network, flickered through Bai Yan's mind. However, before he could delve deeper into it, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Since noon, he had neither eaten nor drunk anything, being too engrossed to remember. Now that he relaxed, the fatigue from the game and the day's hunger assailed him, each protesting to his body. Ordering takeout was out of the question in this situation. Oh well, I'll just grab a bite of something, he muttered. Bai Yan glanced at the blood-soaked floor. Due to his drenched clothing, the floor was stained with blood, which continued to spread. Moreover, when he had lost his balance, he had steadied himself against the wall, leaving a conspicuous bloody handprint. If discovered, he doubted he could pass it off as performance art. The disarray of the room caused Bai Yan a headache. Unable to tolerate the squalor, he first retrieved his diary, then tossed the blood-soaked clothes into the washing machine to be dealt with later. Afterward, he took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and mopped up the blood on the floor. As for the wall, Bai Yan lacked paint at home and had to leave it as is. He had no interest in his own bloody handprint. If it were someone else's, he might have found it worthy of appreciation. After a brief respite, Bai Yan decided to cover a sheet of white paper over the marks, hastily scribbling some words on it to temporarily conceal the blood handprint. The rest could only wait until tomorrow when he could purchase paint to properly clean the wall. After tidying up the room, Bai Yan prepared a bowl of instant noodles, hastily resolving his dinner. Once he finished the noodles, he felt less dizzy and walked to the balcony, gazing at the diary drying in the sun. For the first time experiencing the pangs of sorrow, he had finally found something he cherished, intending to keep it safe, only to have it soaked by water. With the diary ruined by blood, he wondered if it could ever be salvaged. The diary would take time to dry, and despite having slept for a long while in the afternoon, Bai Yan still felt weary. Thus, he turned off the light and closed his eyes, sinking into a profound, dark slumber. At 5 in the morning, Bai Yan was awakened promptly by his internal clock. He hurriedly prepared a packet of cereal for breakfast and opened his phone, clicking on the ominous black and red app. Unlike the first time he opened it, this time, he was not drawn into the game. Chapter 78. Dear viewers, thank you for your patience. Ahead lies the recently circulated eerie ghost village, Yanglan Village. Speaking of which, it took me considerable effort to reach this little hamlet. I traversed mountains and rivers, my feet nearly giving way. Alas, fair maiden, I find myself utterly incapable of proceeding further. Let us repose here for a moment. It was never her intention to solicit digital tokens of appreciation, she insisted. After a suspenseful interlude, during which a deluge of virtual gifts flooded the screen, Bai Chui, the spectral exploration live streamer, arose from her semi-crouch. Bai Chui dedicates herself to venturing into locales rumored to be haunted. In this era, live streaming has become a lucrative endeavor, with top-tier personalities earning millions annually, inciting envy in countless hearts. Bai Chui, too, was enticed into this profession by the prospect of substantial income. However, upon entering this field, she discovered that reality differed significantly from her expectations. To be a live streamer does not guarantee effortless wealth. As with any profession, only a select few attain six-figure monthly earnings and opulent lifestyles. The majority of streamers struggle to make ends meet, with some toiling for an entire month only to receive meager donations insufficient to purchase a simple beverage. Such is the stark reality. Bai Chui once ventured into the realms of gaming and culinary streaming, yet her endeavors bore little fruit. Of course, had she chosen to offer favors and trade on her allure, she might have secured a modest livelihood, but she was not content with such compromises. Ultimately, she took a bold gamble, resolutely transitioning to the realm of supernatural streaming. To her delight, her wager paid off, and after her career shift, she truly found success. Although her earnings still paled in comparison to those of major streamers, a monthly income of 10 to 20,000 was more than sufficient to satisfy her aspirations. As for the audience's mention of Xiao He, he serves as her assistant and boyfriend, otherwise, as a solitary female. She would scarcely dare to explore such desolate and remote locales alone, for that would be exceedingly perilous. She valued her life too much. Now, we have arrived at the village entrance. Soon, Bai Mei shall step into the village. Oddly enough, there are 6 individuals standing at the threshold, all gazing at me as if they are awaiting my arrival. Aside from Xiao He, I have not invited any other friends. Help, there are ghosts. Bai Mei, run. The 6 in front of you are all spirits. I am not deceiving you. Flee while there is still time. Cat afraid of fish bones. What on earth am I witnessing? Bai Mei, Xiao He has vanished. What stands behind you are ghosts. Hurry into the village, or your fate is sealed. Pineapple Cute Duck, 2333. You are all too cruel. Do you wish to scare Bai Mei to death? Xiao He is unfairly caught in the crossfire. Upon hearing the comments read aloud by her phone, Bai Chui couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, completely dismissing the audience's playful taunts. Despite her occupation as a paranormal live streamer, she harbored a profound skepticism towards the existence of specters. In all her broadcasts, she had never once glimpsed a ghostly apparition, thus rendering her impervious to such notions. Albeit her inner composure remained unshaken, she outwardly feigned a state of disarray. With an expression of terror, she cast a dubious glance towards her paramour, Feng Niu, as though genuinely swayed by the audience's conjectures. Upon witnessing Feng Niu extend his swarthy hand in a perfunctory greeting, she patted her chest and exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "You are all so mischievous." I momentarily believed that Little Black had truly been abducted by a phantom. You needn't attempt to frighten me, for I, Bai Mei, am intrepid and dauntless. When have you ever witnessed me cowering in fear? After a brief exchange with her viewers, Bai Chui proceeded onward, remarking, "The haunted houses popularized by influencers of yore were all fabrications. However, do not despair, for this broadcast shall undoubtedly yield a genuine spectral encounter. I, Bai Mei, pledge this upon my very being." With these words, Bai Chui advanced towards the village entrance, her boyfriend trailing behind with his mobile phone in hand. As they neared the village threshold, Bai Chui continued, "According to online documentation, Yanglan Village is a haven for children left behind by their parents. Inhabited predominantly by the elderly and the young, with a dearth of youthful inhabitants. Yet, the individuals ahead appear remarkably youthful, and their attire is incongruent with that of typical villagers. Moreover, there is even a foreigner among them. In my estimation, there is something decidedly amiss here. Perhaps your conjectures are indeed accurate, and they truly are. As she spoke, Bai Chui's voice softened slightly. Among the 6 individuals ahead, there was a robust black man, and she feared that they might overhear her scheming and retaliate against her, prompting her to lower her voice. Soon, she and Feng Niu arrived at the village entrance. Noticing the curious glances from the 6, Bai Chui's eyes sparkled with the prospect of having foreigners on camera, which could attract a wave of new followers. She approached them to strike up a conversation. Hello, I am Bai Chui, but you can call me Bai Mei. This is my boyfriend, Feng Niu. I am a spirit exploration streamer, here to live broadcast my investigation. May I ask who you are? The players had long since conferred on their approach, deciding that since Bai Chui was of Asian descent and a woman, the task of engaging with her would fall to the sole Asian female among them, Yu Shangyu. Thus, Yu Shangyu spoke up. We are also here to explore spirits. We heard tales of supernatural occurrences and wanted to see if there truly are any ghosts here. What a coincidence that our objectives align. Among the 6 were handsome men and beautiful women, robust figures alongside delicate ones, undoubtedly offering an appealing dynamic. For the sake of boosting her live stream's popularity, Bai Chui shamelessly proposed, "Would you mind joining me? I have explored numerous haunted locations and have garnered a bit of fame in spirit exploration. I am not boasting. I assure you, I am quite the professional." Upon hearing this, the young Caucasian girl, Gina, smiled brightly, letting out a soft laugh. Compared to this experienced streamer, the players were the true experts in spirit exploration. However, she merely chuckled, as such matters could not be fully understood by the locals. Bai Chui invited everyone to join her in exploring the supernatural. After some deliberation, the players decided to accompany this reckless streamer, thinking it would be an ideal opportunity to push her into peril if necessary. Upon receiving the agreement from the 6-member group, Bai Chui was elated. With the players' consent, she led the way, while Feng Niu trailed behind to capture the moment on film. Throughout the journey, Bai Chui constantly engaged in playful banter, and with the players' enthusiastic participation, the 2 groups quickly became familiar with one another. Amidst laughter and conversation, Bai Yan inquired, "By the way, Bai Streamer, how did you come to know about the haunting here?" It was a viewer in the livestream who informed me. I found it intriguing, so I took the time to investigate. There's a post online detailing the ghostly tales of Yanglan Village. It seems quite terrifying. Did you not come here after reading that post? Upon hearing Bai Chui's words, Yu Shangyu promptly opened her phone to search for information about Yanglan Village. This particular game appeared to impose no restrictions on players accessing the internet, thus allowing Yu Shangyu to utilize the Blue Star browser to discover web pages from this world. Given her prior experience with real horror stories, she refrained from opening the post to avoid inadvertently triggering a dead end and becoming the protagonist of a ghost story. After scanning the titles related to Yanglan Village and confirming their authenticity, Yu Shangyu nodded at Bai Yan, who understood and continued to extract information from Bai Chui. A post? I have yet to encounter one. A friend of mine mentioned that it is rather mysterious here, and since I have some free time, I invited a few companions to join me in exploring the supernatural. By the way, what did that post say? Hearing you describe it suddenly fills me with trepidation. Bai Chui replied, "It's nothing much, really. It's just a thread initiated by a user claiming to be from Yanglan Village. Over a month ago, this user noticed that the elderly and children in the village were inexplicably disappearing. Soon, the number of missing individuals continued to escalate, instilling great fear in him, prompting his escape from the village, from which he has never returned. The narrative pinned by this user is quite vivid, appearing rather frightening. I see that this post has garnered considerable attention, especially since no streamers have ventured into Yanglan Village. Naturally, someone must take the initiative to be the first to unveil the mysteries lurking behind the disappearances for the viewers. Of course, if it turns out that this village harbors no spirits, I can still relish the experience of rural life and indulge in a countryside retreat." Bai Chui laughed. "If I fail to find any ghosts, I shall abandon the exploration and switch to a food broadcast instead. Sensual female corpse, online hanging. Seeking ghosts is far more intriguing. I refuse to engage in a food broadcast. Water Peach, food broadcasting seems quite entertaining. I will watch whatever Bai Mei presents. Go for it. I love thrills. Bai Mei beware. There's someone ahead. A village girl. Before the comments could unfold, Bai Chui and her companions spotted a young girl approaching from a distance. The girl was pulling a small cart, which was laden with a substantial bundle of items. Even with the assistance of a cart, the young girl appeared to be struggling immensely. Observing this, the onlookers hastened their pace and approached her side. The girl, clad in simple attire with her hair tied back in a ponytail, possessed hands calloused from toil, emblematic of a laborer's resilience. Upon noticing the unfamiliar faces surrounding her, she merely cast a fleeting glance upward before lowering her gaze once more, resuming her efforts to push the cart, entirely indifferent to their presence. The players, harboring ulterior motives, felt no embarrassment in the least. Bai Chui, a streamer with a thick skin, was particularly unfazed. In pursuit of attention, she acted with greater alacrity than the players themselves. Before they could strike up a conversation, Bai Chui seized the initiative, cheerfully inquiring, "Little sister, we are here to experience rural life. Might you have a guest house nearby? We intend to stay the night." "A guest house? No," the girl replied, shaking her head, finally acknowledging their presence. "Our village has no ghost houses. Do you have any vacant rooms in your home? It's rather late, and venturing out now would be inconvenient. Rest assured, we are willing to pay." Bai Chui produced 100 yuan, gesturing toward the young man behind her. "I will share a room with him. Here is 100. Is that agreeable?" "Very well." The girl responded, accepting the money and tucking it into her pocket, preparing to continue pushing the cart. Having observed Bai Chui's secure lodging, the players deliberated and resolved to reside with her. Given the pervasive insecurity within the village, they reasoned that aligning themselves with a streamer poised for misfortune would at least afford them the opportunity to unearth clues upon her demise. Consequently, Bai Yan retrieved 500 from the app's digital wallet and presented it to the young girl, inquiring, "Are there any vacant rooms in your residence? We are a party of 6, and even smaller accommodations would suffice." "Yes," the girl affirmed with a nod, promptly accepting the currency and propelling her cart forward, stating, "My home is nearby. Please follow me." En route, the group learned that the girl's name was Su Lanfang. Before long, the cohort arrived at a dilapidated farmhouse, which served as Su Lanfang's abode. Upon entry, Su Lanfang vociferously announced, "Grandma, I'm home, and we have guests seeking accommodation." "Lan Lan, is that you? And who have you brought with you?" A senescent voice emanated from within the dwelling. The group directed their gaze toward the source of the sound, whereupon a trembling hand opened the window of the main room. Presently, a decrepit elder emerged from the window, eliciting a collective gasp from the onlookers. The crone's countenance was a tapestry of wrinkles, quivering with each utterance, akin to macerated foul skin. Her corpulent frame resembled a heap of necrotic flesh, haphazardly distributed across her person, presenting a rather grotesque spectacle. If the elderly woman's corpulent physique could occasionally be observed in other sedentary seniors who indulged in overeating, her eyes, however, were an anomaly that no ordinary elder could possess. Her irises were ebony, yet the periphery of her pupils emanated a ghastly viridescent luminescence when exposed to sunlight. When she fixed her gaze upon you with those eyes, you would feel as though you were being stalked by a wolf. The players, accustomed to such sights, remained unfazed by the old woman's bizarre appearance. However, the other two, particularly Bai Chui, were startled. Moreover, it wasn't just her. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also taken aback. "Your back has a ghost. Good heavens, this is Su Lanfang's grandmother? She looks absolutely terrifying. I'd believe you if you said she was a ghost. Spring will not return. Astounding. Did the streamer hire an actor? If so, I'd wager 5 mao that the old woman is a ghost. Ian. Ugh, how can someone be so hideous? She resembles an old beast. Lonely rabbit. The person above should mind their words. Everyone will age one day. Cursing an old woman like that. Be careful a ghost doesn't come looking for you tonight." Glancing at the barrage of comments, Bai Chui, surprisingly, ceased to panic upon witnessing the audience's disquiet. Although she had been startled by the old woman's eyes, she also recognized that she was merely an elderly person with a frightening appearance. As a streamer, she could not afford to display any discourtesy towards the elderly. As Bai pondered how to initiate a conversation with the old woman, Su Lanfang exclaimed loudly, "Grandma, they've come to visit our village, and since we don't have any inns, they'd like to stay at our place." She continued, "How could you suddenly bring people home without consulting me?" The old woman retorted in an equally loud voice, seemingly unwilling. Seeing this, Su Lanfang added, "I accepted their money." Upon hearing this, the old woman fell silent. She closed the window, and Su Lanfang dragged the small card into the house before rushing to the large room where the old woman was seated. Through the wooden window, I could hear the rustling sound of money being counted. Soon, Su Lanfang emerged and announced to the group waiting in the yard, "You can come in now. My grandma has agreed." The straightforwardness of this grandmother and granddaughter left the live streamers and players speechless, as well as the audience in the broadcast room. Nevertheless, they had to enter the house. Although Su Lanfang's home was dilapidated, the abundance of land in the countryside had its advantages. Her house was quite spacious, with several rooms containing heated platforms. Leading the group inside, Su Lanfang gave them a tour and then said, "My grandma and I live in the middle room. There are 2 rooms on the east side, one of which is large enough to accommodate the 6 of you comfortably. Since you paid generously, I'll also give you the smaller room on the west side. You can divide yourselves into male and female groups." Addressing the live streamers, Su Lanfang added, "The smaller room on the east side is for you too. You and your partner can stay together." After settling the arrangements, Su Lanfang went to tend to the bag of straw she had just brought back. As she busied herself, White Shui made her way to the main house. Prompted by the audience clamoring to meet the old lady, the players, perceiving the old woman's frightening appearance and advanced age, believed she must possess some knowledge, and thus they followed the host inside. In the main house, the old woman sat cross-legged on the kong, leaning against a pile of bedding, her eyes half closed, appearing drowsy. White Shui called out to her several times, but the old lady remained unresponsive, seemingly impervious to her calls. Remembering the loud conversation earlier between Su Lanfang and the old woman, Bai Yan surmised that the elderly lady might have difficulty hearing. He therefore raised his voice, "Good day, elder. We have a few inquiries to make." This time, the old woman heard him. She slightly opened her eyes, which glimmered with a murky green light that instinctively unsettled those present. Upon seeing the room filled with people and recalling that they had paid her, the old lady's demeanor softened. She picked up a piece of grass paper, cleared her throat, and said, "I'm old. My hearing isn't what it used to be. Speak a bit louder. What do you wish to ask?" "Dear grandmother, we would like to inquire if there have been any ghostly disturbances in your village." White Shui, understanding the old woman's hearing impairment, echoed her question loudly. "I've heard that many people have gone missing in this village. Is that true?" "What? Missing? That child has gone missing?" The old woman appeared somewhat bewildered. "I do not know," she replied. "I only heard outside that this village is haunted, so we came to investigate." White Shui asserted loudly, "Grandmother, it was a young man from your village who told us this. He claimed to have seen many people disappearing from the village, and he was so frightened that he fled." Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, the elder finally grasped the situation. She seized a piece of scrap paper, spat disdainfully, and exclaimed in a strident voice, "Which fool is rambling on? Are they not cursing us? It's all nonsense. How could our village be haunted? Just a few days ago, Shui Wan came to chat with me. No one has gone missing. Everyone, young and old, is here." "What? No one is missing, not a soul?" Bai Shui incredulously inquired. "Grandmother, are you absolutely certain that not a single person has vanished? Even a lost child counts. Our village has no wayward children. They stay close to their guardians and cannot get lost. We keep a watchful eye on any strangers. There's no chance of anyone going missing." After questioning the elder further and learning that no one in the village had disappeared and that there were no signs of haunting, Bai Shui felt profoundly disheartened. Naturally, despite the elder's lack of respect, the live broadcast had to continue. Stepping outside the main house, Bai Shui pointed at the village with unwavering conviction, declaring, "When the unusual occurs, there must be something sinister at play. In such an ancient village, there are surely some supernatural legends, yet that old woman insists there are none. There must be something amiss." Based on the host's extensive experience in exploring the paranormal, she was convinced that the elder was concealing something. In stark contrast, this village undoubtedly harbored ghosts. Dear viewers, you all know that most supernatural occurrences are not visible during the day. Please remain patient. Tonight, let Bai Mei investigate and uncover the truth behind the tales circulating in the forum. Bai Shui was desperately trying to redeem herself, employing various clever tactics to retain her audience. Within the East Chamber, the players gathered, their voices hushed in deliberation. Unlike Bai Shui, they genuinely perceived the old woman's response as unsettling. The veracity of the online post seemed undeniable, were there no fatalities. The app would not have transported them to this locale. "What are your perspectives?" Bai Yan inquired. "I share that sentiment," concurred Ozawa Hiroya. "Not necessarily," countered Yi Shangyu. While the background introduction alludes to the post, it remains plausible that no terror has transpired. Are you suggesting a deceptive lure? Bai Yan mused, recalling events from true horror stories. It's conceivable that the post originated from a spectral entity. Is it possible to ascertain the poster's identity? One moment, Yi Shangyu replied, producing a laptop and commencing to type. As she busied herself, the others continued to pool their insights. The post may not be fabricated. It's conceivable she suffers from amnesia, Gina exclaimed, scratching her brunette braids in pensive contemplation. In previous games, NPCs frequently experienced memory loss, their recollections altered by malevolent spirits, causing them to forget the deceased. Perhaps the old woman has also forgotten. Indeed, that is quite plausible, added Quent, a black man standing beside the petite girl. Gina and I often encounter such circumstances. The acquaintance between Gina and Quent seemed unexpected to Bai Yan. Their contrasting appearances, one dark and robust, the other fair and delicate, struck him as an unlikely pairing, and he wondered how their paths had converged. Amidst the collective expression of opinions, another Eastern player, El Rui Chao, remained taciturn, seemingly disinclined to converse. Remaining taciturn, he was largely ignored by the assembly. After a period of deliberation, Yi Shangyu abruptly declared, "It's futile. We cannot ascertain the source. My laptop automatically restarts upon investigation, as if the application is designed to prevent us from uncovering the poster's identity." Intriguing. Bai Yan's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. It seems the poster's identity carries significant weight. Could it be someone from the village? Gina proposed after a moment's pause. Perhaps they posted it online before their amnesia, as a reminder to themselves. It's also possible that a villager is a specter in disguise, Bai Yan mused. If we could identify the poster, we might unmask the imposter. This, of course, is merely my conjecture. The group engaged in a lively discussion, positing various scenarios frequently encountered in games. Ultimately, they concurred that any of these possibilities could hold true. Consequently, they resolved to adopt a multifaceted approach, validating each theory from various angles to determine the correct one. Quinta and I will inquire with the other villagers to ascertain whether they've experienced amnesia, Gina offered sweetly. You and Quinta? Xiao's boy interjected, gesturing towards the taciturn El Rui Chao. Your complexions differ from the locals, which might frighten them. Perhaps I could accompany you, and Quinta could go with him. No, I'd still prefer to go with Quinta, Gina replied, appearing amiable yet firm in her refusal. I'm accustomed to exploring with familiar teammates. It was evident that Gina and Quinta were a well-established team, and she harbored a degree of mistrust towards Xiao's boy. Indeed, given Gina's petite physique, Hiroshi Ozawa could readily thrust her into harm's way as a shield if circumstances demanded. This notion crossed Bai Yan's mind. After exchanging a few words with Yi Shangyu, he proposed, "We find Su Lanfang and the old woman quite suspicious. The two streamers, being outsiders, also warrant close attention. Yi Shangyu and I will take responsibility for monitoring them." Agreed, the black man assented. Ozawa, you and Lu Rui Chao will team up. Safety in pairs. Following the assignment, Hiroshi Ozawa cast a regretful glance at Gina, a gesture that furrowed her brow with displeasure. Disgusted by Ozawa's shifty demeanor, she would never consent to partnering with him. With a disdainful sniff, Gina tilted her chin and clasped the black man's hand, departing without a word. In the wake of Gina's departure, Lu Rui Chao silently exited the premises, with Ozawa reluctantly trailing behind. Soon, only Bai Yan and Yi Shangyu remained in the East Room. Yi Shangyu slung her laptop over her shoulder, and together with Bai Yan, they emerged from the East Room. In the kitchen, Su Lanfang was engaged in conversation with the female streamer. Upon noticing their arrival, Bai Chui warmly greeted them. The young lady is heading out to gather firewood, and Xiao He and I are offering our assistance. Would you two care to join us? Certainly, we'll accompany you, Bai Yan replied, glancing towards Su Lanfang, who did not object to the entourage offering their aid. Su Lanfang uttered a casual whatever and proceeded ahead, wheeling her cart. Bai Chui apportioned the burlap sacks, giving two to Bai Yan and Yi Shangyu, and the three of them followed Su Lanfang toward the fields. Behind the quartet, Fang Yo diligently filmed his girlfriend, capturing all four in the frame for his live stream. Soon, they arrived at the farmland, with Su Lanfang's plot now in sight. Due to the app's restrictions, the players could not venture beyond the stone tablet's perimeter. However, fortuitously, Su Lanfang's land was contained within the boundaries, thus included within the ghost village. Upon the ochre earth, a mound of stalks and corn cobs formed a small hillock, which was Su Lanfang's firewood. Su Lanfang cast aside the cart, seized a burlap sack, and began filling it with bare corn cobs. Seeing her at work, Bai Yan and the others hastened to assist. They busied themselves separately and soon filled 4 sacks to the brim. Once the stocks were packed, Su Lanfang retrieved several scraps of cloth from her pocket, securing the 4 sacks tightly. She then laid them on their sides, stacking and binding them onto the cart. This village is truly serene, the azure sky and alabaster clouds. The air quality far superior to that of the city. I have always yearned for this bucolic existence. Were it not for my prior knowledge of the village's spectral inhabitants and the numerous disappearances, I might have chosen to settle here. Bai Chui intentionally crafted a tense atmosphere to prevent the prolonged absence of the ghost from causing the audience to grow weary. Under her orchestration, the viewers indeed became intrigued. However, some audience members became overly immersed in the performance. Cat, host. There is a ghost. Cat, there is a head among the straw pile. I saw it. I truly saw it. A mechanical voice from a mobile device coldly recited these 2 messages. Upon hearing the content of the comments, Bai Chui feigned terror, exclaiming, "Is it true? You cannot deceive me. Such tricks will not fool me again. Bai Mei is quite clever." Bai Chui trembled as she uttered her defiance, yet her body honestly turned around. Meanwhile, Feng Niu, responsible for the camera, cooperatively shifted the lens to the large mound of straw. The straw pile appeared empty. Apart from the gentle breeze, there was nothing there. Cat, host. Look quickly, a head has appeared. White elephant pure fruit. Is this a joke? Are you intentionally trying to scare the host? As a newcomer, I find it somewhat confusing. You don't understand. The girl-esque scaring technique is too fake. It feels rather awkward. Bai Mei want to be frightened. Cat, how is that possible? Didn't you all see? I'm not trying to scare anyone, I swear. Indeed. There was an enormous head hanging among the straw, with a stalk piercing through its mouth, suspending it in midair. Did you truly not see this head? Please do not frighten me. Ghost girl knocks. Ha ha, the girl is speaking so earnestly, such a drama queen. Hee hee, I actually saw it too. Hearing the incessant electronic tones, Bai Chui felt rather speechless. Her audience's favorite pastime was to startle her. Of course, a seasoned veteran. She wouldn't be taken in by such tricks, and instead, she was diligently suppressing a laugh. Friends, stop joking around. I won't believe it. All right, the little girl has finished tying the bag. I'll catch up with you all later. We're heading back now. Cat, I'm really not kidding. Another chilling electronic voice chimed in, which annoyed Bai Chui a bit, feeling that this viewer was being incessant, not tiring of a single joke. However, Bai Chui was soon bothered again, as Cat abruptly added, Cat, wait, host, how did this head get in front of you? I can't even see your faces anymore. It's become so large, it's taking up half my screen. Huh? I don't see any ghosts in front of me. Bai Chui glanced around, asking with a smile, Bai Xiao Gu, Miss Yi, do you see anything? We don't either. Bai Yan smiled in cooperation, but he was secretly on guard. Bai Chui might have thought the audience was joking, but he knew that Yanglan village truly had ghosts. This viewer insisted on seeing a head. Perhaps there really was one floating in front of them. However, why was it that only this viewer saw it, while the others did not? Bai Yan, lost in thought, continued to walk forward with an impassive demeanor, not even bothering to avert his gaze. Although there was possibly a head in front of him, the others remained unresponsive. His deliberate avoidance would be far too conspicuous, making him an easy target for any lurking specters. It was wiser to feign ignorance. After exchanging a few playful remarks, the group pressed on. Feng Niu, leading the way, walked backward, faithfully broadcasting the images of the 4 into the live stream. However, after only a few steps, the irksome Cat reappeared, much to Bai Chui's chagrin. Cat, Anchor, did you intentionally create that effect? That head has completely filled my computer screen. All I can see now is the input area for comments. Cat, help, this esteemed viewer. Have you ever heard the tale of the ghost is coming? Sometimes, when falsehoods are told for too long, the truth goes unheeded. Bai Chui remarked, I must admit, you are the most imaginative among the viewers. Had you not frightened me on numerous occasions, I might have taken you seriously. After her comment, the barrage of laughter and a flood of 666 flooded the screen, creating a delightfully harmonious atmosphere. While Bai Chui engaged with the audience, Bai Yan lingered at the back, attentively listening to the sounds emanating from his phone. As anticipated, after typing the final word, Cat vanished without a trace. Bai Yan concluded that this viewer, known as Cat, had likely met a grim fate. I had misjudged earlier. That figure was not before us, but rather on the screen of Cat's computer. It has been inching closer to the screen, and when it completely fills the display, Cat meets a tragic fate. Has this specter been lurking within Cat's computer? Or does it possess the ability to kill through a live broadcast? Is it truly concealed within the straw? And when Cat views the stream, does it traverse through the medium of the broadcast, descending upon Cat to claim random victims? Bai Yan's mind was flooded with speculations, but with 3 NPCs ahead, it was not a suitable moment to discuss with Yishangyu. The cart laden with 4 bundles of straw was quite heavy, even with wheels to alleviate the weight. It proved challenging for Su Lanfang, a young girl, to manage alone. Consequently, Yishangyu assisted her in pulling the cart, significantly lightening her burden. As the group progressed along their path, time had already reached 6 o'clock. The sky gradually darkened, and scattered lights flickered to life within the village. In the distance, they spotted 4 individuals approaching, the very players sent to gather information. However, before Bai Yan could greet them, an electronic voice captured his attention. The sky is dark, streamer. Fellow viewers, I implore you to help me, call the police. I have seen a ghost. Heavens, night has fallen. Must we delve into such macabre subjects? I am quite frightened, quoth Bai Chui, embracing her arms as if shivering. Why are the viewers so fond of storytelling this evening? Have you all ceased to admire Bai Mei? Why this coordinated effort to instill fear in me? If you continue to frighten me, I shall weep for your entertainment. Love me, turn around. Laughing hysterically, I eagerly await Bai Mei's tears. A perverse grin is revealed, afraid of fish bones, by Jove. I assure you, this is no jest. Bai Mei, I implore you, do not cast your gaze behind you. What lurks there is, the sky is dark. Esteemed viewers, I am not jesting. I beseech you to contact the authorities on my behalf. My domicile is located at apartment 403, building 2, Garden Residences, Azure Wave Road, Verdantleaf City. There is an individual stationed at my threshold, and I am in a state of considerable trepidation. I implore you to come to my aid. Is this veracious? One mustn't trifle with the act of summoning the constabulary. False reports carry legal ramifications. Bai Chui, abandoning her histrionic persona, adopted a more solemn demeanor. I am, in truth, a reputable broadcaster. Verily, some jests are not to be uttered lightly. The sky is dark. I assure you, all that I have conveyed is veridical. My cellular telephone number is 154X, and my appellation is Luo Xiaoi, a graduate of Verdancy University. You may verify this information via the internet. My device is incapable of initiating calls to the constabulary, my mother, or my acquaintances. No one deigns to answer. Textual messages elicit no response. The broadcast is the sole medium through which I can communicate. Thus, I am confined to sending comments. The sky is dark. I am cognizant that this tale is scarcely credible, but in the preceding moments, as I observed the broadcast, a courier materialized at my portal, announcing the arrival of my parcel. However, I have made no recent purchases, and I informed him through the door that he had the wrong address. The sky was dark. I repeated myself several times, but the delivery person persisted, demanding that I open the door, his voice growing increasingly louder, which frightened me. It was then that I sensed something was amiss, and I peered through the peephole. I saw the delivery person outside, grinning. His smile was ghastly, as if he knew I was watching him. Terrified, I dared not open the door and began to tremble. Suddenly, he removed his head and pressed it against the peephole. The sky was dark. I was petrified and fled to the bedroom, securing the door behind me. But then I heard a thudding against the door, not like a fist knocking, but as if he were slamming his head against it. The sky was dark has rewarded you with chicken wings 10,000. The sky was dark. I implore you, streamer, please contact the authorities on my behalf. This is all the money I have. I beg you, please call the police. The sky was dark. He's inside. He's inside. The sky was dark. He's begun to batter down my bedroom door. The sky was dark. Save me. Girl who loves horror, streamer. There seems to be something inside my cushion. I have been holding my cushion while watching the stream, but it suddenly began to writhe. And upon touching it, the texture felt peculiar. There is a protrusion inside. Could my house also be haunted? Are you all being serious? Witnessing a deluge of on-screen comments. Interspersed with substantial monetary gifts, Bai Chui experienced a complex mixture of emotions, teetering between amusement and exasperation. Her online audience possessed an extraordinary sense of humor, she mused, noting the absurdity of requesting assistance from law enforcement under the pretense of a spectral disturbance. Despite the urgency conveyed in the sky is dark message, Bai Chui suspected it was merely a jest. If the situation genuinely warranted police intervention, A straightforward report of an individual forcibly attempting to enter would suffice, she reasoned, questioning the need to invoke the supernatural. Bai Chui estimated an 80% probability that the distressed individual seeking assistance via the live stream was fabricating the narrative. Nevertheless, after a moment of deliberation, she retrieved her mobile device and contacted the authorities on the individual's behalf. Bai Chui's cautious approach was understandable, given the nature of her profession. Aside from popularity, prudence was paramount. Recent incidents involving fellow streamers from her platform, including arrests for soliciting prostitution, suspensions for exploiting software vulnerabilities, and incarcerations for frivolous and attention-seeking false reports, had instilled in her a heightened sense of vigilance. The call connected almost instantaneously. Addressing the officer on the other end of the line, Bai Chui, with a hint of trepidation in her voice, stated, "Greetings, officer. I am a live streamer, and I am contacting you on behalf of a viewer who is watching my broadcast. An individual with the username Sky is Dark has reported the presence of a person outside her residence who is coercing her to open the door. Upon her refusal, the individual commenced striking the door, potentially forcing entry into her domicile. Affirmative, a forcible entry into a private residence has occurred. A viewer named Sky So Dark is currently sheltering in her bedroom, imploring me to seek assistance from the authorities. Indeed, officer, I assure you this is no jest, and I am cognizant of the repercussions of lodging a false report." Bai Chui stated that the viewer's true name is Luo Xiaoi. Her mobile number is 154X×X×X×X, and her address is apartment 403, Building 2, Gardens Estate, Shuibo Road, Gaoqing District, Chunai City. At this juncture, Bai Chui paused momentarily. After a brief hesitation, she appended, "Furthermore, Officer, Luo Xiaoi alleges that the intruder in her dwelling is a specter. However, I suspect this viewer may be experiencing a neurological episode and in a state of terror, is hallucinating, mistaking a malefactor for a ghost." Having recounted these details, Bai Chui terminated the call. She had furnished a comprehensive account of the situation. And even if it were ultimately substantiated as a false alarm, the onus would fall upon Sky So Dark. Bai Chui was aware that her allusion to a ghost might lead the police to believe that the viewer was mentally unstable, and thus disregard her report. However, she also had to safeguard herself and could not conceal the facts for the sake of a story whose veracity was uncertain. By aiding in reporting the incident, she had already fulfilled her obligation for the 10,000 yuan. Composing herself, Bai Chui, with a mixture of trepidation and levity, addressed the camera. "Sky So Dark, is the spectral entity still assailing your door? Inform it that I have already alerted the authorities." Sky So Dark did not respond. Similarly, the viewer who claimed that their cushion had begun to writhe, as if concealing a ghost within, remained silent. Could it be a genuine haunting? Seeing the delayed response from Sky Is Dark, Bai Chui couldn't help but speculate inwardly. However, she swiftly regained her composure. Surmising that Sky Is Dark was likely avoiding contact due to her threat of involving the authorities, perhaps currently dealing with the police. "Foundation and rock candy. Bai, you're too kind. It's clearly a fabrication. There's no need to take it so seriously. Who can't call the police themselves and would need a streamer to do it? Isn't it just a prank? Love me directly." To entice the streamer to call the police, a reward of 10,000 yuan was offered. Is the haunting genuine? A chilling thought. Angry hummingbird. Heh, only 10,000 yuan, small change for a tycoon. Perhaps the tycoon is simply bored, using 10,000 yuan to deceive the streamer into making a false report. This streamer lacks principles, a simp. Tonight the ghost knocks. Bai, help. Call the police for me too. Truly, my house is also haunted. Help. Milk cow's milk. What? Watching paranormal live streams can invite ghosts into the house? I refuse to believe it. I'm with you all. The matter of calling the police incited a frenzy among the viewers, with a deluge of comments overwhelming Bai Chui. Furthermore, there were even onlookers who, upon hearing that a streamer was live streaming a false police report, made a special trip to the broadcast room to witness the spectacle. The number of viewers in the live stream room surged momentarily, setting off alarm bells for Bai Chui. Fame often invites controversy, and the influx of new viewers raises concerns about potential misunderstandings. Tomorrow, rumors might circulate that a certain streamer, in pursuit of popularity, has even resorted to live streaming false emergency calls. In a bid to quell such absurd discussions, she hurriedly clarified the situation. As Bai Chui made the emergency call, for players had already approached, attentively listening to the entire conversation. Upon digesting the content of Bai Chui's report, The expressions of all players shifted subtly, reflecting a mix of astonishment and anxiety, yet an unspoken agreement kept them silent. This was not the moment for discourse. Yi Shangyu assisted Su Lanfang in pushing the cart, and before darkness enveloped the sky, the 9 of them returned to the farmhouse. In the farmhouse kitchen, Su Lanfang, drenched in sweat, tended to the fire in preparation for dinner, while Bai Chui, eager and unencumbered by the approaching spirit-seeking hour, enthusiastically rolled up her sleeves to assist with the flames. Meanwhile, the players found little desire to partake in these domestic activities, opting instead to retreat to the west room, closing the door behind them to engage in hushed discussions. What on earth is happening? Is the live stream haunted? Gina whispered. Indeed, it appears so. Beyond the emergency call, 2 viewers reported seeing apparitions. Bai Yan murmured in response. One individual claimed a head materialized on their computer screen, gradually enlarging until it filled the entire display. That person is likely deceased. The other reported a ghost hidden within a cushion at their home, but they fell silent thereafter, suggesting a grim fate as well. Upon absorbing Bai Yan's account, the group fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Zhibo, with a grim expression, remarked, "Watching the live stream could lead to death by a malevolent spirit. Surely, none of you have entered this live stream, have you?" "No, who would be so foolish?" Gina replied disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at him. The others shook their heads in unison, indicating that none had watched it. Having survived the 7th round, the remaining individuals were notably cautious. They had learned that viewing the live stream was a perilous path. While they felt a sense of relief at uncovering this deadly pitfall, they were nonetheless perplexed as to why watching the live stream would invoke such supernatural occurrences. Could it be related to the village itself? Gina pondered, twirling her fingers. If the village is haunted, broadcasting a live stream from within its confines might invoke a curse, thereby endangering the viewers. Then why did only 3 viewers meet their demise while the others remained unharmed? Bai Yan countered. They may have simply been exceptionally unfortunate, Gina sighed. In a fire, some will inevitably perish before others. Unable to gather intelligence from the live stream, the group was left to speculate, even questioning the identities of the 2 hosts. However, it wasn't long before Yi Shangyu provided new information. I investigated the address that Luo Xiaoyi provided, and nearby, there are rumors of a death delivery service, Yi Shangyu informed them. Watching the live stream may not directly result in death for the viewers, but the malevolent spirits in proximity are likely to pay a visit to those who do. Thus, it can be said that for those who reside near the village, the presence of ghosts is of little consequence while watching the live stream. Bai Yan pondered aloud. Perhaps the distant spirits are en route, yet have not yet had the opportunity to visit the other viewers. Upon reaching this conclusion, a subtle smile crept upon Bai Yan's lips as he chuckled softly. We are indeed fortunate. Regardless of the truth, as long as we refrain from broadcasting, we shall remain unscathed for the time being. The ghosts are likely to prioritize those who are watching the live stream, and those 2 hosts have certainly drawn their attention. Having survived to the 8th level, the players had long since become indifferent to the lives and deaths of NPCs. Among the 6 present, not a single individual belonged to the NPC Protection Association. Consequently, upon hearing this news, everyone felt a surge of exhilaration, at least tonight. Should the spirits seek to claim lives, they would first target the hosts, thus increasing the likelihood of the 2 NPCs meeting their demise over them. Let us set this matter aside for now. It is sufficient to acknowledge that this path leads to ruin. Yi Shangyu inquired. Did you glean any information from the villagers? What is the situation in this village? The village suffers from severe aging, predominantly inhabited by the elderly, with only a few households having children. Koz Hiroshi added. They all claim that the disappearances are mere fabrications. No one has died in the village recently. After Koz Hiroshi spoke, he cast an irritable glance at the taciturn Lu Ruichao, who silently nodded in affirmation of his words. Observing Ko's discourse, Gina remarked, We encountered similar sentiments. The elderly adamantly assert that no one has gone missing. However, there are a few households from which both the elderly and children have been taken away, purportedly to enjoy a better life in the city. Yi Shangyu inquired about the names of several households. However, such matters are inherently elusive and can only be unraveled gradually. After a brief discussion among the group, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Upon catching a whiff, Bai Yan realized it was the delightful scent of chicken soup. No wonder he had noticed a marked decrease in the commotion around the chicken coop in the yard. Dinner was laid out in the main room. The elderly matriarch had suffered a leg fracture, rendering her mobility quite limited. Therefore, Su Lanfang had set a small table atop the Kong to facilitate the elderly lady's dining experience. Perhaps due to their generous financial contribution, Su Lanfang was particularly magnanimous. Having slaughtered 2 large roosters, simmering a substantial pot of chicken soup, along with a whole roasted chicken. Though Su Lanfang was relatively young, her culinary skills were remarkably adept, and the mere aroma was enough to whet everyone's appetite. The modest vegetables grown in their own garden and the succulent roasted chicken raised on their premises elevated the meal's appeal. Even the matriarch, reeking of stale meat, did not detract from the group's appreciation of the rustic fare. However, the elderly lady remained motionless, her chopsticks untouched. Her refusal to partake made it awkward for the others to begin their meal without her. Sensing the tension, Gina, with a charming smile, inquired, "Grandmother, why aren't you eating? As the eldest, your reluctance makes it difficult for us to enjoy our meal." "I am awaiting my granddaughter to bring my food," she replied. "Bring food? Isn't the food already on the table?" The group exchanged puzzled glances, surveying the dishes and the whole roasted chicken, along with a generous bowl of rice placed before each person. The elderly lady spoke with a hidden meaning, and the seasoned players were suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, the 2 streamers remained blissfully unaware, believing that there were still dishes yet to be served, merrily awaiting their arrival. After a while, Su Lanfang finally appeared, carrying a small plate that held 3 fluffy creatures. As she approached, the crowd discerned that these 3 fuzzy beings were none other than 3 yellow chicks, still adorned with down, freshly lifeless. Su Lanfang climbed onto the bed and placed the dish before the elderly woman. Upon seeing the chicks, the old lady's squinted eyes widened in surprise, her pupils dilating with insatiable greed, fixating intently on the tiny creatures before her. The chicks' beady black eyes emitted a dim glow, intertwining with the elderly woman's avaricious gaze, creating an eerie tableau. "Grandmother, what does this chicken signify?" In stark contrast to the players who had mentally prepared themselves, the 2 streamers were utterly astonished. Bai Chui looked incredulously at Su Lanfang, unable to suppress her incredulity. "You intend for your grandmother to consume this?" Su Lanfang shot her a glance, then lowered her head to resume eating her bowl of rice, ignoring her completely. As for the elderly lady, upon sighting the chicks, she became oblivious to everything else. She raised her plump hand, trembling as she grasped the chopsticks, slowly yet resolutely reaching for the chicks on the plate. The slender bamboo chopsticks had already prodded the plump body of the chick. Upon closer inspection, the little chick's wings fluttered slightly, as if life still clung to it in a final struggle. However, the elderly lady, with hands too frail to harm a chicken, was more than capable of dealing with the diminutive creature. She gingerly grasped the chick with trembling chopsticks, lifting it into the air. As the little yellow chick dangled, she opened her mouth, revealing a set of decayed teeth, resembling gaping blood holes. Witnessing this unsettling scene, the 2 streamers were rendered speechless, momentarily forgetting their words. The players, too, were transfixed, eager to see whether the lady would indeed consume the chick. Yet, while all eyes were on her, Bai Yan suddenly recalled something, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Without a second thought for the elderly lady, he seized a chicken leg with his chopsticks and swiftly placed it into his bowl. He then added some vegetables, shifting back slightly to increase the distance between himself and the lady, even adjusting his bowl, piled high with rice, to shield it with his hand. The other players, finally enlightened, seized their chopsticks as well, deftly scooping up vegetables into their bowls as if in a fierce battle. 2 whole chickens were swiftly reduced to disarray. 4 chicken wing tips were snatched by Kunta, ultimately finding their way into the little girl's bowl. Yishangyu also helped herself to a chicken leg and a few of her favorite dishes. A table laden with dishes was soon reduced to a chaotic mess. As the players contentedly safeguarded their bowls, the 2 hosts remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding scene. The elderly lady was about to consume a live chick, and yet, the hosts still seemed unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. Witnessing the delectable morsels being snatched away, leaving only a pair of chicken backs and heads, left the 2 speechless. Was it truly necessary? After all, it was merely an ordinary spread of rustic fare. Must they behave as if they were starving specters returned from the afterlife? However, their bemusement quickly dissipated as the elderly lady trembled and finally lifted the chick to her mouth. Her front teeth had long since vanished, yet her molars remained remarkably sharp. With a wide gaping mouth, she devoured half of the chick's body in one swift motion, a sickening crunch echoing as blood oozed from the gaping wound. My heavens! She truly is eating. Bai Chui and Feng Niu were utterly stunned. Yet, the host's relentless pursuit of sensationalism prompted Bai Chui to instinctively nudge Feng Niu. She gestured towards her phone, urging him to swiftly direct the camera towards the lady, capturing this astonishing spectacle. Jostled by his girlfriend, Feng Niu seemed to snap back to reality. Hurriedly shifting the lens away from Bai Chui to focus on the elderly woman, the late-night culinary broadcast had transformed into a horror show, just as Bai Chui had anticipated. The comments section erupted in chaos. Original Hami Melon. Good grief, that scared me to death. What is she eating? A live chicken? Surely, I cannot be seeing this correctly. Engrossed in chicken, I am utterly astounded. I have heard of people consuming quail eggs, yet I have never witnessed anyone devouring live chicks. This elderly lady is indeed formidable. I am truly impressed. Teddy Bear 31. Initially, I did not find this live broadcast frightening. It seemed rather dull. However, upon seeing the old man eat chicken, I inexplicably began to feel anxious. Could there truly be ghosts in this village? Dull decapitated me. I have long suspected that this elderly woman is abnormal. She is undoubtedly a ghost. The host is doomed. The elderly lady chewed with great enthusiasm, devouring the raw chicken with wild abandon. As she vigorously gnawed on the flesh, the popularity of Bai Chui's livestream surged dramatically. Witnessing the influx of new viewers, Bai Chui was filled with exhilaration. In the excitement brought by her rising popularity, she even ceased to find the act of consuming live chicks horrifying. Instead, she wished the old lady would eat more slowly, savoring a few more chicks. Without any extraordinary behavior, how could one attract an audience? Viewers tune in to supernatural streams precisely for the thrill, do they not? Concerned that the barrage of comments might disturb the elderly lady, Bai Chui had disabled the read comments feature early on. Although the elderly woman had poor health, her appetite was surprisingly robust. Before long, she had finished an entire chick, feathers, bones, and even the hard beak swallowed whole, despite Bai Chui's intention to draw attention with the old lady's bizarre diet. Witnessing her lack of discernment made Bai Chui uneasy. Perhaps the old lady's fondness for raw chicken was indicative of something more sinister? Having dispatched one downy chick, the old woman extended her chopsticks towards a second. As with the first, she masticated with a sanguinary ferocity, her jowls quivering with each bite, spewing fragments across the table. It was only after she had devoured the third chick that Feng Niu lowered his phone and Bai Chui exhaled in relief, preparing to offer a few words before commencing their meal. However, upon finally having the opportunity to dine, she grimaced to discover that only remnants remained, and to her disgust, the old woman's spittle was ubiquitous, each dish speckled with chick detritus, even the rice was not spared. How could they possibly partake in such a meal? Observing the 6 tourists, they were each shielding their bowls with their hands, devouring the food with gusto. Bai Chui finally comprehended their earlier scramble for the dishes. Bai Chui and Feng Niu exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Contaminated with the old woman's saliva and morsels, they found the prospect of eating these dishes unappetizing. Reluctantly, they resigned themselves to hunger, awkwardly watching the others dine. Having consumed 3 chicks, the old woman once again dozed off, reclining against the bedding. The 6 tourists departed after their meal, and Su Lanfeng, noticing the couple's abstinence, wasted no time in consolidating the leftovers into a basin and consuming them entirely. With everyone else satiated, Bai Chui and Feng Niu retreated to their room, where they forlornly munched on biscuits from their bags, their expressions etched with misery. They had anticipated indulging in authentic farmhouse cuisine, only to find themselves facing something entirely different in the end. Outside, Bai Yan welcomed the crisp autumn breeze, awaiting the arrival of 2 streamers while reminiscing about the delightful dinner they had enjoyed that evening. The chicken leg served at dinner was quite delectable, truly a testament to rustic fare. The elderly lady's manner of consuming the chicken was rather ferocious, yet it appeared far more endearing than a ghastly creature that devours flesh directly. As long as she refrained from spitting bits of food, it was rather appetizing to behold. In fact, watching the elderly woman feast on her chicken conjured images of lions gnawing on meat and goats pecking at chickens in the animal kingdom. Had it not been for the rice being sullied by her saliva, he would have relished another bowl, which was indeed a pity. Later that night, after discussions with other players, they ultimately decided to split into 2 groups. The nighttime gaming world posed significant dangers, and initially, they wished to spend a quiet night resting in the farmhouse. However, the 2 streamers intended to embark on a midnight exploration of the haunted village, seeking to unveil the secrets of the ghost village hidden beneath the veil of night. displaying a classic disregard for their own safety in pursuit of popularity. Naturally, the demise of NPCs bore no consequence for the players. Even if every last one perished, it would not affect them. Yet, after an entire afternoon of inquiries in the haunted village, all the villagers maintained a consistent narrative, asserting that no one had ever gone missing from their midst, leaving their investigation at a standstill. In a game of considerable difficulty, the absence of clues would render the subsequent 2 days exceedingly arduous. On the eve of the game, there was a sense of security. If they did not seize this opportunity to gather intelligence, the ensuing 2 days would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. The players, wary of taking risks, found themselves fortunate as 2 streamers were prepared to charge into the fray, broadcasting their reckless escapades. Naturally, they could not let this opportunity slip away. Ultimately, it was decided that Bai Yan, Yi Shangyu, and El Rui Chao would accompany the 2 streamers on an exploration of the haunted village, while the others remained at the cottage to keep watch over Su Lanfang and the elderly lady. Apologies for the wait. At 10 o'clock, Bai Chui and Feng Niu, who was holding a phone aloft, set out to join Bai Yan and the others. The villagers tended to retire early. By 10, Su Lanfang had already tidied her bed and was settling in for the night with the elderly lady in the same room, turning off the lights to sleep. This was the case in Su Lanfang's household, as well as in others. It was a village predominantly inhabited by the elderly and children, both of whom required ample rest and thus turned in early. Consequently, the lights scattered throughout the village extinguished, plunging it into darkness. Coincidentally, the moon was obscured by clouds that evening. Although a few stars twinkled in the sky, they did little to illuminate the path beneath their feet. In such pitch-black conditions, it was the perfect setting for a supernatural livestream. Bai Chui had encountered numerous unsettling experiences that day. First, there was the haunting in the livestream that prompted them to call for help, followed by the shocking sight of the elderly lady devouring a chick. Undoubtedly, these were ominous signs, yet they could not deter Bai Chui from her pursuit of broadcasting, fueled by 2 unexpected events. The ambience within the live broadcast room was already intensely heightened, precisely what a paranormal live stream necessitates. The elderly woman's consumption of chicken and the circulating rumors of viewers meeting a grim fate had garnered her an additional 20,000 followers, filling her with elation. Under such circumstances, retreating without any action was simply out of the question. Regardless of whether she believed in ghosts or not, for the sake of her audience, she had to steel herself and press onward. After greeting the newly acquired viewers, Bai Chui, without further ado, grabbed her flashlight and commenced exploring the village. The group proceeded from the village entrance towards the rear, encountering nothing of note along the way. However, Bai Chui skillfully employed her vivid acting to portray the ghost village as incredibly perilous. She even orchestrated a prearranged scare with Feng Niu, eliciting an ear-piercing scream from her. Thanks to her convincing performance, the monotonous trek transformed into a thrilling adventure, leaving the 3 in awe. Bai Chui's exaggerated reactions were so remarkable that even a genuine haunting couldn't have been more astonishing. After approximately an hour of walking, the group had traversed the majority of the village, progressing from the entrance to the far end. At the village's edge, instead of residences, lay a sprawling cemetery. Mounds of graves dotted the landscape, casting an eerie pall over the night. Despite her disbelief in ghosts, Bai Chui couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine as she passed each grave. She had the unsettling sensation that upon passing a burial mound, the deceased within would emerge to observe her. Although she was aware that the individual behind her was the assistant known as Little Black, and that there were no others, certainly no specters, Bai Chui bravely continued forward, accompanied by 3 others, her anxiety somewhat alleviated. However, after only a few steps, a sharp, high-pitched laughter echoed from the front. Upon closer inspection, the sound seemed to emanate from a child. Before Bai Chui could fully comprehend the situation, a ball rolled toward her from a distance, coming to rest at her feet. At such a late hour, who would let a child play with a ball in a graveyard? As she observed the 2 gray handprints imprinted on the ball, a sense of dread began to creep into her mind for the first time. Chapter 83. A midnight visit to the graves. A ball. How could there be a ball here? It must be a head. The chilling comments reflected the collective sentiment of those present. Yet in this shadowy and eerie atmosphere, the cold mechanical voice sounded particularly unsettling. Bai Yan raised his gaze to the distance. His vision was poor, and he particularly disliked overly bright lights. Yet in the dimness, he found he could see more clearly. Before anyone else noticed, he spotted a small, slender figure crawling from atop a grave, likely a child. The child was hunched over, murmuring to themselves as if conversing with an unseen entity. As the figure drew nearer, Bai Yan could faintly discern the words being repeated. The child was incessantly chanting a bizarre nursery rhyme. Dongzi's father strangled Dongzi's mother. Dongzi's mother was killed by Dongzi's father. Dongzi's mother drowned Dongzi's grandfather. And Dongzi's grandfather fell to his death, taking Dongzi's sister with him. As the boy murmured this refrain, he stumbled forward clumsily. Upon spotting the ball at Bai Chui's feet, his eyes lit up. He bent down to retrieve it, clutching it tightly to his chest. A silly grin plastered across his face. He appeared to be somewhat simple-minded. Bai Yan pondered for a few moments, concluding that the child was likely not a mere apparition. However, playing with a ball at a graveyard in the dead of night was undeniably eerie. The memories of past games instilled a deep sense of caution within Bai Yan. He glanced at Yi Shangyu, who also wore a perplexed expression, unable to discern the child's intentions. After deliberating for a moment, Bai Yan deemed the nursery rhyme to be quite strange, potentially containing significant information. Gathering his courage, he crouched down and asked the child, "Did Dongzi's father strangle his mother? How did Dongzi's father meet his end?" The boy, cradling the ball in his grimy little hands, lifted his face to Bai Yan and remained silent, only responding with his silly laughter. Was he unaware or simply unwilling to share? After a brief contemplation, Bai Yan inquired further, "Do you know Dongzi? Where has Dongzi gone?" At last, the boy reacted. He chuckled for a moment before speaking with a lisp, "Dongzi. Dongzi has reunited with his parents." Upon hearing this, both hosts were taken aback with horror. If Dongzi's mother had indeed been killed, this statement implied that both Dongzi's father and Dongzi himself had also perished. Under the grim ambience, Bai Chui was so affected by the nursery rhyme that her teeth chattered, rendering her speechless. Beside Bai Yan, Lu Ruichao opened his mouth, intending to speak, but upon seeing Yi Shangyu also squat down, he closed his mouth, reverting to his previous silence. "Little brother, you didn't finish your nursery rhyme, did you? What comes next?" The boy, clutching his ball, stared blankly, seemingly not comprehending Yi Shangyu's meaning. He sang the nursery rhyme again in his high-pitched voice. And when he sang "killed his sister," a look of conflict flashed in his eyes, as if he didn't know what to sing next. However, after hesitating several times at Dongzi killed Dongzi's sister, his smile suddenly bloomed, as if delighted that he had come up with the lyrics, "Dongzi killed Dongzi's sister." And then their family of 6 was reunited. After singing the last line, the boy put down the ball and began to clap and sing, very proud of himself. After listening to the boy's recitation of the nursery rhyme, Bai Yan also realized that the nursery rhyme should have been composed by the boy himself. Since it was composed by himself, it is very likely that this is what happened in this village. Finally found a clue. Tonight was not a wasted trip. Looking at the boy who kept giggling, Bai Yan couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile, but seeing the boy staring at him blankly, he quickly adjusted his expression and repeated kindly, "Who is Dongzi? Who is Dongzi?" The boy muttered to himself, then unexpectedly stood up and began dribbling a ball. No one could decipher what thoughts occupied his mind. What a wonderful child. Yet alas, Bai Yan sighed regretfully, believing that this foolish boy might have some psychological issues, perhaps even be mentally ill. Indeed, it seems that the app often favors those with mental afflictions. Knowing too much can lead to an early demise or madness. The boy clearly possessed considerable knowledge, yet he responded tangentially, and due to his apparent disorder, no one could compel him to speak. Threatening a foolish child is largely futile. However, when encountering a potential informant, the group was unwilling to relinquish hope so easily. They attempted to inquire in various ways, yet the boy merely chuckled foolishly, keeping his head down as he played with the ball, completely ignoring them. Bai Yan and the others soon realized that questions the boy could not or did not wish to answer would elicit no response from him. When their attempts yielded nothing, Bai Yan, devoid of hope, asked once more, "How did you know? Have you seen Dongzi's family after they disappeared?" To Bai Yan's surprise, upon hearing this question, the boy abruptly tossed the ball aside, dropped to the ground, and began crawling in a peculiar manner, raising his rear. He would intermittently peek his head out and use all fours to navigate the ground. A fleeting thought crossed Bai Yan's mind. Reminiscent of something often seen in rural areas. "Are you going through a dog hole?" The boy nodded vigorously, lifting his head with another fit of silly laughter. Presumably feeling a kinship with the uncle, he lunged forward, attempting to embrace Bai Yan. With agility, Bai Yan evaded, darting behind Yi Shangyu, causing the boy to collide with her instead, leaving 2 ashen palm prints on her khaki trousers, much to Yi Shangyu's chagrin. How infantile. Yi Shangyu cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yan before gently caressing the boy's head, murmuring, "We must be on our way." The boy nuzzled against Yi Shangyu's hand, seemingly cherishing her touch. He lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Yishanyu withdraw her hand, he emitted a soft whimper, slowly retreating a couple of paces. The boy retrieved the ball, turned, and sprinted into the distance. Within moments, he had vanished amidst the tombstones, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Amidst the players' usurpation of attention, both streamers were left dumbfounded. Bai Chui, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions from the players, found her mind in a whirl. It suddenly dawned on her that these 6 visitors were far from ordinary. Meanwhile, the live stream experienced another surge of excitement. Following the earlier incidents of a supposed haunting and the elderly woman consuming a live chicken, this time, it was sparked by the sight of a foolish child bouncing a ball in a graveyard at midnight. Lantern glow. First, there were claims of a human head spotted in the straw pile, then the obese old woman devouring a live chicken. And now this idiotic child playing with a ball among the graves at midnight. If this isn't a prearranged act by the streamer, then all of this is indeed eerie. Beautiful thighs. Those 6 visitors are clearly suspicious. Have you considered the nature of their inquiries? Would ordinary individuals pose such questions? City of Horror. Intriguing. Will the host be streaming tomorrow? I believe this village conceals many secrets. Do not abandon the endeavor midway. A ghost knocks. By May. I shall not conceal it from you. Aside from you, this village is inhabited solely by spirits. Xiao Hei has long been replaced. Without further ado, flee. Hurry, run. A torrent of comments flooded in, overwhelming the phone's reading function. Bai Chui disabled the voice reading and scanned through several comments, her heart sinking further with each line. My goodness, the audience's words made her genuinely feel as though problems lurked around every corner. However, the allure of wealth is compelling. Noticing the generous donations from affluent viewers, she assured them that she would undoubtedly stream tomorrow, vowing not to depart until the village's mysteries were fully unraveled. On her way back, Bai Chui hesitated, and as they neared the cottage, she finally mustered the courage to inquire. What did you mean by that question regarding the child? Do you know something? We merely found that nursery rhyme quite fascinating and thought it prudent to ask. Since we are here to explore the supernatural, shouldn't we inquire more? The thrill lies in the unknown atmosphere. Bai Yan paused, regarding Bai Chui with a look of surprise, and remarked, Surely, you do not genuinely believe in ghosts, do you? Ah, indeed. Feeling exposed under Bai Yan's scrutiny, Bai Chui experienced a wave of embarrassment. Yes, after encountering several strange occurrences and under the influence of her audience's persuasion, she found herself wavering, beginning to question whether spirits truly existed in this world. Certainly, there are no ghosts in this world. Beatrice's countenance flushed crimson, and she promptly fell silent, her voice reduced to a murmur. She secretly felt mortified that she had been deceiving her audience for monetary gain through her daily streams, and had nearly been led astray by a viewer. Observing that Beatrice's doubts had been dispelled, Bart breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was excellent that he had managed to stabilize the situation. NPCs who dared to court death in such a manner were not easily found, and if he had allowed these 2 to escape, where would he find such excellent cannon fodder again? The group returned to the farmhouse, each with their own thoughts. The lights in the main room remained extinguished, and the sound of the 5 individuals entering did not rouse the old woman and ex-Yulanfang. By the time they had each returned to their respective rooms, it was nearing midnight. The hours past midnight are the most perilous of the day. Within the game's setting of a haunted village, neglecting to keep watch was tantamount to gambling with one's life. With a mere 3 days allotted for the game, sacrificing a bit of sleep was of little consequence. Following a period of deliberation, the players resolved to divide themselves into 2 watches. The first watch would last until 5 in the morning, while the second would cover the hours from 5 to 10. Ensuring that those on watch would have 5 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Once the arrangements were settled, the 2 young women and the taciturn Luke lay down side by side, fully clothed, to facilitate a swift escape should the need arise. Having survived the trials of the 7th level, the remaining players undoubtedly possessed formidable mental fortitude. Before long, the 3 players had drifted off to sleep, conserving their strength for the following day's explorations. Beside them, the 3 men in the room stared intently at one another for a fleeting moment before averting their gazes. There were 3 distinct areas within the room that required surveillance, and the 3 men were perfectly positioned to cover every blind spot. Bai Yan was entrusted with the responsibility of vigilantly observing the window that overlooked the courtyard, while Kunta maintained a steadfast watch over the door. Little Zibo, on the other hand, was assigned to monitor the small windows situated on the wall behind the Kong, ensuring that no one would attempt to peer inside. In the stillness of the night, the 3 remained silent. Their only companions the occasional chirping of insects outside and the rhythmic rise and fall of their companions' breathing within the room. As time slowly ebbed away, nearing the hour of 2 in the morning, a sense of weariness began to creep into their minds. Yet, they persevered, determined not to succumb to the temptation of slumber. Just as they were beginning to believe that nothing would transpire, the sound of a door opening shattered the silence. Bai Yan strained his ears, discerning that the sound seemed to emanate from Bai Chui's room. Within Bai Chui's room resided only she and Feng Niu. After opening the door, the individual proceeded to the kitchen, which possessed a door leading into the courtyard. Naturally, this door was in close proximity to the room occupied by Bai Yan and his comrades, allowing them to clearly hear the sound of its opening. Subsequently, the individual opened the kitchen door, stepped into the courtyard, and passed by the window of the east room. Bai Yan fixed his gaze upon the window, which was adorned with a bamboo curtain, leaving only a narrow gap at the bottom, no larger than a finger's breadth, through which to observe. However, there was no need to see, for Bai Yan could discern from the sound alone that the person who had departed the room was none other than Feng Niu. Chapter 84. It was not of Feng Niu's volition to arise from the warmth of the Kong at 2 in the morning. If given the choice, he would have preferred to remain undisturbed, rather than heed the call of nature in the middle of the night. However, he could no longer contain himself. A persistent ache tormented his abdomen, punctuated by the occasional expulsion of gas, causing a tightening sensation in his sphincter. After languishing in bed for what seemed an eternity, with the imminent threat of fecal matter erupting forth, he dared not succumb to further indolence. He hastily donned his coat, seized his mobile device, and sprinted towards the courtyard. In rural settings, latrines are commonly situated within the confines of the yard. He dashed to the entrance, where a squat toilet stood adjacent to the courtyard gate. He promptly entered, secured the door, and as soon as his trousers were lowered, the long-suppressed excrement cascaded forth with a torrential rush. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over his abdomen. While discharging the byproducts of digestion, Feng Niu found the outhouse to be rather eerie. So he activated his mobile device and began perusing high-definition and censored images of comely women. Even during his ablutions, beholding pulchritudinous maidens proved to be a source of gratification. As he reveled in the visual feast, he was unexpectedly confronted with a ghastly and macabre image lurking amidst the bevy of nude figures, causing him to nearly drop his phone into the cesspool. Regaining his composure, Feng Niu, seething with indignation, unleashed a torrent of invectives, denouncing the perpetrator who disseminated the spectral image and their entire lineage. Subsequently, he reluctantly closed the webpage, hesitant to further expose himself to the ghastly visages interspersed within the posts. Having closed the browser, Feng Niu then launched a forum, immersing himself in jests and anecdotes. As he perused the content, a notification suddenly materialized on his messaging application, piquing his curiosity and prompting him to tap on it. "Guess who I am? You're awake." Upon beholding the familiar pseudonym, Feng Niu immediately discerned the identity of the sender. The individual known as Guess Who I Am is a devoted follower of Bai Chui's broadcasts, having joined their live streaming group long ago and maintaining an active presence within it. It was Guess Who I Am who suggested they visit Yanglan Village. He is the enthusiastic viewer in question. Although this Guess Who I Am is impoverished and has never provided them with monetary gifts, and their gender remains unknown, such a fan cannot be casually dismissed, as their disillusionment could be detrimental. Since he would be occupying the outhouse for a short while longer, he decided to engage in conversation. Thus, Feng Niu, clutching his phone, typed, "I'm little black bro. I'm awake. What's up? Guess who I am? That post is authentic. Yanglan Village is indeed haunted." Upon reading this, Feng Niu was rendered speechless, finding his fan's penchant for alarmism tiresome. He scoffed, replying on his phone, "My friend, refrain from frightening people in the dead of night. You nearly interrupted my bowel movement. Guess who I am, you doubt it? I'm little black bro. No rational person would believe it. Bringing up such a topic at this hour is unsettling. Cease and desist." Feng Niu bantered with Guess Who I Am, anticipating a prolonged stay in the outhouse. He intended to silence his phone upon completion, ceasing his interaction with this nocturnal individual. However, as their conversation progressed, he sensed an anomaly. A new message seized his attention. Upon reading this, Feng Niu was taken aback. He recalled the old woman who devoured live chickens, the child playing with a ball in the graveyard at midnight, and the child's chanting of an exceedingly gory nursery rhyme. Originally, he had put these eerie occurrences behind him after a night's sleep, nearly forgetting them altogether. However, upon seeing the word ghost, that unease resurfaced. causing him to become apprehensive once more. Could it be that there truly were ghosts in Yanglan village? At that moment, Feng Niu could not be bothered with matters of excretion. He remained in a squatting position as he continuously typed on his phone, seeking clarification. I am Xiao Hego. Brother, could it be that you are the one who escaped from Yanglan village? Have people truly gone missing in your village? Guess who I am. Many people have gone missing. I am Xiao Hego, but the people in your village say that no one has disappeared at all. Are you not pulling my leg? Guess who I am. They do not remember. Upon seeing this, Feng Niu was actually beginning to believe it somewhat. In horror films, it is a common trope for protagonists to lose their memories after ghosts and monsters have killed people. If there truly were ghosts in the village, it would be quite possible for those ghosts to possess the ability to induce amnesia. However, upon considering this, he grew somewhat indignant. He typed, word by deliberate word, knowing that there were ghosts. Why did you not inform us sooner? Why did you lead us to come here to broadcast live? Guess who I am. There are ghosts, that's why you are here. Guess who I am. Now that you have arrived, I can finally kill you. Surely, he must be jesting. Although these were merely the system's default bold font in a standard size, the simplicity of those 2 lines sent chills down Feng Niu's spine. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, leaving him with an unsettling chill. He abruptly turned his head towards a small window above the restroom, where the wind rushed in, yet fortunately there was no one outside. He must be deliberately trying to frighten me. Feng Niu felt a slight sense of relief. But his thoughts were entirely disrupted by the phrase, guess who I am. Both he and Bai Chui were not timid individuals. If they were, they would not engage in supernatural live streaming. However, the peculiarities of Yanglan village were genuinely unnerving, even for a man of his stature. The more guess who I am spoke, the more his imagination spiraled, conjuring terrifying notions that nearly overwhelmed him. Clad in nothing more than a light jacket, Feng Niu felt himself shiver. He exhaled onto his hands, pondering the madness of guess who I am, vowing not to let it ensnare him further. Despite his unease, instinct urged him to refrain from further inquiries, fearing that each question would deepen his dread and render him sleepless that night. Thus, he resolved to ignore the lunatic, promising to address everything come morning. Yet, even in his silence, the screen suddenly flickered with 2 new messages. Guess who I am. Do you wish to meet a ghost? Guess who I am. I am standing just outside the door. Feng Niu trembled as he glanced towards the entrance, yet the lavatory door was made of wood, obscuring any view of the outside. How could he possibly know there was a door nearby? It must be a ruse. I had mentioned being in the restroom, and naturally, there would be a door in close proximity. However, in an instant, Feng Niu recalled something. Frantically, he scrolled up through the dialogue, combing through previous messages. He fixated on the very first message sent by Guess Who I Am, his expression frozen, resembling a dying zombie, yet his eyes were filled with dread. You are awake. It dawned on him that this was not an inquiry, but rather a statement. The sender of this message was not uncertain about whether he had awakened. They were exceedingly confident that he was already awake. Who could it be? Who is it? Feng Niu trembled in fear, nearly losing his grip on the phone. Yet soon, 2 more messages appeared, each more terrifying than the last. Guess who I am. Open the door. Guess who I am. Hurry, open the door. Feng Niu hastily pressed down on his phone, too frightened to look again. A chill coursed through him. Yet he gritted his teeth and hastily grabbed the pale yellow toilet paper, carelessly wiping himself before swiftly pulling up his trousers. He crouched beside the toilet, shivering uncontrollably. Too scared to flush the water, let alone venture outside. Though he could not see what lay beyond, he could feel it. Someone was indeed out there. Or rather, a malevolent spirit stood outside the door. The mere thought of a ghost lurking beyond sent shivers down Feng Niu's spine. He held his breath, uttering not a single sound, fearful that the specter might force its way inside. Huddled in the outhouse, Feng Niu resolved to wait until dawn, only daring to leave when others would come to use the toilet. However, before long, an event that made his heart race occurred. The door began to creak open. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he hastily contemplated calling his girlfriend, Bai Chui, hoping she would rouse the others and bring them to his aid. Yet, just as he input his password and unlocked his phone, the door swung wide open. Feng Niu stiffened, lifting his gaze to behold the ghastly, disfigured ghost at the threshold. He opened his mouth to scream for help, but no sound emerged. The spirit seized him by the throat, lifting him as though he were a lifeless chicken, desperately flailing in the air. What terrified him further was the eerie silence that enveloped him. No matter how he kicked and struggled, the surrounding stillness swallowed his efforts whole. He kicked the large water vat with all his might, yet the sound seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving him in a void of silence. It was as if he were trapped in a silent play, with him as the unfortunate clown performing a grotesque act. Despair settled over Feng Niu completely. As the ghost tightened its grip around his throat, his face turned a ghastly shade of purple, his eyes wide with terror, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. The spirit then discarded him like refuse, unceremoniously throwing him to the ground. The frigid earth lay still, the figure of Feng Niu resembling a deflated balloon, flesh sinking continuously until even the bones vanished, leaving behind merely a thin layer of human skin. The vengeful spirit stood nearby, casually seizing the human skin and shaking it in the air. In no time, the deflated skin regained its volume, swelling like a balloon. In an instant, it transformed back into Feng Niu, save for the malicious eyes that mirrored those of the spirit. This Feng Niu bore no distinction from the previous one. His eyes, nose, mouth, and even the garments he wore were identical. The spirit set Feng Niu down and swiftly vanished from sight. Feng Niu then displayed a malicious expression, first retreating to the restroom, where he filled a ladle with water to flush the commode. Subsequently, he forcefully swung the door open and slammed it shut, assuming the guise of one who had just finished using the toilet. Holding his mobile device, he ambled naturally across the courtyard, returning to the room where Bai Chui lay asleep and nestled beside her. "Feng Niu?" whispered Kunta from the eastern room. Bai Yan nodded silently, continuing to fixate on the hem of the curtain. From the sound, it appeared Feng Niu had merely risen to answer nature's call, presenting no cause for alarm. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, for he was alone and could not afford to be careless. Taking note of the situation, Bai Yan persisted in his watchful gaze out the window, occasionally glancing at the others in the room to ensure they had not been quietly swapped away. The long vigil finally drew to a close as the clock struck 5. Bai Yan found himself in a state of utter exhaustion. Rubbing his slightly reddened eyes, he roused the slumbering Yishangyu, gently urging her, "Do not linger in sleep. Rise and take your turn." Momentarily bewildered, she quickly sat up, her eyes opening wide. Once fully awake and her vision sharp, Bai Yan gestured towards the window, indicating for her to observe the scene outside. Subsequently, he reclined back down, fatigue overtaking him as he closed his eyes. His breathing soon became steady, undisturbed even by the crowing of the rooster in the yard. When he was finally awakened again, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Chapter 85. You have woken up late. Bai Yan blinked, instinctively retrieving his phone to check the time, which indeed confirmed it was 10:30. He opened his mouth, his voice raspy. "Why did you not wake me?" Yishangyu pointed beside her, and Bai Yan tilted his head to discover Kunta still sprawled nearby, resembling a mound of dark earth as he snored soundly. Upon seeing Bai Yan awake, Gina nudged Kunta, rousing the large man from his dreams. After awakening, Bai Yan did not inquire further. Instead, he made his way to the kitchen to fetch some water, which alleviated his parched throat. The previous night, the players had scarcely consumed any water. The peril of venturing to the restroom in the middle of the night had deterred them from drinking, resulting in Bai Yan's heightened thirst upon waking. Having quenched his thirst, Bai Yan returned to the eastern room and inquired of Yishangyu, "Where are they today?" El Rui Chao and Ozawa Hiro also went to keep a watchful eye on that pair of streamers who had just departed. Gina and Kunta were tasked with engaging the elderly lady in conversation, while we ventured to explore the village once more, conversing with other villagers and perhaps meandering towards the cemetery in search of the child we glimpsed last night. Bai Yan nodded, recalling that the other four had already conversed with the villagers yesterday. Perhaps today's inquiries would yield fresh information. As for the boy from last night, he likely possessed a wealth of knowledge, and today, through a combination of persuasion and coercion, we must extract valuable insights from him. Kunta was fully alert now, while Bai Yan hastily freshened up and began to consume the breakfast left for them by Su Lanfang. Having risen late, the steamed buns and porridge were already cold, leaving a chill in their stomachs. However, in this gaming realm, having something to eat was a blessing, so they all set aside their preferences, consuming enough to sustain their journey before setting down their bowls and embarking on the day's activities. Kunta and Gina remained inside to monitor the elderly lady, while Bai Yan and Yishangyu gathered their belongings and proceeded towards the first house that showed signs of life at the village's entrance. Along the way, in an open area where concealment was impossible, Yishangyu suddenly leaned closer to Bai Yan and whispered in his ear, "Be cautious of Su Lanfang." Noticing Yishangyu's wariness, Bai Yan lowered his voice and inquired, "How did you come to this realization?" Yishangyu remained silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy for a couple of seconds. Bai Yan realized that this was a topic best left untouched and fell into contemplation. Yi Shangyu had once spent time in a research institute dedicated to malevolent spirits, her understanding of the supernatural undoubtedly surpassing that of any player. She would never jest about uncertain matters. Given her unwavering certainty, it was clear that Su Lanfang was indeed a ghost. If Su Lanfang was a specter, then the old lady's peculiar behavior could be explained. Living alongside a ghost for so long would naturally lead to an unsettling transformation, a state that was neither fully human nor fully ghostly. Furthermore, it was possible that the old lady had also become a ghost. Is Su Lanfang a ghost? Bai Yan inquired softly. She is not, Yi Shangyu replied. However, I saw the old lady eating chicken last night, which confirmed my suspicion about Su Lanfang, fearing that the presence of a malevolent spirit might be detected. Both deliberately avoided using the term ghost. Bai Yan had initially thought that Yi Shangyu had discerned something amiss with Su Lanfang, leading to her conclusion. However, it turned out that Yi Shangyu had inferred Su Lanfang's issues based on the old lady's behavior. The old lady had been living with Su Lanfang, which could explain her transformation into something akin to a vengeful spirit. Those who had extensive contact with such spirits inevitably became profoundly terrifying themselves, with no hope for a favorable outcome. Strangely, Bai Yan found herself thinking of the president from True Horror Tales. This reckless individual, enamored with danger, often ventured into places rife with malevolent spirits, compiling detailed accounts of his encounters. Unlike the oblivious old woman, the president, towards the end, had likely realized his increasing resemblance to a specter, prompting him to caution his childhood friend and seek refuge in solitude. Having survived countless malevolent spirits, the president was acutely aware of their nature. Therefore, he probably wished to remain undiscovered by anyone. Ironically, in the end, his school couldn't escape its fate. As a ghost, he held no sentimentality for his former life. Under the app's deliberate manipulation, most players still regarded NPCs as mere data. However, Bai Yan recognized this as a genuine world. If that were the case, and the NPCs were in such a state, what about the players? After so many rounds of games, each player had extensive contact with ghosts. Could the players who had survived 12 games truly still be considered human? Bai Yan could foresee the state of the world when these humans returned to reality. At this thought, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and it took considerable effort to restrain himself from laughing aloud. Seeing Bai Yan's chest slightly moving and his face contorted in a suppressed smile, Yi Shangyu rolled her eyes and patted his back, causing him to cough violently. Stop laughing. It's truly unsightly. Once Bai Yan's coughing subsided and he glared at her, Yi Shangyu said faintly, if you want to laugh, save it for later. There's no time to watch you be happy. I only know that she is, but I am unaware of how she transformed into. If we do not clarify this issue, by the final day, our only option will be to flee. At that point, whom she pursues and whether she can outrun them will entirely depend on luck. Bai Yan coughed twice, feeling a touch of frustration. Had Yi Shangyu not suddenly clapped, he would not have coughed at all. However, Bai Yan did not dwell excessively on this matter. Many lives had been lost in the village, and visiting the remaining families was indeed time-consuming. There was no time to squander. The two proceeded along the dirt path and, after a short while, encountered an elderly man seated on a stool, basking in the sun at his doorstep. Seeing him, they approached and struck up a conversation. Meanwhile, two streamers found themselves at odds with the players. You too, my girlfriend and I will be entering the live stream now. So please leave us be and do not follow us any longer. In front of a dilapidated house, Feng Niu gripped his phone tightly, his expression grim as he regarded the persistent LV Ruichao and Xiao Zibo. We are conducting a spirit exploration live stream. The essence lies in the atmosphere. Your constant presence is ruining it. Just yesterday, viewers protested in the chat, and I chose not to confront you. Today, I kindly ask you not to be so bothersome. Feng Niu's tone was icy, and the two players could distinctly sense his displeasure. The sudden turn of events caught them off guard. They were certainly reluctant to part ways with the two hosts. However, Feng Niu's resolve was unwavering, making it evident that should they continue to follow him, he would resort to physical aggression. Observing this, the two had no choice but to take a step back and verbally express their decision to cease their pursuit. Feng Niu cast a glance at them before commencing the live broadcast, signaling for the bewildered Bai Chui to enter the dilapidated house through the window. Despite being referred to as a broken house, it was, in fact, an abandoned farmhouse akin to Su Lanfang's residence. Bai Chui conducted a cursory exploration of the farmhouse, which boasted a kitchen, several rooms, and a spacious courtyard. Outside the courtyard stood a large iron gate, secured from within by a latch, as though the farmhouse still harbored inhabitants. This peculiarity struck Bai Chui as quite odd. If the residents had vacated, the gate should have been locked from the outside. In truth, Bai Chui had sensed something amiss for quite some time. Although the farmhouse appeared decrepit, it was replete with signs of life. The interior was cluttered with various odds and ends. The kitchen bore remnants of uneaten food, and there were several unwashed bowls. Additionally, the beds within the farmhouse were strewn with disheveled blankets, suggesting that the family had departed abruptly, leaving even their belongings behind. What could have transpired to compel such a hurried exit? Bai Chui was quite perplexed. Addressing her live stream audience, she voiced her bewilderment, observing with satisfaction the stream of spine-chilling comments that ensued on her phone. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chui, as if struck by a sudden realization, turned around and inquired, "Xiao Gu, why didn't you allow those two visitors to join us when they wanted to come in earlier?" Feng Niu, holding his phone aloft, replied with a somber countenance, "I didn't rest well last night. After contemplating it for half the night, I've come to the conclusion that there's something amiss about those visitors." "Are you referring to their inquiry about the children's rhyme?" Bai Chui murmured. They provided an explanation, stating that they were also here to explore and seek thrills. "So such a question isn't particularly unusual." "No, haven't you noticed that they've been deliberately following us?" Feng Niu's voice was unusually icy. Bai Chui, captivated by his words, didn't pay much attention and instead addressed the screen. "Really? I think it's quite normal. They haven't been that deliberate, have they? To be immodest, I'm a streamer. And streamers are quite rare in reality. Perhaps they wanted to appear on camera and experience the feeling of being on a live stream." At this point, Bai Chui increasingly felt that Feng Niu's attitude was excessive. Feng Niu was a man of amiable temperament, and she had never witnessed him display such anger. To be frank, she was genuinely a bit frightened. Judging from Feng Niu's expression earlier, she genuinely thought he would lose control and resort to violence. Bai Chui was deeply puzzled by Feng Niu's sudden outburst of anger, but she was still earnestly pondering what he had just said. As she pondered, her phone suddenly emitted a chilling mechanical voice that startled her. "The ghost is right beside you, Bai Mei. Run. Those two tourists are not ghosts. Xiao Gu is the ghost. Trust me. Run. Hurry and flee." The emotionless intonation sent shivers down Bai Chui's spine. She couldn't help but glance at Feng Niu, a flicker of doubt creeping into her mind, for he was indeed behaving quite differently than usual. Yet, just as swiftly, she shook her head, dismissing her own alarm. She had never witnessed Feng Niu in a fit of rage. Naturally, a furious person would appear entirely transformed. Consequently, she steadied her emotions and smiled at the camera, saying, "Please, stop trying to frighten me. This joke has already been played several times yesterday. Bai Mei certainly won't fall for it." With a smile, she turned to Feng Niu. "Right, Xiao Gu?" Bai Chui hoped to engage with Feng Niu, to sprinkle some affection and perhaps soothe his ire. However, Feng Niu offered no response. As she studied his face, yearning for him to utter something, her smile gradually faltered. For suddenly, a grotesque grin twisted upon Feng Niu's face. With a venomous glare directed at her, he uttered in a sinister tone, "Who told you I am not a ghost? You must be joking." Despite her words, Bai Chui could not help but take 2 steps back, exclaiming, "Feng Niu, why are you scaring me along with the audience?" Feng Niu wore a sinister grin, his palm twisting as he turned the phone screen towards her. Upon seeing the pitch-black display, Bai Chui felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Feng Niu had, unbeknownst to her, turned off the live stream. If he had ceased the broadcast long ago, then what were the messages she had just heard? Casting a glance at her phone, she realized that the live stream was indeed disconnected. However, what sent chills down her spine was that, despite the disconnection, a torrent of crimson messages still flowed through the chat. Each one insinuated that Feng Niu was a ghost. Bai Chui's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and she instinctively took a step back, only to find Feng Niu advancing with every retreat she made. Soon, she was cornered against the wall. With no escape in sight, Bai Chui's thoughts turned to the 2 tourists waiting outside the cottage for her return. A flicker of hope ignited in her heart, but it was short-lived. She caught sight of a grotesque specter crawling out from the well in the yard, its form a horrific mass of flesh. As the apparition emerged, Feng Niu deflated like a punctured balloon. In a mere second, his robust figure collapsed, leaving behind only a thin layer of skin. This skin bore no eyes, no nose, only a few flesh-colored orifices that seemed to slantingly gaze at her. Bai Chui could only watch in horror as Feng Niu transformed into a mere hide of human skin. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, lifting the flayed skin and carrying it directly onto her face. The human skin, as if imbued with life, tenaciously enveloped Bai Chui's face, leaving only her eyes exposed to the air, gazing in terror at the scene before her. Help! Bai Chui managed to squeeze out a faint cry from her throat, her hands frantically tearing at the skin plastered to her face, yet unable to dislodge it. Soon, the skin gradually elongated, encasing both her hands and legs, like a clinging film, tightly binding half of Bai Chui's body. The skin constricted tightly, suffocating her mouth and nose, leaving Bai Chui to experience the sensation of slowly suffocating to death amidst immense fear. In her final moments, Bai Chui vaguely perceived the doors of the main room being flung open by the wind. Amidst the crimson couplets and red candles, 6 flayed skins hung before the family tree, swaying continuously in the eerie breeze. Bai Chui could faintly discern 6 ghastly silhouettes standing before the skins, the family's grandparents, parents, and siblings. The flayed skins of this family of 6 were neatly suspended before the family tree, none missing. Before her final breath, Bai Chui despairingly beheld a gruesome, blood-soaked specter advancing towards her. The vengeful spirit clutched a cell phone in its hand. It approached and seized both Bai Chui's and Feng Niu's phones, directly stuffing them into its mass of mangled flesh. So, it was you who sent the message. This was Bai Chui's last thought before she expired. As she swiftly transformed into a new visage, her former skin, having enveloped her, drifted to the ground. The malevolent spirit returned to the well, and tranquility once again enveloped the courtyard. After waiting for an hour outside the cottage, Zibo and El Ruchao grew increasingly restless. Their eyes were fixed on the time displayed on their phones, a growing sense of foreboding settling over them. Investigating a cottage should not require such an extensive duration. Even if the 2 hosts were engaged in some extraordinary program inside, this delay was excessive. During this time, they made their way to the main entrance of the courtyard, which was securely shut, revealing that the 2 hosts had not stealthily slipped out through the front. After another 10 minutes of silence within, devoid of any sound, they could no longer contain their anxiety and climbed through a broken window in succession. Oddly, where had they gone? A hasty survey of the interior left Zibo with a grave expression, prompting El Ruchao to voice the unsettling conclusion: they have vanished. Through their experiences in numerous games, the 2 players possessed a keener sense of observation than the hosts. With just a cursory glance, they discerned that the entire family had disappeared. Unwashed dishes and neatly laid bedding indicated that the occupants had vanished abruptly, and the locked gate of the courtyard suggested that this family had not merely gone missing. They had likely met with a tragic fate. In the ghost village, the deceased were invariably claimed by malevolent spirits. After inspecting several rooms, they confirmed the unsettling truth of the post regarding the family's disappearance. It seems that the other villagers have truly suffered from amnesia. Simultaneously, they realized that the 2 hosts must have met a tragic fate as well. The original owner of this dwelling has been murdered, and the 2 hosts who entered have also perished. Does this not imply something sinister? The 2 immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces turning a ghastly pale. There are spirits within this house. We must leave at once. Zibo's complexion also drained of color. They dashed into the dust-laden courtyard, fearful of re-entering the room where death had clearly occurred, opting instead to escape through the broken window. While they had entered without incident, no one could predict whether, upon their return, they would be greeted by a host of vengeful spirits awaiting them. The escape from the farmhouse offered only 2 routes, one through the shattered window and the other through the gate of the courtyard. Now, with one path obstructed, they had no choice but to proceed through the front entrance. Initially, they had intended to locate the 2 reckless hosts, but now, with their absence, a haunting feeling lingered, an unsettling notion that the spirits of the 2 hosts hovered nearby, watching them from the shadows. It was evident that the farmhouse was haunted. Remaining there to investigate was sheer folly. They cast aside their original plans, determined solely to exit the courtyard as swiftly as possible. Thus, Zibo hurried toward the main gate, while El Ruchao silently followed, his steps quickening beyond their usual pace. As they passed the well, he casually glanced into its depths, only to be met with the ghastly sight of a bloodied, grotesque visage floating against the well's wall. As his gaze landed upon it, the malevolent spirit abruptly emerged from the well's aperture, eliciting an immediate response from LV Ruchao. The specter had been lurking within the well all along. LV Ruchao promptly bellowed, "Xiaoze!" However, his exclamation was abruptly truncated as a crimson, spectral hand elongated with startling speed, forcibly entering his mouth, effectively gagging him and contorting his visage due to the intrusion. In what seemed like a mere instant, LV Ruichao withered into a mere human husk, only to inflate once more, reverting to his original form. "What's amiss?" Ozawa Hiroya inquired, turning around warily. LV Ruichao was not one for idle chatter, so his sudden outburst indicated a significant discovery. Ozawa Hiroya, valuing his life, sought to swiftly evacuate the farmhouse teeming with corpses. Yet, within the context of the app game, survival necessitated more than mere flight. Noticing LV Ruichao's pallid complexion and unwavering gaze fixed upon the well, Ozawa Hiroya gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing LV Ruichao as a simpleton, an oaf incapable of clear communication. With a grim expression, he unlatched the door, flinging it open and securing it with a sack filled with miscellaneous objects. Assured that the door would remain ajar, Ozawa Hiroya resolutely strode towards the well, addressing LV Ruichao. "What have you unearthed? Behold for yourself." LV Ruichao gestured towards the well's opening. Ozawa Hiroya, with a hint of suspicion, cast a sidelong glance at him before peering into the depths of the well. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to discover a figure submerged in the murky depths of the well. As he focused intently, he discerned that the entity was grotesquely mangled, as if its skin had been flayed away. Xiao Zibo suddenly realized that this was a corpse. No, this being was moving. It was not human at all, but a ghost. A jolt of terror coursed through Xiao Zibo as he sensed the gravity of the situation, and he turned to flee towards the exit. Unfortunately, just as he pivoted, Liu Ruichao seized him and hurled him into the well. Fortunately, Xiao Zibo's somewhat corpulent physique allowed him to become lodged against the well's walls. With a ghost lurking below, falling into the depths meant certain doom. So he strained to maintain his grip, disregarding the painful lacerations inflicted by the rough stone. His ascent was painfully slow, despite exerting every ounce of strength. He could only inch upwards, knowing that a moment's misstep would send him plummeting to the bottom. At that moment, it dawned on Xiao Zibo that Liu Ruichao had long been aware of the ghost's presence. He had intentionally set him up for this peril. Why was that wretched individual targeting him in such a manner? He pondered, having done nothing to offend him in recent days. What right did he have to act so maliciously? With rage igniting within him, Xiao Zibo envisioned Liu Ruichao meeting a gruesome end, vowing that if he managed to escape this ordeal, he would ensure his demise. As he struggled fiercely, a metallic sweetness welled up in his throat, a mix of fear and fury, but soon the anger was overshadowed by the urgency of his plight. He climbed with great difficulty, only to be filled with dread as he realized that his hands were gradually withering away. At some point, his nails had vanished, and his fingertips had shriveled into triangular shapes, steadily diminishing in size. Soon, all 5 of his fingers had shrunk into a single layer of skin, supported only by the flesh and bone of his palm against the well's wall. Yet, at a visibly alarming pace, his palm too began to cave in, flattening like modeling clay until it resembled a mere sheet of skin. No. Kozbo wriggled his corpulent body, using his 2 bare arms to inch upward like a worm. However, despite his relentless efforts, his hefty form grew ever slimmer, with flesh and bone compressing together, resembling his already dehydrated palm as it gradually wrinkled into a ball. He helplessly watched himself transform into mere skin, sliding down the well's wall into the clutches of the malevolent spirit lurking at the bottom. The specter, concealed beneath the water's surface, swiftly seized Kozbo's skin and leaped out of the deep well. The spirit shook the skin of Kozbo, which soon filled with air and reverted to a fleshy, rotund figure. Once the skin was restored, the spirit crawled out through a broken window. In the courtyard, the new Kozbo emerged, damp but indifferent to his condition. He shook off the water and nonchalantly strolled towards the entrance. Outside the door, Liu Ruichao wore a sinister smile, as if he had been waiting for him for quite some time. In front of the cottage, a relatively vigorous elderly lady sat upon a small stool, delighting in the sun's warm embrace with her eyes partially closed. Her countenance radiated joy, yet the multitude of wrinkles etched upon her face betrayed her advanced age. A yellow scarf adorned her head, concealing much of her silvery hair, as she idly nibbled on a piece of dried sweet potato. Upon noticing 2 unfamiliar young individuals approaching her for conversation, she generously offered them 2 pieces, gesturing for them to help themselves. Yi Shangyu accepted the sweet potato, placing it directly into her pocket, showing no intention of consuming it. Bai Yan, however, was less circumspect. Having already partaken of the meal prepared by a spirit, he felt no qualms about indulging in the offerings of an elderly woman. He took a bite of the sweet potato, savoring its sweetness and pleasant flavor. After finishing it in just a few bites, the lady graciously presented him with another piece, which Bai Yan accepted without a hint of shame, exhibiting a remarkable lack of modesty. As he munched on the sweet potato, Yi Shangyu inquired, "Elderly lady, do you know Dongzi?" "Dongzi? He is a boy from our village. Do you know him?" "Indeed. We encountered a boy in the graveyard yesterday who sang a peculiar nursery rhyme, claiming that Dongzi's entire family had been slain." It sounded rather frightening. Could that possibly be true? The elderly lady smacked her lips and swallowed the sweet potato strips, exclaiming, "Of course, that is not true. Dongzi's family is doing quite well. They have all moved to the city to enjoy a better life. Dongzi's father and mother found jobs there, and the entire family relocated, contrary to what he claims." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Shangyu also retrieved some sweet potato strips, nibbling on them like a little hamster. Observing that the girl had begun to eat her own sun-dried sweet potato strips, the elderly lady felt a surge of joy. Consequently, her conversational spirit heightened, and she sighed, saying, "It's rather pitiable, to be honest. The boy you saw by the grave must be Taiju. His parents passed away long ago, and he has no relatives. Taiju grew up on the kindness of others, surviving on whatever scraps people offered him. He has no grandparents or guardians. He doesn't attend school and spends his days roaming the fields. Over time, he has become somewhat unhinged, and lately, he has been talking nonsense. Don't let him frighten you." Noticing the two remained silent, the elderly lady sighed again and continued, "Taiju is a good boy. Please don't hold it against him. If he had parents to care for him, he wouldn't have turned out this way. Now, those capable folks in the village have all gone to work in the city, leaving behind only the elderly, who are already struggling to take care of their own grandchildren. And they simply lack the energy to look after another." The two nodded in understanding, and after chatting a while longer, Bai Yan suddenly inquired, "Grandma, do you have a grandson?" "He is home on break, spending his weekends lounging on the Kong. I can call him out for you to see." Upon recalling her grandson's immediate engagement with his phone upon waking, the matriarch furrowed her brow and, with considerable vigor, exclaimed, "Grandson, emerge and greet our guest. Cease your digital amusements upon the Kong. You have been indulging all day." "Granny, the morning is not yet concluded," a young boy's voice retorted from within. "After 5 arduous days of schooling, I am utterly fatigued. Allow me a moment of respite." "Respite from what? You disregard your grandmother's entreaties. Dog egg, present yourself forthwith." Upon hearing the appellation dog egg, Bai Yan could not suppress a chuckle. Presently, a robust boy with a cherubic visage, clad in cotton slippers, emerged from within. His face flushed with embarrassment. "Granny, I implore you, desist from calling me dog egg." Observing her grandson's appearance, the old woman gestured with her lips and extended a strip of dried sweet potato to Bai Yan. "This is my eldest grandson, a ne'er-do-well who remains fixated on his phone throughout the day. His academic performance consistently ranks at the bottom of his class, invariably drawing criticism and censure from his teachers at the close of each term. He shirks all domestic duties, merely observing his grandfather toiling in the fields, offering no assistance. Even Lon Lon, the girl next door, lends a hand with household chores. Why not emulate your elder sister, Lon Lon?" "Granny," the boy, mortified and indignant, interjected. "Su Lanfang is merely 2 years my senior, and she was once an avid phone user, far more so than I. Why should I be compelled to emulate her?" The elderly woman offered a piece of dried sweet potato to the boy, remarking, "Hasn't she taken up chores recently? Why can't you emulate those who excel? Take Lon Lon, for instance. When her grandmother's health declined, she immediately stepped in to assist the family. But what about you? If grandma and grandpa were to suddenly become unwell, could you manage both your studies and the household responsibilities?" The boy was rendered speechless, perhaps preoccupied with chewing the sweet potato. However, while the boy remained silent, Bai Yan interjected, deeply moved, "Grandma, you're absolutely correct. Boys should indeed be responsible. When I was about the same age as Go Dan, my father had already passed away, leaving my mother as the sole provider. Witnessing her arduous work, I proactively took on all the household chores. Of course, my academic performance didn't suffer. I consistently ranked among the top students in my class. Grandma, to be frank, it's better for boys to experience hardship. Children shouldn't be indulged excessively. Sometimes, overindulgence can turn them into useless good-for-nothings." Before Bai Yan could finish his sentence, Yi Shangyu abruptly paused her chewing. She stared at Bai Yan with an indescribable gaze. her mind filled with disbelief. If she remembered correctly from her investigation, his father was still alive and well. When did your father die? How come I'm unaware of this? Yi Shangyu inwardly mused that a leopard cannot change its spots, though she didn't expose him outwardly. Meanwhile, the boy's face was flushed with indignation as he heard Bai Yan repeatedly calling him Go Dan. Despite his elementary school age, he was far from naive and discerned the man's deliberate provocation. How dare you partake of my family's provisions while simultaneously deriding me? Have you no shame? He observed as Bai Yan continued to sway his grandmother, urging her to discipline him sternly and confiscate his phone to prevent him from becoming a good-for-nothing. The young boy, incandescent with rage, reached out to snatch the sweet potato snack from Bai Yan's grasp, only to find his reach inadequate. With nimble reflexes, Bai Yan tossed the morsel into his mouth and nonchalantly procured another piece from the elderly woman's hand. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Yan flashed a taunting grin at the boy, further inflaming his ire. Noticing that Bai Yan was on the verge of reducing the boy to tears, Yi Shangyu sensed impending trouble and subtly nudged him. Recalling the purpose of their visit, Bai Yan promptly restrained himself and fell silent, finally remembering their primary objective. Given Bai Yan's success in agitating the boy, Yi Shangyu deemed him unreliable and directed him to converse with the grandmother while he exerted considerable effort to placate the child. Once rapport was established, Yi Shangyu tentatively inquired, "You mentioned earlier that Su Lanfang also enjoyed playing on her phone. What was she like before?" She began working when her grandmother's health suddenly deteriorated a few months ago. Previously, she was also fond of using her phone, and her academic performance was on par with mine, the boy muttered, pouting. "My grandmother is perfectly healthy, and I have no intention of emulating her. What does she generally enjoy doing on her phone?" Yi Shangyu gently probed. "Does she have an affinity for horror-related content? For instance, ghost stories or movies?" "She indeed does. Watching videos is one of her pastimes, and she particularly revels in scrolling through short clips on a platform called Slowhand." The young boy reminisced, "When it comes to ghostly themes, she enjoys watching supernatural shorts. But personally, I find them terrifying and utterly pointless." Upon learning that Su Lanfang had a penchant for supernatural videos, Yi Shangyu's eyes lit up, as if she had stumbled upon a revelation. She promptly inquired, "Do you know which supernatural shorts she typically watches? Who is her favorite streamer?" The boy, looking perplexed, replied, "I have no idea. I don't enjoy watching them." "What about her online alias? Do you know what her Slowhand account is called?" She usually goes by Guess Who I Am. I haven't paid much attention to her Slowhand account, but it should be something similar." After posing a few more questions and realizing the boy had little else to offer, Yi Shangyu decided to let him be, engaging him in casual conversation. Meanwhile, Bai Yan had been conversing with the elderly lady for quite some time and had gleaned some insights, just as Gina and the others had inquired. The elderly lady remained adamant that no one had ever gone missing in the village. However, drawing from the experiences of Dongzi's family, Bai Yan found himself inspired and shifted the focus of his questions, asking instead if anyone had recently departed from the village. Indeed, much like the situation at Dongzi's home, a substantial number of villagers have departed from the village over the past few months, all seemingly heading to the city to enjoy life. Although Bai Yan remains oblivious to the prevailing circumstances of this world, it is evident that residing in the city equates to a better quality of life, suggesting that urban conditions are vastly superior to those in rural areas. According to the host Bai Chui, in the so-called left-behind children villages, it is generally understood that urban housing is exorbitantly priced and the cost of living is high. Thus, adults migrate to the city for work, where employment often includes accommodation and meals, while children and the elderly remain in the countryside, where education is affordable and living expenses are low. However, the phenomenon of entire families relocating to the city, abandoning their land and ancestral homes, seems implausible unless the entire village had struck a lottery. Otherwise, the financial burden of supporting the entire family in the city would be insurmountable for just a couple. Upon careful reflection, Bai Yan deduced that these individuals moving to the city are indeed the missing persons referenced in the posts. After conversing with each family member, both Bai Yan and Yi Shangyu gleaned valuable insights. In the midst of their dialogue, a filthy boy clutching a soccer ball approached them. Despite her advanced age, the elderly woman possessed keen eyesight. Spotting the boy from a distance, she called out cheerfully, "Taiju, come over for some sweet potato snacks." The boy, quick to respond at the sound of food, dashed over like the wind, abandoning his soccer ball in the process. Upon witnessing the boy attempting to seize a piece of sweet potato from the elderly woman's grimy hands, She retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped the boy's hands clean before placing the treat into his grasp. You must wash your hands before eating. Consuming food with dirt can lead to illness, she admonished him. The boy nodded absently, hastily shoving the sweet potato into his mouth, seemingly oblivious to her words. After gulping it down, he picked up a ball, bouncing it with abandon while resuming his whimsical song, a melody of his own invention. The elderly woman furrowed her brow as she overheard him cursing the entire Dong family, and she opened her mouth to suggest he refrain from such songs in the future. However, before she could utter a word, the boy abruptly ceased his singing. He beamed foolishly at an approaching old man, glancing back and forth between the elder, the woman, and the dog, his eyes brimming with envy. In an instant, he scooped up the ball and dashed away, disappearing in the blink of an eye down the narrow path. Bai Yan observed the boy's retreating figure with a sense of curiosity. If his perception served him correctly, the peculiar expression on the boy's face had been one of envy. What could he possibly envy? Was it the companionship of grandparents that the dog enjoyed, while his own family had long since departed? Casting a glance at the grandmother who delighted in offering sweet potatoes, Bai Yan unconsciously bit into another piece, judging solely by the exquisite taste of the sweet potato. Having a grandmother like her was indeed something for the boy to covet. Shaking his head, Bai Yan concluded that there was no need to delve deeper into the matter. At that moment, an elderly man approached, shouldering a half-filled burlap sack. He walked over to the group, unceremoniously dropping the sack and wiping the sweat from his brow. He called out to the boy, "Grandson, assist your grandfather in carrying this sack of corn inside. There's only a few steps left. Can't you manage it yourself?" The boy muttered, appearing quite reluctant. However, upon seeing the elderly man's stern expression darken, the boy quickly acquiesced. He spat in the direction of Bai Yan and, half-dragging, half-cradling the sack, made his way indoors alongside his grandfather. The duo entered to kindle the fire and boil water, and before long, they emerged together to summon the elderly woman. "Grandma, the water is ready. It's midday, time to prepare the meal." "All right, I'm on my way." Upon seeing the elderly woman rise, Yishangyu instinctively moved to assist her. However, she waved him off, standing up with remarkable agility. She stuffed the remaining sweet potato slices into Bai Yan's hands, gathered her stool, and briskly took it inside. As soon as the elderly woman entered, her grandson shut the door firmly, sealing it tight. Just before departing, Bai Yan cast a glance at the chimney, noticing it was devoid of any rising smoke. The water had been boiled. Why was there no smoke from the chimney? Hearing Bai Yan's voice, Yishangyu instinctively looked up at the chimney. Just as Bai Yan had observed, the top of the chimney was utterly clean, without a trace of smoke. The grandfather and grandson spoke in unison, claiming that the water had been boiled, yet no smoke emerged from the chimney, revealing that both were indeed lying. The grandfather appeared to be a man of solemn demeanor. Such individuals typically do not fabricate stories without cause. At this point, Bai Yan and Yishangyu harbored suspicions that both the grandfather and grandson harbored secrets. However, regardless of the circumstances, they would not rashly intrude. It was conceivable that the two individuals might be engaged in nefarious acts, and stumbling upon their misdeeds could spell disaster for them. Nonetheless, by tomorrow, all would be illuminated. Yishangyu murmured softly, a hint of compassion reflected in her brow. Yet, she merely cast a fleeting glance at the ground marked by the stool's imprint before turning away, following the dirt path, resolutely distancing herself from the farmhouse. Observing this, Bai Yan followed suit. He recognized the old woman was in peril, but he was typically indifferent, even aware that NPCs were as real as humans. He would not burden himself with the impulse to play the hero. As they walked, Bai Yan tossed a sweet potato snack into the air, munching absently. Suddenly, he found the taste more delightful. After consuming a couple, he turned to Yishangyu and offered, "Would you like a few? I can share half." Yishangyu glanced at him, unmoved by his unexpected generosity, and replied coolly, "I still have things to investigate. Don't distract me. My mood is precarious, and it could hinder my efficiency." Bai Yan smacked his lips and finished the remaining sweet potato chips. Once he had completed his snack, Yishangyu found a suitable spot to settle down and began typing on her notebook. To be frank, despite the unforeseen events that transpired, both Bai Yan and Yishangyu gleaned significant insights from their inquiries at this establishment. Particularly for Yishangyu, she discovered that Su Lanfang had a penchant for watching supernatural videos and often frequented the platform known as Slow Hand, a detail of utmost importance. Having gathered a wealth of information regarding spirits in the apocalyptic world where the Supernatural Research Institute resided, she possessed more intelligence than many other players. For instance, shortly after entering the game, she deduced that Su Lanfang, who lived with an elderly woman exhibiting peculiar behavior, was a ghost in the realm of the app game. Knowing in advance who the ghost was undoubtedly saved a considerable amount of time. Since Dog Dan mentioned that Su Lanfang enjoyed watching supernatural videos on Slow Hand, Yi Shangyu prioritized this platform as a focal point for her investigation. Utilizing a program of her own design, she infiltrated Slow Hand. Unaware of Su Lanfang's account on the platform and hesitant to probe into the ghost's profile, she instead directed her efforts toward the supernatural streamers on the platform, aiming to analyze which video might hold the key to the mystery. While Yu Shangyu conducted her investigation, Bai Yan remained vigilant, keen to detect any unfamiliar presence. Nearly 10 minutes had passed when Yu Shangyu abruptly halted her typing and exclaimed, "I've found it. It should be this one." So soon? Bai Yan was taken aback. He knew Yi Shangyu possessed commendable cyber skills, but this was excessively swift. However, after scrutinizing the results of Yi Shangyu's investigation, he promptly comprehended the simplicity behind it. The app, in this instance, presented no significant impediment. The provenance of the video traced back to a highly renowned live streamer in the paranormal category. This particular live streamer, consistently reigning supreme in popularity within the paranormal niche, specialized in disseminating various eerie short films. It could be asserted that aficionados of the paranormal genre would invariably follow him. Evidently, the app harbored no intention of subjecting the player's hacking prowess to a rigorous test. Even those devoid of technical acumen could locate the problematic video by deducing that Su Lanfang was a specter, discerning her preferred websites, and focusing their attention on the paranormal section. Yi Shangyu, with due diligence, initially perused the comments, ensuring the safety of those who had viewed the video, before gingerly clicking on it and watching the short film alongside Bai Yan. Subsequent to watching the short film, in conjunction with the comments, both Bai Yan and Yi Shangyu discerned the video's eerie nature. According to the commentary, it was, in essence, a commonplace paranormal video, with the narrative originally unfolding in the following manner. Initially, the human skin ghost within the short film, devoid of human skin concealment, manifested as a humanoid figure with facial features congealed together in a sanguinary, indistinct mass. The mere sight of its ghastly, blood-soaked visage was sufficient to induce a night of nightmares. In the short film, the skin ghoul typically dons a human skin, masquerading as a campus belle to ensnare Na'vi young men. Once a student's trust is secured and vigilance wanes, it lures them to secluded locales under the guise of a rendezvous, only to feign departure. Subsequently, the skin ghoul surreptitiously unzips its disguise, peels off the human skin, and brutally murders the victim, crafting their epidermis into a new guise. In the denouement of the short, the protagonist, having been deceived, discerns the skin ghoul's true form. Seizing an opportune moment, he dons the concealed human skin, leading the enraged ghoul on a half-hour chase with nimble footwork, despite several near captures. The protagonist's plot armor ensures his survival. After 30 minutes, the skin ghoul, deprived of its epidermal attire, dissipates into a wisp of ethereal smoke. The protagonist, narrowly escaping death, returns home, resuming his tranquil existence. Originally, the narrative was intended to unfold in this manner. However, at an indiscernible moment, the host and the entire audience were horrified to discover the skin ghoul's disappearance from the video. As if transcending the screen, it had seemingly evaporated from the footage. The version observed by Bai Yan and Yi Shangyu was the aftermath of this paranormal occurrence. They utterly failed to perceive the original narrative lauded in the reviews. Their experience consisted of witnessing a desiccated human epidermis traversing the university campus, seducing students, a spectacle of pure horror. The duo watched aghast as a multitude of oblivious students fell prey, engaging in clandestine rendezvous with a mere integument within the sylvan confines. After decimating a host of virile young men, this dermal entity encountered the male protagonist, who, equally unsighted, exchanged sweet nothings and fell into ardent infatuation with the very same epidermis, promptly acceding to its request for a tryst. Subsequently, in the obscurity of the nocturnal grove, the cutaneous specter suddenly deflated in a tenebrous recess, collapsing into the sullied earth. Thereafter, the sanguinary, amorphous figure failed to materialize. The protagonist engaged in a protracted chase with the very atmosphere, delivering a tour-de-force performance of what it means to contend with thin air. Subsequently, the protagonist discovered the crumpled integument upon the ground, donned it with visible delight, and resumed the pursuit and evasion with the ambient air. Until the denouement of the film, he ran to his fill, glanced back at the air, and finally, with evident relief, smiled, gleefully doffed the epidermis, and returned homeward. In contrast to the original, the entire short film appeared both bizarre and utterly inexplicable. Having absorbed the entirety of the video, Bai Yan finally comprehended the situation. The sanguinary, amorphous figure was absent, yet its epidermis remained, a clear indication that the vengeful spirit, in its transit to reality, had neglected to bring its skin. The malevolent spirit possesses the sinister ability to transform a living person into human skin. It is plausible to conclude that while Su Lanfang was engrossed in a horror video, this malevolent entity emerged from her phone, slithered beside her, and metamorphosed her into mere flesh. Subsequently, the spirit donned Su Lanfang's skin, masquerading as a human, and cohabited with her grandmother. As a consequence of living with this spirit, Su Lanfang's grandmother underwent a rapid and grotesque transformation. Her eyes glowed with a sinister green light, her body became grotesque, and she increasingly exhibited ghastly traits. Even her diet began to take on a bizarre nature. Through conversations with Su Lanfang's grandmother, Bai Yan discovered the old woman was woefully oblivious, still believing her granddaughter had finally matured. After residing together for such an extended period, could one truly assert that the elderly lady had not become that abomination? The more Bai Yan pondered, the more unsettling it became. Spirits are inherently reckless beings, merciless in their killings. Even if they were to feign normalcy, transforming the old woman into a spirit would be an effortless act. What reason would they have to spare her? Did the spirits prefer a gradual transformation over direct violence? Bai Yan, puzzled, turned to Yi Shangyu, who also appeared contemplative, clearly perplexed by the old woman's continued existence. Chapter 89. The clues in this game are too fragmented. I must gather my thoughts. With this sentiment, Yi Shangyu expressed the need for reflection, and Bai Yan concurred, recognizing the necessity for careful contemplation. Just now, that pair of grandfather and grandson deceived the grandmother. If they were not merely jesting, but truly spirits, why did the apparitions not vanish? This contradicts the claims made in the forum. Bai Yan articulated his inner conflict. Exchanging thoughts with Yi Shangyu, the forum stated that many individuals from the village had gone missing, which should be attributed to Su Lanfang's sinister deeds. However, judging by the earlier behavior of the grandfather and grandson, it appears that even after their demise, they could masquerade as the living to continue inflicting harm. Is it possible that the condition for disappearance must be met before one can truly vanish? Wait a moment, I believe I may have discerned a clue. Upon hearing Bai Yan's words, Yi Shangyu's eyes sparkled as she recalled the nursery rhyme sung by the child playing with a ball on the grave. Dongzi's father strangled Dongzi's mother. Dongzi's mother suffocated Dongzi's grandmother. Dongzi's grandmother drowned Dongzi's grandfather, and Dongzi's grandfather killed Dongzi's sister. After reciting the rhyme, Yi Shangyu lowered her voice and said, "Have you noticed? Each one kills another. One perishes first, and then the deceased goes on to slay another. Could it be that those transformed into spirits by Su Lanfang can only harm one individual at a time?" Bai Yan pondered. The skin-wearing specter in the video could also deceive only one person at a time. Perhaps this is the limitation imposed by the app? Upon reaching this point in the rhyme, Bai Yan comprehended her implication. In the final lines, it concludes with the phrase, "And then their family of 6 was reunited." Upon first hearing the news, Bai Yan initially believed it signified the demise of Dong Zi's entire family, leading to their reunion in the afterlife. However, when connected to the missing persons discussed in the forum, it became apparent that this could imply the complete disappearance of all 6 family members. It is conceivable that the entire family perished, transforming into spirits, which would indeed constitute the true conditions of their disappearance. Intriguingly, it seemed that one harbored envy for such phenomena. Bai Yan then recalled the boy with the ball. Apart from him, all his relatives had perished. Before departing, the boy gazed enviously at the Gao family, perhaps yearning for the moment he could descend to the underworld and reunite with his loved ones. As Bai Yan drifted into contemplation, Yi Shangyu interjected. Thus, the situation regarding Grandma Su Lanfang becomes elucidated. Su Lanfang has already passed, and perhaps her parents have also met with tragedy. If the grandmother has also departed, then this family of 4, including Su Lanfang, would vanish entirely. The ghost would have assumed Su Lanfang's identity. If she too were to disappear, it would revert to the video, awaiting the next viewer to emerge from it. Upon reaching this conclusion, many aspects suddenly fell into place. However, all of this remained merely a hypothesis, lacking substantial evidence. To validate this conjecture, they would need to wait until evening to question Su Lanfang's grandmother and see if the elderly woman who entered the house to cook would also be reported missing the following day. If her entire family were to vanish, it would indicate that they had all perished together, resulting in the consequences of their disappearance. As the discussion reached this point, Bai Yan and Yi Shangyu decided against visiting other villagers and resolved to return immediately. Based on their earlier assumptions, it was highly probable that a significant portion of the so-called living individuals in this village were, in fact, disguised spirits. In the murky waters of distinguishing between the living and the spectral, any reckless engagement with the villagers could result in an encounter with a ghost masquerading as a human, potentially making them the next targets. However, returning to Su Lanfang's residence was a different matter. They were already aware that Su Lanfang was a ghost, allowing them to exercise caution in their actions. At least until the spirits revealed their true intentions, they would not meet an untimely demise without understanding the circumstances. On their way back, Bai Yan and Yi Shangyu spotted two figures in the distance. Even in broad daylight, Bai Yan's vision was not particularly keen. Yet he could discern the outlines of the two individuals, recognizing them as Koz Hakuya and El Rui Chao. As they approached, their features became more distinct. Both wore solemn expressions. Their faces clouded with concern. Koz Hakuya's countenance seemed almost to ooze ink with its darkness. Observing their grim demeanor, Bai Yan sensed that something was amiss. "Why are only the two of you here? What happened to the two streamers?" he inquired. Koz Hakuya replied tersely, "Not long ago, Feng Niu decided to explore an abandoned farmhouse. Before entering, he suddenly accused us of following them and disrupting their live stream, which significantly affected their viewership. In a fit of anger, he berated us and ordered us to leave. Due to his discourteous demeanor, we opted to refrain from confrontation and waited outside the cottage for his return. However, after a considerable amount of time had elapsed without any sign of their emergence, we began to suspect that they had encountered some form of trouble. Consequently, we decided to enter through a broken window to investigate, only to discover upon our entrance that the two individuals had vanished." Observing their skeptical expressions, Xiao Zebo immediately turned to Lu Rui Chao and inquired, "Isn't that the case?" Lu Rui Chao, maintaining a stern countenance, silently nodded in affirmation. Their mutual confirmation was sufficient for Bai Yan and Yi Shangyu to fully believe the unsettling truth. Realizing that the duo of streamers had gone missing, they tacitly accepted the grim notion of their demise. In the realm of this app-based game, disappearance equated to death. The presumed death of the two streamers undoubtedly conveyed a dire warning. With all key NPCs deceased, it was evident that the next target would be the players themselves. Calculating the time, the objective of this game was to survive for 3 days. Now, a day and a half had passed, meaning the game was halfway through. In this game, particularly within the challenging difficulty levels, it was nothing short of miraculous that no players had perished thus far. Contemplating this, Bai Yan suddenly found himself engulfed in doubt. What he saw with his own eyes might not necessarily reflect the truth. Was it possible that something had been switched out of his sight? Discreetly, he scrutinized the two individuals, and with each glance, his suspicions deepened. On the surface, these two appeared to be ordinary, behaving like any typical person would. However, with the disappearance of two streamers and your entry into a recently deceased individual's abode, why are you both unscathed? Yi Shangyu subtly pinched Bai Yan, evidently discerning the peculiarity in their behavior as well. Granted, the two exhibited no outward anomalies, even maintaining their respective somber and taciturn demeanors. Nevertheless, given the ghost's proclivity for adept performances, Bai Yan resolved to regard them as apparitions until they elucidated the events encountered within the haunted house. Let us return and reconvene when all are present. Due to his suspicions, Bai Yan and Yi Shangyu lingered behind, allowing the two ahead to proceed, thereby safeguarding their backs from potential adversaries. Upon entering the dwelling, they arrived precisely at supper time. Su Lanfang had prepared a lavish repast. However, before the old woman lay 3 resplendent chicks. Having gained experience, the group expeditiously selected their preferred victuals before the old woman commenced, devouring them ravenously. During the meal, Bai Yan maintained a vigilant observation of Xiao Zebo and his companion. Their table manners appeared conventional, and they ate with gusto. Yet, as Su Lanfang also partook in the meal, even a ghost could consume it, rendering any judgment based on their eating habits futile. After supper, Su Lanfang silently cleared the dishes. The old woman, her ghastly green eyes narrowed, leaned against the bedding, once again assuming a sated and drowsy posture. However, scarcely had she dozed off when she abruptly inquired, "Where are those two who are fond of playing with their cellular devices?" Bai Yan paused for a moment, then realized that the elderly lady must have been referring to the two streamers. He ventured to ask, "You are unaware? Have they returned?" The elderly lady replied. It is for the best that they have left. They spend all day on their phones, neglecting their studies. If they linger here, they may corrupt our Lan. She has just begun to learn well. We cannot let them lead her astray again with their incessant phone usage. Kunta and Gina were not surprised by the old woman's remarks. They must have inquired during the absence of others. Observing Su Lanfang at home made it inappropriate to delve further into the topic of phones, so Bai Yan tactfully shifted the conversation, asking, surely they grew weary of rural life, prompting their return. By the way, dear lady, why is it that only you two are present? Where are your uncle and aunt? Are they not home? They have gone to the city for work. They did return about 2 weeks ago, but only stayed for a day before heading back. The work in the city is demanding. They cannot afford to take too many days off, as each absence results in significant deductions from their wages. The elderly lady nonchalantly picked at her teeth with her fingernails, unceremoniously consuming the remnants. Despite her somewhat fearsome appearance, she surprisingly proved to be quite amiable. Perhaps out of gratitude for the lodging fees, she engaged in the conversation willingly. However, her answers left Bai Yan feeling rather disheartened. Su Lanfang's parents had returned, but their stay was fleeting. Upon their return, Su Lanfang had undoubtedly metamorphosed into a specter. Yet, considering their familial bond, it was plausible that the ghost might have spared them. Bai Yan had initially intended to promptly dispatch the old woman and return the human hide ghost to the video, contingent on confirming the couple's spectral transformation. However, the old woman's account offered no definitive indication of whether Su Lanfang had assailed them, compelling him to reluctantly abandon the plan to avoid prematurely alerting the enemy. After a brief discourse, the old woman, succumbing to fatigue, drifted into slumber, her head reclining against the bedclothes. Observing her repose, the group quietly exited the main house and convened in the east room. As soon as the door was closed, Gina, with palpable eagerness, inquired in a hushed tone, what transpired? How did the two streamers vanish? Ozawa Hiroshi, his countenance somber, reiterated his previous account to Bai Yan and his companions, supplementing it with additional details about the house's interior. Fang Niu's sudden change of demeanor is indeed suspicious. I heard he ventured out last night, didn't he? Gina turned to Kunta for confirmation. Receiving an affirmative response, she confidently asserted, drawing upon her extensive experience, he became isolated. NPCs who become isolated in the game invariably meet a grim fate. He was undoubtedly replaced by the ghost. At this juncture, Gina interjected, by the way, you two didn't separate when you entered the farmhouse, did you? Of course, we didn't separate. How could we become isolated under such circumstances? Ozawa Hiroshi retorted, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Do you suspect me? Gina toyed with her braid, disregarding Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe's expression grew increasingly sullen until, finally, Lu Ruichao, rarely one to speak, remarked, we haven't separated. We've been together all along. Once he uttered this, he fell silent again, perfectly in line with his usual demeanor. Gina smiled at Lu Ruichao, seemingly convinced by his words, and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, she still cast a frosty glare at Xiaozhe. With a flutter of her emerald eyes, she sweetly addressed the burly man. Kunta, my hair is a bit unruly. Could you please redo my braid? Upon hearing this, Kunta untied the hair tie from Gina's head, and her thick chestnut locks cascaded down, enveloping her shoulders completely. Kunta patiently crafted a beautiful new braid for her. As he worked, Yi Shangyu began recounting her and Bai Yan's findings. Naturally, wary of Xiaozhe and Lu Ruichao, Yi Shangyu filled the air with trivialities, omitting any truly significant insights. Upon learning that, apart from him and Lu Ruichao, the other four had yielded no results, Xiaozhe's demeanor darkened further, catching Bai Yan's attention. If Xiaozhe and Lu Ruichao were indeed ghosts, their performances could be deemed remarkably convincing. After lunch and a brief respite, the group resumed their investigation in the afternoon. Knowing the village was a nexus between the living and the spectral, where ghostly disturbances were commonplace, Bai Yan and Yi Shangyu eschewed the residential areas that afternoon, heading directly towards the cemetery. Their intent was to locate Tai Zhu, hoping to glean pertinent information from him. Cemetery. The air, though crisp with the essence of late autumn, was nonetheless imbued with a distinct malodorous scent of decay within the confines of the burial ground. In the distance, Bai Yan discerned the silhouette of a child. The boy was squatting, seemingly bouncing a ball. Yet, in a bizarre twist, the ball ascended higher and higher, defying gravity, despite the boy's hands remaining stationary. Soon, it was vaulting above his head. After several unnatural bounces, the orb abruptly plummeted, striking the boy squarely on the head. In that instant, the crouching figure was flattened. It became apparent that he was merely a husk, a layer of skin, which, upon impact, deflated, collapsing into a wrinkled, flattened human pelt beneath the ball. In the blink of an eye, the withered skin vanished, leaving behind only a soiled ball, which, propelled by the chilling wind, rolled away. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Yan and Yi Shanyu turned on their heels and fled without hesitation. Only when the burial mounds were out of sight did they pause in an open area to catch their breath, resuming their journey at a more leisurely pace. The iron pillar has perished. Yi Shanyu gasped. He must have died not long ago. His family has long since departed, leaving him as the sole survivor. With his demise, it is as if his entire family has vanished, fulfilling the criteria for disappearance. The two streamers who had gone missing could also be considered part of this family. Bai Yan began to clarify his thoughts. In the eyes of the skin-wearing ghost, we players might also be regarded as a family. Only when all 6 of us have perished would we collectively vanish. After wandering through the village all afternoon, the two returned to Su Lanfang's residence that evening. Although they were fully aware that Su Lanfang was a ghost with malevolent intentions towards everyone, she still masqueraded as a human for the time being, providing them a semblance of safety. It was preferable for the ghost to engage in role-playing rather than make a direct attack. Furthermore, based on the intelligence gathered thus far, there were only 2 methods to confront the skin-wearing ghost. The first involved slaughtering Su Lanfang's entire family, thereby causing the entity that had appropriated her identity to disappear, retreating back to the video to await the next unfortunate soul. The second method entailed selecting an individual to don Su Lanfang's skin. According to the video, as long as one could wear the skin for half an hour, the skin-wearing ghost would perish due to the loss of its disguise. Of course, while the video indicated such a vulnerability, Bai Yan understood that the ghost would not succumb so easily. This method would likely only return the skin-wearing ghost to the video. Frankly speaking, Bai Yan was most reluctant to resort to the first approach unless absolutely necessary. It wasn't out of mere reluctance to harm the old woman, but rather the uncertainty surrounding the fate of Su Lanfang's parents, known only to the human skin ghoul. Rashly eliminating the old woman could prematurely enrage the human skin ghoul, prompting it to directly target the players. Furthermore, Bai Yan harbored some indecision. He covertly scrutinized the old woman's contorted form and ghastly green eyes, sensing that her demise would instantly transform her into a vengeful spirit in pursuit. Confronting 2 ghouls simultaneously would be an insurmountable challenge. Therefore, the most dependable course of action was to don the human skin and stall for time, allowing the human skin ghoul to vanish on its own accord. As per the video's narrative, the human skin ghoul would shed its skin before committing murder, dwelling within Su Lanfang's abode. Bai Yan was prepared to betray his comrades, awaiting the opportune moment to pilfer the ghoul's discarded skin. As night descended, the group hastily devoured their supper before retreating indoors to share their afternoon findings. As with the morning, their endeavors had proven fruitless. "I'm feeling rather weary," Gina confessed, stifling a delicate yawn. "Since there's no pertinent information to exchange, I shall retire early. I can scarcely keep my eyes open." With that, Gina loosened her hair, reclined upon her pillow, and turned her face towards Yi Shanyu, succumbing to slumber. Witnessing Gina's swift descent into sleep, the other players recognized the lateness of the hour. With the final day looming, promising a formidable confrontation, rest was indeed imperative. Thus, the 3 men on watch illuminated their phones and extinguished the lights. For a fleeting moment, the room was bathed solely in the glow of their devices. Once their eyes adjusted to the darkness, the phones were switched off one by one to prevent the light from attracting malevolent entities lurking in the night. Fortunately, aided by the gentle glow of the moon, the trio could discern the outlines of their surroundings. Before long, Su Lanfang and her grandmother in the larger room had also settled down for the night, rendering the entire farmhouse enveloped in an almost profound silence, punctuated only by the occasional whisper of the wind outside. At 1 o'clock in the morning, both Kunta and Bai Yan began to feel the weight of fatigue. The onset of drowsiness dulled their previously sharp focus, yet neither dared to succumb to sleep or even close their eyes for a brief respite. Their mistrust of Xiao Zebo compelled Bai Yan to frequently glance back toward the small window, while also discreetly observing Xiao Zhe and El Ruichao. Xiao Zebo sat beside Kunta, his demeanor serious, his small eyes flashing with a hint of wariness. His commitment to the watch was unwavering. So much so that Bai Yan began to question whether he and Yi Shanyu were overthinking the situation. Opposite Xiao Zebo, El Ruichao lay motionless against the wall, his posture exceedingly tranquil, embodying an honest sleep. Gina nestled between El Ruichao and Yi Shanyu, her back turned towards El Ruichao, her lips slightly parted as she slept soundly. Yi Shangyu, positioned at the outer edge, was a considerable distance from both Xiao Zhe and El Ruichao, her chest gently rising and falling, clearly in a deep slumber. During Bai Yan's observation, he noticed that Kunta was also frequently glancing towards Gina, suggesting that Kunta, too, harbored concerns about Xiao Zhe and the other individual. It remained uncertain how Gina had communicated with him behind the scenes. Both Bai Yan and Kunta possessed strong vigilance. Yet even the most spirited individuals are prone to moments of oversight. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, the frequency with which they turned their heads diminished slightly. In a moment when neither was looking, one focused on the door and the other gazing out of the large window. A subtle rustling sound emanated from the hair of El Ruichao, who was lying furthest inside. The sound was conveniently masked by the howling wind outside, thus eluding the attention of the two men. The bed in the east room was spacious, but with 6 people crammed onto it, it felt exceedingly crowded. Consequently, El Ruichao and Gina were lying in close proximity, and in the dim light, no one noticed that 2 eyes, consisting only of pupils, had quietly emerged on the back of El Ruichao's head. Concealed by the hair, the dark, cavernous eyeballs were inconspicuous. Even when Bai Yan and Kunta turned their heads, they failed to detect these eyes lurking behind the hair. The 2 eyeless orbs stared unblinkingly, hidden within the dark tresses, fixedly upon Gina, occasionally shifting from side to side within the hair, their gaze growing increasingly malevolent and dreadful. The wind outside intensified, aided by the increasing gusts. An almost imperceptible creaking sound emanated from the wooden door of the main house. Before long, the iron gate of the courtyard emitted a piercing screech, and soon after, a rustling of footsteps echoed within the yard. This time, the sound was remarkably distinct, clear to both Bai Yan and Kunta. Judging solely by the sound, Bai Yan would have readily believed that the source of the footsteps had entered from outside the farmhouse. Of course, Bai Yan was already cognizant of Su Lanfang's spectral nature, so even without visual confirmation, he knew that this was a ruse orchestrated by the skin-clad ghoul, intending to deceive them into thinking that the entity had entered from beyond the confines of the farmhouse. It must be conceded that, compared to the previous trials, the acting prowess of the specters here had improved immeasurably. Even the grandfather and grandson duo, who were attempting to coax the sweet potato drying matron back home to cook, would have appeared entirely unremarkable were it not for their oversight in neglecting to light the stove and boil water. Pata, pata. The two distinctly heard someone open the door to the kitchen. The footsteps grew more distinct. Soon, the footsteps halted just outside the door to the east room. The entity stood motionless before their door. Dong, dong, dong. A knocking resonated from outside the door. The occupants of the room, scarcely daring to breathe, collectively turned their gaze toward the entrance. Awakened by the knocking, Yi Shangyu gingerly sat up from the bed, also facing the door, and remained silent. Beside her, Gina rubbed her eyes and groggily stirred to a sitting position. As the attention of the crowd was fixated on the entrance, Lu Ruichao, who lay facing the wall, slowly rose to a sitting position. Gradually turning his head, his eyes suddenly shrank and swiftly retreated back into their sockets, causing his sunken eye cavities to fill and return to a semblance of normalcy. Subsequently, his hand extended silently towards Gina, inching toward her neck. A gust of wind whistled through the crack of the window above. Gina's soft, chestnut hair was abruptly lifted, parting to either side. Contrary to her outward appearance, her seemingly thick locks were astonishingly sparse. The wind revealed her nape, and hidden beneath her hair was a visage that appeared both sorrowful and sinister, a ghastly face. The mouth of the ghastly visage gaped wide, beginning to writhe incessantly, producing a chilling creaking sound. The 2 dark voids of the face were directed at Lu Ruichao, who was attempting to make a move against Gina. Upon seeing the spectral countenance, Lu Ruichao's actions abruptly halted. His arm became rigid, suspended mid-air as if caught in a shell, presenting an exceedingly eerie sight. The wind ceased. The hair, previously scattered by the breeze, gradually fell back into place. Gina seemed oblivious to the events unfolding behind her. Seemingly nonchalantly, she nudged Kunta, prompting the burly man to swiftly turn his head and glare intensely in Gina's direction. As Kunta pivoted, Lu Ruichao recoiled as if scorched, withdrawing his hand with abruptness. He averted his gaze, feigning interest in the doorway, yet Kunta's focus remained riveted upon Gina, his eyes unwavering. A persistent knocking echoed from beyond the door. Bai Yan cast a furtive glance inward, noting Gina and Kunta's diverted attention. and resumed his observation of the entrance. Similarly, Yishangyu thoughtfully regarded Gina's hair before refocusing her attention on the window and wooden door. An interminable period elapsed. After approximately 20 insistent knocks, the entity outside ceased its percussions. However, the sound of departure was conspicuously absent. All present were acutely aware that the spectral presence lingered just beyond the threshold, with the malevolent entity steadfastly stationed at the entrance. An atmosphere of palpable tension pervaded the room, precluding any mention of slumber. Under such circumstances, even the most impervious of players found themselves unable to succumb to sleep. The remaining two roosters belonging to Su Lanfang commenced their raucous crowing, yet the anticipated sound of receding footsteps remained elusive. Instead, the distinct sound of a door opening emanated from Su Lanfang's primary residence, followed by the dragging of an object, muffled lamentations, and the clinking of metal and pottery. Amidst a cacophony of voices, an involuntary shiver coursed through the crowd. Bai Yan, having garnered the consensus of the players, discreetly lifted the curtain slightly. In the courtyard, a small cart was meticulously stationed, while Su Lanfang strained to hoist an enormous vat onto it. "Open the door," Yishangyu suddenly murmured. The other players expressed no dissent, prompting Bai Yan to cautiously swing the door ajar. Outside, the scene was indeed devoid of any presence. Only Su Lanfang, now donned in a guise of humanity, lingered outside the east room, rendering the area devoid of any other souls. Recognizing that the specter beyond the door had departed, the other four remained unperturbed. With El Rue Chao and Zibo displaying a palpable sense of relief, their demeanor almost more human than human itself. Under the subtle pressure of the group's collective restraint, the two stepped forward, leading the way out of the dwelling. Once the assembly congregated in the courtyard, Gina, playfully toying with her loose ponytail, beamed at Su Lanfang, inquiring, "Sister, what brings you up so early?" "Pickling vegetables," Su Lanfang replied with an unsettling grin that evoked discomfort. The vat, resting on the ground, was a deep brown hue and appeared to weigh at least 100 pounds. Yet, not a single individual offered their assistance to Su Lanfang. They stood by in silence, witnesses to her labor as she maneuvered the vat onto the cart. Even as suspicious murmurs emanated from within the vessel, they remained mute, allowing Su Lanfang to push the cart out the door. What lay within the vat? Once Su Lanfang departed, Gina murmured, "Such a large water vat. Yet what resides within is still alive." However, her words were left unfinished as Bai Yan and Yishangyu rushed into the main room. The elderly lady, slumped on the bed, had vanished, leaving behind traces of fingernail scratches on the blanket, indicating she had desperately struggled before being taken away. The contents of the vat were Su Lanfang's grandmother. Gazing at the disheveled bedding, Bai Yan felt a pang of regret. Su Lanfang's haste in relocating the elderly woman undoubtedly signified that her parents had already succumbed to death as spirits. With her grandmother alive, Su Lanfang's parents could not have simply vanished. Bai Yan, indifferent to what the now spirited couple might do in the city, could only lament his missed opportunity. Had he known, he would have acted against the old lady the previous night. Alas, foresight is invaluable and rare. Having lost this chance, he dared not expose Su Lanfang in her presence, and thus was left to reluctantly accept this grim reality. Shortly after their arrival, Kozbo and others entered as well. Observing the vacant bed, whether in act or not, the expressions of the group turned somber. Silently, they made their way to the kitchen, consuming a few leftover cold steamed buns from the previous night before exiting the house. With the elderly lady taken away by Su Lanfang, the abode felt utterly deserted. It seemed this farmhouse was no longer suitable for habitation. "It would be prudent for us to remain together from now on, avoiding separation." As they stepped out of the cottage, Xiao Zebo suddenly remarked, on this final day, "It would be prudent not to disperse." "Are you a fool? We have yet to uncover any leads on the restraint demon. Staying together is proving inefficient. What will we do by nightfall?" Gina interrupted him without a hint of politeness, her sharp tone starkly contrasting with her otherwise sweet visage. "Here's the plan. You and El Rue Chao will head towards the fields while the four of us continue conversing with the villagers. We shall reconvene at the fields by noon." "I concur. Let us proceed as such." Although Xiao Zebo was reluctant to accept Gina's proposal, seeing that the others were in agreement, he could only depart with a sense of displeasure, with El Rue Chao trailing behind him. As the two of them made their way towards the fields, the remaining four felt a collective sense of relief and instinctively veered towards the graveyard. In the graveyard, the boy's skin had long vanished, leaving behind only a solitary leather ball resting on the ground, occasionally nudged by the wind, rolling this way and that. With a swift kick, Gina sent the ball, which had rolled near her feet, away, glancing around for any sign of the boy. She then inquired of Yi Shangyu. Is he dead? He died yesterday, Yi Shangyu replied. It seems there are many things you both have yet to disclose to us. Gina tilted her head back. Unperturbed by the towering presence of Yi Shangyu, emboldened by the sturdy figure of her companion, a robust African-American man, standing behind her, Gina playfully flicked the rubber band with her pinky, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she declared, the pesky ghost has vanished. Feel free to speak your minds. You need not hold back, rest assured. I am certain they cannot hear us. With a swift tug, she pulled the rubber band, causing her silky brown hair to dance unbidden in the air, revealing a ghastly pale visage that lurked behind her. The burly black man exhibited no signs of shock, as if he were already aware of the apparition. After briefly displaying the ghostly face, Gina deftly secured her hair once more. With her hair neatly tied, she tilted her head towards Yi Shangyu and remarked, though no one has spoken of it on the forum, there are individuals whose bodies have mutated, granting them the ability to control the spirits within. I sense you possess such a power as well. What is your ability? Chapter 92. What? Such a power exists? And Yi Shangyu possesses it too? How is it that I am unaware? Bai Yan turned to Kuan Ta, only to find him wearing a calm expression, clearly in the know. Frustration welled up within Bai Yan. Even if they were mere plastic teammates, the utter lack of disclosure felt excessive. If not for Gina's revelation, would I have remained oblivious until the very end? Moreover, there was an even graver concern. If you all wield such extraordinary abilities in times of peril, whom should I rely upon? Bai Yan cast a solemn glance among the three, recognizing the gravity of the situation. 3 individuals stood before him. 1. A robust man with dark blood, naturally strong and endowed with a racial advantage. The other 2, delicate and seemingly frail women, each possessing their own formidable traits. Clearly not to be underestimated. As he surveyed the scene, Bai Yan could not help but concede that, among the 4, he appeared to be the most vulnerable. It was likely that not only he, but also the spirits, shared this sentiment. This realization left Bai Yan feeling quite dejected, just as he was mired in his discontent. Yi Shangyu extended a slender, alabaster hand, drawing the attention of all towards it. Is your ability related to your hands? Gina inquired with evident curiosity. In a sense, Yi Shangyu replied. No sooner had she spoken than a crimson blood emerged from her fingertip. The vivid red stained her nail, but in an instant, the hue faded, restoring her nail to its original pale pink. Following Gina's demonstration of her ghost-manipulating prowess, Yi Shangyu showcased her own abilities with sincerity. Consequently, Gina, feeling encouraged, candidly revealed, there is a ghost behind my hair, which I discovered unexpectedly during a game. I refer to it as Ghost Face. I can command Ghost Face to identify nearby spirits and use it to hinder them, allowing for a brief escape. What capabilities do your nails possess? My nails can temporarily repel ghosts and provide a window for escape, yet they lack the ability to discern the spirits around me. Their sole function is to repel. Yi Shangyu explained. Repelling ghosts, my ability merely slows their movements, and in this regard, you far surpass me. At this point, Gina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your ghostly claws lack the capacity to identify spirits. They must be more formidable in terms of offense. Have you ever tested whether your claws can slay a ghost? Ghosts cannot be killed, Yi Shangyu replied, shaking her head. There's no point in wasting time on that. We should discuss our next course of action. At this moment, the dialogue was completely dominated by the 2 young women. Kunta stood like a mountain behind Gina, remaining silent, while Bai Yan looked up at the sky, inwardly rolling his eyes. In the realm of the supernatural, only ghosts can confront ghosts. The 2 individuals possessing ghostly abilities undoubtedly held the most influence among the players. Even Gina, who appeared as a delicate girl one could easily overpower, might possess combat prowess that eclipsed that of the imposing man beside her. Since Gina could sense the ghosts nearby and ascertain that there were no eavesdroppers, Yi Shangyu candidly shared information about the skin-wearing ghost with her and Kunta, and together they brainstormed. Half an hour later, with the 2 ghost-controlling girls leading the discussion, they reached a conclusion. First and foremost, confronting ghosts head-on was unfeasible. Although both Yi Shangyu and Gina possessed ghosts, their abilities were limited. Moreover, as time passed, the app's hold over the ghosts would diminish, allowing them to grow increasingly powerful. The reckless misuse of ghostly abilities would only lead to self-destruction. Moreover, excessive use of ghostly abilities can lead to one fainting and losing consciousness. Consequently, The group resolved to prioritize evasion while secretly searching for the human skin shed by Su Lanfang. The notion that overexertion of such powers results in fainting resonated with the situation Chu Fu encountered that day. Indeed, she had also experienced an extraordinary phenomenon. Bai Yan cast a glance at the two young women and suddenly found it peculiar that all those who awakened abilities were female. Was this power inherently exclusive to women, suggesting a form of gender discrimination even among the supernatural? It seemed profoundly unfair. Bai Yan pondered this conundrum, secretly contemplating that if Yi Shangyu were to faint, he would unhesitatingly abandon her without further discussion. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Yi Shangyu sharply turning her head and idly fiddling with her nails. In that moment, Bai Yan realized that she shared the very same sentiment. Just as his camaraderie with Yi Shangyu was superficial, her regard for him was equally insincere. Yi Shangyu, wary of him, would never place herself in a position of overexertion like Gina did. He surmised that if Yi Shangyu were to reach her limit, she would first inflict harm upon herself, offering herself as a snack to the ghosts, and then seize the fleeting moment of safety after the ghosts had dispatched the players to make her escape. You surpass me in this regard. Bai Yan felt a surge of indignation, reflecting that lacking abilities equated to a deprivation of rights, relegating one to the status of a mere commodity. Concurrently, he was considerably perplexed. His physical prowess was unremarkable, and he possessed no spectral abilities. Furthermore, Yi Shangyu had thoroughly investigated him, possessing a comprehensive understanding of his character, precluding any possibility of trust. Therefore, why would she choose to partner with him? Securing a trustworthy ally, capable of exerting their spectral abilities to their utmost potential, would undoubtedly be a more judicious course of action. Bai Yan was utterly baffled by Yi Shangyu's rationale for aligning with him. Unable to fathom her motives, Bai Yan elected not to dwell on the matter. As long as they were allied, Yi Shangyu's true intentions would inevitably surface. Let's seek refuge in a derelict farmhouse where death has transpired. We cannot linger in this location. With Gina's ability to perceive spectral entities, the group harbored no trepidation about being ambushed by ghosts within the farmhouse. Naturally, they sought a secluded sanctuary. En route, despite the players' utmost caution, assiduously evading the specters, they were unfortunate enough to encounter an elderly man. The old man, adorned with a profusion of white whiskers and streaked hair, exuded an aura not of benevolence, but of profound eeriness. His countenance, marked by a perpetual chuckle, appeared benign, yet even without Gina's prompting, Bai Yan discerned at once that the old man was not of this world. The elderly gentleman clutched a rope, tethering a securely bound girl. The girl's mouth was constricted by the rope, contorting her lips into a pout. Her upper torso was tightly fastened, compelling her to stumble along, yielding to the old man's tugs. Ingzi, why do you disobey your grandfather? I told you to come home. Why do you keep running around outside? Ah, Ing, you must understand, grandfather is only doing this for your own good. The old man's voice was gentle, brimming with a grandfather's concern for his granddaughter. Yet, observing the brusque manner in which he tugged at the rope, leaving angry red welts on the girl's face, Bai Yan discerned that the old man's actions belied his professed affection. The old man was, without a doubt, a specter. On this final day, as the app's constraints on the supernatural entities gradually loosened, the players, whether knowingly or not, were disinclined to interfere in the affairs of non-player characters. They collectively disregarded the girl's whimpers, feigned blindness to the tear tracks on her face and her terrified, pleading gaze, and attempted to depart with unwavering focus. However, while they sought to avoid provoking the old man, he had no intention of letting them escape. The old man, pulling the girl along, advanced a step, obstructing their path. He greeted them with a genial smile, saying, "You must be from outside the village, yes? Visitors are always welcome. Why don't you come and sit a spell at my home? I'll have the old woman give you a proper welcome." "No, Grandpa, we have other matters to attend to." "Perhaps another day," Yi Shangyu declined curtly, attempting to circumvent him and continue onward. Unexpectedly, upon the rejection of his invitation, the old man reached out and seized Yi Shangyu's arm, his grip vice-like upon her wrist. The instant he made contact, a livid bruise bloomed on Yi Shangyu's wrist, tinged with an ominous black. Observing the old man's unwavering stare and his refusal to release her, a flash of ruthlessness flickered in Yi Shangyu's eyes. Instantly, she conjured a droplet of blood from her fingertip, directing it to fall upon the old man's hand, eliciting a sizzling sound. Seared by the blood, the elderly man abruptly released his grip, yet he showed no intention of departing. However, He refrained from extending his hand again, allowing Yishangyu to pass by him as she continued onward. The old man remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed intently on Yishangyu, watching as the group gradually vanished into the distance. Only after the players were entirely out of sight did he grasp the rope in his hand and, without a hint of hesitation, dragged the whimpering girl forward, much like one would lead a piglet towards a nearby farmhouse. The malevolence of the spirits in this village had grown increasingly terrifying. Yishangyu spoke calmly. Yesterday, in the presence of others, they were unable to act directly and could only lure their victims into a trap through deception. Today, they have gained the audacity to seize individuals outright. By nightfall, they will likely unleash their full force, freely hunting for victims throughout the village. We must swiftly find a place to conceal ourselves. There is still ample game time left, and we need to conserve our strength. Gina concurred. In fact, we need not seek out human skins. In the last round, I encountered a female player with the surname Chu, who also possesses the ability to command the spirits within her body. Through our collaboration, we successfully eluded the pursuit of the ghosts. Together, we can complete the game without the need for human skins. Chu, is her name Chu Fu? Bai Yan felt a foreboding sense. Do you know her? Gina inquired with curiosity. Chu's abilities are formidable. Meeting her made me realize I am not the only one endowed with such power. I do not know her well. Forcing a smile, Bai Yan deftly steered the conversation in another direction, reflecting inwardly on the cyclical nature of fate and resolving to avoid in the future, lest she seek retribution. As they spoke, the quartet discovered a derelict farmhouse and sought refuge within its dilapidated walls. The interior of the farmhouse was strewn with discarded dishes and overturned cups, with bedding and sustenance scattered across the floor, bearing the unmistakable imprints of a life abruptly interrupted. Despite their awareness that the former inhabitants had vanished, the scene evoked a palpable sense of unease among the group. Cast a glance at, who responded with a nod, releasing her hair from its confines. She revealed her disfigured visage and attentively focused her senses. After a brief pause, she hastily secured her hair once more, her face pallid as she affirmed, "Rest assured, there are no people within." Assured of their solitude, the group relaxed their vigilance, yet remained cautious. They meticulously scrutinized every nook and cranny, wary of a spectral apparition emerging from the shadows. At midday, the four cautiously partook in the cold steamed buns they had pilfered from residents before their departure. Curiously, the ghostly baked goods possessed a palatable flavor, even when chilled, although none present possessed the inclination to savor the culinary nuances. They sheltered within the farmhouse throughout the afternoon, undisturbed by or any other spectral denizens of the village, affording them a respite of tranquility. However, the passage of time soon ushered in the evening. A dense canopy of clouds obscured the heavens, casting a pallid moonlight upon the landscape. By 8 o'clock, the sky had succumbed to an impenetrable darkness, rendering visibility virtually non-existent. The quartet sat in silence within the farmhouse, their cell phones dormant, enveloped in darkness. The stillness inside was so profound that the beating of a fly's wings could be discerned, yet their hearts were far from tranquil, in stark contrast to the serene interior. The outside of the farmhouse was a cacophony of sounds. Huddled within, they could hear villagers milling about, as if the entire village had emerged from their homes to hunt for the four individuals. "Grandmother, it hurts so much. I'll never disobey again. Please release me." "Grandmother, why are your hands so wrinkled?" "Grandmother, please don't pull my braids. I'll go with you. You're hurting me terribly." "Hush now. Child, your tongue is quite lovely. Refrain from speaking, lest you soil your tongue, making it difficult to cleanse later. Come home with Grandma, and she'll prepare a nourishing broth for you." Outside, a chorus of eerie, cackling laughter echoed, sending shivers down the spine. The farmhouse where the four sought refuge was secluded, but on this moonless, starless night, it seemed as though every demon and ghoul had been unleashed, embarking on a merciless slaughter of humanity. The ghouls, now mere shells of their former selves, still bore the semblance of humans, feigning normalcy as they roamed the rural lanes. Occasionally, one would pass by their farmhouse, separated only by a wall. The outside world had devolved into a veritable inferno. On this night, none of the village's survivors would escape their doom, even while sequestered indoors, devoid of any external interaction. The incessant cries for help and agonizing screams permeating the airwaves vividly paint a ghastly tableau in Bai Yan's mind. Grandchildren consigning their grandparents to simmering cauldrons, grandparents luring their progeny home for slaughter, or the poignant image of the young girl they witnessed earlier, trussed up like a piglet by her grandfather. Ere long, These remaining souls shall metamorphose into desiccated human hides. Once an entire household has succumbed to spectral existence, they shall collapse, transforming into withered, sallow human vestiges, and swiftly thereafter, the family shall vanish without a trace, becoming fodder for novel paranormal narratives on online forums. Time ebbed away, moment by moment. Bai Yan, attuned to the ongoing cacophony outside, detected a subtle anomaly. Shielding his eyes from the ambient light, he furtively glanced at his phone, swiftly extinguishing the screen. The hour had advanced past 10, and the spectral revelry had persisted for over 2 hours. Regardless of their operational tempo, they should have completed their initial sweep of all visible individuals. All the more so, given the implicit trust many families initially harbored for them. During our forenoon pilgrimage to the cemetery, we made a brief detour to Go Dan's residence. The elderly woman with a penchant for sweet potato jerky, along with 2 others, had vanished, indicating that the entire family's demise would fulfill the criteria for disappearance. Bai Yan pondered. Logically, the specters outside should have annihilated entire families, leading to their collective vanishing. Why, then, does the village still teem with so many people? Even when sheltered within a humble, remote dwelling, the quartet could discern the village's activities through the walls. Despite the enveloping darkness, the uppermost window panes reflected clusters of fiery orange light, betraying the movements of the village's inhabitants, who were evidently conducting a search, their torches illuminating their path. Their quarry was undoubtedly the 4 individuals ensconced within. Could it be that the survivors had not yet succumbed, thus preventing the specter's dissipation? Was it conceivable that a malevolent entity could exercise restraint, or even undergo a transformation in character? This notion was fleetingly entertained by Bai Yan before being swiftly dismissed. The prospect of a specter embracing benevolence, comprehending human compassion and empathy, was as improbable as him joining a humanitarian organization. Bai Yan surmised that the crux of the issue might lie with Su Lanfang. Fundamentally, the series of horrific events that had befallen the village originated from that spectral video. Su Lanfang had viewed the terrifying footage, whereupon the specter within had emerged from the cellular device, supplanting her. In the ensuing months, all fatalities within the village were attributable to Su Lanfang, who transformed the deceased into human hide apparitions, albeit of a lesser caliber than itself. Unlike those unfortunate spirits whose demise resulted in their permanent obliteration, these human hide apparitions, even upon death, would regenerate within the spectral video, poised to inflict harm upon their next unsuspecting victim. Thus, it is conceivable that the human skin ghost has exerted its influence over other spirits, compelling them to momentarily refrain from harming their own kin. Instead, they have turned their attention to capturing the survivors. While the multitude of ghosts has postponed their persecution of families, intensifying their search for the few individuals who have sought refuge in the village, the human skin ghost appears intent on annihilation. Upon this realization, Bai Yan comprehended the situation entirely. Earlier that day, they had assured Koz Hiroshi that they would soon seek him and Lu Ruichao. Yet, in truth, they had concealed themselves, leaving the 2 in the lurch. Those 2 had already succumbed to the spectral transformation, effectively becoming the eyes and ears of the human skin ghost. Since the 4 of them did not make an appearance, the human skin ghost was naturally aware that they had discerned the peculiarities surrounding Koz and Lu, prompting a shift in its strategy. It no longer intended to allow Koz to feign an ambush, but instead mobilized the entire village in a concerted effort to hunt them down. Time would reveal that Bai Yan's suspicions were indeed astute. As the minutes passed, the malevolent spirits unveiled their deceitful facade, their voices transforming into terrifying roars. Where are you hiding? Come out. Hurry out. You cannot escape. I know you are concealed here. Do not hide. Emerge from your shelter. So, you refuse to come out, do you? Very well. Just wait. We shall enter. On several occasions, the ghosts shouted from just outside the walls, causing the group to break into a cold sweat, fearing they had been discovered, nearly prompting them to rush out of their hiding place. However, these spirits were merely toying with them, for they could hear the apparitions calling out similarly to the adjacent farmhouse. Remaining silent and enduring the night was the shared aspiration among them. The quartet maintained their composure, refraining from uttering a word or making the slightest movement, regardless of the specter's external clamor. After approximately an hour, the entity's vociferations intensified, resonating with deafening magnitude, as if a legion of phantoms were assailing the walls, collectively bellowing into the abode. Periodically, amidst the cacophony, a subtle malediction would permeate the atmosphere, akin to a spectral presence infiltrating the premises, malevolently whispering into their oracles. In the impenetrable darkness, the auditory senses were besieged by a chorus of lamentations and vituperations, inevitably perturbing the composure of the occupants. The chamber was enshrouded in profound obscurity, precluding Bai Yan from discerning the actions of his companions. He entertained the notion of occluding his ears, partly due to the excruciating nature of the spectral wails, which threatened to overwhelm his auditory faculties, and partly due to the unsettling ambience, which fostered the suspicion that his cohorts had succumbed to spectral transmogrification. Succumbing to the somnolent influence of the external chorus, Bai Yan, in an attempt to invigorate his senses, resorted to conjuring macabre scenarios within his imagination. The prospect of his companions being surreptitiously replaced by malevolent entities engendered a peculiar sense of exhilaration. In the absence of visual stimuli and interpersonal communication, he indulged in a solipsistic exercise, orchestrating elaborate demise scenarios for each of his comrades within the confines of his mind. In this fabricated scenario, he found himself unnervingly convinced, enveloped by a chilling sensation akin to being surrounded by 3 human skins, instantly invigorating his senses. Suddenly, amidst Bai Yan's tumultuous thoughts, his phone began to vibrate violently. Who could it be? Who would dare call me at such a moment? In haste, Bai Yan retrieved his phone and glanced at the screen, which revealed that the caller was none other than Koz Hiroshi. Koz was already deceased. In other words, the one ringing him was a ghost. Bai Yan stared at the device, his composure starting to fray. He distinctly remembered that since the 4 of them were together, there was no necessity for phone communication, leading him to silence his phone early on. In such circumstances, how could it suddenly erupt with vibrations? It was evident without a doubt that this was the work of a ghost. The phone continued to thrum within the room, although it was merely vibrations. The sound resonated loudly in the stillness. A call from the ghost was one that he resolutely refused to answer. Thus, Bai Yan hastily ended the call and swiftly silenced the device. Even though he recognized the supernatural nature of the occurrence, he felt compelled to resist. Before shutting off the phone, Bai Yan utilized its glow to survey his surroundings. The other 3, cloaked in darkness, appeared as though shrouded in a veil of black, their figures taking on a rather eerie quality in the dim light. While the screen still illuminated, Bai Yan noticed that all 3 turned their gaze towards him in unison. His lips moved slightly, disregarding whether the 2 foreigners could decipher his silent words, as he uttered the name Koz with intent. However, Bai Yan promptly realized this was superfluous, as scarcely had he extinguished the screen when Gina's mobile commenced to vibrate. Subsequently, the phones of Yishangyu and Kunta joined the cacophony, their incessant buzzing piercing the once tranquil atmosphere of the dwelling. Who is it? Bai Yan inquired softly, perceiving the gravity of the situation with the influx of calls. Could it be Xiaozhe? Mine is Lu Ruichao, Yishangyu replied, his countenance betraying concern as he deactivated his device. Malevolent entities possess acute hearing. Such a chorus of vibrations will assuredly alert them to our presence. We must depart with haste. I fear we are already compromised. Bai Yan's gaze was drawn to the window set high in the wall, where a visage was pressed against the pane, its eyes fixated upon them, a macabre smile playing upon its lips. The others followed his line of sight, their eyes widening as they beheld the ghastly countenance at the window. Without hesitation, they dashed from the house and into the courtyard, only to find the gates flung open with a resounding crash. Several specters, brandishing scythes and axes, surged forth, their faces contorted in malevolent grins as they advanced upon the group. Over the wall. Now is not the juncture to employ our abilities, Yishangyu declared swiftly, vaulting onto a stack of burlap sacks filled with lumber. He scaled the wall, ascended to the rooftop, and leapt into the outer yard. Bai Yan was hot on his heels, landing almost in unison with Yishangyu. Following closely behind them, Quinta, bearing Gina on his back, emerged as well. Before they could steady themselves, the group sprinted away, endeavoring to outpace the pursuing malevolent spirits. After a considerable chase spanning much of the village, they finally managed to shake off their pursuers, pausing to catch their breath in an alleyway between 2 farmhouses. What time is it? 5 past midnight, Bai Yan responded, glancing at his phone before promptly switching it off. 4 hours until 4 in the morning. As they recuperated in the alleyway, approximately half a minute later, Gina's hair suddenly began to stir, prompting her to grit her teeth and tear off her hair tie. They're here. Be careful. She released her hair, revealing the ghastly visage on the back of her head. The spectral face, like her hair, moved independently, contorting grotesquely against her scalp, each expression a twisted mockery. The ghastly face grew increasingly distorted, and Gina's complexion grew paler. Bai Yan peered toward the alleyway entrance, where 2 gaunt figures were staggering toward them. They clutched cell phones in their hands. Xiao Zhe and El Rui Chao, now deceased. Behind them as well, Bai Yan abruptly twisted around, spotting a bloodied, indistinct figure standing in the center of the path at the opposite end of the alleyway, obstructing their escape. The sanguinary humanoid form was none other than the flayed skinless ghost. Upon witnessing this, Yishangyu immediately declared, "I'll take on the skinless ghost. I can hold it off for 10 seconds, at most. After 10 seconds, we make a run for it from the front." Gina bit down on her lip, its color draining to a pallid white, as if from severe blood loss. With each step that Zhe and Lu Ruichao took toward them, the ghastly visage on the back of Gina's head grew increasingly sinister and terrifying. The face, a grotesque mask of sorrow and dread, morphed through a series of expressions in mere seconds, each more malevolent and bizarre than the last, inspiring abject horror in those who beheld it. However, as dreadful as the specter was, its impact was immediate. Just as Gina was on the verge of collapse, Zhe and Lu Ruichao halted in their tracks. With a sharp, explosive sound, both figures imploded, collapsing into heaps of crumpled human skin, shriveled and distorted like mud. But before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the cell phones in the men's hands clattered to the ground. These app-enhanced phones were incredibly robust. Despite the violent impact, the phones remained intact, emitting a crisp dialing tone. Almost instantly, all 4 phones erupted into a cacophony of ringtones. The 4 phones, in the stillness of the night, blared out distinct melodies. The 4 different musical pieces intertwined, forming a twisted symphony that echoed through the ghost-infested village, announcing their location to all corners and turning the group's faces ashen. "Damn it, my phone's turned off. How are they still calling?" Kunta exclaimed coarsely. As a control, he tested turning off his phone, but to no avail. Whether your phone was on or off made no difference. The ghosts possessed countless means of reaching you. "Telephone. Someone is calling. They're over there. I have found them." In the distance, several aged voices echoed. The indistinct murmurs grew clearer, and upon hearing these sounds, the expressions of the group darkened. There was no time to waste. Hastily, they ended the call. Yi Shangyu shouted towards the back, "Gina, are you ready yet?" "Just a moment." Gina gazed at the 2 pieces of human skin before her, anxiety gnawing at her heart. This challenge was far more formidable than the last. Both were classified as difficult, yet in the previous trial, she could incapacitate the adversary with her abilities, granting a brief respite. However, ahead of her, the ghastly face was still partially obscured by hair. While the 2 layers of human skin on the ground began to tremble, air seeping into their forms, gradually swelling as if on the verge of revival. There was no time to delay. The countdown of 10 seconds was nearly complete. With a resolute heart, Gina tightened her features, her countenance aligning with the visage on the back of her head. Her once exquisite face transformed into a terrifying visage, a flicker of cruelty flashing in her eyes. In an instant, the 2 pieces of human skin collapsed into a heap, violently slammed against the wall. "Run." A wave of dizziness washed over Gina as she barely managed to utter the words. No sooner had she spoken than Kunta pulled her forward, and Yi Shangyu flicked away a drop of blood from his fingertip before grabbing Bai Yan, urging him to drag him along. Though his arm was grasped by Yi Shangyu, Bai Yan's pace remained undeterred. It was said that using ghostly powers would induce dizziness, yet Yi Shangyu moved with remarkable agility, showing no signs of exhaustion. As they ran, Bai Yan began to sense something peculiar. Ahead, Gina was unable to continue and was being carried forward by Kunta. Perhaps Yi Shangyu could manage without relying on him. The urgency of their escape left Bai Yan little time for contemplation. Along the way, Gina, clinging to Kunta's back, intermittently exclaimed, "It has shed its human skin. This is a prime opportunity. We should seize the chance to find the human skin." After uttering this, she whispered instructions into Kunta's ear, directing him to take a detour towards Su Lanfang's residence. After considerable effort, they finally managed to leave the group of villagers trailing behind. Fortunately, the app exhibited a modicum of mercy, sparing them from incessant phone notifications. The human skin ghost was adept at navigating the world of mobile devices. While many ghosts could make calls, this was the first time they encountered one that could pinpoint their location through the sound of the ringtone. Upon arriving at Su Lanfang's home, before they could even cross the threshold, an acrid smell of burning met their senses. Just as they were about to enter, Bai Yan caught sight of Yi Shangyu's face turning pale. With a sudden retch, she expelled a copious amount of blood. She covered her mouth with her hand, yet blood still seeped through her fingers. When she finally moved her hand away, her palm was drenched in crimson, appearing even worse than Gina's condition. "Yi, are you all right?" Bai Yan inquired, concerned. Having been carried by Kunta, Gina seemed much improved. The most noticeable change was the return of some color to her previously pale face. In response to Gina's inquiry, Yishangyu shook her head, seemingly indicating that she was fine. Yet, in the next moment, she coughed violently, expelling a significant amount of blood, which caused her to cough incessantly. Witnessing this, Gina felt a sense of trepidation. That human skin ghost was indeed terrifying. On the surface, she was contending with two ghosts while Yishangyu faced only one, which appeared much easier. However, the two ghosts she dealt with were transformed by the human skin ghost, undoubtedly stronger than the transformed specters. It was already quite remarkable that Yishangyu could hold off the human skin ghost for 10 seconds. Just observing Yishangyu's bloodied state made Gina realize the toll it had taken on her. Indeed, after coughing a couple more times, Yishangyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and, with a hoarse voice, said, "That human skin ghost is formidable. I feel somewhat drained. If I use my ability once more, I will faint. How are you faring? Can you try to locate the human skin?" "I'm all right. As long as it's just about finding something, I should be able to manage without fainting," Gina replied, brushing her hair aside. "I hope we don't encounter a situation like before. Otherwise, if I use my powers twice more, I won't be able to endure it either." After saying this, Gina closed her eyes to concentrate. The ghostly face at the back of her head twisted and contorted, continuously writhing and morphing into various forms. While she focused intently, Yishangyu was gasping for air, intermittently coughing, appearing yet to regain her composure. Observing Kunta's vigilant stance, Bai Yan contemplated for a moment before lifting the scorched lid of the pot. Inside the blackened iron cauldron, a porridge of repulsive, fishy odor was simmering. Beneath it, the earthen stove crackled with intense heat, indicative of Su Lanfang's pre-departure porridge preparation. Bai Yan scrutinized the pot's contents, discerning a mass of minced chicken pieces scattered throughout the porridge. Chicken heads, claws, tails, and feathers floated amidst the gruel, creating a nauseating spectacle. Puzzled by Su Lanfang's motive for preparing such a concoction, Bai Yan glanced at it before replacing the wooden lid. Shortly after he replaced the lid, Gina abruptly awoke, exclaiming urgently, "The human skin is in the fire." Promptly, Yishangyu fetched a wooden bucket and doused the earthen stove's flames with its contents. Coughing, she unhesitatingly reached into the ashes. Her hand, now covered in soot, retrieved a still warm human skin, its dimensions closely matching Su Lanfang's physique. Found it. A glimmer of delight flickered in Gina's eyes. She lowered her head, removing the band from her wrist to retie her hair. As Gina reached for her hair, Yishangyu approached her from behind, holding up the human skin, seemingly to offer it for her inspection. Approaching Gina from behind, Yishangyu contorted her right hand into a clutching form, and with a swift motion, her nails dug into the demon mask affixed to the back of Gina's head. Simultaneously, she cast aside the human skin with her left hand, pinning it to the ground with her foot. Her left hand then muffled Gina's mouth as her right hand continued to press, sinking her nails further into the mask. In what seemed like a mere instant, a torrent of crimson blood gushed forth, instantly staining the entirety of the demon mask. The mask's mouth gaped open, as if in a silent scream of agony, yet it was subdued by the copious flow of blood. Ultimately, the mask failed to emit any sound, gradually withering away. This entire sequence transpired in a fleeting moment. After embedding her nails into the mask, Yishangyu issued a sharp command, "Restrain him." Though Yishangyu did not specify a name, Bai Yan instantly understood that he was the intended recipient of her order. At this juncture, certain matters seemed to become clearer to him. With no time for contemplation, he inwardly cursed the day he would settle accounts with Yishangyu, yet his body unhesitatingly launched a kick towards Kunta. The situation was now quite apparent. Yishangyu had long harbored the intention to deal a fatal blow to Gina. If he were to neglect assisting Yishangyu, he would soon find himself the target of her wrath once she had dealt with the other two. Moreover, regardless of his actions, he and Yishangyu were considered to be in league. Should Yishangyu fail, Gina and her companion would be unlikely to believe his explanations, and there was a significant possibility that they would summarily execute him. Assisting Yishangyu, his tenuous ally, offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Of course, the true impetus behind his decision to aid Yishangyu lay in the immediate circumstances. With ruthless alacrity, Yishangyu struck, her countenance regaining its sanguine hue, a stark contrast to her previous feigned weakness. Conversely, Gina's eyes rolled back, teetering on the brink of collapse, clearly outmatched by Yishangyu's prowess. The disparity between the two was palpable, rendering the choice of allegiance self-evident. Bai Yan, unwilling to meet his demise prematurely, found himself compelled to align with Yi Shangyu. Despite his deep-seated aversion towards her, Bai Yan, never one to stand on ceremony, especially when his life was on the line, abandoned all pretense of honor. He launched a swift kick towards Kunta's groin, eliciting a sharp grimace of agony from the towering black man. However, Kunta's reaction was equally swift, enduring the searing pain. He clamped his legs together, ensnaring Bai Yan's advancing foot. With a mighty heave, he flung Bai Yan to the ground, yet the latter clung tenaciously to Kunta's upper body, dragging him down in a tangled heap, momentarily immobilizing him. Sensing Gina's imminent defeat, Kunta's eyes blazed with crimson fury as he unleashed a relentless barrage of blows. A veritable maelstrom of violence. On Earth, mass reigns supreme, and the innate robustness of the black physique, coupled with Kunta's rigorous training, rendered him a formidable adversary against a man of ordinary constitution. Yet, despite his relentless assault, he remained ensnared, Bai Yan clinging to him with unwavering tenacity, preventing him from aiding Gina. "Release me. Are you courting death? Why have you targeted Gina?" Faced with Kunta's vehement inquiry, Bai Yan could only offer a helpless shrug, for the precise reasons remained elusive to him as well. "It may strain credulity, but she genuinely never apprised me of this matter. We are fundamentally not aligned." Truly, despite Bai Yan's protestations of innocence, the burly African-American man remained implacable. Observing Bai Yan's prolonged silence, he intensified his assault, refusing to release his grip. Several blows landed on Bai Yan's abdomen, causing a coppery taste to rise in his throat, filling him with foreboding. While Yi Shangyu had faint hemoptysis, Bai Yan was on the verge of genuinely being beaten to a pulp by Kunta. "If you don't intervene soon, I'll be dispatched not by the ghost killers, but by an African brute. I've rendered assistance. The least you could do is expedite your arrival." Chapter 95. Having been gifted a pair of panda eyes courtesy of Kunta, Bai Yan felt as though his body had been tenderized like meat in a marinade. Surely, not a single unblemished spot remained. Fueled by rage, Kunta's blows grew increasingly ferocious. Perhaps in response to Bai Yan's silent plea, Yi Shangyu finally dislodged her hand from the ghastly visage of Gina half a minute later. She divested herself of her coat and meticulously shrouded Gina's face, paying particular attention to the demonic visage on the back of her head, ensuring it was completely concealed. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Shangyu, with a touch of ruthlessness, plunged Gina's head into the simmering cauldron of kanji, then hastily secured the lid, leaving it ajar. "Are you poaching a Tang Sanzang?" Bai Yan coughed intermittently, another blow from Kunta landing squarely. "If you don't lend a hand soon, you might as well toss me in as well. We'll make a stew of it." Observing Bai Yan's remaining energy for banter, Yi Shangyu crossed her arms, contemplating the idea of coldly spectating for a while, allowing the imposing figure of the African man to pummel him further. However, being a person of integrity, she restrained herself after merely a few seconds of observation, suppressing the slight upward curve of her lips. With a swift motion, she pricked her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall directly onto Kunta's dark skin. To her astonishment, the once formidable and robust man, known for his powerful punches, collapsed instantly, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Bai Yan found himself pinned beneath the unexpectedly fallen giant, sustaining additional injuries from the impact. Aware of the imminent return of the skinwalker, he gritted his teeth and rose from the ground without uttering a word. He had witnessed Yi Shangyu's brief interlude, and even within those fleeting seconds, the events were vividly etched in his mind. Bai Yan remained impassive, silently noting this enmity, while his mind grappled with a more pressing question. What had prompted Yi Shangyu to suddenly attack Gina and Kunta? Was it due to the presence of a ghost within Gina? With the immediate threat of Kunta's heavy blows now absent, Bai Yan finally had the mental space to ponder this perplexing incident. Initially, Gina and Yi Shangyu had exchanged their abilities in a friendly atmosphere, collaboratively devising strategies to confront the skinwalker. Yet, in a startling turn, Yi Shangyu feigned a spout of blood, seizing the opportunity when Gina let her guard down, swiftly overpowering the young girl and casting her into the pot, simultaneously incapacitating Kunta as well. Bai Yan glanced down. The African man still drew breath, but in such circumstances, the line between consciousness and death was perilously thin. Even if they do not perish now, these two incapacitated individuals are destined to meet their demise soon, for the flesh and blood specter will return without delay, sealing their fate. What animosity does Yi Shangyu harbor against them? As Bai Yan reflected on the minutiae of his experiences upon entering the game, eager to unravel the threads of the mystery. Yishangyu spoke. The task I previously entrusted to you is precisely this. In the forthcoming challenges, I will require your assistance in eliminating other players. In the next round, I shall invite Chu Fu to form a team, and I intend to eliminate her within the game. At that juncture, you must feign ignorance of my identity, thereby easing her suspicions. Thus, the truth dawned upon him. Bai Yan, who had previously grappled with certain perplexities, grasped the entirety of the situation upon hearing Yishangyu's request. Gina and Chu Fu were both players possessed by malevolent spirits. Such individuals, even if they navigate through the app game successfully, would pose a significant threat upon their return to reality. Yishangyu evidently wished to prevent these individuals from re-entering the real world, which could transform into a realm as treacherous as the game itself. Consequently, she must strive to eradicate such players to safeguard the sanctity of reality. Having comprehended this, Bai Yan felt a temporary sense of security. As long as he remained devoid of any ghostly abilities, Yishangyu would refrain from targeting him. However, her words filled him with revulsion. He harbored no objections to betraying players, yet to do so for the sake of world peace was intolerable. He could not dwell on this any longer, for the more he contemplated, the more repulsed he became, even contemplating abandoning the endeavor altogether. Nevertheless, one must yield when under a roof. Bai Yan lifted his gaze, observing that Yishangyu's countenance was flushed and her eyes resolute, suggesting she was capable of besting him tenfold. A tremor of trepidation ran through Bai Yan, and he refrained from dissenting, tacitly acquiescing to the continuation of their partnership as laborers. Very well, leave them be. They require no further attention. Yishangyu retrieved the human skin from the ground, dusting it off with a few casual pats. Just as she was about to speak, her brow arched in surprise as she inquired, "What exactly are you doing?" Assisting him in relocating, Bai Yan responded, gingerly touching the dark circles beneath his eyes, and with a dry chuckle, he seized the head of the burly African man and thrust it into the extinguished earthen stove, pressing his head into the ashen remnants, further darkening his complexion. Having completed this task, he exhaled audibly, inquiring, "Now that the skin has been recovered, what is our next course of action?" Yishangyu unfurled the skin, extending it towards him, and simply stated, "Adorn yourself with it." You certainly mince no words. Having unveiled her abilities, Yishangyu abandoned all pretense of concealment, adopting a more casual demeanor toward Bai Yan. A man of pragmatism, Bai Yan understood that the powerless are often devoid of rights, and without further ado, he accepted the skin and began to explore how to encase himself within it. The human skin of Su Lanfang was of exceptional quality. Having endured prolonged exposure to flames and the trampling of Yishangyu without sustaining any damage, Bai Yan initially doubted his ability to fit into it. But upon attempting to wear it, he was astonished to find that it conformed perfectly to his form, leaving no area ill-fitting. It's no wonder the male protagonist in the video could also don the skin of a petite woman. Let's go. It could return at any moment. Seeing Bai Yan clad in the human skin, Yishangyu immediately turned and departed the house, with Bai Yan following closely behind. Encased in a layer of human skin, he felt a surprising lack of trepidation. Kunta and Gina lay unconscious in the house. Should the skin demon return, they might at least serve as a temporary obstruction, a target for its murderous rage. They hastily fled the farmhouse. Along the way, neither of their phones rang, and by great fortune, they did not encounter the specter. Traversing the narrow alleys, they remained unblocked by the demon for over 20 minutes. Even the villagers, who had been scouring the area with sickles, were nowhere to be seen, their venomous voices fading into the distance as if left behind. It was peculiar. Shouldn't the danger escalate as the game neared its conclusion? The skin demon was about to vanish in a few minutes. Did it not care? Could it be that the skin demon was satisfied with the deaths of Gina and Kunta, with no intention of targeting them further? Bai Yan, draped in human skin, swiftly navigated between the farmhouses. He had anticipated a tense chase, but it had turned out to be unexpectedly effortless. He gazed at the path ahead, finding only Yishangyu and a sense of security. He scanned the walls of the adjacent farmhouses, noting their cleanliness, marred only by cracks and the ravages of weather. There were no vengeful spirits with bleeding orifices perched on the walls, nor ghastly pale faces plastered upon them. Everything appeared remarkably normal. Why then? Did he sense that something was amiss? Bai Yan focused intently on his escape, unable to resist the urge to glance repeatedly at the walls on either side. After passing several walls, he suddenly came to a halt, realizing something significant. He called out to Yishangyu, "Wait, let us not run just yet." "What is it?" Yishangyu inquired. Bai Yan, casting a furtive glance at the wall, lowered his voice. Do you sense something amiss? Yi Shangyu scrutinized the walls carefully, frowning slightly. Yes. It does feel a bit strange, as if something is off. Both of them felt an unease, which undoubtedly signified that something was indeed wrong. Thus, they scrutinized the walls together. As they observed, a gust of wind swept through, causing Bai Yan's expression to darken. In that moment, he noticed something shift within the crevice of the wall. Sensing Bai Yan's gaze, the human skin ceased its pretense, protruding from the crack, unfurling in the wind. In an instant, a human head began to swell. The rest of the human skin remained wedged within the crevice, leaving only the head embedded in the wall, glaring at them with malicious intent. It turned out that throughout their journey, this human skin had been concealed within the wall, relentlessly monitoring their every move. No wonder they had not encountered any spirits along the way. The skin ghost had been trailing behind them all along. Chapter 96. Caught in a trap. No wonder they hadn't seen any ghosts. No wonder the skin ghost was in no hurry. Ahead, the 4 deceased players stood abreast, completely obstructing the alleyway's exit. The narrow path between the 2 farmhouses was entirely blocked by the pallid apparitions, their feet pressed together, leaving not a sliver of space. Finding himself in a cul-de-sac, Bai Yan glanced back with little expectation, and as anticipated, the gore-soaked human hide ghoul stood behind him, fixating on him with decaying eyes. A ruthless sneer plastered across its face. From the crevices in the adjacent walls, countenances of human skin emerged, lengthening in the breeze. Soon, a multitude of heads, some aged, others youthful, hung suspended on the walls, all casting malevolent gazes in their direction. The sheer density of heads scattered across the walls was unsettling, and even more terrifying. They were embedded in the walls, their mouths opening and closing, voices clamoring over one another. Ha, you're doomed. Grandma, you already stewed me in soup. Boil them too. Drain their blood first. It will surely enhance the flavor of the soup. It's so painful being stuck in the wall. Come and keep me company. The heads shrieked, their bodies desperately attempting to extricate themselves from the wall. Each portion of their skin that emerged rapidly inflated, filling with air, giving the appearance of being born from the wall itself. The visages embedded within the walls were gradually emerging, with the swiftest now protruding more than half their form. This particular female specter, advancing with considerable alacrity, was extending her grasp in an attempt to strangle the 2 individuals, her avaricious gaze fixed upon them, intent on dragging them back to be rendered into a broth. In the constricted passageway, the human hide ghoul and the 4 malevolent spirits were proceeding at a measured pace, evidently regarding the pair as fish upon a chopping block, relishing the entire process of their demise. Observing the malevolent entities converging from all directions, Bai Yan perceived a heightened throbbing in his wounds. Kunta's assault had been severe, leaving his bones on the verge of disintegration, still causing him to inhale sharply in discomfort. However, Bai Yan was certain that the group of specters encircling them possessed methods of inflicting pain far exceeding Kunta's. They had deliberately orchestrated a trap, a veritable confinement, intending far more than a simple execution. At the very least, they would emulate the tactics of a fraudulent elderly woman, allowing venomous insects to infiltrate one's orifices before commencing the main event, sharpening their blades in anticipation of the slaughter. Recalling the treatment he had once endured in Text Adventure, Bai Yan's lips twitched slightly, a phantom ache resonating within his bones. In addition to the physical pain, a psychological phantom pain further intensified his torment. However, his indulgence in this sensation was fleeting, immediately ceasing as he confronted the present predicament. Unlike his previous choices, which were half reckless and half opportunistic, death this time would be absolute. Surrounded by a horde of malevolent spirits, one might find this predicament far more exhilarating than the hospitality of the 2-bladed elder. Yet, in this very moment, he would not succumb to the allure of fleeting pleasure. After arduous trials spanning 8 phases, the prospect of overcoming this challenge and advancing through 4 more rounds to reach the conclusion filled him with determination. To perish now would be utterly unacceptable. Thus, he promptly inquired of his companion, the stalwart Yi Shangyu. Do you possess a plan? How much time remains? 2 minutes. She replied, her voice as cool and composed as the winter sky. In 2 minutes, the time for donning the human guise will be sufficient for 30 minutes. Very well. Draw closer and remain still. Yi Shangyu's calmness instilled in Bai Yan a profound sense of confidence. With threats looming in every direction, Bai Yan stood back to back with her, unable to see the encroaching danger, yet he felt the rhythmic tremor of her shoulders, indicating she was preparing for something formidable. Indeed, as Bai Yan suspected, Yi Shangyu was no ordinary ally. Confronting Gina had required little exertion on her part. Even as the vengeful spirits closed in from all sides, her expression remained unwavering, imbued with an air of tranquility. With her gaze cast downward, she disregarded the advancing phantoms. Her arms hung loosely at her sides, fingers pointed toward the ground. In an instant, crimson liquid gushed forth from her blood-red fingertips, spraying onto the earth with the velocity of a bullet, tracing an impeccably symmetrical circle upon the ground. Encircled within a crimson boundary drawn with blood, the pair found themselves wholly encompassed, as if within a protective sanctuary. The vengeful specter emerging from the wall gnashed its teeth, its malevolent arm halting just beyond the sanguine perimeter, unable to advance further. Sensing the circle's presence, the multitude of phantoms ascending from the wall ceased their advance. Like fans abruptly deprived of power, their progress arrested at the circle's edge. Those yet to fully emerge from the wall remained frozen, resembling grotesque sculptures contorted in bizarre poses, immovably trapped within the confines of the wall. However, while the blood circle proved an impediment to the villagers, it held little sway over the murderous, flayed specter. Pausing only momentarily, it continued its advance. Under its control, the four deceased players withered in an instant, transforming into desiccated human hides that lunged violently toward the pair. The four flayed skins collided in midair, failing to strike their targets, yet causing the blood circle to gradually diminish. Noticing the circle's waning power, the malevolent spirits on the wall began to stir once more, writhing and clambering outward with renewed fervor. How long remains? 90 seconds. Hearing the approaching footsteps behind him, Yi Shangyu interlaced his fingers, pointing them downward. An increased flow of blood seeped from between his digits, staining half of his palm crimson and saturating the earth within the blood circle. The ochre soil was swiftly dyed red by the flowing blood. As the earth grew increasingly scarlet, Yi Shangyu's complexion paled visibly, rapidly losing all color, transitioning from pallid to ghastly white. The profuse hemorrhage had begun to take its toll on Yi Shangyu, her vision dimming, and a profound desire to succumb to unconsciousness washed over her. However, sensing Bai Yan's body heat, she abruptly bit her lip, the sharp pain and metallic tang of blood serving as an astringent, compelling her eyes to snap open, a glint of frigid resolve flickering within their depths. She could not afford to faint at this juncture. Should she lose consciousness, that scoundrel Bai Yan would undoubtedly abandon her on the ground, leaving her to be torn asunder by the malevolent specters. She harbored no confidence in his moral character, for he possessed none to speak of. The human skin ghoul had encroached upon Bai Yan, their faces nearly touching, the fetid stench emanating from the creature assailing his nostrils. The gore-smeared visage pressed against his nose, the bloody rivulets within the blood-red circles gradually fading, only to be swiftly replenished. After several more seconds elapsed, the spectral apparitions vanished as if they had never been. Yi Shangyu's eyelids grew heavier with each passing moment, her mind succumbing to a growing torpor, her consciousness beginning to wane. Sensing the faltering of Yi Shangyu's frame behind him, Bai Yan promptly declared, 10 seconds remain. Do not falter, lest you be deceived by the human skin ghoul. Yi Shangyu, her eyes half closed, interlaced her fingers with a vice-like grip, as if attempting to draw ichor from her very veins. In the recesses of her mind, she began to count down the seconds, striving to maintain her lucidity. 10, 9, 8. As she reached the final count of 1, she dimly perceived the human skin ghoul, its putrid eyes fixated upon her own, its blood-drenched maw, capable of engulfing her entire head, suddenly materializing before her. However, this was merely the human skin ghoul's final, desperate convulsion. As she silently counted down to 0, the human skin ghoul vanished into thin air. Knowing it had departed the haunted village and returned to the video, Yi Shangyu immediately ceased her self-inflicted bleeding. At that moment, even speaking was a struggle. Nevertheless, she laboriously moved her lips, aware that she had to utter something. If she didn't indicate that she was still conscious, Bai Yan would undoubtedly flee at once. Whatever it took, she had to subdue him first. Thus, Yi Shangyu mustered all her strength to turn, pressing her fingertips against the artery in his neck. Sensing Bai Yan stiffen, Yi Shangyu managed a feeble smile, her frigid lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, "Carry me and run. Rest assured, I'll drag you down with me before I die. I won't let you be alone. We're teammates who've shared tribulations. How could I abandon you and run? Truly, trust me." Bai Yan attempted to struggle, but Yi Shangyu's grip tightened, her nails digging slightly into his neck. Bai Yan perceived Yi Shangyu's frailty, but having personally experienced the force of her nails, he surmised that she wouldn't faint anytime soon. Reluctantly, he abandoned his plan to leave Yishangyu on the ground and, with regret, hoisted her onto his back. While besieged by the ghosts, Bai Yan had already determined where to escape once free. On Yishangyu's side, there were 4 player-turned ghosts, although the human skin ghoul had disappeared. As long as he and Yishangyu remained alive, these 4 player ghosts would not vanish. Therefore, escaping in that direction was absolutely out of the question. The only viable escape route was the one originally blocked by the human skin ghoul. Bearing Yishangyu on his back, I dashed out of the alley. Despite the added weight, I had been diligently training my physical capabilities since installing the app. Consequently, I managed to break free from the encirclement of the specters, leaving them trailing behind me. After running for a while, the villagers turned ghosts gradually dispersed, as if they had lost interest in us. I glanced behind me, and only 4 ghosts were still pursuing us. These 4 were the player-turned ghosts, relentlessly giving chase. However, with the demise of the human skin ghost, their pace had significantly diminished. Even with someone on my back, I was still swifter than them. Leading the 4 ghosts in circles, I found myself more at ease, even having the capacity to observe the village's state. Those vengeful spirits that had ceased their pursuit were now vanishing into the farmhouses. Some were dragging people out of cellars, others unearthing them from mud pits, and still others carrying them from the wilderness. These survivors, who had initially escaped their doom, had ultimately failed to elude the impending disaster. They were uniformly dragged to the center of the threshing ground and rigidly bound to several wooden stakes. Once all the survivors were secured, in an instant, each living person withered into a mere human skin, suspended from the wooden poles, swaying in the breeze like tawny flags. Soon, the human skins on the poles were swept away by the wind, and the ghosts surrounding the threshing ground vanished in the blink of an eye. Instantly, the entire village became desolate. Save for the 4 lingering specters unwilling to relinquish their pursuit, the remaining phantasms sequentially ambled toward the village entrance, soon departing the confines and vanishing without a trace. Whither did they venture? Observing that certain apparitions refrained from pursuing him, Bai Yan experienced a tinge of vexation. However, this sentiment swiftly dissipated. He surmised that, liberated from the dominion of the human hide ghoul, these spirits were likely en route to urban locales to seek out their kin, intending to bestow unexpected visitations upon their progeny and progenitors, engaging in a game of hide-and-seek with the remaining quartet of specters within the village. Bai Yan promptly initiated his return at 4 in the morning, thereby concluding the macabre amusement. Chapter 97. Upon emerging from the game, Bai Yan felt as though he had been reborn. The agony inflicted by Kuntar had largely dissipated into nothingness, with only residual twinges serving as a stark reminder of the previous round's harrowing nature. Nevertheless, Bai Yan, a man of forward-looking disposition, did not dwell on the past. Having foregone slumber for a day within the game, Bai Yan abstained from all endeavors upon his return, instead succumbing to a profound slumber upon his bed. Upon awakening, the subsequent morning had already dawned. After partaking in a light repast, Bai Yan, mindful of Yishangyu's impending confrontation with Chu Fu in the forthcoming game, accessed Chu Fu's livestream to covertly reconnoiter the adversary. According to Gina, Chu Fu had already discerned the nature of his abilities. After perusing the replay of Chu Fu's activities from the preceding day, Bai Yan was rendered speechless. Last night, Chu Fu audaciously challenged herself to consume 30 bowls of ramen under the watchful eyes of many, vowing to claim the title of the Appetite King. Prior to this feat, she even weighed the bowls, excluding the utensils, revealing that the 30 bowls collectively weighed over 30 kilograms. With astonishing speed, she devoured all 30 bowls, and upon finishing, her abdomen remained flat as she engaged in light-hearted banter, even indulging in 2 cups of sugary soda. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement, each feeling as though they had witnessed history, showering her with gifts and waves. Judging by her remarkable capacity for food, it was evident that her prowess was formidable. Bai Yan replayed the live stream, noting that Chu Fu's ability to consume food had become increasingly impressive. If her growth in appetite was any indication, her strength had significantly increased recently. In the past, when her abilities were still somewhat of a mystery to her, she had effortlessly defeated the escalator ghost. Now, she was undoubtedly a more formidable opponent. However, Bai Yan felt no fear. After all, in the next round, she had Yishangyu to contend with. He did not know either of them, not even in passing. Bai Yan engaged in a bit of self-brainwashing, convincing himself of his own assertions. To be honest, He felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the possibility of Chu Fu seeking revenge. With Yi Shangyu ready to clash with her, he relished the opportunity for a leisurely experience, poised to witness a dramatic spectacle of conflict as they tore into each other. After closing the webpage, Bai Yan browsed the forum and was astonished to discover a new app had appeared on his phone. He could be certain that he had not downloaded anything random recently. However, this app appeared quite unexpectedly. It is situated adjacent to the malicious app that previously caused his phone to restart, and it bears a striking resemblance to that virus-laden application. The notorious virus app circulating online is entirely black, while this new app is ominously blood red. One cannot stumble upon the same misfortune twice. It must still be a virus, and I ought to investigate further. Having been deceived by the last virus app, Bai Yan resolved to exercise caution this time. He decided to peruse the news online before determining whether to engage with this dubious entity. After browsing for a while, Bai Yan found himself staring blankly at a news article, and as anticipated, the newly emerged app was indeed a virus, and it was identical to the previous one. He hastily skimmed through the news and glanced at the comments section below. Beneath the article, countless victims lamented and cursed their fate, their anguished cries eliciting an uncharitable smirk from Bai Yan, who could not help but revel in their misfortune. Blessings from the street corner. Damn it. My phone is ruined again. This is my third phone. Why can't I learn my lesson? If I click on any app of unknown origin again, I shall sever my hand. Damn it. May hackers suffer. This is infuriating. I can attest with blood and tears that one must not harbor a sense of false security. This red app is far more formidable than the black one. I urge everyone not to open it. Do not succumb to curiosity. You will regret it if you do. The last time I accessed the black app, it merely caused my phone to restart. I assumed this time would be no different. At worst, it would just reboot. However, upon noticing my girlfriend's phone had a red app, I couldn't resist experimenting with it. Now, her Apple device has succumbed to a blue screen, and despite numerous attempts by repair technicians, it remains unresponsive. Even the staff at the specialty store advised me to give up hope, mockingly reciting a passage from a Buddhist scripture over the phone. Now, my girlfriend is demanding compensation for a new device, threatening to end our relationship otherwise. Words fail me, as I mourn the loss of my half-hearted efforts. As for the situation, it is truly lamentable how trivial those who spread viruses can be. My newly acquired phone has become defunct, and this was merely my old device. The individuals tasked with network security seem utterly inept. It has been over half a month, and this wretched hacker remains at large. Is it not the responsibility of taxpayers to ensure that you perform your duties effectively? Instead, they seem to have taken the opportunity to flaunt their latest virus, brazenly challenging your capabilities, while you exhibit no tangible progress. Is such incompetence truly acceptable? I am a wealthy individual. The black app can still be utilized post-reboot, yet the moment the red virus is activated, the phone crashes. Each iteration of these malicious programs seems increasingly potent. I eagerly anticipate the next creation from the mastermind behind these disruptions. I possess multiple devices and relish this exhilarating challenge. Indifferent to the fate of my phones, Bai Yan closed the news article, his finger gliding over the red app, which, much like the black one, proved impossible to eradicate. Perched adjacent to the Hell's frontline were two viral applications, their color schemes evoking a peculiar sense of déjà vu within Bai Yan. One virus was ebony, the other sanguine. The application mirrored this with a black backdrop and scarlet lettering, proving as stubbornly irremovable as rogue software, its launch portending misfortune. Bai Yan stroked his chin, a notion sparking in his mind. Could these applications be the handiwork of players? This idea burgeoned within him like wildfire. Upon meticulous comparison, the resemblance grew ever more striking. Black and red encapsulated the entirety of Hell's frontline's palette. Furthermore, the application's roguish behavior served as an unmistakable allusion to the uncanny applications plaguing players' phones. A veiled warning against the perils of launching apps from unknown origins. Beyond mere suggestion, these viral applications served a dual purpose. Henceforth, save for the exceptionally reckless, most would regard the sudden appearance of an application on their phones with suspicion, refraining from impulsively launching it. From a certain perspective, this impeded the application's proliferation, decelerating its dissemination. Without individuals entering the game world, there would be no player victories, and thus no malevolent spirits spreading into reality. Undoubtedly, the rampant spread of the application virus would inflict significant economic repercussions upon society. However, juxtaposed against the prospect of reality transforming into a spectral domain, These sacrifices were not only acceptable, but arguably advantageous. This unscrupulous approach resonated with Bai Yan, stirring a profound sense of familiarity. How could a meddlesome, callous hacker bear such a striking resemblance to Yi Shangyu? He was cognizant of her formidable hacking prowess, but could her expertise truly extend to such a degree? Logically, Bai Yan deemed it improbable that such a coincidence could occur, with two distinct applications being launched in such rapid succession. It seemed more plausible that a collective of enthusiastic players had pooled their wisdom and collaboratively executed this endeavor. Yet, intuitively, he sensed Yi Shangyu's presence lurking behind this affair. After a period of contemplation, Bai Yan remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of anticipation. Even without definitive proof, he could still attempt to investigate. While perusing the news earlier, he had taken note of the reporting address. The nation encouraged its citizenry to proactively report this brazen hacker, offering a substantial reward for any information pertaining to the culprit. Although uncertain, lodging a report was not a transgression. At worst, it might result in a reprimand, but more likely, nothing at all. As a law-abiding citizen, he had long been unable to tolerate such behavior. The hacker had inflicted such significant economic damage upon the nation and caused so much trouble for countless citizens. Could he, with a credible conjecture, simply turn a blind eye and feign ignorance? Absolutely not. Bai Yan was not such a selfish individual. Thus, Bai Yan accessed the reporting website. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he composed a profoundly moving report, vehemently denouncing the hacker's shameless conduct and cautiously hypothesizing, yet boldly exposing the hacker's true identity, a woman named Yi Shangyu. Having completed the report letter, Bai Yan found himself profoundly moved, experiencing a long-lost joy in performing a good deed. Wang Zhe was indeed correct. The act of helping others could genuinely uplift one's spirits. After reading through his own letter, Bai Yan sensed a slight imperfection and decided to enhance it by typing additional content. In the concluding section of his report, he emphasized that he was a selfless and benevolent citizen, named Lei Feng, imploring the relevant authorities to swiftly apprehend the shameless villain and restore justice to the public. Simultaneously, he subtly expressed his desire to keep his true identity confidential to avoid potential retaliation from the perpetrator. With this addition, he felt that the report letter was now flawless and moved the mouse to prepare for sending the email. However, as he maneuvered the mouse, he suddenly realized that the cursor had become uncontrollable. In this critical moment, how could the mouse fail him? Bai Yan was incredulous, but soon, an even more alarming turn of events occurred. Following the mouse's demise, his laptop screen went black. A sense of foreboding enveloped him, and shortly thereafter, a blank document appeared on the screen, automatically displaying a line of text. You know who I am. As long as you are happy, I will ensure your demise in the next game. You know who I am. Just wait. After showcasing these two lines, the laptop emitted a sharp sound and went dark, leaving Bai Yan to press the power button twice, only to be greeted by a blue screen. It seemed that his laptop had met an unfortunate fate. So it was truly you. You have been constantly monitoring my computer. Do you comprehend the meaning of privacy? Bai Yan's expression immediately froze, his eyes reflecting a profound bewilderment, appearing deeply shaken. Nevertheless, his mind raced with thoughts, having offended two women endowed with ghostly powers. If fate were to align him with them once more in the next round, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Bai Yan reached a grim conclusion. Yet he recognized that there remained a glimmer of hope for redemption. Come Monday, Bai Yan sorrowfully awaited until the stroke of 11. As midnight approached, he clicked on the icon for the 9th level, resigning himself to the possibility that he might encounter those two once again. Match successful. Number of players, 1. Game difficulty, hard. Level description. This round is titled Inverted World. Realizing the existence of dreams and awakening from them signifies victory in the game. Background introduction. Hush. Darkness has fallen. Please close your eyes. You have succumbed to slumber, yet you have forgotten that a ghost lies beside you, ever watchful, gazing upon you. In your dreams, in reality, who exactly are they? Game rules. 1. Being killed by a ghost in a dream equates to true death. 2. Upon awakening, players are granted a 30-second safety period. After this duration, the vengeful spirit may act in reality. 3. Waking from the dream signifies the conclusion of the game. Simply tap the return button on your phone to exit the game. Chapter 98. The antiquated peal of a landline telephone sliced through the air. Luyan answered, her voice tinged with a subtle anxiety. Hello? Who is this? Greetings, madam. I'm calling from Felicity Life Insurance. For paramount security, choose Felicity Life. Acquire a policy. and safeguard your well-being, shielding yourself from unforeseen adversity. Thank you. But we're not interested, Lu Yin interjected, cutting off the caller's sales pitch, her tone still courteous. Upon terminating the call, Lu Yan's gaze drifted towards the child huddled in the corner. A complex confluence of emotions washed over her. A poignant tenderness mingled with a throbbing ache of perplexity. In truth, her sentiments towards this child were intricate, a labyrinth of uncertainty clouding her judgment. For this child was the progeny of her husband and another woman. Yet, to label it as a mere act of infidelity would be a gross misrepresentation of the truth, for her husband had not strayed. A malicious woman had ensnared him in a web of deceit, leading to this unforeseen consequence. Throughout their years of matrimony, Lu Yin and Bai Tianjia had remained childless. Now, with Bai Tianjia bringing the offspring of that woman into their home, she found herself unable to muster any genuine affection. Lu Yin had initially anticipated harboring resentment towards this innocent child, perhaps even redirecting her anger towards his mother onto him. However, upon first beholding the boy, those feelings had dissipated like morning mist, for it was evident that he was not cherished by his own mother. Having learned from Bai Tianjia that the woman treated the child with utter disregard, as if he were no more than a mere cat or dog, he made the resolute decision to bring him back. However, all of that is now in the past. After nearly 2 months under her care, the child is no longer the pitiful, scrawny figure he once was. He has even gained a bit of weight. Lu Yin glanced at Bai Yan, noting the child's surprising docility and quiet demeanor. Her only concern was his frail constitution. Such a child would undoubtedly be difficult to raise. Nevertheless, having forgiven her husband and choosing to accept the situation, she was determined to raise him to adulthood, not out of maternal love, but out of basic human decency. Seeing Bai Yan quietly absorbed in a picture book in the corner, Lu Yin sighed. She sliced half an apple into small pieces, arranged them on a small plate, and said gently, "Yin Yin, you've been looking at the picture book for a long time. Rest your eyes for a bit and have some apple before you continue, okay?" The boy raised his light gray eyes, his iris-colored lashes drooping slightly, veiling half of his eyelids. Seeing this, Lu Yin drew the curtains, chiding herself for not being attentive enough. The boy was naturally sensitive to light, which caused him discomfort. When he first arrived, he had been left in the sun for amusement, resulting in sunburned, blistered skin and a week-long fever. It was a struggle to save him from the brink of death. She realized she needed to be more careful and attentive in the future. Lu Yin gracefully approached with a plate in hand, as Bai Yan gently accepted an apple, murmuring a soft thank you before delicately using a small fork to quietly savor the fruit. Leaning on her hand, Lu Yin mused that having such a well-behaved child with her husband in the future would indeed be delightful. Upon reflection, the child was rather handsome. Although illness had taken its toll, his light golden hair surprisingly suited him. It was a pity that his complexion was excessively pale, for otherwise, he would undoubtedly be a charming little lad. Nevertheless, he remained quite endearing. A smile graced Lu Yan's lips as she resolved to continue preparing delectable meals, aiming to plump him up first. Moreover, the numerous bruises marring the boy's skin were rather unsightly. She was determined to ensure those scars healed properly. She could not fathom how that cruel woman could be so heartless toward her own flesh and blood. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed. Lu Yin hurriedly opened the door to find Bai Tianjia, weary from his travels. Upon seeing Lu Yin, a flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes. He closed the door and began to pace the room restlessly. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled Lu Yin into another room, deliberately avoiding Bai Yan, and said, "Yinzi, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it? Can't it be said outside?" Lu Yin inquired, only to realize that this was likely a matter the child should not overhear. Indeed, Bai Tianjia's face flushed slightly as he, with a hint of guilt, replied, "It concerns Yan Yan's schooling. Enrolling in school is also a pressing matter. This year, he has already turned 6, making him eligible to start this autumn. We ought to prepare to assist him with the registration." Lu Yin appeared remarkably affable. However, her leniency only deepened Bai Tianjia's sense of guilt. He lowered his voice, speaking with evident unease. "Enrolling. Registration requires tuition fees. The annual cost for a private elementary school amounts to 50,000 yuan, which is beyond our means. I never intended to send Yin Yin to a private institution. Nevertheless, gaining admission to a regular public school also incurs approximately 10,000 yuan each year. This child is quite intelligent and exceptionally obedient, entirely unlike his biological mother. I do not wish to hinder his potential." As he spoke, Bai Tianjia's head drooped lower, unable to meet his wife's gaze. He recognized that this request was indeed excessive. Had Bai Yan been their child, he would have moved heaven and earth to ensure his education. Lu Yan, like him, was someone willing to make sacrifices for a child. However, Bai Yan was the offspring of that woman, bearing no connection to Lu Yan. Lu Yan's understanding and willingness to welcome him into their home already demonstrated her remarkable generosity. Yet, in this society, education is indispensable. Every child must complete 9 years of schooling. This is a mandatory provision of compulsory education. Lu Yan was aware of this. Hence her astonishment when she remarked, "Is it true that public elementary schools are now so expensive? Wasn't it previously free to attend a regular public school? Just the other day, I happened to overhear a colleague mention that her child does not incur any expenses for school, and they also attend a public elementary school. Perhaps I should call her shortly to inquire which school her child is attending. I cannot allow Yin Yin to attend such a free school." Bai Tianjia abruptly stood up, vehemently rejecting the notion, his agitation palpable. However, he soon realized that his tone was rather harsh, and he apologetically added, "Yin Zi, you must understand that attending these free public elementary schools is simply out of the question. It could lead to dire consequences, truly fatal ones." "How could this be?" Lu Yan exclaimed in shock. "Wasn't it fine before?" Bai Tianjia explained, "This is due to the new policy implemented this year. Public elementary schools have been designated as special zone schools, fundamentally different from ordinary public elementary schools. Starting this year, children of school age must either pay a fee annually to attend a regular public elementary school or gain admission to the special zone. You are aware of the compulsory education law. If parents evade their responsibility and prevent their children from attending school, those parents will be sent to the special zone as well, and the children will be forcibly taken to school. My goodness, even schools have special zones? How can they be so heartless? These children are so young." Lu Yan was infuriated, yet she grasped Bai Tianjia's point. "You are right. We cannot let Yin Yin attend school in the special zone. Isn't it just 10,000? We can manage this. I can buy fewer clothes, you can quit smoking, and we could simplify our meals. By the end of the year, we would have saved that amount. We cannot simply forego the fees and allow our child to attend a special zone school. What would that make me? I would be no different from the wicked stepmother in a fairy tale. Yin Zi, I am sorry for putting you in this position." During the day, Bai was deeply moved by Lu Yan's generosity. His wife was eternally kind-hearted. In an effort to ease his wife's concerns, he expressed his remorse, saying, in truth, "I never intended to spend such a significant amount. However, I consulted an acquaintance who was privy to the situation, and I simply could not bear to disregard this child. My acquaintance informed me that in the special zone, among a class of 50 students, only 7 or 8 typically graduate after 6 years. The elimination rate is astonishing. Yin Yin has health issues and a reserved disposition, and I genuinely fear he might be dismissed in his first year." In the room, the couple reached a mutual understanding, deciding that, come what may, they would enroll their child in a regular school. The atmosphere in the room became exceptionally warm as they exchanged intimate words, not engaging in mere glances, but showcasing the profound harmony and affection between them. However, moments of happiness are often fleeting. After a brief conversation, the telephone in the living room rang. Lu Yan paused her dialogue, walked to the living room, and answered the call politely, saying, "Hello? May I ask who is speaking?" "Good day, madam. I am calling from Happiness Life Insurance Company. You must have a child at home. Purchasing a policy not only ensures your personal safety, but also protects your family from harm. As the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. Buying insurance is a precaution against that 1 in 10,000 chance. Our company's insurance. Thank you. I have already stated that it is unnecessary. Please do not call me again." Having received 2 consecutive harassing phone calls, Lu Yan, despite her typically placid demeanor, could not help but feel somewhat exasperated. She did not endure the incessant chatter on the other end. Instead, she abruptly ended the call. Glancing up, she noticed Bai Yan looking at her, prompting her to soften her expression and offer him a gentle smile. Observing the boy return to his engrossing storybook, Lu Yan retreated to the room and remarked to Bai Tianjia, "It's nothing, merely an insurance salesman who, undeterred, persistently calls to peddle his policies. It's truly vexing." After a brief exchange, the couple exited the room, with Lu Yan proceeding to prepare dinner while Bai Tianjia settled beside Bai Yan, patiently reading him a story in hopes of helping him emerge from the shadows of his mother's abuse. Once dinner was concluded, the couple shared a tender moment before delving into discussions regarding Bai Yan's education. Having never experienced parenthood before, the sudden responsibility of a child left them somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, They recognized the imperative of providing him with a proper upbringing, striving to nurture him into a kind and upright individual. Just as their conversation grew fervent, Lu Yan's phone chimed. Upon unlocking her device, she discovered a multimedia message. In this day and age, such messages bore a considerable cost, tenfold that of a standard text, so it was uncommon for anyone to send them. Curiosity piqued. Lu Yan opened the message, only to find a group photo featuring herself and several colleagues. In the photograph, a large red cross is drawn over her face, immediately conveying the sender's palpable malice. Beneath the image, a phrase reads, "The consequences of not purchasing insurance. Your future." What an insidious curse. Truly, it is madness. Who is it? What is going on? Bai Yan inquired. Lu Yan retorted sharply, "It's that insurance salesman again. He's clearly unhinged. I've already told him I'm not buying. Yet he persists endlessly." After speaking with Bai Yan, Lu Yan indignantly set her phone down, feeling that this individual exhibited a complete lack of decency. It was shameful enough to incessantly harass others for sales. To be rejected and still issue threats was beyond audacity. The memory of the photo with the glaring red cross over her head fueled her fury. She vented her frustration further, but upon noticing Bai Yan glance in her direction, she quickly silenced herself, fearing to frighten the child. Oh dear, how could I possibly curse in front of a child? Lu Yan reflected on her behavior. Before she could educate Bai Yan on the importance of not emulating her outburst, her phone chimed again. She opened it, apprehensive that it might be yet another message from the relentless insurance peddler. Bai Yan teased Lu Yan, though he knew in his heart that this was highly unlikely. Sending a multimedia message costs 2 yuan, and in a fit of spite, one might send such a message to curse another. If the insurance agents were truly so affluent, they would not relentlessly harass others with incessant phone calls. Lu Yan, with a light heart, opened the multimedia message, anticipating it might contain something important from an acquaintance. However, upon viewing the message, her carefree demeanor vanished instantly. It contained a group photo of herself alongside 4 colleagues. The picture was taken during her trip to H City, where the cherry blossoms were in full bloom. She stood at the center, her face radiant with joy. This image stirred fond memories of that delightful journey. Yet, now marked by a large red cross over her face, it nearly obliterated her cherished recollections of the trip. Her spirits plummeted, and she felt an urge to vent her frustration. How infuriating. It's that pestering insurance agent again. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Bai Yan sensed the gravity of the situation. He seized Lu Yan's phone and perused the 2 multimedia messages. After reading, he too was filled with indignation. Who is this person? This has transcended mere promotion. It is a blatant threat. The very fact that he sent you a threatening message serves as evidence. We can use this to file a complaint against him and ensure he faces justice. Lodging a report with the authorities? Perhaps not. Initially consumed by vexation, Lu Yan dissuaded against such action upon hearing the suggestion, stating, "He did not genuinely menace me with a blade. His actions merely consist of disseminating images to provoke and disgust. Even if we were to press charges, the constabulary's involvement would likely culminate in a brief detention. Perhaps a mere 2 days, followed by his release. What purpose would that serve? Furthermore, were we to formally accuse him, would we not incur his resentment? Consider that a simple refusal over the phone prompted his offensive image dissemination. Should we subject him to incarceration, his animosity would undoubtedly intensify, potentially leading to unforeseen repercussions. Are we then to simply condone his actions?" Bai Yan inquired, his discontent palpable. Nonetheless, he recognized his wife's timidity. Were he to genuinely involve the police, she would undoubtedly endure days of apprehension and paranoia. Consequently, Bai Yan suppressed his displeasure, resolving that should the individual dare to further harass them, he would ensure the individual faced dire consequences. As Bai Yan contemplated these matters, Lu Yan retrieved her mobile device, scrutinizing its screen with a perplexed expression. After a prolonged observation, she abruptly declared, "Something is amiss with this photograph." "What is it?" Bai Yan promptly inquired. "Observe, this image contains a minute dark speck, situated upon the distant mountainside. Curiously, I recall the composition being pristine when the photograph was initially captured," Lu Yan reflected, exerting considerable effort to recall the circumstances. Moreover, he refrained from any explicit commentary within the multimedia message, merely transmitting an unadulterated image. What could be his underlying motive for such an elaborate endeavor? Merely to intimidate us, with the ultimate aim of coercing us into purchasing his insurance policies. What other explanation could there be? Bai Yan retorted dismissively. As they spoke, Lu Yan's phone chimed once more. She glanced down to see a new multimedia message had arrived. Upon opening it, she found the same photograph of herself and her 4 colleagues on their trip. However, in this iteration, the minuscule dark speck in the background had grown larger, appearing to encroach upon their space. It was as if this minute blemish had descended from the mountain, deliberately drawing nearer to them. The thought flickered through Lu Yan's mind, but she promptly dismissed this ominous notion with a shake of her head. At that moment, Bai Yan sidled up to her, peering at the photograph on her phone. Gazing at the image, Lu Yan couldn't help but verbalize, just what is that diminutive spot? Could it possibly be one of them? She was reluctant to entertain such a grim possibility, yet the series of photographs was undeniably eerie. Everyone was cognizant of the existence of the Forbidden Zone and the sheer terror that its denizens inspired. The mere suggestion that the photograph might have been sent by a specter sent shivers down Lu Yan's spine, her body trembling with trepidation. Yinzi, don't let your imagination run wild. Would a ghost really be so indolent as to solicit us with insurance offers? Is there such a frivolous phantom? Bai Yan declared with audacious nonchalance, despite Lu Yan's fear. Rest assured, I suspect it's merely the work of image manipulation software. While such programs may not be commonplace domestically, some individuals resort to these fabricated photographs to deceive others. If it's truly an insurance vendor, then why would they be sending us multimedia messages? Lu Yan questioned hesitantly. Rendered speechless by Lu Yan's words, Bai Yan found himself somewhat unnerved. Yet, swiftly regaining his composure, he sought to reassure his wife, whose mind was awash with unsettling thoughts. Likely, he posited, he hasn't managed to sell a single insurance policy these past few days, leading to frustration and, perhaps, a deranged state of mind. It's unlikely to be more than coincidence. The spectral entities are confined within the special zone. How could they possibly trouble us? Before Bai Yan could complete his reassurance, Lu Yan's phone emitted another series of alerts. This time, her phone chimed repeatedly. Upon opening the messages, Lu Yan discovered a succession of identical multimedia messages. Within these missives, the shadowy figure in the photographs grew larger and increasingly distinct. Having examined all the images, Lu Yan discerned that the additional shadow within the photos bore the unmistakable form of a person, or perhaps a specter. We're doomed, she declared, her eyes devoid of hope. Her lips tightly compressed. Tianjia, we must flee with the child, far away. Yet, scarcely had she uttered these words than she retracted them, stating, no, we cannot escape. Those marked by such entities invariably meet their demise. Witnessing his wife's descent into despair, Bai Yan felt a pang of anguish. He took the photographs and scrutinized them, also detecting an unsettling aura. The obscure, faceless shadow was drawing nearer to his wife within the images. Having reviewed the sequence of photographs, Bai Yan could not help but entertain doubts. As the shadow ultimately approached his wife in the photos, what would become of her in reality? Had a malevolent spirit truly set its sights on their family? Was it truly because Lu Yan rejected that wretched insurance? Bai Yan found it hard to believe and was at a loss as to how to respond. It is common knowledge that one cannot contend with ghosts. Even escaping their clutches seems an insurmountable task. If dealing with such apparitions were so simple, the state would not have established special zones to confine them, allowing some unfortunate souls to serve as their amusement, ensuring they do not escape and wreak havoc upon others. Yet, even so, there remain some undiscovered spirits lurking within society. Should one truly fall under the gaze of such a ghost, their fate would be sealed. An unease gnawed at Bai Yan's heart, and influenced by his wife's distress, he too began to feel a sense of dread. What could they possibly do about the specter in the photograph? Delete the image? But the ghost would swiftly conjure another. Smash the phone. A broken phone would merely prevent the reception of such terrifying multimedia messages. Yet, Bai Yan understood deep down that such methods were futile. Could one truly evade a ghost's pursuit by feigning ignorance of its ominous messages? That would be nothing more than self-deception. He slumped onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained of energy. The couple exchanged silent glances, both ensnared in a web of panic and apprehension. At some point, Bai Yan, who had been quietly reading nearby, approached them. Under the gaze of Bai Yan and his wife, Bai Yan leaned closer to the phone, and as he picked it up, it began to ring once more. A multimedia message. There was a new one. Lu Yan's composure gradually returned, and she resolved that, no matter what, she could not allow their child to witness such filth. Therefore, she offered a strained smile, endeavoring to compose herself as she addressed Bai Yan. Yin, please avert your gaze from the mobile device. Return it to your aunt. Would you be so kind? Despite her agitation, Lu Yan's tone remained relatively gentle. Alas, her plea came too late. for Bai Yan, upon securing the phone, swiftly accessed the multimedia message with remarkable dexterity, observing the boy's adeptness at navigating the device. It seemed less like a novice's initial encounter and more akin to a seasoned user's familiarity. However, considering the nature of his mother and his tender age of 6, one couldn't help but wonder where he had acquired such proficiency. Lu Yin sensed an underlying anomaly, yet the specter of the eerie photograph preoccupied her, leaving her unable to fully address these concerns. Beneath her gentle disposition, Lu Yin found herself increasingly distraught under the duress of mortal terror, struggling to maintain her composure. Witnessing the boy's unwavering focus on the phone, her patience waned, and without preamble, she forcefully retrieved the device, her gaze fixed upon the screen. The sight that greeted her elicited a sharp intake of breath, accompanied by a disorienting wave of dizziness. Within the photograph, the spectral figure had finally materialized beneath the cherry blossom tree, drawing ever closer to their vicinity. Positioned within the space between herself and a colleague, an individual had interposed himself, the very same shadowy entity from before. The apparition's true form revealed a man clad in a suit, standing beside her, his countenance mirroring the smiles of her companions. Beneath the enchanting canopy of cherry blossoms, 6 figures stood side by side, their faces radiant with joy and contentment. However, upon witnessing such a harmonious scene, Lu Yin felt a tremor coursing through her body. The man in the suit held something in his hands, and it was unmistakably her own head. In the photograph, Lu Yin's head had mysteriously vanished. Yet, what filled Lu Yin with dread was that the head, cradled by the suited man, appeared to be smiling joyfully. He was no longer human. Indeed, he must be a ghost. Lu Yin fixated her gaze on the man in the photograph, who seemed to be staring back at her. No matter from which angle she viewed the image, it felt as though the figure within was watching her intently. Trembling, Lu Yin shifted her phone aside, hoping Bai Tianjia would comprehend the gravity of the situation. Upon seeing the photograph, Bai Tianjia surprisingly sighed in relief, reassuring her. The you in that photo is already deceased, yet the person in reality remains unharmed, indicating he is not a ghost. This is merely a cruel prank. No sooner had Bai Tianjia finished speaking than Lu Yin screamed, "It's happening again. There's another one." Bai Tianjia hurriedly opened the new multimedia message, but upon seeing its contents, he too froze in horror. The new message unequivocally depicted the entrance to their apartment building. The ghost had found its way here. Ding ding ding, the intercom bell rang. Both Bai Tianjia and Lu Yin stood paralyzed, neither daring to answer. However, after 2 rings, the doorbell was automatically activated. From the intercom, the 2 individuals distinctly heard a crisp click resonating from the other side, signaling that the security door at the bottom of the building had swung open. It was over, truly over. None dared to touch the intercom. The manner in which that door opened was all too evident. At that moment, Bai Tianjia was utterly stripped of any lingering hope. He was acutely aware that their fate was sealed. He and his wife had become targets of a malevolent force. "Tianjia, I was wrong. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hung up," Lu Yin exclaimed, her panic escalating. "What if I text him now, telling him I'll buy it? That I'll purchase any insurance he wants? Will he spare us?" She clutched her hair, tears streaming down her face, her body racked with sobs. Bai Tianjia felt an overwhelming sense of agitation and fear. However, being a man of responsibility, he sought to console his wife in this dire moment. "Yin, this is not your fault. Even if you had agreed to him initially, he wouldn't have let us go. This is fate, simply fate." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Yin's phone chimed again. With tear-stained eyes, she trembled as she opened the multimedia message. The image revealed a pitch-black window. At first, Lu Yin was momentarily bewildered, but soon she was engulfed by an even greater terror. This window was unmistakably the one located in the corridor of their own building. Though it appeared shrouded in darkness, upon closer inspection, the outside scenery was clearly visible. "The specter has ascended to the 2nd story. Tianjia, it is over. The apparition is now on the 2nd floor. We must flee. But we reside on the 7th floor. Where can we possibly escape to?" Lu Yin, her countenance buried in her hands, sobbed uncontrollably, her gaze intermittently darting towards the window, her frame convulsing in tremors. An inner voice implored her to leap, to plunge from this height. Even a fatal fall from the 7th story would be preferable to falling into the clutches of the specter, to being extinguished by its spectral hand. "Tianjia, I have wronged you," Lu Yin lamented, her voice breaking, seemingly divested of all reason. Witnessing his wife's disintegration, Bai Tianjia himself teetered on the brink of collapse. He possessed a blissful and complete family, and had recently been reunited with an obedient and endearing child. They were poised to embark on an era of tranquil felicity, yet, alas, a mere telephone call had plunged them into this abyss of terror. Bai Tianjia turned his gaze towards Bai Yan, a profound sense of error washing over him. Had he possessed foreknowledge of this outcome, he would have left the child in the care of his biological mother. Even enduring maltreatment at the hands of his degenerate mother would be preferable to being slain by a ghost. A chilling sensation permeated Bai Tianjia's being, rendering him disoriented. Yet, amidst his bewilderment, a notion gradually materialized within his consciousness, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He and his wife were bereft of escape, but at the very least, this child who was destined to live, should not be ensnared by their plight. Thus, Bai Tianjia, no longer wavering, strode purposefully to Bai Yan's side, taking his small hand and saying, "My son, promise your father one thing. No matter what you hear or what your aunt and I discuss, you must not come out." Bai Yan lifted his gaze, his light gray eyes meeting the face of Bai Tianjia, which was etched with despair. Nearby, the woman's cries of anguish echoed in his ears. The once cozy room was suddenly shattered by despair, and in the air lingered a palpable silence of hopelessness. As he listened and observed, Bai Yan's vacant expression began to warm, the lifelessness that had enveloped him for the past 2 months fading away. However, Bai Tianjia, his heart ablaze with urgency, remained oblivious to these changes. Once Bai Yan nodded, he led him to the wardrobe, yanking it open and pushing aside one of the panels within. To their astonishment, a door was concealed inside the wardrobe. Bai Tianjia opened the door to reveal a small bathroom, slightly larger than 1 square meter. Aside from a tiny sink and a toilet, there was nothing but a mirror hanging above the sink and a rinsing cup placed atop it. "Here, take this watch. Can you tell time?" "Yes. Wait until the hour hand has completed 2 full rotations, and only then may you emerge when all is quiet outside. Remember, whatever transpires beyond this door, do not step out." Bai Tianjia imparted this final warning before gently ushering Bai Yan inside. He instructed Bai Yan to secure the door from within, then drew the wardrobe door panel closed from the outside. The location of the lavatory door was quite concealed, and with the added obstruction of the door panel, it would be inconceivable to anyone that a room could be hidden within. Having arranged the door panel, Bai Tianjia then hung several articles of clothing in front of it to lend the wardrobe a more natural appearance. With these measures completed, he shut the wardrobe abruptly and returned to his wife's side, his voice trembling with a tinge of remorse as he uttered, "Forgive me. Nay, this is entirely my fault." Lu Yan had observed Bai Tianjia's actions, yet she harbored no resentment, merely choked with emotion as she lamented, "It is I who have implicated you. Tianjia, you must flee quickly. I have come to realize that the specter has set its sights upon me. If you escape to the 8th floor and conceal yourself there, you might yet evade this calamity. Yanzi, I shall remain by your side." Bai Tianjia clasped his wife's hand tightly, though his body trembled slightly. He sat unmoving beside Lu Yan, clearly resolute in his decision to share his fate with his wife. Seeing that her husband would not abandon her even at this critical juncture, Lu Yan's nose stung, and tears streamed down her face in a disarrayed manner. The mobile phone on the table continued to ring intermittently, but at this point, the couple no longer paid it any heed. They huddled together like quails, their hands clasped, as if to draw warmth from each other's touch. In the silent stillness, Bai Tianjia's complexion grew increasingly pallid, and Lu Yan's body trembled even more violently. To await death passively is among the most agonizing experiences imaginable. However, this eerie stillness was ephemeral. Soon, a series of knocks reverberated from the door, coinciding with the commencement of Lu Yan's cellular device. A spectral presence had arrived at the threshold. The lavatory was shrouded in darkness, abruptly confined within its walls. Bai Yan felt no trepidation. The uncanny images on the cellular device, the photograph depicting a man in formal attire cradling a woman's severed head, and the desperate exchange between the 2 adults, all of these were novel to Bai Yan. Yet, instinctively, he seemed innately aware of their nature. A spectral entity. This notion lingered vaguely in his consciousness. He lacked a precise understanding of its essence, but he comprehended that entanglement with this entity would result in his demise. The confines of the lavatory were exceedingly restricted, yet Bai Yan possessed a slender physique, more delicate than his contemporaries. Curled up in the corner, he felt no sense of constriction. Bai Yan remained quiescently huddled in the corner for a brief interval before a sudden thought occurred to him. He groped his way to the wash basin, filled a mouthwash cup with water, and then deactivated the faucet. Cup in hand, he retraced his steps to the corner. resuming his silent, motionless vigil. Thump, 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 the sound of knocking emanated from the door. Even confined within the lavatory and separated by a wardrobe, he could discern the commotion outside. Due to the presence of two intervening doors, the knocking was not particularly loud to Bai Yan. However, the knocking soon ceased. The lack of response at the door seemed to provoke the person outside, who then commenced to pound upon it. The sounds of the battering were deafening, compelling Bai Yan, despite being sheltered behind two doors, to cover his ears. This violent assault persisted briefly before culminating in a resounding crash. Immediately following were the roars of a man and the piercing screams of a woman. The man, as if brandishing a weighty object, appeared to be launching a desperate counterattack, while the woman, wailing, struck out with whatever she could find, filling the room with the clatter of metal. Yet, these sounds were fleeting, soon giving way to moans and struggles, as though some unseen force were throttling them, rendering them powerless. After a short interlude, even the sounds of struggle ceased. In the darkness, only eerie, high-pitched laughter remained. Hee 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 hee. I want to buy insurance. Hee hee hee. I want to buy insurance for 99 years. I'll buy 100 years. The couple's fractured laughter echoed outside the closet, their voices shrill and demonic, bearing little resemblance to their normal tones. What will become of them? Bai Yan pondered, clutching his cup in the lavatory. They would likely meet their end. To die is to close one's eyes, never to speak again. The thought of the demise of these two individuals stirred an inexplicable sensation within Bai Yan. A peculiar emotion surged from the depths of his soul, as if he were anticipating something in the darkness. He sat in silence. And it was not long before the individuals outside the door ceased their commotion, following a rustle of paper and the scratching of pens. Tranquility finally enveloped the space outside the wardrobe. The man and woman had fallen silent, leaving only a rhythmic sound echoing against the wardrobe. Thud, 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 thud. This persistent cadence continued unabated for an hour, as if it were tireless. At that moment, Bai Yan vaguely realized that his two new guardians had truly perished. They were gone. Instantly, his eyes became moist, and a briny liquid trickled down his cheeks, compelling him to touch his face, oddly feeling the wetness between his fingers. What was happening to him? Bai Yan understood that when one could no longer endure pain, the body would naturally release physiological tears. Furthermore, according to literature, sorrow would also evoke tears. Yet he felt no sadness, nor was he physically harmed. There was no pain at all. Bai Yan's index finger traced the curve of his lips, and a broad smile emerged at the corners of his mouth. Confounded, he gently set down his cup, approached the mirror, grasped the edge of the sink, and rose on tiptoe, striving to gaze into the reflection of himself in the darkness. He was laughing. He was laughing. Bai Yan gazed at the mirror, as if having stumbled upon a new continent, and felt a genuine elation. This unexpected revelation made him want to burst into laughter, but he remembered the man's dying wish and swallowed the laughter, silently laughing even more unrestrainedly while tears streamed down his face. So, that's how it was. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had elapsed. The second night arrived. Yet the knocking outside the closet persisted. As per the man's instructions, he couldn't leave as long as the sound continued. But having exhausted the water in his cup, Bai Yan no longer intended to wait. He opened the bathroom door and, panting, pushed open the closet door, squeezing out from under the hem of his garment. Then, he opened the closet door. Outside the closet, he saw 2 pairs of toes. He tilted his head upward, and 2 corpses with livid complexions were suspended from the ceiling. Grinning grotesquely, with each sway, their toes emitted a crisp sound against the closet. Dong, 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 dong.